Chapter 1, The System? I'm hallucinating. Ding. System binding in progress. Still need 1 hour and 37 minutes. Yi-tong's hand that was making coffee lurched, then looked back behind him. This is the work period. This company boss is notoriously harsh stingy. Who dares to play games during work? Who would dare to play games during work? Although the heart spit, but Yi-tong hand movements do not dare to slow down at all. Just now the manager commanded himself to make coffee for him. Is still only a trainee himself. Do not dare not listen. Even if this is not their own work content. Brewed coffee. Yi-tong with a thermometer measured the temperature. 57 degrees. Just good. Quickly send to the manager. Yi-tong carried the coffee towards the manager's office while spitting in his heart. Coffee only drink 57 degrees. Just a small department manager. To enjoy the high-end life of the senior. The real does not have that life. But want a hard to enjoy the happiness. You say this is where the problem comes from. Walking to the manager's office door, Yi-tong organized his expression, knocked on the door and went in. Manager, your coffee, half sugar no milk, 57 degrees. The manager nodded without lifting his head, then pushed the pile of documents in his hand in front of Yi-tong. These documents, you deal with them before you leave work and hand them over to me. Yi-tong picked up the documents and looked at them. The name of the person in charge on the document item was not himself. Manager, this is Sister Wen's project file. Do you want me to do it? But I still have 2 more planning projects in my hand. Your own planning case? You can finish it by yourself with an extra shift. Xiao Wen will have to go to a social gathering with me in a while. She doesn't have time to do it. You're an intern. You want to turn into a regular. You need to do more projects. You have this time. You've already finished one. Go out. The manager's words did not give Yi-tong the slightest room to refuse. When Yi-tong was a child, his parents died because of an accident. Although the family still has relatives, but because Yi-tong's family is ordinary, the parents' accident also spent all the family's money, and even offset the only old raggedy house as well. But in the end, the parents still left Yi-tong. The unsupported Yi-tong was kicked around by relatives like a soccer ball. In the end, he had to live in an orphanage. Until Yi-tong is still in elementary school, was thrown to the orphanage by relatives only to realize that she is not her parents' real daughter, but picked up. The relatives laughed at Yi-tong's parents for not having their own child in order to raise a child who was not related to them. It was then that Yi-tong realized why no relatives came to the house every New Year's Eve, and her parents always had a sad look on their faces. But although there is no blood relationship, her parents still raised her very well, never harshly. Yi-tong is also very competitive, although in the orphanage, but learning has always been at the top, also with excellent results into the Huadu University. According to the rules of the orphanage, the adult children must move out to make room for the orphans behind them. Not yet graduated Yi-tong very much in need of a stable job. So even if the leadership difficult, colleagues make trips, Yi-tong do not want to lose this job. The money to go to college was funded by the orphanage's teachers and dean's mom, and she had to fight to return the money to them. Yi-tong took a deep breath, kind of like resigning herself to her fate, and walked out the door with her papers in her arms. At this time, a woman wearing a professional wraparound skirt that was just about to go naked walked in. When she passed by Yi-tong, she even glared at Yi-tong disdainfully. Manager Lu, when are we leaving? The clients are waiting. Manager Lu's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the woman. Xiao Wen, your dress is really a sight for sore eyes. This order today, it will definitely work out. Xiao Wen very enchanting walked to Manager Lu's desk, sat directly on the desk, and also rushed at Yi-tong, who did not leave in a conspiratorial manner. Some people is short-sighted. If good obedience, maybe long ago can be turned. Yi-tong pushed his black-rimmed glasses, pretended not to hear and walked out of the office quickly. Yi-tong threw the documents on the table and leaned limply on the back of the chair. What's wrong? Seeing dirt again? The co-worker at the workstation next to Yi-tong quietly came over and whispered. Yi-tong nodded and gestured with a very exaggerated expression before slumping down on the table. Just get used to it. Manager Zhang relies on the fact that he is the chairman's brother-in-law. But any female employee with a bit of poise he would like to get together. But it's a pity that your collagen-filled little face can only be sealed by such ugly glasses. Sophie was the only one in the company who was close to Yi-tong, and also the only co-worker who was nice to Yi-tong, often helping Yi-tong to stiffen the people who wanted to bully Yi-tong. The two of them had also become good girlfriends in private. Just because Sophie's family is well off, she came here to work just to kill time. Even this company, and Sophie's family also has business cooperation. So everyone dares not provoke this experienced life of the big lady. But thanks to Sophie's blessing, Yi-tong was also protected from a lot of bullying. Similarly, Sophie was the only one who had seen Yi-tong's appearance after removing the seal, and in Sophie's words, the beauty was unbelievable. Looking at the documents Yi-tong held back, Su Fei directly took them. Isn't today your day to return to the orphanage? So many documents, and your own work, all busy finish have to be a few points. These few I help you do. Anyway, I have no work schedule today. You finish your own, then quickly get off work. Thank you, Sister Sophie. Bishop. If you really thank me, treat me to that grilled cold noodles you took me to last time. It's really too good. No problem. I'll treat you to 10 servings. It's a deal. Ding. System binding in progress. Still needs 1 hour. That strange beep sounded again. Tong looked at Sophie suspiciously. Sister Faye, did you hear something? What system or something? No. Have you gotten hooked on online gaming lately? Full of games. Tong blinked strangely. Recently he was playing games in his spare time. Could it really be that he was too stressed and hallucinating? After finishing the 2 planning projects on hand, it was just time to get off work. Looking at Sophie, who was still helping herself with the project, Tong was very apologetic and rushed Sophie to fold her hands. I'm sorry, caused you to work overtime. I will make amends some other day. Sophie cast a sidelong glance at Tong. Scram. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my work. Tong numbly clocked in and squeezed into the first off-duty elevator as fast as he could. The elevator doors had just closed when that strange beep sounded once again. Brain repository. Chapter 2. Wrong. I'll finish the job. Ding. System binding successful. Divine Magnificence System is happy to serve you. In order to detect whether the host meets the binding qualification, it now releases a newbie task for you. Please complete the host's consumption of 1,500,000 yen, 5 million, within 2 hours. In addition to the task-specific black card has been issued to the system backpack. Please host check receipt. Another explanation of the rules. All spending tasks, please use the black card expenditure. Otherwise the task is considered invalid. Now the task to complete the remaining time of 1 hour and 57 minutes. The system tone fell, and the elevator just stopped on the first floor. Tong stood in the elevator with a dumbfounded face. If it wasn't for the people getting off the elevator behind her squeezing her out, Tong might still be dumbfounded and follow the elevator to sit on it again. Looking at the surrounding people in a hurry, there was no abnormal reaction. Even if the reaction is slow, Tong also understands. Just now that sound only heard himself. System bound. Tong rolled his eyes. You think you are writing a novel? And testing my spending level? That's really going to disappoint you. I'm a poor laborer. For the sake of that few $1,000s a month wimp, even the manager, that kind of scum, can put up with it. What can be the level of spending money? Tong simply ignored the system's prompts and boarded the bus to the orphanage on the outskirts of the city. Luckily, there was Sophie helping out today, and after visiting the dean's mom and the kids in reverse time, he was still able to catch the last bus back to the city. When Tong got off the bus, it was already an hour later. At this time, the system's prompt rang out again. Remaining time to complete the task is 50 minutes. Clear the host to complete the task within the specified time. Otherwise there will be a punishment. Punishment? I'm so scared. I'm as busy as a dog every day, and I still have to complete the system tasks. The punishment is nothing but unbinding. That's just right. Tong no longer paid attention to the system's warning and walked into the orphanage just in time for the children's dinner. Tong would come back to the orphanage on the 16th of every month, and would take half of his salary back to subsidize the orphanage. Mother Superior had also been waiting for Tong for a long time. Seeing Tong come back, the dean's mom pulled Tong to dinner. Seeing Tong take out the red envelope, the dean's mom also ignored it. Eat first. Although the orphanage was not big and funds were very scarce, the dean was never harsh when it came to the children's food. According to the dean's words, where can wear a little bit shabby, but absolutely can't be discounted above the food. The children are still growing their bodies. Can't let the children be malnourished. Just the children eat well. The dean and teachers but all the time fried green vegetables. A little meat and fish are not. Dean mom, this is my salary this month. I left some living. This is 1,800 yuan. Buy more delicious food for the children. Looking at the red envelope in Tong's hand, the dean couldn't help but redden her eyes. Tong was originally a bitter child. Now it was hard to find a job to be able to support himself, but he still had to take out half of his salary to help the orphanage. The dean was heartbroken, but because the orphanage couldn't raise enough money, the teachers inside were all free, and even had to subsidize money to take care of the children. Although this 1,800 is not much, but also able to children's meals for 10 days. The dean trembled and accepted Tong's red envelope. His mouth kept muttering that he was sorry. Seeing the dean like this, Tong also could not help but redden his eyes. After eating and playing with the children for a while, Tong was ready to leave. Ding! The system reminds that the task time has come. The host has not completed the task. We'll deduct all the deposits in the bank card under the host's name, totaling $4,513.68. Hearing the system's reminder, Tong's footsteps that hadn't stepped out of the orphanage immediately stopped. Tong hurriedly took out his cell phone and logged into the electronic bank to check his balance. Sure enough, the entire $4, 513. 68 in the card had been transferred out. Ka-ching! Yi-tong only felt like a bolt from the blue. Her brain was about to explode. This was the rent she had saved for the next quarter. In view of the host binding the system for the first time, the system can give the host a chance to resurrect the mission. Please ask if the host accepts it. Will accepting it give me back the money that was just deducted? May I ask if the host chooses to accept the mission resurrection? The system looked like it hadn't heard Yi-tong's question and kept repeating the sentence. Accept. Yi-tong didn't care what was going on with this system. He hurriedly agreed. If he didn't agree, who knew what the next punishment would be? Now reissue the novice task for you. Please host in 1 hour to spend 2 million yen. 2 million. The task reward can be viewed after the completion of the. Yi-tong was blinded. Before it was still 2 hours and 5 million. Now not only shortened by half, even the task has increased by 500,000 again. Although half of the malls were open until 9 p.m., it was only just after 7 p.m., but with only an hour to spare. It was too late to rush back to the city, and it was almost impossible to spend the 2 million. Yi-tong anxiously paced in front of the orphanage. Suddenly saw the door of the orphanage. Welcome everyone to help donate supplies billboard. Yi-tong slapped his head. How did he forget about the orphanage? System, transferring money. Can it also be counted as completing the mission? Yes, but completing a mission in the form of transferring money is limited to once a week. Enough. It's good to solve the immediate needs first. Yi-tong hurriedly took out the black card given by the system from the system's backpack, bound it to his cell phone, and then used mobile banking to transfer 2 million to the orphanage's public account. This side stared for a few minutes, and just after the successful transfer of the text message, the dean called. Because large transfers are real names, seeing the name on the electronic bill, the dean panicked. Tong, where did you get so much money? Did something happen to you? Did you take out a loan? No, in fact, this is my surprise for the dean's mom. This is my encounter with a good-hearted boss, pulling in charity money. Don't worry, absolutely clean, and I don't have anything going on. Hanging up the phone, Yi-tong exhaled deeply and moved his feet again towards the bus stop. System, is my mission completed? Sprinkle congratulations to the host. The novice task has been completed. Randomly drawn double rebate 4 million yen, 4 million, has been transferred to the host named 2549 tail number savings card. And additional rewards Yushin Court 3 Building 1 Unit 0803 property rights. The relevant documents have been sent to the system backpack. Please pay attention to check receipt. Yushin Court 3 Building 1 Unit 0803. Isn't this the house she is currently renting? Yi-tong hurriedly opened the system backpack, and indeed saw the red real estate certificate lying peacefully in the backpack. On the real estate certificate was clearly her own name. Chapter 3 Who's a Good System? Shouting for people to get up at 6 o'clock, Yi-tong unbelievably looked at the real estate certificate. Although it was only a small house, but it also represented that she had her own little nest in this inch of gold Huadu. Not waiting for Yi-tong to be happy, the cell phone received a text message. Your savings card with tail number 2549, received a transfer of 400-4513, 68 yuan at 1950 on May 16th, with a current balance of 400-4513, 68 yuan. XX Bank. Yi-tong froze and held his cell phone and counted over and over again. It really was 4 million. Not only was it a reward, even the money that had just been deducted was returned. Just as Yi-tong froze, the last bus from the outskirts of the city had already left, and Yi-tong ran after the bus for a long time without catching up. Yi-tong looked at the bank balance. He is already a person with 4 million deposits. Can't he still afford to beat the bus? Yi-tong directly reached out to stop a taxi, just to the destination. Looking at the meter on the taxi fare of more than 80 yuan, Yi-tong still subconsciously knee pain. Returning to his room, lying on his own bed, Yi-tong had a sense of belonging to this city for the first time. I wanted to call out to the system to ask for information about this divine hero system, but this system was very cold. Just returned a sentence. The host can always trust the system, and then never called out again. Just as well, this money is real and true to their card. That 2 million, but also enough for the orphanage's entire expenses for a year. Yi-tong was considered to have slept a solid sleep since the death of his parents. Just if this system can call people to wake up later, it would be better. 6:00 a.m. the next morning. Good morning esteemed host, the divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host before midnight this evening. Complete the consumption of 3 yen, 000, 000, 003, 000, 000. No specific consumption rules. The task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task. Yi-tong sat on the bed in a daze with a chicken nest head, taking a look at the time, 6 a.m. sharp. System, Even if it's a commune's donkey, it can't be so hokey. Not only did the task difficulty increase, it also woke her up at 6 o'clock. The reason why Yitong chose to rent the house in Yuan is because Yuan is only 10 minutes away from the office building where she works. Because the company was so inhumane, she often had to work overtime, in which case she could still wake up a little later in the morning and didn't have to catch the early train. Yitong was also a poor sleeper, and once she was woken up, she couldn't sleep. Now that he was bound to this system, his plan of waking up late in the morning also went out the window. Yitong could only wear a haggard face and drag his body to the bathroom to wash up, then unhurriedly prepared an exquisite breakfast for herself. Looking at the healthy and exquisite sandwiches, warm milk, cut and plated fruits, there was also the sunlight that spread into the living room. Yitong suddenly realized that waking up early seemed not bad. Yitong swiped the video and ate her breakfast before she unhurriedly changed into a pair to go out. Yitong swore that this was the least flustered she had ever been at work. The uncrowded elevator. Yitong didn't even know when was the last time she saw it. Just after sitting in her office seat, Yitong realized that she had overlooked something very important. She still had $3 million to spend today. Yitong frantically begged for blessings in her heart to make sure that today went smoothly and she didn't have to work overtime. But it seemed that the more you feared something, the more it came. Before she could start working, Yitong was called into the manager's office again and then forced to stuff a bunch of work that didn't belong to her. Looking at the folders on the table that were 20 to 30 centimeters high, Yitong swore that when she had money, she would buy this office building and make the owner of this company pay her own rent. In order to complete the system tasks, Yitong could only work non-stop for a moment. Looking at Sophie was a little heartbreaking. Cow and horse. I'm afraid that's how it came to be. Busy work, just to the end of the day. This company has a little advantage. Is that if you do not work overtime, you can get off at 5 p.m. It is just right to stagger the rush hour. Just as Yitong had just finished cleaning up and was ready to clock out, she was stopped by the manager's secretary. Xiao 1. Yitong, this data, immediately make a form and send it to the manager's mailbox. Sister 1, this should be your job, right? I'm going to accompany the manager to meet the client, but this data is needed urgently again, so you'll work hard and work an extra shift. Hearing Xiao 1 so rightfully letting Yitong work overtime, Sophie's violent temper couldn't hold back any longer, and stood up to open fire with Xiao 1. Yitong, who was already used to being forced to work, didn't even realize that he was now a millionaire. Seeing Sophie and Xiao 1 about to quarrel, Yitong still subconsciously chose to accept. Sister Fei, didn't you ask your little sister to go shopping? Hurry up and go. Sister 1, leave this to me, it'll be done in 1 hour. Seeing Yitong take over the job, Xiao 1 blared at the two, twisted her body and left. Tong, you're too good at bullying, it's better to do more than less, you get off work. Anyway, this is simple, it'll be done soon. Sophie sighed. After all, she had an appointment with her little sister, and could only look at Yitong with an indisputable look. Yitong helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, shopping malls and such, places that can be consumed will not close too early. Early busy or can catch up. By the time Yitong clocked out of work, it was already 6:30. Yitong searched for one of the best luxury malls and took a taxi straight there. For an ordinary person like Yitong, the only way he could think of to spend money quickly was to buy a car, a house, and luxury goods. Buying stock futures was also possible, but in case of a loss, although it was considered as accomplishing the task, but nothing could be gained. So Yitong still chose these things that he could take home. It was just that it was already 6:30 now, and the 4S store should be closed, so he could only go to the mall to complete the task. Oriental Zintiandi, Huadu's most extravagant upscale shopping mall. There was no one. In normal times, Yitong would not even dare to pass by, but now he wants to complete the task. Yitong gave himself a boost, and walked into the mall with his head held high. Yitong naturally knew that the stores on both sides of the front door of the mall were the face of the mall, as well as the brands that consumed expensive and high prices. Looking at the carriage logo that appeared countless times in fashion magazines, Yitong did not hesitate to walk into the Hermes store. Just the BA of Hermes saw the plainly dressed Yitong, were a little stunned, and then got busy, pretending not to see Yitong. Is she being ignored? I had heard that a real luxury store would look at people, but I didn't think it was true. Chapter 4 Follow the system. I have everything under the sun. Seeing Yitong's embarrassment, there was still a BA who couldn't bear it and came up to receive Yitong. Hello ma'am, I'm Lisa, the sales consultant of Hermes. What product are you shopping for? This question baffled Yitong. She only came to spend money in order to fulfill her mission. Hermes, she just heard of this brand. Where does she know what to buy? Just seeing this outfit of hers, it really had to be changed. Let's take a look at the clothes first, then the rest of the collocation. You can just recommend. Okay, ready to wear is on the second floor. Please follow me. Lisa was stopped by her coworkers as she led Yi Tong towards the second floor. What are you doing wasting your time? This looks like you can't afford to buy anything. You must just try it and leave. If you have this time, you might as well maintain your old customers. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are almost finished. Now there is no customer. Can't let the little girl has been embarrassed. You're just too kind-hearted. Forget it. Go go go. If she embarrasses you, just send us a message. We'll go up and rescue you anytime. The two people's conversation were heard by Yi Tong, who was a few meters away. Yi Tong was born with superb ear power. This distance to hear the two people's not quite suppressed voiced conversation was not difficult at all. But Yi Tong was not angry. After all, before this, he really could not afford it. It is said that the competition in the luxury store is very fierce, but the BA here seems to have a very good relationship, which makes Yi Tong very appreciated. Lisa brought Yi Tong to the ready-to-wear area. Just Hermes ready-to-wear style. Yi Tong really can't appreciate it. Too biased towards European and American style. So Yi Tong just picked a dozen or so pieces of clothes that were still good to look at. These, size M, help me wrap them up. These, all of them? Lisa heard Yi Tong's words and inquired with some uncertainty. Yes, wrap them all up. Don't worry, I can afford it. Yi Tong knew that Lisa was worried that she couldn't pay, so she raised the black card in her hand. Seeing the black card, Lisa only felt guilty for just thinking for a moment that Yi Tong couldn't afford it. Okay, miss, you are now spending a total of $128. Do you see any other items you need to shop for? It's only $460,000. It's still quite a bit short of the $3 million task. It seems that wanting to spend $3 million in a few hours is still a bit harder for her. Someone who hasn't seen the world. I'm taking a look at the accessories and bags. I heard that Hermes bags are famous. Okay, compared to her previous ease and composure. After seeing the black card in Yi Tong's hand, Lisa became more serious and respectful. I'm sorry, miss, I haven't asked you your name? Exempt, your surname is Yi. Okay, Miss Yi. This is our Hermes bag area, but to buy Hermes bags, you need to buy 5 times more than the matching goods first. I don't know if you can accept it? Matching goods? This Yi Tong had also heard of this. This is the unspoken rule of Hermes, especially the limited edition bags. Without the matching goods, it is absolutely impossible to purchase. Of course you can. That platinum bag, this Kylie bag, and that, I forget what it's called, the bag, actually don't recognize it. These 3, you look at it. How much is it? Okay, these 3 bags are 895,000 RMB in total. Please follow me. I will take you to shop for other items. Yi Tong just followed Lisa brainlessly. By Lisa recommended jewelry, silk scarf, watch. Anyway, as long as it is, Yi Tong looked at the eye, all through to take down. 9,000 more than a pair of sandals. Well, usually can be worn at home. Buy. 13,000 a pair of loafers. The bottom is quite soft. Work can wear. Buy. 6,500 bracelet. Well, look quite low-key. Usually should be able to wear. Buy. As for the necklace bracelet, Yi Tong is to pick expensive to buy. Light as silk scarf. Yi Tong bought a dozen. Not for anything else. The main thing is that the pattern of this silk scarf is really too poke Yi Tong's heart bar, until Lisa reported the total price to 3,016,000. Yi Tong shouted, stop. That's fine. That's all for now. Check out. Then Yi Tong bathed in the astonished gazes of all the SAs and walked towards the cashier. Even the cashier, who was used to seeing big waves, couldn't help but look at Yi Tong twice more as she held Yi Tong's payment slip. Ms. Yi, you have spent a total of 3,016,000 yuan. May I ask if you are paying by cell phone or swiping your card? Swipe card. Yi Tong handed the black card to the cashier. The cashier took the black card and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Black gold level black card. The world only issued 1,000 pieces. Did not expect one of these 1,000 pieces in their hands. This Miss Yi in the end, what is the origin? In fact, Yi Tong was equally nervous, and kept regretting that the movement he had just given the black card was not dashing enough. It seemed that he still had to practice more in the future. Ms. Yi, please press your fingerprints. Fingerprint? Yi Tong was a bit confused. The system only told her the password. It didn't say there were fingerprints. Yi Tong took the POS and somewhat sheepishly pressed her index fingerprint. Ding! The card was successfully swiped. Ms. Yi, this is your shopping ticket and payment ticket. Please take it. The cashier respectfully handed the small ticket to Yi Tong's hand. After all, to be able to hold a black card at the black gold level, it was definitely not something that a hitman like them could mess with. Ms. Yi, you have purchased a large number of products today. May I ask if your car is parked in the underground garage? We can help you transport it down. Yi Tong opened her mouth somewhat awkwardly. Do you have a delivery service? Yes. I came here in a friend's car today and didn't drive my own car, so you guys can help me deliver it to my apartment. Leaf Child left his address, and then, somewhat flustered, fled the mall before it closed for business. Tong didn't dare to say that he didn't have a car at all. He took a taxi to come here. After all, someone who could afford to spend $3 million. Who would believe that she would take a taxi to come here? Tomorrow happens to be Friday. It is her transfer day. Tomorrow's spending task. She must go to buy a car, but also buy a good car. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly selected triple rebate 900 yen. 9 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. And additional rewards 2 to choose from. 1. Sunshine Mansion, all the real estate property rights, as well as the right to operate. 2. Rebate doubling card. 1. Please host to choose. The relevant documents have been sent to the system backpack. Please pay attention to receiving it. Triple rebate? $9 million? Tong stood dumbfounded on the street side of the traffic. Originally thought the doubling was already outrageous enough, but today, he actually unlocked tripling. I wonder what his highest rebate will be. And the Sunshine Mansion, isn't that the office building where she works now? Today was merely a random wish by herself, but it actually came true? Please host choose. Choose. I choose 1. Rebates come every day, but physical assets are hard to come by. Of course I'll choose 1. However, what the system said next made Tong unable to laugh. Chapter 5, Tong transforms into General Manager Yi. Okay, the extra reward has been redeemed successfully. The relevant certificate has been issued to the system backpack. Please pay attention to check it. Ding! Detected that the host's current consumption exceeded the task 16 yen. 000. The excess has been deducted from the rebate. Immediately followed by the bank collection SMS. Your savings card with tail number 2549 received a transfer of 8 yen. 984. 000 at 2056 on May 17th, with a current balance of 12 yen. 988. 500. XX Bank. System, you're so stingy. Host, you are already a multi-millionaire woman. Please be content. Looking at the cell phone bank, the real 8-digit deposit, Tong really felt like he was dreaming. So Tong reached out and ruthlessly pinched his thigh. Aha! Quite painful. Not a dream. It was like a problem that all poor people would commit after getting rich overnight. That is, they don't know how to spend the money when they have it. Tong of course didn't forget the orphanage that raised him. Now that he had money, the orphanage didn't have to live so tightly anymore. But when he sent money to the orphanage's public account, he received a text message that the transfer was unsuccessful. Tong wanted to try again, but was worried that frequent operation of large transfers would cause the bank to freeze the card. It could only call the dean's mom. It turned out that the dean's mom had temporarily closed the account after receiving the 2 million from last time. Tong said that she wanted to transfer a sum of money to the orphanage, but was rejected by the dean's mom. The dean's mom has never been a greedy person. In order to prevent people from saying that the dean took the orphanage to hype up the orphanage and maliciously raised money for charity, the dean has always raised enough funds for half a year, then will close the account. No longer accept anyone's transfer. Tong hung up the phone. His mood was a bit low. It seems that he still needs to make a name for himself as soon as possible, so that the dean's mom can accept his donations with peace of mind. Honorable host, good morning. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption of 5 million yen. 5 million. This day's task special requirements. Need to be completed in the North Camp Auto Trading Center. Need to buy more than 2 luxury cars. The task rewards, unlocked after completing the task. Tong's head was full of bubbles that hadn't woken up yet, shaking and listening to the system's mission. Then after shaking, he fell back asleep. When he woke up again, it was the alarm set by his cell phone for 9 o'clock. Normally on a day off, Tong would sleep until 9 o'clock. Last night, he really played the game too late, and in the morning, even though he was woken up by the system, he still couldn't carry the drowsiness. After waking up, Tong brushed his teeth while thinking back to the system's quests. What is today's mission again? System, check today's mission. Seeing the virtual pop-up window that popped up on the mirror, Tong almost choked to death on the foam in his mouth. $5 million? Buying a car? It also had to be more than 2 luxury cars. Actually, if it was a luxury car, one would be more than 5 million, and the system had formulated the task in this way, so it must still be testing her ability to allocate her budget. But the problem is, where to park after she bought it. This Yuxing Yuan is a small apartment, or a single building, and does not have its own parking lot. While fretting, Tong's cell phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the caller ID, Tong always felt familiar. Right, wasn't this the general manager of Sunshine Mansion, Millie's phone? Don't ask Tong why he didn't have a note, but he could tell who the owner of this phone number was, because before, Millie was sent by the manager to collect the rent slips, and was given a good scolding by Millie. After all, the company could be said to be the old rascal of Sunshine Mansion, often defaulting on rent. However, every time, it didn't drag on for long, just a few days, but it was enough to give the property a headache. This phone call was what Yi-Tong memorized at that time? Of course, this was also the reason why the manager sent Yi-Tong to find Millie. He wanted to get Millie's private phone number, so that he could directly contact Millie and get rid of the rent issue, but it was all blacked out by Millie. Hello? Yi-Tong picked up the phone with some trepidation, pretending as if he didn't know who the other party was, completely forgetting that he was now the owner of Sunshine Mansion. Hello, I am the general manager of Sunshine Mansion. Millie, I just received the documents of Sunshine Mansion being acquired today. Are you the new boss of Sunshine Mansion? Mr. Yi-Tong Yi? Yi-Tong froze. Why did he feel that Millie's voice was even shakier than his own? That's right, it's me. Hello Mr. Yi, I don't know if you have the time to come to Sunshine Mansion today. There are some work that I need to report to you, and I also need to let the employees check in with you. Good, 10:30 then. Okay, any time for you to review the work. Hanging up the phone, Yi-Tong only felt that her whole body was powerless. She was in just an ordinary female university that had just interned, and now she was actually someone who had a building. It was also not until now that Yi-Tong remembered the reward for completing the mission yesterday. Looked at the time, 9:30. Fortunately, he is not far away. After all, he was going to meet his first employees. He had to primp himself well. He couldn't be as listless as he was at work. It just so happens that the Hermes I bought yesterday came in handy. Hermes ready-to-wear suits, with limited edition Kylie bag, and racehorse silk scarf, sheepskin small heel shoes. Yi-Tong has matched herself with a set that is not ostentatious, but also highlights the aura of a set of matching. Breakfast simply dealt with a bite, then went out, just wearing more than 100,000 rows of clothes. No car, so walk in the street, is really some turnover rate. Yi-Tong could only silently take out a mask and put it on. With great difficulty, he came to Sunshine Mansion with everyone's attention, and was led attentively to the top floor office area by the secretary who had seen Yi-Tong's photo in advance and waited at the entrance of the building early in the morning. Mr. Yi, hello, I am the general manager of Sunshine Mansion. Millie, general manager me, I recognize you. Yi-Tong smiled and shook Millie's hand. You are? Millie really didn't have any impression of this little girl in front of her. Yi-Tong also did not shy away from telling Millie about the fact that he was working at the building's CloudKit technology. The main reason was to prevent Millie from being too surprised to see herself working here in the future and exposing her identity. It's that Yunka that often doesn't pay the rent according to the rules. How come Mr. Yi works there? Millie invited Yi-Tong into her office and retired her secretary. Yi-Tong pretended to be helpless and shrugged his shoulders. It's not because I wanted to find a job on my own and was in too much of a hurry. Yi-Tong didn't make his words clear, just to make Millie think that he had a background and didn't want to work according to his family's arrangement before he came here. Only this could explain why he had become the new boss of Sunshine Mansion. Of course it was because of his family. Chapter 6. Listen to the system. Buy a car. Sure enough, Millie really followed Yi-Tong's expected guess. It seems that the elders can't bear to see Mr. Yi suffer in this small company, and come out to give you support. By the way, this is Sunshine Mansion's statement and accounts for this quarter. Mr. Yi, you take a look. When handing over the statement to Yi-Tong, Millie was still a little worried. Although Yi-Tong is now his own boss, but how to look at it is just a student who has not graduated. Millie is worried that Yi-Tong can't read the statement. In fact, when Yi-Tong received the statement, the system automatically popped up to scan the statement. Host, there is no problem with the statement and accounts. Yi-Tong nodded and closed the document and handed it to Millie. General manager me, everything is still business as usual. Although I am the new boss of Sunshine, but I won't just burn the fire, and I won't burn everyone, so you guys just feel at ease and work according to the previous business model. Just one thing, the previous rent was paid at the handover time of the 2 quarters, that is, from the 25th to the 5th of the following month. This will make the tenants think that even if the rent is delayed for a few days, it doesn't matter as long as it is paid, instead of condoning them to default on the rent. On the contrary, it will condone them to default on rent payments. In the future, the rent payment time will all be half a month earlier, and must be paid by the 15th of the month before the next quarter. And if there are 2 consecutive delays in rent payment, we have the right to repossess the house. Hearing Yi-Tong's words, Millie had a few moments of admiration for Yi-Tong's as well. Originally, Sunshine was to collect the rent half a month in advance, but there would always be people who would test your bottom line. Previously, Millie had also reported this matter to the previous boss, but none of it was taken to heart. Now someone is finally paying attention to the rent collection issue. Don't worry Mr. Yi, although our Sunshine isn't considered the central business district, the location isn't bad either. Even if there are empty spaces, they will be rented out quickly. I will get it done. Yi Tong nodded. I don't worry about leaving it to you. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Does Mr. Yi have a car? Do you want me to send a car to take you to your place of business? Hearing what Millie said, Yi Tong stopped in his tracks. Then send me a car. I'm going to the North Camp Auto Trading Center, Beijing Auto Exchange Center. As soon as Yi Tong got out of the car, he was shocked by the huge auto trading center. For a store Yi Tong is not never seen, but this auto trading center, completely all the car brands on the market are gathered together. The shopping mall business model of the car city. Yi Tong some awkward shrinking neck. He really has not seen. The car city is divided into a total of 2 layers. A single layer of the floor distance. There are 10 meters. The first floor is naturally pure imported cars and high-end cars. The average price of basic vehicles are more than $1 million. The second floor is joint venture and domestic cars. Relatively more civilian. Beijing Auto Trading Center. The reason why it can become the largest trading center in Huadu, because it is not only the largest new car trading place, there is also the largest used car trading center in Huadu. Of course, the used cars were not in the center automobile building, but behind the automobile building, in a fan shape around the automobile building. Yi Tong closed his eyes and cheered himself up when he thought about his mission, which was to buy a car on the first floor. With this outfit of her own today, there shouldn't be anyone looking down on her for not being able to afford a car, right? As soon as she stepped into the automobile building, the sales in charge of welcoming guests at the main entrance greeted her. Hello miss, I am Xiao Mei, the sales consultant of BMW. May I ask which brand of car miss is looking for? I would like to. Yi Tong actually wanted to say that she didn't like BMW very much, but was afraid of hurting people's sales heart. But after thinking about it, they are here to consume and have the awareness of consumption. It should be that they are afraid of breaking your heart. No longer he here to consume is Portia. Yi Tong, who readjusted his mindset, calmly said Portia, seeing that Yi Tong had a certain amount of spending power. Xiaomei didn't dwell on whether Yi Tong wanted to purchase a BMW car or not. Anyway, as a sales with customers, as long as she closed the deal, she could get some commission, which was not a loss. Okay miss, you come with me. Sorry miss, may I ask your name? Free, your name is Yi. Xiaomei politely led Yi Tong to the Porsche showroom. Xiao Chang, this is MS. Yi, want to buy a Porsche car? You take MS. Yi and introduce it properly. Hearing Xiaomei's explanation, the consultant named Xiao Chang immediately understood that Xiaomei was telling herself that Yi Tong had spending power. Xiao Chang immediately smiled like a sunflower and respectfully led Yi Tong to the VIP rest area first. Tea and snacks were placed on a table. Then Xiao Chang handed the tablet to Yi Tong. Miss Yi, this is a few car models that I have selected according to your style temperament. Of course, this is followed by all of our Porsche models for sale. You can feel free to flip through them, and when you see what you like, we'll go to see the entity. Yi Tong nodded, and flipped through the tablet in his hand. Not speaking, was afraid of being found out that he was a layman who didn't know anything. In case he was pitched, that would not be good. However, if he didn't ask, Yi Tong realized that he still didn't know anything. The performance data of these cars was like a heavenly book. System, the mission requires the purchase of 2 or more luxury cars. Is there a requirement of how much price above? Above 1.5 million. Yi Tong rolled his eyes in his heart. This system was really as stingy with words as always. Yi Tong continued to flip through the tablet. After all, Porsche's design aesthetic was still excellent. Yi Tong quickly selected 2 models based on their appearance, which happened to be a sedan and a sports car. MS. Yi, your vision is really good. As soon as this sedan hit the market, it was very popular with girls. It is very elegant to drive out. And this sports car, it is also a sports car that is very suitable for girls to drive. Let me take you to see the car? Yi Tong nodded. Xiao Chang did not give Yi Tong too much emphasis on the parameters of the car, unless it is a very understanding of the car. Often play with the car of the girls. Most of the girls to pick the car, is to look at the appearance of the brand, but should say or to say. After all, Porsche once sold will not be returned. If because of their own introduction is not complete, resulting in guests to make trouble is not good. Xiao Chang while introducing, Yi Tong seriously sitting on the main driver to feel the happiness brought by the Porsche. Just when accounting for the price, Yi Tong was still blinded by the price increase of various configurations. These two, both according to the highest configuration. Yi Tong reached out and stopped the calculator in Xiao Chang's hand. Xiao Chang was now truly convinced that Yi Tong wasn't short of money. Good, just according to MS. Yes requirements, but some configurations are still somewhat unnecessary. I'll still help you to reduce these configurations, and the rest, all according to the highest equipment. Do you think it's okay? Chapter 7 Several billions of villas said to give away. Yi Tong nodded. Just do as you say. In the end, the 2 cars totaled $666,000. MS. Yi, you take a rest here first. I'll go prepare the contract. About 15 minutes or so. Xiao Chang led Yitong to the VIP lounge and rechanged the drinks. Yitong took the coffee and sipped it in small sips. Having completed 466, there was still 4 to go. Just enough to shop for a more affordable car, and usually drive out without so much fanfare. Thoughts back to the cage. Yitong saw the Porsche door came in to Spirit Boy. Just the lead of the Spirit Boy seems to see his own at a glance. Yitong froze. They do not know these two people are. To prevent the incurring of unnecessary trouble, Yitong silently back to the past and not with the two line of sight overlap, but hearing the footsteps behind him getting closer and closer. Yitong's heart also began to beat wildly. This can't be really coming to find himself, right? Is it illegal to buy a car? You, haven't we met before? The spiritual guy walked up to Yitong, took off his own sunglasses, and looked at Yitong with a probing face. Yitong's heart voice, finished, just come to find himself. Yitong shook his head. I'm sorry this gentleman, we shouldn't know each other. What's your name? The spiritual guy ignored Yitong's words and continued to pursue the question. Seeing that his friend was so interested in Yitong, the guy next to him opened up a vulgar joke. Mr. Little Ming, you're not poor in money. If you fancy this chick, just call to drink together. Big deal. Send a bag. That's not a deal. Scram. Don't make jokes at my expense. Seeing two people like this, Yitong only felt his legs are soft. This is to meet a hooligan? Is she in trouble today? MS. Yi, your contract has been drawn up. Take a look at it. If there are no problems, you can sign and pay the fee. When Yitong was nervous, Xiao Cheng's appearance was like a savior. Yitong signed without looking. MS. Yi, don't you want to take a look at the contract? I trust you. Let's go. Let's go pay the bill. Xiao Chang was still a little confused when she saw Yitong urging herself. Wait, are you Yitong? Hearing that spiritual young man accurately shouting out his name, Yitong was still wondering how he knew his name when he had just signed his own signature on the dragon's back, which was also signed behind this person's back. See, Yitong was full of doubts, and also very vigilant looking at himself. Spirit Boy knew that he didn't recognize the wrong person. Very excitedly walked to Yitong. You forgot about me? Me, Ming Chang. We are alumni of the same school. I'm 2 years older than you. I'm your senior. Before I was blocked in the cul-de-sac next to the school by the punks from the outside school. It was you who saw it and helped me to report it to the police. And it was also you who called an ambulance. And later on chased after me and asked me for the $200 for the ambulance. Stop. I remember. Stop talking. Yitong rushed to stop Ming Chang's words, before she was poor Besides, it was her who saved Ming Chang. Why should she still have to bear that 200 ambulance fee? Senior Ming, long time no see. Yitong awkwardly greeted Ming Chang, but in her heart, she was calculating how to escape quickly. After all, before she was in the school, she was notoriously poor. Now yet she could afford a luxury car. How could she explain this? But this was indeed Yitong overthinking. Ming Chang was only excited about meeting Yitong, and didn't look deeper into why Yitong was suddenly so rich. What if people had won the lottery? Elementary school sister, you came to buy a car too? Do you have enough money? Not enough, I'll give it to you. Enough. No need. Thanks senior. Yitong said while her feet didn't stop walking towards the cashier. But Ming Chang was like a dog skin plaster. Recognizing Yitong, it was only when he saw the black card in Yitong's hand that Ming Chang closed his mouth in shock, knowing that this black and gold level black card, even his big brother didn't have it. Ming Chang re-examined Yitong, never inquired about Yitong's background before, only knowing that Yitong's presence in the school was very low. I didn't realize that it was still a deeply hidden Shinjin. Yitong, finished, was misunderstood. Seeing Yitong swipe the card so dryly, Ming Chang took Yitong's car purchase contract and looked at it carefully. No problem with the contract. How long does it take to expedite the license? Half an hour. Just sign the contract when it went through. Should be another 20 minutes before I can retrieve the license plate to take the car away. Ming Chang nodded, then shoved the contract back into the hands of a confused Yitong. There's something else, so I'll excuse myself. Senior, you're here to buy a car too, right? Xiao Chang, this is a big customer. Treat them well. After saying that, Yitong turned around and ran away. She really didn't lie herself. There was still more than $300,000 left. She still had to buy a car to complete the task. After leaving the Porsche's showroom and seeing that Ming Chang didn't catch up, Yitong let out a sigh of relief. More than $300,000 wanted to settle on the first floor. Afraid to overspend, Yitong could only go to the second floor, shopping for AQ3, just enough to complete the task. The moment the card was successfully swiped, Yitong received a reminder that the task was completed. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn double rebate 10 yen. 000, 000, 00, 10 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. In view of the host's excellent spending power, additional rewards 2 to choose from. 1. Million Manor, Building 1, Wang Real Estate Property Rights. 2. Rebate doubling a card. Please host to choose. Yi Tong froze and kept wondering what this system was all about. Please ask the host to choose the reward. 1. I want 1. Okay. The extra reward exchange was successful. The relevant certificate has been issued to the system backpack. Please pay attention to check it. Yi Tong slowed down for a while before coming back to her senses. Then she heard sales inquiring about herself. Miss Yi, Q3 has a current car. You can drive it away immediately. Just that we don't have the privilege of expediting the license plate. The license plate needs to be processed within 2 to 3 working days. You can leave an address first, and when the license plate is processed, we can mail it to you. Oh, good. Yi Tong confusedly filled in the address of the villa just rewarded by the system. Originally, seeing the black card Yi Tong took was enough to make the sales surprised. And now seeing that Yi Tong was actually the head of the household of the $1 million Manor's heavenly priced king of buildings, the sales all sucked in a breath of cool air. Compared to before, more respectfully bring Yi Tong to the garage to pick up the car. Yi Tong had just driven the car out of the garage when she received a call from Xiao Chang. Ms. Yi, all the formalities for your vehicle have been completed. Are you coming to pick up the car yourself, or are we sending someone to deliver the vehicle to your residence? You guys send someone to deliver it. Then Yi Tong told Xiao Chang the address of the villa and drove off first. In comparison, Xiao Chang was much more calm when he heard about the king of house villa. After all, those who could afford a Porsche, their families were not lacking in money. It's just that Yi Tong is extraordinarily rich. Xiao Chang had already silently upgraded Yi Tong to super VIP. Chapter 8. Sorry, I didn't mean to splash you in the face. Since the system rewarded the villa, and the delivery address of the car is all set to the villa, then as the owner himself, how can he not go to see it? Yi Tong directly navigated to the $1 million Manor. Just as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the villa area, he was stopped by the security guard. Sorry, your vehicle does not have a license plate. We need to verify the owner's identity before we can release it. Although he was stopped, the security guard's attitude was still very gentle. This upscale villa area is different. I'm the owner of the King of Floor Villa, also known as Villa 1. This is my ID card. You can check it. The security guard was a man in his early 40s, looking at Yi Tong with suspicion. Today the group did notify that Villa 1 had been sold, but did not know the owner's information. No matter how the security guard looked at it, he didn't think that this little girl had so much financial power to buy a king of floor villa worth billions of dollars. Okay, wait a moment, we need to verify the information. Yi Tong nodded and did not get angry, nor did he rush the security guard. After all, in the future, he might have to live here himself, so this level of security would be able to put his mind at ease. The security guard took Yi Tong's ID card and checked the information on the computer inside the duty room. Sure enough, he found out that Yi Tong was the owner who purchased the king of the building. Miss Yi, hello, I have verified. You are the owner of the No. 1 villa. Sorry, let you wait a long time. I will immediately for you to lift the pole, your car and so on for a good license plate. Just need to scan the 2-dimensional code of our duty room. Submit the relevant information. Can be recorded into the license plate. It is very convenient. And the security guard took Yi Tong's ID card to check the information on the computer inside the building. No. 1 villa underground 2-story garage. A total of 26 parking spaces. But you are the owner of No. 1 villa. You can record 36 license plates. Beyond the vehicle. We will arrange parking spaces for you. Wish you a happy life. Yi Tong nodded her head at the security guard very pleasantly. She was very satisfied with the property service here. As for the 36 cars, she didn't have them now, but it didn't mean she didn't have them in the future. Following the direction pointed by the security guard, Yi Tong arrived at the first villa of his life. Just after parking the car, Yi Tong couldn't wait to walk to the garden at the main entrance of the villa. Million Manor King Villa covers an area of 2,160 square meters. The building form is a To-2. The main villa covers an area of 900 square meters, a total of 3 floors, plus the roof garden. After the main villa, there are 2 nanny villas, respectively 400 square meters of 2 floors and 350 square meters of 2 floors. Villa gardens and swimming pools cover an area of 510 square meters. The villa's 2 underground floors are divided into a garage and a storage room. The king of the building villa is listed at $26,060,000,000. The annual management fee is $450,000. The property fee is $4.6 million. The management fee and the property fee need to be paid by the host himself. Yi Tong walked while the system introduced the information of the villa, only to hear the selling price and various management fees per year. Yi Tong almost flashed to the waist. $2 billion villa. Is it really something she can enjoy? Also, every year, she had to pay $5 million just for various fees. Is this serious? System, can the management fee be counted as completing the task? Can. Then it's fine. Yi Tong sighed with relief, although it's not a problem to complete the task consistently like this. $5 million a year. But, pulling money out of his own pocket, Yi Tong just felt a pain in the ass. The villa is all hard-covered. Almost no need to buy additional things. You can directly live. It was just that this 900 square meter house was more or less scary if you had to live by yourself. And with such a large area, it would be a lot of work to clean it. No wonder those rich people who lived in mansions would hire people to clean it. If he cleaned a circle by himself, he would still be exhausted. So Yi Tong still decided to go back to his own small apartment to live until he found a reliable maid. After all, it was close to where he worked. Ding bell ding bell ding bell. Yi Tong, who had just decided, received a call from the security guard. It turned out that Portia had delivered the car, and because they had to verify the information, that's why the security guard dialed Yi Tong's number. Parking all the cars in the underground garage, Yi Tong also drove back to his small apartment. As for the car, Yi Tong had called Millie in advance and reserved a parking space at Sunshine. Lying on the bed of the small apartment, Yi Tong really felt like a dream. Even sleeping, all flowing with happy harumps. Honorable host, good morning. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task is 2 choices. 1. Task reward, 3 times rebate and reward wealth points. 2. 5 times rebate. No additional rewards. Please host to choose. Gradually already accustomed to being woken up by the system at 6 a.m. Yi Tong made a strong effort to soften his face. It turns out that not only the reward has 2 choices, the task also has 2 choices. Then will there be 3 choices in the future? Possible. Yi Tong was a little curious about this wealth points, so he chose the first mission reward. Successful selection. Please host to complete 6 yen. 000 000 006 000 consumption before midnight this evening. Then he put on his loungewear and got out of bed to wash up and make breakfast. Somehow, Yi Tong felt that her life was getting more and more refined. Was she getting closer to Qianjin? Of course, Qianjin don't make their own breakfast. This Yi Tong understood. Yi Tong organized all the clothes she wore yesterday, and continued to wear her own floor-length clothes, as well as the black-rimmed glasses that sealed her face value to go to work. Just as soon as she entered the company, she was assigned a bunch of work. Yi Tong sighed. Who let her be the only intern in this department? Anyone can make her. It was not easy to finish a project planning, but the passing Xiao Wen, very careless, spilled the coffee on the table to Yi Tong's laptop. The laptop, which was already old, instantly blacked out and sparked with electricity. Agu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just tripped and spilled the coffee. Although Xiao Wen said sorry on his lips, he was still watching the show from the sidelines, watching Yi Tong desperately wipe the coffee stains from the computer. But the computer still went on a complete strike. Looking at Yi Tong grimly looking at the mess all over the table, Xiao Wen still kept talking sarcasm. It's fine, you take it to the logistics to report the fault, and receive a new one. Just that this is because it was broken by human beings. You may have to pay a depreciation fee, which is only about 1,000. Your salary can afford it. It doesn't matter. Yi Tong silently listened to Xiao Wen's sarcasm. Losing money is secondary. The important thing is the information inside. Yi Tong twisted his head to look coldly at the sneering Xiao Wen, picked up the coffee that was still half left, and directly threw it on Xiao Wen's face. Sorry, I was going to take a sip to suppress the shock. Accidentally my hand shook and splashed on your face. It's fine. Anyway, you'll be in the bathroom for 2 hours at noon to make up your makeup. Just take it as an advance. Xiao Wen wanted to curse back, but saw Yi Tong's different look from the past, simply cold to the extreme. It made Xiao Wen swallow back his words of cursing, and in the end, he could only drop a sentence. You wait, and turned around to leave. Chapter 9 I quit. Although he drove Xiao Wen away, Yi Tong knew that Xiao Wen would definitely go to the manager to complain. Yi Tong sighed and sat on the chair. Are you alright? A packet of tissue paper was handed to Yi Tong. The person who spoke was the last Yi Tong Lu Qinchin, who entered the company only 1 year earlier than Yi Tong. Trial period was also a lot of difficult, hard to get through to the correct. Just Yi Tong's entry into the transfer of their goals. Lu Qinchin is considered to have escaped the clutches of the devil, perhaps because he has suffered the same pain. Although Lu Qinchin was also a weak character, unlike Sophie who dared to fight hard head-on, she would still quietly help Yi Tong in private. Xiao Wen is treating you like this. It's because Sophie is resting today, so be careful. If you have any work, you can give some to me. It just so happens that I don't have a heavy workload today. Yi Tong shook his head. No need. The last time you helped me with a project, you were found by Xiaowen and sued. You were also deducted from the performance. It doesn't matter. The big deal is that I just quit. Yi Tong acted very relaxed, but Lu Qinqin had heard about Yi Tong's life and couldn't help but frown with worry. Sister Qin, it's fine. Go to work. Be careful if you get caught in a while. You'll have to deduct your salary again. Seeing that Yi Tong really didn't take it to heart, Lu Qinqin hesitantly returned to her workstation. In fact, if the incident of Xiaowen purposely picking a fight hadn't happened today, Yi Tong would actually still be able to continue working here. Although there was a system now, Yi Tong didn't want to be an idle dude. Yi Tong secretly decided in her heart that if Xiaowen didn't complain, this matter would just go away, forget about it, and she would continue working. However, Yi Tong still overestimated Xiaowen's character. Yi Tong, the manager is calling you to the office. Hearing that Yi Tong was called to the office, the co-workers all looked like they were eating melons and watching the show. Only Lu Qinqin looked at Yi Tong with some concern, walked to the manager's office Yi Tong, and did not nervous, but rather have a kind of like a sense of relief. Into the office. I really saw Xiaowen is standing in the manager's side crying, looking aggrieved. Yi Tong, apologize to Xiaowen. I refuse. Yi Tong did not even explain. After all, the manager is on Xiaowen's side. Even if she is reasonable, it is useless. Seeing Yi Tong so tough for the first time, the manager was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Seeing that the manager did not speak, Yi Tong continued to fire. Are you trying to say that if I don't apologize, you won't grant me a transfer, and you won't even give me an internship stamp? The reason why Yi Tong had apologized was that she was worried that not only would she not be able to be transferred, but she wouldn't be able to get her internship slip. But now, Yi Tong wasn't going to hold back. Snap! Yi Tong slapped his hands heavily on the desk and looked at the manager with fierce eyes. I'll also tell you, I don't care. I've never heard of such a company. Water time shall not exceed 1 minute and a half. Go to the toilet also need to sign to leave the post. The time also can't be more than 3 minutes. Can't pinch the second to punch the card. Otherwise even if absenteeism for half a day. And I don't know that you guys mouth this point can get rich. Yi Tong paused. It seems to be able to get rich. I remember the employees deducted attendance wages. You as a manager can take half. Performance you can take 30%. No wonder so happy to deduct wages. So, the old lady quit. Don't want to be subjected to you this gas. Don't you want to deduct my depreciation? My half-month's salary is 1,800. I don't want it. That's enough for depreciation, isn't it? And I'm a trainee, not even a probationary period. My resignation can be approved on the same day. Goodbye, Mediterranean manager. Yi Tong mockingly looked at the top of the manager's thick head, which she still saw by chance once when she passed by the manager's office. He was only in his early 30s, but he was bald, and had no choice but to wear a wig to cover it up. Hearing Yi Tong's words, the manager was fine. On the contrary, Xiaowen, directly expression earthquake, like learning what bad news. Yi Tong finally grunted coldly, then returned to the workstation to pack their personal belongings. The manager's office is just a cubicle separated by glass, and just now Yi Tong's voice was very loud, so the whole office heard it. Seeing Yi Tong holding his things without any attachment and about to leave, Lu Qinqin nervously pulled Yi Tong. Do you really want to resign? Will you think about it again? How about waiting until Sophie goes to work tomorrow? Yi Tong shook off Lu Qinqin's hand with an expressionless face. Sister Qin, I know that you still take care of me, but you only take care of me because as long as I'm around, you won't be bullied by everyone. You help me with my project, but that project can find dozens of loopholes, because I'm the one who agreed for you to help, so I can't blame you. I admit it, but when Xiaowen was bullying me in the workplace, you secretly knew you were happy yourself. You are now asking me not to go, is afraid that if I go, the target of their bullying will be redirected to you, is it? Listening to Yi Tong's words, Lu Qinqin's face became paler and paler, feeling that everyone was looking at her. In fact, Lu Qinqin's hypocrisy, Yi Tong knew about it the first time he suffered a loss. Just because he was a colleague, Yi Tong could only get by with face. He couldn't just tear his face off. Now all clear. Yi Tong only feel a kind of discharge of toxins in a relaxed feeling, then without the slightest attachment out of the company. What separation report? Handing over work. She even do not want the salary, but also care about these what to do. Yi Tong went down to the underground garage, sat on her own small Audi, and happily headed to Oriental's Intiandi. After the last time in just 3 hours, the battle of spending $3 million at Hermes, Yi Tong instantly made a name for herself in the Oriental's Intiandi. Now all the SAs didn't dare to belittle the plainly dressed customers, and their service attitudes were elevated by several levels. Naturally, their hard work hadn't been in vain, and they still opened quite a few bills. So now, Yi Tong was almost their god of wealth. When Yitong stepped into Oriental Xintiandi in another pristine outfit, all the SA's gazes fell on Yitong. Yitong also inexplicably felt hot on his body. Yitong barely turned the corner and directly stepped into Grandma Fragrance's boutique. Hermes' ready-to-wear clothes were too European and American, so Yitong wanted to see how Grandma Fragrance's ready-to-wear clothes were. And by the way, buy some more makeup and perfume. After explaining his needs, the SA smiled and led Yitong to the second floor of the ready-to-wear area. It should be said that Grandma's ready-to-wear is just good-looking. The price is also very good-looking. If not for the system, Yitong directly turn and run. Yitong is like sweeping the goods, as long as it is their eyes. Try not even try. All packaged. Just half an hour. Took more than 20 sets of fragrant grandmother ready-to-wear. Just this more than 20 sets. Only more than 1 million. Let Yitong into a deep thought. Then all the perfume. The largest ml each to a bottle. All earrings necklace. Each one. Makeup that suits your skin tone. With 3 sets. Looking at the full shopping bag. And the long small ticket. Yitong nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 10, Wealth Points? What the hell? MS. Yi, you spent a total of 2,367,000. What method of payment did you make? Yitong elegantly flashed her black card. Swipe card. Miss Yi, congratulations on becoming our fragrant grandma's supreme VIP. This is your initiation gift. Our latest bracelet. I hope you will continue to visit fragrant grandma in the future. Yitong smiled and accepted the membership gift given by the SA, then left the address of the villa and moved on to the next one. Yitong bought 7 or 8 skincare sets of international first-tier products before walking out of the skincare area. All the SAs were eagerly waiting for Yitong to come to their own brands to spend money. But instead, they saw Yitong turning a corner in a watery way and walked into China Gold. Love gold. Almost every Chinese people engraved in the bones of the gene. For once poor Yitong, gold is the most let her feel a sense of security things. In fact, Yitong asked the system, cannot buy gold in the bank. After all, the bank's gold is more pure. The price will be cheaper than the gold store. But the system only supports the purchase of goods. The bank is usually recognized as storage, so it is not possible to buy gold in the bank. Therefore, Yitong could only endure the pain and purchase gold at the gold store at a high price. Seeing the legendary god of wealth come, the SAs were all happy and crazy. Although China Gold was a big brand and never lacked customers, but like Yitong, who could easily spend millions of dollars, that SA would not like it. Hello Miss Yi, do you want to see gold jewelry? Or diamond platinum? Yitong looked at the SA in a bit of a daze. That being said, is she already so famous now? Almost every store's SA could accurately shout out his name. I want to buy some gold bars. Do you have any here? Of course, we are in cooperation with the bank. Naturally we also have gold bars for sale. Yitong wasn't in a hurry to say how much he wanted to buy, and first slowly looked around the store before stopping in front of a glass display case. Inside was a golden bowl made of pure gold with various gemstones. Yitong only took one look at it and couldn't take her eyes off it anymore. Seeing that Yitong liked it, the SA also immediately started introducing it. Miss Yi, this is our treasure of the store. Is made of 366 grams of pure gold to create a blossoming gold bowl. It is inlaid with 8 2-carat rubies, and a 5-carat emerald. The gold bowl waist is also inlaid with a circle of broken diamonds. Although it is broken diamonds, but they are all pure natural diamonds. It has a very high collector's value. Just the price of this, the price of a mouthful. It will be quite a lot higher than the normal price of gold. I don't know if you can take it. I don't know if you can accept it. MS. Yi, how much? 660,000. Our province. Only this one. Okay, I'll take it. Yitong didn't even think about it and agreed. Hearing that Yitong wanted it, the smile on the SA's face couldn't be suppressed. Good. This I need to call the vault. We provide a hosting service. Free hosting for 1 year. Do you think you will pick it up on your own or host it first? Host it first. Yitong knew that to be able to greatly place a gold bowl of several $100,000 in a glass cabinet, it meant that this gold bowl was a display item. After all, in case something happened, it was a loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just after a flurry of buying in the skincare area, Yitong inquired about his remaining quest amount, then asked SA for a calculator. Throwing away the 660,000 from the golden bowl just now, Yitong typed down a string of numbers on the calculator, then told SA to ask for this number of gold bars. Looking at the number on the calculator, SA immediately got serious. Miss Yi, you wait a moment. I'll call the headquarters right away. We need to report upwards for this amount of your gold bars. Yitong nodded her head, then she was led by the SA to sit in the rest area. A few minutes later, the SA came with a happy face to tell Yitong that she could sign the purchase contract for payment. MS. Yi, you are purchasing such a large amount of gold. Do you need to open a safe at the bank? We have cooperation with the Bank of China. We can go through the formalities on your behalf and rent a safe, so that your gold bowls can also be stored in the safe together. Yi Tong thought about it. It was too unrealistic for her to bring so much gold back to the villa, so she agreed to SA's suggestion. The rent of the safe is $300,000 a year. You cannot have to pay today. Wait for 3 working days later. Our company for you to handle the procedures of the safe. There will be relevant staff. Take you the closest to your nearest bank to open it. At that time you then pay the rent. You buy the gold. We will also have escort. Special escort. Yi Tong nodded, very satisfied with the service of China Gold, decisively signed the contract and swiped the card. Yi Tong stretched his back and walked towards the garage, when he received a prompt from the system. Scattering flowers. Congratulations to the host. The task has been completed. Triple rebate of 18 million yuan. 18 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional reward of 2 points of wealth points. Please pay attention to check receipt. Wealth points. What is that? Explanation about wealth points. The host's wealth accumulated to a fixed value. Will open the system exchange function? The host can use the points to exchange for different props. The wealth points accumulated to 5 points. In order to open the exchange function. Points exchange. Yi Tong is very curious. Such a magical system. What can be exchanged? Warm reminder, no mission tomorrow. Yi Tong sniffed a little speechless. Then it is better to go back to the villa first. In a moment the purchased things will be delivered. Chapter 11. The heart is weak. Lying won't be discovered, right? Yi Tong passed by the supermarket on the negative floor. Yi Tong turned in again and bought a lot of ingredients that he usually wanted to eat but couldn't afford to buy. After all, now that she didn't have to work, she didn't have to worry about dealing with the company's gang. Naturally there was a lot of time to enjoy life. In order to celebrate himself out of his misery, and also to celebrate his good fortune, Yi Tong decided that tomorrow he would cook a big meal to treat himself. After returning to the villa and organizing all the purchases, Yi Tong drove the small car again and returned to the apartment. It was only the next day that she was woken up by a phone call before she even woke up. You girl finally got tough for once. Say, who gave you the courage? I'm going to properly toast him twice. Yi Tong was dazed and confused as she listened to Sophie's excited voice on the other side of the phone. You seem to be happy that I'm out of a job. Yi Tong rubbed his eyes, sat up from the bed, turned the phone on the public put then washed up. No, I just think, your education is so good, and people can suffer, is able to find a better job than this company. Do you still have money on hand? If you don't have enough, I'll transfer some to you. Have you found your next job yet? Otherwise, I'll talk to my brother. You go to my brother's company to work? Yi Tong wiped his face. No need. I won the lottery. I just received my winnings yesterday. I'm not short of money now. Don't worry. There was a silence on the other side of the phone. Yi Tong thought it was Sophie hanging up the phone. Hello? Why don't you say anything? Are you teasing me? Winning the lottery. This has to overdraw your luck for a lifetime, right? Yi Tong pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly, thinking of the system he was bound to. Wasn't that luck? I'm not teasing you. First prize. You won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. So don't worry. Right. Do you have an appointment after work today? If not, come find me. I'll cook a big meal for you. Sophie sniffed and immediately agreed. It's rare to be able to gather your wool. I'm definitely set to come. No need to get off work in the evening. I'll go over in a while and help you get it together. A moment? You don't work. Yi Tong's words had not finished. Then came a busy tone. Sure enough, half an hour later, Sophie knocked on Yi Tong's room door. Big sister, it's work time. And you just ran out? I resigned. Yi Tong froze, just about to try to persuade, but then thought that Sophie was also a rich girl, and came here to work completely to pass the time. So she didn't say anything, looking at a table full of ingredients. Crabs, prawns, cow's upper brain, as well as abalone, sea urchins, although they are all frozen. But this was also by no means something that usual Yi Tong would spare to consume. Tong, did you really win the lottery? Or are you going to the rooftop after this meal? Yi Tong glared at Sophie without a good mood, but Sophie was really concerned about her. I really won the lottery, only the first prize was too high profile. I didn't take a picture to commemorate it, and the prize money was directly credited to the account. After saying that, Yi Tong also had no defense to put the balance of her cell phone, and held it out to Su Fei to see. Sophie usually did not pay attention to lotteries, plus Yi Tong was not a person who would lie in her impression, so she believed Yi Tong's words. But Tong, even though you have money now, you need to plan well and know how to let money make money, such as financial management and investment. Although Sophie was a rich family's daughter, she had a long-term vision, and was not like the average daughter, who would only eat, drink and buy. Every month the pocket money given by the family will take out half to financial management and investment. Now Sophie with this, is also easily worth hundreds of millions. In fact, Yi-tong also thought so, but for financial management, Yi-tong subconsciously think that it is the same as speculation, will lose money. As for investment, she is even more ignorant. Sophie, who was helping Yi-tong pick vegetables, pursed her lips at the words. It was said that speculating in stocks did not pull in friends and family, and the same with financial management. All of these things had the possibility of losing money. In case he really brought Yi-tong to lose money, he was indifferent, but Yi-tong would return to the pre-liberation era in one go. Tong, I'm just giving you a suggestion. I can slowly give you a lecture on financial management and investment is how to invest, but the final decision is still in you. I earn money, does not mean that you can also earn. I just casually mention this, but the amount is large enough. If you deposit, the bank's annual interest is also very considerable. Yi-tong understood Sophie's concern. Anyway, he was not working right now. If he could really learn to invest, in case one day in the future, the system suddenly went offline, he would also have the means to be able to make a living. I know, Faye sister, you are the best for me. In the future you will teach me more. When I get on the road, I will consider buying or not. The master leads the door to practice in the individual well. Hearing what Yi-tong said, Sophie was relieved. Do you have an arrangement this afternoon? If not, Sister Faye will take you to see the world, and just pick a gift to give you, as a wish to put you out of your misery. Good. The two of them happily finished their meal. Then Sophie urged Yi-tong to go and change into a set of clothes. Yi-tong looked at the Hermes and fragrant grandma hanging in the closet, then picked the cheapest set, worried that Sophie would notice the difference and get to the bottom of it. Yi-tong didn't carry the Hermes in grandma's bag, but only brought a $3,000 Hermes bracelet. Seeing Yi-tong's dress, Sophie's eyes lit up. Hermes, did you buy it yesterday? Went blood shopping? Yi-tong nodded somewhat awkwardly. I was in a bad mood, so I went shopping, but I haven't bought any luxury goods, and I made a lot of jokes. It's okay, once you're born, as long as you're rich, no one will laugh at you for even the biggest jokes. They'll only think you're really humorous. What Sophie said was the reality, but Yi-tong always felt very sour after hearing it. Getting out of the identity of a wage earner, Sophie didn't pretend anymore and directly called the driver to pick her up downstairs. Previously, Yi-tong only knew that Sophie's family was rich, but seeing that the usual pickup and drop-off cars were Rolls-Royces worth $10 million, Yi-tong realized that Sophie's family was not generally rich, even though he himself was now also a person worth over $100 million. Sitting in this middle to high-class luxury car, he was still very nervous. Tong, don't be nervous. This is a transportation tool. In the future, when you get richer and richer, you won't be surprised. The car slowly drove into the underground parking lot of Lida Shopping Center. The driver respectfully opened the door. Sophie then pulled Yi-tong towards the VIP elevator of the shopping mall. The VIP elevator, there is a special welcome service. Seeing Su Fei, the welcome guest very respectfully bowed at Su Fei. Miss Su good. Su Fei did not have any expression, just nodded gently. 8th floor. Okay. The welcome guest swiped the elevator open with the door card, then blocked the elevator door with one hand and invited the two to enter. When exiting the elevator, he also blocked the door and sidestepped to make way for the two. Finally, the welcome guest bowed to the two in the elevator. I wish the two ladies a happy shopping experience. The words fell before the elevator doors slowly closed. Even though Yi-tong was 10,000% shocked in her heart, her shopping experience in the past few days still allowed Yi-tong to hold her expression strongly. Just the heart has been wondering, how come the Oriental Zintiandi has never seen such a service? Does this have to apply for VIP? Sophie, are you a VIP member here? Why is there this special elevator? Yi-tong, who couldn't figure it out, had to ask Sophie. Sophie brought Yi-tong to a Western restaurant on the 8th floor and took a seat before quietly telling Yi-tong, this VIP channel is only for use by people inside the mall. Chapter 12, does your family own this mall? Insider. Yi-tong's pupils quaked. This mall is owned by you? Yi-tong tried to lower his voice as much as possible, but it was still hard to hide his excitement. Where do I have this ability? Although I understand financial management, understand a little bit of investment, but completely do not know how to do business. Open the shopping mall is still not lost to death. This is my family's shopping mall. Yi-tong suddenly realized with an O. This Western restaurant, is my brother high price to dig the chain brand? I ate once and fell in love. You also try. I think you will also like Western steak. This was something Yi-tong had wanted to try for a long time, but when he saw the menu handed over by the waiter, Yi-tong only felt a wave of dizziness. It was all in English. Not to mention that the prices were ridiculously expensive. If you can't read English, can't you order? But fortunately Yi-tong's English level was good. Looking at the menu, Yi-tong really feel that he is a mountain pig can't eat fine chaff. A Roman lettuce salad. Want 388. This is what lettuce inlaid with gold? See, Yi Tong has been hesitant not to order. Sophie smiled to comfort Yi Tong. Today said that Sister Faye take you to celebrate out of the sea of misery. Everything has me to pay the bill. Rest assured. Eat not poor me. Yi Tong gave a bitter smile. Sister, although I know for sure I can't eat poorly you, but this menu is really too shocking to my 3 views. In the end, Yi Tong ordered a beef steak, the store is still considered a relatively cheap steak, and a crispy cream of mushroom soup, as well as a plate of apple salad. This salad is 138 apiece. No wonder Sophie kept telling herself to eat less and save her stomach during lunch. Dare I say that she was shouting at herself to eat more. After she was completely full, Sophie pulled Yi Tong to the 9th floor beauty salon to do facial care. Yi Tong does not understand anything, can only be by Sophie and the beauty doctor in their own face compared to the study of what to do for their own projects. Sophie looked at Yi Tong's face and couldn't stop sighing. Look at this little face. It's glowing. I'm envious. In looking at you at work, you dress yourself up in gray. In the future it's good. You cannot have to seal your own face value. Yi Tong nodded with a smile. This was true. Before, because she was almost submerged in the workplace, she had been dressing herself up in a very rustic manner. Now she could finally be herself. Coming out of the beauty salon, Yi Tong asked Sophie in a low voice how much money was spent on these beauty programs. 300,000. Yi Tong was directly stunned at the words. Although it was 300,000 for 2 people, and the items that Sophie did would definitely be more expensive. But this was too horrible. However, Yi Tong had a new way to spend money, which was still very pleasing to Yi Tong. After eating and beautifying, the next step was the time to buy and buy. Sophie directly pulled Yi Tong to the luxury goods area on the 1st floor. I said I'd give you a gift. Pick whatever you want. This young lady will pay for it. Yi Tong was so moved that he was about to rush over and hug his thighs. Sister Faye, I'm willing to carry your bag. But saying that, of course Yi Tong can't pit Sophie. Yi Tong picks a suitable gift while learning Sophie's way of communicating with SA. In the end, Sophie picked a pair of Cartier love earrings, simple and exquisite, and the price is moderate. Sophie took the pair of earrings and compared them to Yi Tong's ears, then nodded. Good eye, very suitable for you. This pair of earrings, pack 2 pairs, we both have 1 pair. Although it was said that Sophie was a real rich family's daughter, but there was no arrogant pretentiousness in Sophie as Yi Tong had imagined. This made Yi Tong suddenly recall a sentence he had heard before, that a truly strong person would not bully the weak. This should be the true tutelage of a big family. Returning to the apartment, although he had been strolling around for a day, Yi Tong felt incomparably relaxed. Of course, it would have been better if there hadn't been that Mediterranean manager's disturbance. Seeing his boss's phone call, out of death-defying curiosity, Yi Tong still picked up the phone. Little Yi, I've sent you so many messages and made so many calls. Why don't you answer? Hearing the splitting accusation, Yi Tong was a bit speechless, then glanced at his cell phone's missed calls. Sure enough, when he was shopping with Sophie in the afternoon, the manager had made a dozen phone calls and sent 7 or 8 text messages, and because his own cell phone had picked the vibration, he hadn't seen a single one. But what Yi Tong felt more remorseful about was not blacking out the manager's contact information. I'm not an employee of the company anymore. Put away your condescending behavior. Hearing Yi Tong's words, the opposite party was silent for a few seconds. Then I'll get straight to business. I just emailed you a proposal. Finish correcting the errors within 2 hours and send it to me. I'll explain to the personnel that you're just taking a leave of absence to rest today, and you'll be able to come back to work tomorrow. The manager's words were full of the flavor of almsgiving favor. Yi Tong rolled her eyes. It wasn't because she realized that with her gone, there were so many projects that no one could take over. It's no exaggeration to say that Yi Tong almost took up 50% of the department's workload. And once Yi Tong left, the department's project progress was basically paralyzed. The manager just wanted Yi Tong to go back and continue to do hard labor. But the current Yi Tong, long ago, was no longer able to be held by him. Are you not understanding what I'm saying? I've already left my job, and you're not my leader. So why should I listen to you? I'm saying for the last time, I'm not going back to work, so please leave me alone. Also, manager, I'll give you one last piece of advice. You'd better remind your boss to pay the rent on time from now on. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. After saying that, Yi Tong hung up the phone, and then directly blacked out the contact information of the manager, as well as everyone in the company. After doing these things, looking at his clean and dry address book, Yi Tong was the one who felt the unprecedented happiness. Honorable host, good morning. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task. Please host in today's evening before the turn point. Complete the consumption of 10 yen. 10 million. No specific consumption rules. Task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the weekly task. System reminder. If you complete the task before today's 18 p.m., the wealth points will be doubled. Hearing the system's reminder, Yi Tong, who had just been in a daze, snapped out of it. Originally, he wanted to rush to clean himself up and go to complete the spending task, but after thinking about it, it's only 6 in the morning. Whose shopping mall is open at this time? Sighing, Yi Tong followed the usual process of washing up, making breakfast, eating breakfast, going out. 10 million, either buy a car or a house. This kind of spending millions of dollars can be much easier and faster than buying luxury goods. But thinking about the fact that he still had a villa with an annual management fee of $5 million to provide for, Yi Tong dismissed the idea of buying a house. Chapter 13. Buying a car is like buying groceries. So Yi Tong still drove his own small Audi to the North Camp Auto Trading Center. Just as the sales consultant said, his license plate has been done. But also, by the way, to take on, Yi Tong will be parked in the Audi 4S store's special parking area. Then directly to the purchase of the car 4S store. The car keys to the sales to install the license plate. He then went down to the first floor to shop for the car. Mercedes? Come 1. Aston? This model is good. Come 1. Volvo? I heard it has a great emergency avoidance. Have 1. This one doesn't recognize. Buy. In fact, the task that could be accomplished by purchasing only one supercar froze and was completed by Yi Tong in batches. Yi Tong still doesn't like that kind of supercar that is too ostentatious. And more crucially, the heart is dripping blood when 1 foot of gas goes down. The cash in hand now is limited, or to be finely calculated. Originally Yi Tong wanted to buy the same Rolls Royce as Sophie, but Yi Tong really couldn't think of any occasion he could use it for. After all, Sophie herself was the daughter of a powerful family. No matter how expensive she drove, she had the support of the family behind her. He had only just earned some money because of the system. The villa, the mansion, was already enough to make himself stand out. Without any roots of his own, he would easily be knocked off as a head out of the crowd. So it's better to keep a low profile. Just this $2 to $3 million car drive out. Also, at most be treated as a non-threatening thug. Besides, she was originally a thug. The car is all signed and completed. Yi Tong found that there is still 80,000 short of completing the task. Yi Tong did not even think about walking to the 4S store of the Wuling Hongguang. Simply do not need a sales consultant to introduce. Yi Tong pointed to the miniv. This one, candy green, the highest match. Hit the contract. The sales consultant did not expect at all that the god of fortune, who was killing it in the car center, would come to their store to buy a car. Hearing Yi Tong's words, he ran to prepare the contract without saying a word. Yi Tong did not do it for the sake of putting together a bill. Before Yi Tong just started the internship, he dreamed that he could own a Hongguang Mini. Now finally is the fulfillment of their dreams. Just because the profits of the Wuling family is very low, there is no free delivery service. You need to charge by kilometers. Yi Tong expressed understanding and paid the delivery fee very quickly. Taking the contract, he went to the Audi store to retrieve the keys. And just as he walked out of the door of the Audi store, he saw a familiar figure. What a coincidence, we met again. Ming Chang had changed to a sunny outfit today, but it still had a little bit of gangsterism, and he was still accompanied by the same run-of-the-mill boy from last time. But fortunately Yi Tong's impression of Ming Chang was still good, and she also greeted Ming Chang generously. Are you here to buy a car too? Also, you bought a car again? Ming Chang was a bit surprised. After running into Yi Tong last time, Ming Chang investigated Yi Tong's information. Originally, Ming Chang was thinking that Yi Tong was a deep-rooted rich girl, and only after investigating did he realize that Yi Tong is an orphan. Before in the school is the identity of poor students, applied for grants, to be able to complete their studies, now suddenly becomes so rich, just a few days to buy a few cars. Really on Ming Chang this senior some worry. Yi Tong, we are all highly educated, but we can't do things that go against morality. Ming Chang wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at Yi Tong. There was no contempt or ridicule, only worry. Yi Tong at first felt strange. He just bought a few cars. How is it against morality? But seeing Ming Chang's worried expression, Yi Tong instantly understood. The feeling that he was misunderstood again. What are you thinking? This money can be reasonable and legal. Clean. But before you. Halfway through his words, Ming Chang then closed his mouth, worried that he had poked Yi Tong's wound. In short, if you have any difficulties, you can look for me. Your senior I have more no. Hundreds of thousands of dollars or give up. You cannot take a detour. Yi Tong breathlessly rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, I'm lucky. I won the lottery. The special prize, that's why I have money to buy. Seeing Yi Tong's very confident appearance, Ming Chang also felt that Yi Tong, who had saved himself at that time and hadn't blackmailed him with his merits, wasn't such a person. But still, he couldn't help but persuade. You're so generous, only outgoing but not incoming. You'll soon spend it all. You economize. Yi Tong looked askance at Ming Chang. If it's really only outgoing but not incoming, how would I dare to spend like this? Don't worry, I'm fine now. In fact, Ming Chang wanted to ask Yitong what other ways to earn money, but after thinking about it, he still held back. After all, this is considered to be prying privacy. Not good. Ming Chang handed Yitong his business card. This is my private cell phone number. You save it. Also, it just so happens that there is a charity auction the night after tomorrow. I am short of a female companion. Do you want to go with me to make a scene? Hearing the charity auction, Yitong's eyes abruptly brightened. Auctions? She had only seen them on TV, so maybe, the day after tomorrow's mission could be accomplished together. Yeah, take me to see more. But the boys beside Ming Chang were not happy to hear that. Ming Chang, you're not being righteous. I've told you several times about this charity auction and you said you couldn't take me. I'm still waiting for you to take me to see the real upper class circle, and you're just turning around and taking a chick. Are we still good buddies? Hearing his friend's complaint, Ming Chang was also a bit embarrassed. Old Zhao, it's not that I'm not bringing you, it's that this auction is jointly organized by the 4 major families of Huadu. All proceeds from the auction will be donated to Project Hope. Wanting to enter, men must provide proof of assets to reach the threshold in order to enter, and can also lead a female companion to accompany them. This is the rule. If you're a woman, then I'll definitely take you ah. Seeing that Ming Chang had made it so clear, Zhao Yingjun could only give up, but his eyes were full of hostility as he looked at Yitong. Yitong was jolted. What's the situation with this person? It couldn't be a man who was worried that he had robbed his crush, right? But Yitong could never imagine how much danger this person would bring to himself in the future. After finalizing the time to meet the day after tomorrow, Ming Chang took Zhao Yingjun and left. Just as the two left, Yitong received a prompt from the system. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. The task has been completed. Randomly drawn 3 times the reward. Rebate 30 million yuan. 30 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. Rewarded double wealth points. Now the wealth points accumulated 6 points. And open the first level of redemption privileges. The redemption page to open the system backpack can be seen. Please pay attention to check. Yitong couldn't wait to know what he could redeem, so he hurriedly drove back to the villa, just in time to wait for the car delivery. Chapter 14 New Function Points Exchange Mall. Back in the villa, Yitong opened the system backpack, and sure enough, on the selection bar on the left side of the backpack, he saw points redemption. Clicking on points redemption, Yitong saw the redemption list that he had been longing for, but Yitong was a bit dumbfounded. The redemption list wasn't any items, but professions, and right now, the only thing that could be redeemed was the bodyguard option. System, I'm a bit confused. Can you explain? What does this mean? Is it hard to believe that if one chooses bodyguard, one will become a bodyguard? Host, point redemption will be updated according to your asset level, not limited to items, abilities, and people. People? According to your current assets, the system has determined that you need security, thus the bodyguard is on the shelves, and with just points, you can exchange for a bodyguard, and the bodyguard will be loyal, and you can completely trust them. Another tip, the host may not utilize the system, and anything redeemed from the system, for the purpose of breaking the law and committing a crime, or else the system will revoke all that was given to the host. Breaking the law and committing crimes? That must be impossible. Don't worry, Yitong thought to himself that his outlook was still very positive. Even if he didn't have money, he wouldn't do anything illegal. It's just that this bodyguard needs 10 points to be redeemed, and I don't know how many days of missions need to be completed to save up enough points. Honorable host, good morning. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete consumption 6 million yen. 6 million. Special requirements. Today's task may not be used to buy items in real estate. Task rewards, unlocked after completion of the task. Yitong pinched his eye point to wake himself up quickly, only to hear about the increasingly harsh tasks, making Yitong have a little anxiety. This future quests wouldn't get harder and harder to complete, right? It seems like it's not easy to earn money for nothing. Yitong washed his face and got an idea. Since he is not allowed to shop and buy a house, then do a card recharge. It can always be done. When the Oriental Zintiandi opened for business, Yitong was the first to rush to the 7th floor. The layout of the Oriental Zintiandi is the same as Lita. Below the 6th floor is a collection of luxury goods, and above the 6th floor are restaurants and beauty salons. In this kind of high-end shopping mall, the restaurants and beauty parlors inside are also membership-based. This was something Yitong had inquired about during his 2 shopping trips. Because of Yitong's brilliant record in Oriental Zintiandi, the customer service center of Oriental Zintiandi had long ago upgraded Yitong to a VIP. This VIP was able to cross the consumption threshold, exempt from reservation, and directly handle restaurants, beauty salons, and other high-end VIP. After following Sophie's beauty experience last time, Tong thought about getting a beauty card himself. After all, he was too lazy, and the several sets of cosmetics he bought before, if no one urged him, I'm afraid he could use them for the rest of his life. Sure enough, refinement requires diligence, so Tong stepped into a beauty salon under Oriental's in Tiandi, which was self-operated, without even thinking about it. This beauty salon was one that even Sophie had praised. Hello Miss Yi, may I ask if you're here to inquire about the program? Tong was now a celebrity in Oriental's in Tiandi. Almost everyone knew about it, and seeing that she was recognized, Tong was already not surprised. I'm not doing a project today. I'm trying to get a card to make it easier to come and do a project in the future. Okay, then I will introduce you to our recharge slot here. Ordinary VIP need to recharge 500,000. There is no complimentary gift, only that you can make an appointment to do the project, because we are a membership system here. We do not receive casual customers. Tong took a sip of ginger tea and nodded, signaling the beauty assistant to continue. Platinum VIP recharges 1 million, and gives 50,000 yuan for the project, and a set of first-tier exclusive skincare products. Gold VIP recharges 1.8 million and gives $200,000 of items, and 3 sets of first-tier exclusive skincare products. The highest level is the Diamond VIP. Need to recharge 3 million and give away 500,000 yuan of projects. There are exclusive beauty room and exclusive equipment, not shared with other members. A line of exclusive skincare products unlimited use. Ms. Yi, you're wanting to apply for that level of VIP? Diamond VIP, can you handle it quickly? I have other things. Seeing that Tong seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, the beauty assistant didn't dare to be slow and rushed to draw up the contract. In fact, Tong was originally not in a hurry, but Huadu Gold sent a message saying that the safe had been processed, asking Tong if she had time to go through the formalities today. Tong recovered the message to make an appointment for the afternoon, so she only had one morning left to complete the task. Not long after, the beauty assistant came to Tong with the contract. Miss Yi, I'll take you to meet your exclusive beautician and sign the contract. Good. Tong's exclusive beautician, a very pretty and temperamental young lady, gave Tong all the do's and don'ts, and Tong also let the system help scan the contract. After making sure that there were no problems, she signed and swiped her card, all in one go. When Tong went out, almost all the employees who didn't have work on their hands ran to the door to send them off. Coming out of the beauty salon, Tong turned around and went into a high-class Western restaurant, which was said to be the same as the Tire Man's. Like the beauty salon, it was a membership system, and only with a membership could one order food. After successfully spending 1 million in the Western restaurant and applying for a premium membership, Tong was a bit confused. The remaining 2 million, recharge who was better, tea house? But one doesn't like tea Hong Kong style tea house? Well, next time. Suddenly, Tong saw an advertisement for a famous styling studio. Tomorrow, didn't she promise Ming Chang that she would attend a charity auction? Tong remembered that for an auction of this level, she should wear a dress for styling. Then it's just right to take a look at this styling studio. If it's good, it's not impossible to recharge the remaining 2 million to this store. The famous styling studio is on the 8th floor. Taking the escalator just up to the 8th floor, Tong saw this studio. Originally thought it wouldn't be very big, but almost 1/3 of the 8th floor was this modeling studio. Seeing Tong walking to the door, a welcome guest opened the door. Welcome to Famous Products. May I ask, miss, do you have an appointment? Tong shook her head. I don't have an appointment. I would like to inquire what are the requirements for wanting to do styling here. Need to apply for our membership here yet, ma'am? Good, then you introduce me to how to apply for a membership here. Hearing Tong's words, the styling assistant was not in a hurry to introduce the membership system to Tong, but instead took Tong on a tour inside the store. Miss, let me first briefly introduce you to our styling room's services and charges, and you can decide whether you want to apply for our membership or not. Chapter 15, Tong gets cyber violated. Hearing what the assistant said, Tong's first reaction was that the charges here must be very expensive. That's why he had to tell him, a first-timer, clearly in advance. Miss, our place is a members-only service system. All the stylists are one-on-one service, so the price for each styling will be more expensive. Regardless of the form of banquet, the styling is 300,000 once. If you need our store to provide the dress jewelry, then you need to charge extra for rent and depreciation. If you need our store to provide dresses and jewelry, you need to charge extra for rent and depreciation. And to apply for our store's membership, you need to make a one-time recharge of 2,000,000 yuan. Miss, if you have thought it over, we can sign the contract right now and select your exclusive stylist. Tong did not hesitate, directly took out the black card. 300,000 once styling, although expensive, but there must be his reason. The assistant received the black card with both hands, then led Yitong into the VIP lounge and took the store's stylist information to Yitong. Miss, please pick your favorite stylist first. This is the information of all the working stylists. I will introduce them to you one by one. When you have chosen your stylist, we will sign the contract. Yitong looked at the information. Almost every stylist had experience in overseas practice or further training. Some had even done styling for foreign royalty. Their resumes were more terrifying than one another. Just him. Yitong pointed to a stylist with a simple resume. Although this stylist's resume was simple, Yitong always felt that this person had a big head. Seeing the person Yitong selected, the assistant's expression was a little unnatural. Miss, do you want to take a look at someone else? It might not be very nice for me to say this. This Mr. Raymond's temper is not very good. There are several wives who chose Mr. Ramon to do the styling. They were all angry by Mr. Ramon's temper to the point of withdrawing their dues. But this teacher is indeed our boss. Big price from Hong Kong City to dig over? Technology really no say. You can reconsider. Yitong closed the information. Since the technology is not to speak of, then this stylist, it just so happens that tomorrow night I'm going to participate in a charity auction, and I need you to provide dresses and jewelry, so make an appointment in advance. The assistant, still a little worried, answered and then went to prepare the contract. Miss, given that Mr. Raymond has bad complaints, we have an additional clause here for you. If you are in the first service and have a bad experience, you can change your stylist for free. Good. Yitong checked the contract and then signed her name. For this kind of high-end private styling customization, you are usually not allowed to change your exclusive stylist, let alone for free, thus showing the sincerity of this store. After swiping the card, the assistant made an appointment with Yitong to come in tomorrow for styling. Ms. Yi, usually the styling for charity auctions takes about 3 hours. Please reserve the time to travel to the auction location and come to the store to do the styling 3.5 to 4 hours in advance. Okay, let's make it 2 p.m. tomorrow then. Walking out of the styling store, the system's prompt also rang out. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 4 times rebate 24 million yuan. 24 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and gained 2 points of wealth points. Now the wealth points total 8 points. Please pay attention to check. For times rebate, Yitong thought the rebate multiplier is only double and 3 times it. Yitong beautifully put the black card into the system backpack. After all, this thing is too precious. Put on the body in case of loss. How to do? Looked at the time, just lunchtime. Anyway, he did the membership of the Western restaurant, then here to solve the lunch problem. However, although Yitong was psychologically prepared, he was still stunned by the prices on the menu. This was not similar to the Western restaurant that Sophie took herself to yesterday. Yitong had ordered randomly, and it was already tens of thousands of dollars. If he did the math like this, he wouldn't be able to eat a few times with that 1 million he had recharged. Moreover, it was clear that he had ordered a table, but there were only 2 bites of each dish. Worthy of being a tire man's restaurant, the presentation was always higher than the amount of food. It was clear that he had eaten tens of thousands of dollars, but after Yitong walked out of the restaurant, he still felt that he was only 6 points full. Yitong looked back at the restaurant with some grudges. Had he known that he would have done the membership of the Hong Kong-style tea house next to him, he might have been able to eat more. Arriving at the agreed bank, the staff was already waiting in advance. All the procedures are carried out under the monitoring records. Signing and stamping and pressing handprints. A program cannot be missing. Originally thought that Yitong would receive a safe key, or some kind of card, but now it is the information age. Only need identity information authentication can open the safe. Of course, it had to be done in person. Ms. Yi, your safe can store items worth up to $500 million, and for anything over that, you'll need to apply for a new safe. Of course, you already have a safe in our bank. You are able to enjoy the privilege of prioritizing the process. If there is no problem, you will need to pay a 300,000 custody fee. Yitong subconsciously wanted to use the black card, but suddenly remembered that today's mission had already been completed, and even if he had used the black card to spend, it would have been deducted from his savings card. Yitong somewhat regretted how he hadn't set aside 300,000 for the mission. After all the processing, Yitong went back to the apartment, because she was hungry. Just after eating and drinking, Yitong, who was idly lying down and brushing the video, unexpectedly saw her own information on Xiaowin's short video account. In addition to being able to flatter the leaders, Xiaowin was also very good at making rubbing videos, so the video account also had tens of thousands of fans. This video was spouting that she had an irresponsible coworker who left her job directly because of a little bit of friction, without even a handover. Xiaowin kept apologizing to everyone, saying that because of this colleague, She had to work overtime lately, so she would not be able to open the live broadcast for several days. This made her color batch fans instantly explode, and all of them were under the comments, asking Xiaowen to report the information of that colleague, and they wanted to help Xiaowen out. Xiaowen was really so watery that she reported Yitong's name, giving Yitong all a blank stare. The video was uploaded 10 minutes ago, and now there were already more than 1,000 likes and 2,000 comments. All of them were brainless people who wanted to help little one out. Yitong knew that according to the current situation of information transparency, it wouldn't take long for his information to be raked clean. This small apartment is afraid that it is not safe anymore, but it should still be possible to survive tonight. Tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to move to the villa, but Yitong naturally won't just let Xiaowen slander himself. There was also that Mediterranean manager. Xiaowen did this, most likely discussed with the manager. Chapter 16 Counterattack Successful. Yitong called Sophie and told her what had just happened. Xiaowen suddenly came with such a move, just wanting to make use of the network traffic to make himself eat his words. Since this was the case, it was just a matter of finding someone with more traffic fans, and that person was her dear sister Faye. Sure enough, once Sophie heard that they were actually pulling this kind of small maneuver behind her back, she immediately became enraged. Sister Faye, this time I really have no choice. I don't have any connections or power, so I can only ask for your help. Su Fei had always taken Yitong as a good girlfriend. Naturally she was willing to help out. Don't worry, isn't it just a matter of spelling out traffic? Doesn't she think that whoever posts a video is justified? Then I'm going to show him who is really reasonable. After saying that, Sophie hung up the phone. She herself is someone with hundreds of thousands of followers, and had previously posted a video of Xiaowen bullying a coworker on her video account. At that time, it caused a wave of small sensation, but out of protection. Also do not want to make this matter too big a bad end. The videos at that time, Sophie had edited out the faces and sent them out without revealing anyone's face. The vast majority of people who swiped the video were working people, so when they saw this kind of workplace bullying video, they were very angry. Now Sophie didn't save face at all, posting the full video with a text telling what happened to Yitong. Sophie's fans immediately ran down the network to Xiaowen's account, and seeing that Xiaowen was a scrub anchor, they couldn't help but leave traces of scorn. Xiaowen, who just woke up in the morning, saw hundreds of private messages in his background, and comments, without exception, are all scolding himself. The whole person is blinded. Fools also know that this is Yitong found a more powerful person. The war back to himself. Originally wanted to quickly delete the video posted yesterday, but found that his account could not operate anything at all. It was only when he looked carefully that he realized that his account had been reported as vulgar and had been permanently banned, because of the public opinion caused by too much. Xiaowen even go out to work have to cover themselves tightly. As soon as she arrived at the company, she had a big fight with her manager, which naturally ended in a disagreement. The manager is a complete egoist. Of course, will not help Xiaowen to deal with this mess. Yitong, who was eating her breakfast, was in a happy mood as she listened to Sophie tell the follow-up of this matter to self. Yitong swore that this was the coolest cool story she had ever heard. Then what happened afterward? Did the two fall out? Fell out? I heard that originally Mediterranean wanted to fire Xiaowen, but Xiaowen had something on him in his hand, so the two signed an agreement to go their separate ways. Yitong sked twice. It was really a big trouble to fly separately. Hanging up the phone, Yitong just remembered today's mission. In the morning, he was just woken up by the system, and hadn't properly digested today's mission, when he received Sophie's call. This excitement, directly forgot the content of the task cleanly. System, today's task. Repeat, today's task content, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption 200 million yen, 200 million, and today's overspending part, without the need for the host to bear. The task requirements must be completed in any form of auction. The task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task. Yitong hooked the corner of his mouth. This system was quite humanized. Knowing that he was going to participate in the auction today, he arranged this task. Anyway, the location of the task was stipulated, so Yitong didn't have to rush to run out early in the morning to complete the task. Originally ready to leisurely lie on the sofa and brush the video, he suddenly remembered something. Although Xiaowen's account was now blocked and he was temporarily out of danger, there was no guarantee that he would still had some die-hard fans who would think about taking revenge on Xiaowen. After all, there were still quite a few people who wanted Xiaowen's welfare. And this apartment really couldn't be lived in anymore. Yitong immediately contacted the moving company on the internet, and promised to add money, so that the moving company will come in the morning to help themselves pack. Be sure to move the gifts to the villa before lunch. The moving company moved quickly. Plus, the previous Yitong was frugal and didn't have a lot of things to pack. Most of the luxuries that were recently bought were also sent to the villa. In just 1.5 hours, it was all loaded successfully. After unpacking and organizing all the luggage, it was exactly 1 p.m. Because the appointment was for styling at 2 o'clock, Yi Tong could only casually deal with 2 mouthfuls and went to the styling room. Learning that Yi Tong hadn't eaten, the styling room also asked Yi Tong about her tastes and ordered takeout. Looking at the table of several kinds of takeout, food and drink are available. Yi Tong has a kind of this 300,001 styling did not spend in vain. Miss Yi, this is your exclusive stylist, Mr. Raymond. A fashionable man dressed in a very international style walked into the styling room. Hello, I am your stylist, Mr. Raymond. First of all, in advance, I have my own vision, will combine with your own situation, miss, to design and do a suitable styling for you. So, I don't want your supervisor's aesthetics to interfere with my design. If you think there's no problem, I will start serving you right away. If you can't accept it, you can change your stylist. After saying that, Lei Mang then looked at Yi Tong faintly, waiting for Yi Tong's decision. Okay, I promise you, and I trust you, but I would like to ask, while you are doing the styling, can I eat? Hearing Yi Tong's question, Raymond froze for a moment. It's not allowed when you're putting on makeup, but it's okay when you're doing your hair after makeup, and I'll just touch up your makeup afterward. Yi Tong nodded. Then help me put the takeout into the warm box first, please Mr. Ramon. With a slight frown, Ramon arranged for his assistant to start working. Lei Mang did not have the impression of having met Yi Tong and guessed that Yi Tong might be a foreign rich lady, but Yi Tong's attitude still made Lei Mang very comfortable. He also couldn't help but take it a few points more seriously. When doing pre-makeup skincare for Yi Tong, Lei Mang realized that Yi Tong's skin quality was very good, and there were no traces of medical beauty. Moreover, Yi Tong's facial features were also very characteristic of Oriental beauties, and almost all of her makeup was very suitable. Lei Mang's hand movements were non-stop, and he was getting more and more fond of doing Yi Tong's makeup. Yi Tong naturally didn't know about Lei Mang's change of heart. She was just thinking about finishing her makeup quickly so she could eat. Just when Yi Tong was dizzy, she finally finished her makeup. Yi Tong couldn't wait to take out the takeout from the thermos box and prepare to eat, but was stopped by Lei Mang. Ms. Yi, you can't eat by yourself. Chapter 17. Participating in a charity auction. Yi Tong was a bit confused. What do you mean you can't eat by yourself? Raymond arranged for his assistant to go out and call another assistant in, then had that assistant carry a small stool over to sit beside Yi Tong. Dividing all the food in the takeout into small pieces with a knife and fork, the assistant used the fork to pick up a small piece of steak and just handed it to Yi Tong's mouth in a watery manner. Ms. Yi, the charity auction you are going to attend tonight is of a very high grade, so your styling today will take a very long time. So there is an assistant to assist you with your meal. You only need to sit here and cooperate well with me to complete your makeup. Yi Tong looked at the steak that was brought to her mouth, very embarrassed, but looked at the time. The makeup had started at 2 o'clock, and now it was already 4:30, and she had only just finished the pre-makeup skincare and the entire facial makeup. Indeed, time is tight. Yi Tong was not pretentious and opened her mouth to accept the assistant's feeding. It took another hour and a half for the hairstyle to be completed, and given that Yi Tong was still a young girl in her early 20s, Ramon did not follow the requirements of a high-end dinner party like that, and coiled all of her hair up. But coiled hair is a high-end dinner and auction unwritten a requirement, so Raymond did a half-tie hair. The rest of the hair down to do a slight volume. Hair on the embellishment of small pearls. A lively but not lose the dignified hairstyle is done. Yi Tong found that Lei Mang was a very serious person. Just the dozen or so small pearls on his head. It was pasted for more than half an hour. Ms. Yi, when the auction is over, please come back to the styling room. I will always wait for you, no matter how late it is. Is it a rule that you have to return the rented gown on the same day? Ramon shook his head. It's to recover the South Sea gold beads in your hair. And of course, it doesn't matter if a few fall out due to crowding or carelessness, but these gold beads are my own personal belongings, so no matter how many are left, I'll have to personally recycle them. And as for the gowns, then they'll be recycled along with them. Golden bead. How could Yi Tong not expect that a single gold bead whose value was speculated to tens of thousands of dollars would be used to decorate her hair just like that, a dozen or so at a time? Yi Tong suddenly felt her head was so heavy. Lei Mang then picked and chose from the dresses that her assistant had pushed in, and finally chose a one-shoulder long dress. This dress was not a slimming hip-hugging kind, but an A-line style that let go from the waist down, making Yi Tong look very playful. After picking out the jewelry and wearing it, Ming Cheng's phone call came over. Yi Tong, are you all packed? Pack up while I will go over to pick you up. Yi Tong wanted to subconsciously refuse, but after looking at her outfit today, as well as the hateful heights on her feet, she still agreed and told Ming Cheng that she was at Oriental's in Tiandi. After 20 minutes, Ming Cheng told Yi Tong that he had parked his car in the underground parking lot, and that he could see it when he walked out of the VIP channel. Sure enough, just after walking out of the VIP channel, Yi Tong saw a very eye-catching Ferrari. seeing Yi Tong dressed up, Ming Chang was so shocked that his eyes fell out. Are you Yi Tong? Don't be someone else pretending to be you, right? If it wasn't for Yi Tong feeling that the action of rolling his eyes didn't match this outfit, Yi Tong's eyes would have rolled up to the sky. Still talking about me? When you suddenly put on a suit, I thought you were taken over by someone. Ming Chang suddenly laughed. The code word is right. Let's go. Ferrari is worthy of being a first-tier sports car brand. This pushback feeling is not something that ordinary sports cars can match. All the way Yi Tong didn't dare to lean hard against the backrest, worrying that it would rub down the gold bead. But this gold bead was very firmly glued by Ramon. A few sharp stops and starts did not fall off. Yi Tong is now a little worried. Sticking so firmly, how to take down the end of the auction. On the way, Ming Chang had been introducing the information of this auction to Yi Tong. It was said to be a charity auction, but in fact, the ultimate goal was to auction off a manor house, as well as the land of the manor house. Even if Yi Tong didn't understand, he knew that the price of the land was incalculable. The key was that the manor was still an ancient building, and the original owner of the manor had passed away due to illness, and according to the will, the manor and the land was to be auctioned. Half of the auction proceeds will be donated to the charity fund and half to Project Hope. Yi Tong listened with great admiration. It seems that the owner of this manor was also a good person in life. Then, what do you think? How much can that manor be auctioned for? Ming Chang thought about it. It's estimated to be 6 billion, because there are hot springs underneath this manor, and the manor is an ancient building with its own reputation. If it's transformed into a hot spring resort, it's definitely a sure thing, and that's why the 4 great families want to organize this auction. However, among the 4 great families, only the Gu family should be interested in this manor. The other 3 just want to borrow the fame of this manor to rub a wave of traffic, to publicize their own companies. After all, even a company with a market capitalization of $50 billion doesn't necessarily have $5 billion for its activities, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Is the Chang family the top of the 4 great families? Is your family also one of the 4 great families? Senior? Hearing Yi Tong's question, Ming Chang shivered. Our family's little assets. That's rated as one of the 4 great families, but our family can also be ranked in the top 10 in Huadu. These 4 great families are the Gu family at the head, and the Su family, the Meng family, and the Chang family. The Su family? Isn't there a daughter, named Sophie? Ming Chang nodded. Yeah, you recognize it? Yi Tong pulled the corners of her mouth. More than knowing each other, it's almost like they've become biological girlfriends. Okay, but although the Su family is also leading, the Su family is not participating in this auction, so you shouldn't be able to meet your friends. Hearing Ming Chang's words, Yi Tong breathed a sigh of relief. If she really saw Su Fei, she still didn't know how to explain it. The entry time for the auction was 7:30 p.m., and the official start of the auction was at 8 p.m. When the two arrived at the auction site, it was just 7:30 p.m. As soon as they entered, a staff member sent the list of nearly 10,000 lots to Yi Tong. Yi Tong, we won't participate in the bidding in the hall. The top 10 families will be in the second floor's box, bidding through the caller. This is good if you probably know something. I'll teach you in a while. Followed Ming Chang to the second floor box. The large box only himself and Ming Chang 2 people. High-end auction is different. 1 private room for 1 family? Seeing Yi Tong's incredulous face, Ming Chang spoke out to explain. Originally, these 5 private rooms should be shared by 2 families, but today the top 10 families did not come together. Only 7 families came, so we are lucky to have a private room to ourselves. As for the other families, they should all be squeezed into Brother Smin's box. Gu Siming? Gu Siming, the current head of the Gu family, only 28 years old when he took over the Gu family. Looking at Ming Chang's adoring face, Yi Tong couldn't help but snicker. Then why don't you go and flatter Chapter 18, Finale Auction. Emerald Manor. Ming Chang coldly snorted in disdain. Although my Ming family can't rate the 4 great families, but we do business by the rules. We don't want to be the same as those who tend to the power. Besides, my brother and I, and big brother Smin, we all grew up together. We have a good relationship. We don't need to be flattered. Oh, Yi Tong looked at Ming Chang with an I understand look. What's that look on your face? The two were flirting with each other when the host's voice came from the stage downstairs. With the host's announcement, the charity auction officially began. After the host retired, the auctioneer walked onto the auction stage. A woman wearing a cheongsam that was actually very elegant. This is the partner of Hong Kong City Zhongjing Auction House, Senior Auctioneer Chen Yuling. Wherever she handles the auction, each one is sky high. Today is also entrusted by the owner of the manor to save money, specifically to auction that manor. Yi Tong Oa sound. This auction really did not come in vain. Long knowledge. The auction has begun. Remember I just taught you, right? If you like anything, you can enter the amount on the collar, but you have to live within your means. However, today my brother gave me 100 million. In addition to that piece of land, If you like anything, just tell me, I can give it to you. Yi Tong looked at Ming Chung, who was proudly raising his chin. I have money. I have to buy the things I like for myself to feel at ease. Ming Chang raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see how much money Yi Tong actually had. Please welcome our first lot tonight. The lot sent by Wang's group. A guanyin pendant that can be seen at the level of Ice Seed Emperor Green. 78 millimeters long. The widest point can be stuck to 46 millimeters. 8 millimeters thick. The starting price is $800,000. And each time the price increase shall not be less than $50,000. $800,000 large guanyin, or 8 millimeters thickness. Even if Yi Tong does not know, Jadeite also know that this starting price is very cheap. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Yuling's words fell, there were people who kept bidding, and in a short while, this guanyin was raised to 1.3 million. Yi Tong, don't you like this pendant? The seed water is not bad. Yi Tong shook his head. Men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. This guanyin I can only put it back or give it away when I shoot it back. So let's forget about it. Compared to this guanyin, Yi Tong was instead interested in the next lot, with Chen Yuling's hammer. The first lot was auctioned by a tycoon in the hall for $1.5 million. Then the second lot was sent to the stage. It was a violet bracelet that could be seen above the ice kind of water. This bracelet did not even need Chen Yuling to introduce too much. There were a lot of people who were eager to try. The starting price is 1 million. Each increase shall not be less than $50,000. Watching the people in the hall continue to raise the price, the upstairs box still did not move. Until the hall to participate in the price increase and the people less and less, there is movement in the box. The honorable guest of box number 1 has bid 1.8 million. Is there anyone else to follow? When the people in the hall heard that it was the person in the box who made the bid, they instantly quieted down and no one continued to raise the price. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but their stature simply couldn't be compared to any of the clans in the box, even ranked 10th to 11th. The company's market value is a difference of several $billion. 1.8 million. Is there any increase in price? 1.8 for the first time. The noble guest in box 4 directly jumped the price by 2 million. Is there any additional? Hearing that box 4 directly jumped the price, the people in the hall couldn't help but curiously look towards box 4. No, Yi Tong, there's no such thing as you bidding like this. Ming Chang looked a little confused. It's not possible? I just searched online. You can jump the price by multiples of the increase. I added 200,000. It's a multiple of 5. Looking at Yi Tong's confused look, Ming Chang scratched his hair, somewhat at a loss for words. The words are right, but this bracelet, the value is also capped at 1.9 million. You call this high? Don't worry about whether it's high or not. Just say, is it okay for me to just call the price like that? Yes, that's it. I think it's worth $2 million. Then it's worth it. Sure enough, with Yi Tong's $2 million, no one was really raising the price. Those who came to the auction were all company bosses, or bureaucrats with power. All of them were shrewd and naturally wouldn't go to raise the price of something that exceeded the value of the item itself. This bracelet was rightfully auctioned by Yi Tong. Yi Tong heart secretly happy. The auction is quite fun. Taste the sweetness of the leaf child. The next is not restrained jump price. Most of the market price hundreds of thousands of dollars above the price of the auction. This simply do not take the money as money bidding way. Let all the people who participate in the auction all think this is with the no. One box Gusher Ming grabbed the manner of the rhythm. Yi Tong, if you don't take it in, it's only halfway through the auction, and you've already spent $200 million. How much money do you have in the end? How much did you win the lottery? Hearing Ming Chang's words, Yi Tong froze. That's $200 million? So fast? Seeing Yi Tong's innocent face, Ming Chang's brain exploded. No, sister, are you scaring me? The auction house doesn't allow bids to be returned. Once you bid, you have to pay. You wouldn't not have that much money, right? After saying that, Ming Chang had already taken out his cell phone and was ready to call Brother Chin for help. I just didn't count how much I spent and was a bit surprised. Hearing Yi Tong's cloudy words, Ming Chang only felt a tightness in his chest. No, it's only halfway through the game and you've already shot 7 or 8 pieces. It's not a quick spend. Yi Tong laughed heatedly at Ming Chang. But I'm just interested in the first half of the auction. There's nothing I want in the second half, so I'll stop. Ming Chang sighed. Sure enough, in the second half, except for Ming Chang's fancy for a global limited edition supercar, which he spent a large sum of money to auction off, the lights of box 4 were never lit up. As the big screen lit up, an overlooking picture of a manor appeared on the screen. The main event of tonight's charity auction came. Located in Shanghai, the Jade Manor covers an area of 80 acres and has a history of 100 years. The main building is a 6-story European-style villa, and 200 meters on either side of the main villa, there are 2 other 4-story villas. This manor is rare, with a helipad manor. every year just in the greening to spend money, up to 100 million. After Lu Yuling briefly introduced the information of the manor, she announced the starting price of this manor. The starting price of the Emerald Manor is 3 billion. Each increase shall not be less than 10 million. Bidding begins. 3 billion 50 million. 3. 1 billion. 3. 2 billion. 3. 25 billion. Not to mention Yiton looking a bit shocked. Even Ming Chang, who was a rich young master himself, was shocked by the way everyone was bidding. Chapter 19. No surprises. The manor was successfully taken down. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have my own estate company, if I had the money, I would more or less participate in a hand, even if I couldn't take it. Yi Tong looked at the hot-blooded Ming Chang and calmed down instead. Relying on the system, he himself would soon be among the billionaires, and had the industry of Sunshine Mansion under him. But as he went in and out of high-end places in the past few days, Yi Tong was also full of interest and curiosity about the upper class. Anyway, with the system in place, it was impossible for Yi Tong to live a low-key life. After all, the more money he earned in the future, the more his name would slowly drift into other people's ears. Looking at the constant increase in the price of the manor, Yi Tong was originally not interested. After all, this billions of big guy, shoot back. Yi Tong also do not know how to deal with the use. But now Yi Tong's thoughts have changed. Since he will be noticed sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative. Perhaps this manor is a good knock. Anyway, the system said that today's consumption was not capped. That is to say, even if it was overspent, it would not be deducted from the reward money. Soon, the price of the Emerald Manor was raised to 4.5 billion, and it was only at this time that there was a movement in the second floor box. 5 billion. As soon as the first box made a bid, it was directly called to 5 billion. Instantly, the entire room was quiet, while Chen Yuling started to report twice before anyone raised the price. 5 billion 50 million. This time, it was box 2 that called the price. Yi Tong probably knew everyone's base price. Basically 5 billion was the tipping point. 2 billion. The honorable guest in box 4 called for 2 billion. Is there anyone still following the price? 5 billion. The honorable guest of box 1 is asking for 5 billion. After all, Chen Yuling was a senior auctioneer for more than 10 years. And after this auction, Chen Yuling knew that the only one who could fight with no one's guest was box no. 4. So Chen Yuling directly pointed out box number 4. 6 billion. As soon as Yi Tong's bid came out, Ming Chang was directly petrified. Yi Tong, do you have that much money? To just call the price like that? If you can't pay you'll be in deep. Ming Chang wasn't blaming, but worrying. If it was 1 or 200 million, he could still ask his family for help. But with this 6 billion, even if he emptied the Ming family, he could only barely come up with 5 billion. Yi Tong threw a reassuring wink at Ming Chang. Don't worry, I won't renege on the debt. Moreover, I'm serious. Ming Chang didn't know what to say anymore and could only look at Yi Tong silently. 1 billion. As expected, Gu Siming didn't want to give up easily. But everyone knew that even though this manor had development value, the cap was only 6 billion. 1 billion was already not much of a profit. After all, the later renovation and remodeling would have to cost quite a bit more, so inside and out it might be tens of billions. 5 billion. Yi Tong continued to call the price. This 5 billion once, really, and no one continued to raise the price. 5 billion once. 5 billion twice. 5 billion 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the honorable guest of box number 4 for winning this lot. The last lot of this auction has been sold. Each lot has witnessed everyone's generosity and goodwill. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation and support. Today's auction ends here. Chen Yuling walked out of the auction stage and bowed deeply to everyone. Let's go. It's time to pay for the auction items. After the last fierce fight, Ming Chang was suspected to have lost all his strength and was too shocked. Just after walking out of the private room, Yi Tong and Ming Chang were called by someone. The one who called them was no one else. It was the current head of the Gu family, Gu Siming. Ming Chang, who is this? Big brother Gu. This is my university schoolmate, Yi Tong. Seeing Gu Sming, even the hangdog Ming Chang became steady. The one who has just been hailing the price. It seems to be a mess. Yi, right? Ming Chang shrunk his head. He wished he had the skills. Gu Siming gave off a very powerful aura, but it wasn't the kind of aura that would give people chills. So Yi Tong wasn't afraid of Gu Siming. Thanks to Mr. Gu's mercy, I was able to get this manor by chance, but I hope Mr. Gu will bear with me if I'm offended. Yi Tong's words both showed weakness and apologized. Gu Siming certainly wouldn't be angry with Yi Tong just because he had auctioned off the manor. After all, this kind of bidding is whoever has the money is whoever has the money. And it's not that the Gu family can't afford the 5 billion. It's just that this 5 billion is smashed down, and there is almost no profit in the first 2 years. In case of some changes, the money invested before will be completely wasted. But Gu Siming still didn't want to let go of this manor. After all, this was the golden key for their Gu family to enter Shanghai. Gu Siming pulled out a business card from his inner pocket and handed it to Yi Tong. MS. Yi, I'm very impressed by your style tonight. Gu, this is my personal business card. I wonder if I can make a friend. Looking at the fact that even the business card was gold-plated, Yi Tong felt the luxury of the upper class even more deeply. Thank you. It's just that I've run out of business cards. I'm really sorry. Laughing to death, Yi Tong didn't have any business cards at all. Yi Tong bowed slightly, then turned back and entered the box, pulled off a piece of paper and wrote his contact information on it. Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry. I can only give you my contact information in such a humble way. Originally, he thought that Gu Siming would hand that piece of paper directly to the assistant behind him, but to his surprise, Gu Siming picked up the note and slightly raised his eyebrows before folding the note and stuffing it into the inner pocket of his suit. Even Ming Chang looked dumbfounded. This is Miss Ye's first time attending an auction, right? It just so happens that I've also auctioned off a few collectibles and am about to go pay for them. Why don't we join you? Yi Tong nodded, then sidestepped, signaling Gu Siming to go first. Seeing Yi Tong speak and act in such a decent manner aroused Gu Siming's curiosity. When making the payment, seeing Yi Tong take out the limited edition unlimited black card, not only Ming Chang, even Gu Siming looked at Yi Tong in a different light. It was just that Gu Siming didn't say anything more. After successfully paying the bill, the system's prompt to complete the task also sounded at the same time. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn double rebate 400 million yuan. 400 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional reward of 7 points of wealth points. Please pay attention to check receipt. As of today, the host's wealth points have accumulated 15 points, which can be exchanged for the goods of the first-class mall. May I ask the host whether to exchange immediately? Yi Tong looked at the collection that he had auctioned off today. He really needed a bodyguard to escort him. Otherwise, halfway down the road, he would be robbed. Redeem. Yi Tong immediately asked the system to redeem it. Chapter 20. Who do you think got all these names? MS. Yi, did you come alone today? Besides Ming Chang, is there anyone else to pick you up? With so many valuable collections, you still need someone to escort you. Gu Siming asked Yi Tong with some concern. Of course, my bodyguard will come to pick me up in a while. Seeing that several people had already paid, the staff brought several people to the vault. Several bosses. If you have your own escorts, you can tell them to come and wait here now. Gu Siming nodded and twisted his head to signal, and several burly males in black suits followed the staff into the vault. In no time, they came out manually carrying a safe. Yi Tong was still thinking that she might have to wait for a while when a burst of neat footsteps came from far to near. Sorry miss, we're late. The man in the suit at the head of the group bowed at Yi Tong, and even though Yi Tong had already prepared herself mentally, she was still taken aback. Yi Tong glanced back. A whole 5 people. Yi Tong was a bit confused and hurriedly called the system in his mind. Isn't it 10 points for a bodyguard? How come there are 5 people? Have you overdrawn all my points? Host, 10 points to redeem 5 bodyguards, and can only be redeemed once. Hearing that he had not overdrawn his points, Yi Tong was relieved, but it was still quite cost-effective to exchange 5 bodyguards for these 10 points. It's fine. You guys now go in and check the collection I've auctioned off and bring it out. Yes. A few bodyguards' auras opened up, and everyone subconsciously got out of the way. Schoolgirl, what exactly are you from? And bodyguards? You used to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers, didn't you? Ming Chang came over to Yi Tong's side and inquired with a laugh. Yi Tong playfully winked at Ming Chang. Just think of me as pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Seeing Yi Tong's reluctance to speak, Ming Chang couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. Miss, the collections have all been inventoried. There are no problems. Good. Yi Tong nodded, then rushed Gu Siming to say goodbye. Mr. Gu, then I'll take my first step. Schoolmate, I'll see you off. Ming Chang remembered that Yi Tong had come in his own car, so he said he would see Yi Tong off. Miss, we came in a business car. The bodyguard meant that it was fine to take their car. Thank you, senior. I'll just take my family's business car. And also, thank you for bringing me here today. Sitting in the business car, Yi Tong then looked up the information of several people. By the way, where did this business car come from? I remember I didn't buy one. Yi Tong looked at Captain Shani with some doubts. Back to Miss. This is a bodyguard car arranged by the system. It's just that this bodyguard car is extra and will be deducted from your account. Yi Tong froze, then inquired. How much? 2 million. Click. Yi Tong felt his heart break. Wasn't this a hidden consumption? Sure enough, the next second, the cell phone received a bank deduction reminder. But think about it, just made 400 million. It seems like there's really no need to be in pain because of this 2 million. Right, it seems a little too petty. Bodyguard car parked in the Oriental Zintiandi parking lot. Tong from the VIP channel to the styling room. However, there is also a person followed by Shin. In fact, the original Shin arrangement is to leave 2 people in the car to guard the collection. The other 3 people follow Tong close protection. But by Tong Aurora, finally became Shin. 1 person followed. Arriving at the modeling room, Lei Mang was indeed still waiting. Just seeing Shin beside Tong, who was full of a solemn aura, Lei Mang was a bit confused. This is my bodyguard. You don't need to be afraid. Lei Mang nodded, but still sped up the movements of his hands. It took 4 hours to do the styling, but it only took 40 minutes to remove it all. After Ramon removed Tong's makeup, he did another set of skincare before whisking Tong out. That's right, whisked out. It just so happened that Tong couldn't wait to leave earlier. After all, it would take more than 40 minutes to get back to the villa from here. Returning to the villa, Tong arranged Shin and his party in a room on the first floor, then locked all the auction collections into the safe in the study, and returned to his room to take a bath. Obviously, this day had been sitting and not walking much, but it was just exhausting. After taking a bath and preparing to go to bed, Tong realized that he was famished. After all, he hadn't eaten anything all night. Just as she was about to go downstairs to cook an instant noodle to take a bite, she saw Shin coming up with a dinner plate. Miss, you didn't dine tonight. I made you sandwiches, fried fish and oatmeal milk. Have some. Tong looked at Shin and then at the dinner plate. First of all, regardless of how Shin knew she was hungry, just to say this professionalism alone, it's also fantastic, right? Tong took Shin handing over the dinner plate. After all, it was someone else's who wasted their effort to make it. Even if they were working for themselves, they still had to say thank you. Thank you, Shin. It just so happens that I'm hungry. You're welcome, miss. It's my honor to serve you. When you're done eating, leave the dinner plate at the door. I'll wash it. This can be described as a no-nonsense greeting, making Tong, who had been living alone, feel warm in her heart. Good morning, honorable host. The divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption 3 million yen. 3 million. No specific consumption rules. Task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task. Tong sat on the bed and did eye exercises while listening to the system's task. Today's task is only 3 million. It seems that the amount of yesterday's task was too high, so the task was adjusted downward today. It seems that this system is quite humanized. Ding! Due to the excellent results of the host's task completion, the system will be upgraded today. After the system is upgraded to the second level, it will open the second level of a few points of redemption. Please host to complete the task before 1600 hours PM today. Otherwise it will be ruled that today's task fails. Tong, I take back what I just said. Because the task was advanced, Tong can only think of going to the mall in the morning to spend the 3 million. Really can't. In the famous products and the recharge 300 have to. After breakfast, the task of cleaning up the dishes was taken over by Shin. Tong, on the other hand, took a walk in the garden. Shin, Shin Air, Shin San, Shin Si, Shin Wu. Who do you think took all these names? Host, it was me who took it. Tong, obtained quite good. Chapter 21 Luxury Emerald Palace. However, these bodyguards were really all-round. Shin had all kinds of driving licenses, cars, helicopters, airplanes, excavators and so on. Shin Air, on the other hand, has a first-class chef's license. Today's breakfast and last night's midnight snack was made by Shin Air. Shin 3 is a senior student of the University of Finance. If there is no financial assistant in the early stage, Shin 3 is completely competent, is too lanky and fierce-looking. If he is really sent to talk about work, he may be mistaken for a threat. So Tong was still thinking of identifying an excellent assistant to help him manage his assets in the future. Shin Si, on the other hand, was a master programmer and had also been a member of the Red Guest organization. As for Shin Wu, he was a language genius, proficient in 12 languages. Yesterday, Tong was just curious and asked Shin Wu to show it off, and Shin Wu jabbered a bunch of words, except for the part of English Tong understood. The rest, not a word. And the one thing that several people have in common is that they are proficient in fighting and counter-reconnaissance. In fact, Tong had always been curious about how these several talented people who were excellent in various fields would be willing to be their bodyguards, and they were the kind that didn't get paid. The issue of wages was emphasized by the system, and several people also clearly stated that they did not want wages. This issue, Tong asked the system and Shin. The system, on the other hand, said that the host could trust the candidates assigned to you by the system. Shin, on the other hand, said that they would be absolutely loyal, allowing Tong to use them without worry. seeing that no news could be asked from the left and right. Even though his curiosity was strong, Yi Tong could only give up. After consuming food, Yi Tong had just returned to the villa when Shani came over with Yi Tong's cell phone. "Miss, it's Miss Sophie's call." Yi Tong picked it up and heard Sophie's surprised soprano voice come through. Tong, you actually snatched meat from Gu Siming's hands? You're too awesome." Hearing Sophie's words, Yi Tong was a little confused. "No, how did you know? This is big news in the circle. Even if no one spreads it, it can't be hidden. After all, Guzman's every move moves everyone's attention. But then again, billions of dollars. Where did you get the money? Don't say it's from you winning the lottery. There's no such big prize." Seeing that he couldn't hide it from Sophie, Yi Tong could only explain, "I am an orphan. The parents who passed away are not my real parents. This you know. I also not long ago, only found my family, but not parents, but a senior very high elders. This is all that elder gave me." Hearing Yi Tong's words, Sophie was silent for 2 seconds. "I'm really happy for you. In this way, you're not an orphan anymore. You're also a child that someone loves." Yi Tong heard Sophie's excited and somewhat trembling voice, and felt a little guilty in her heart. How did she feel that this reason was as outrageous as winning the lottery? But Sophie just believed it? Tong, in order to celebrate you finding your family, and also to celebrate the first time you see Gu Siming suffer, I'm inviting you to the Emerald Palace for a big meal. Emerald Palace? Jade Palace is the highest level of dining and entertainment club in Huadu. I only dare to come here once a month at most. After this village, there will be no more stores. Go. It's silly not to take advantage of a bargain. Of course I'll go. Good. Then let's set it at noon, because the evening is the socializing time for the big shots, so let's not compete with these family heads for a spot. After determining the time, Yi Tong started to put on her makeup to meet her good girlfriend. This was someone she could only meet after washing her hair. Just halfway through the makeup painting, Yi Tong's cell phone rang again. It was Ming Chang's call. "Yi Tong, do you know that you are famous in the circle? Now it's all news about you taking on Gu Siming." "News? No way. It's even on the news?" Yi Tong was a bit confused. He was still a white boy with no foundation. What if he was taken as the head of the crowd? "It's not that news. It's just that most people in the circle know about it." "Don't be nervous." Yi Tong rolled his eyes. Even if it wasn't on the cell phone news, this was enough to make himself nervous. "Alright. Yi Tong, do you have time for lunch today? I'll treat you to dinner. Let's eat something nice." Yi Tong sniffed a little speechless. "Are you guys so happy to see Yin Siming fail? You guys are so happy to see Yin Siming failing? You're rushing to invite yourselves to dinner. I'm afraid I can't at noon today. I have an appointment." "Have an appointment? Who is it?" "The Su family's eldest Miss Sophie." "Oh, Sister Faye. Very familiar. I'll go talk to him and ask her to bring me along." After saying that, Ming Chung hung up the phone. Yi Tong inquired about the distance from the villa to the Emerald Palace. It would take almost half an hour. After reserving a good amount of time, Yi Tong left the door. Arriving at the Emerald Palace, Yi Tong was stunned by the glorious building. Of course, the splendor referred to the interior decoration. As for the outside, it was still the same as an ordinary office building. Yi Tong had just reported Sophie's name to the front desk, and Ming Cheng followed closely behind. Sister Faye is really atmospheric. The celebration banquet is actually set up in the Emerald Palace. Ming Cheng bared his big teeth and smiled cheerfully at Yi Tong, while the two of them followed the waiter to lead the way. Yi Tong curiously asked Ming Cheng about the Emerald Palace. "This Emerald Palace, I can tell that it's very high class, but just how high class is it? How advanced? Let's put it this way, this Emerald Palace, it's not money that can come to consume. First of all, there's only one requirement for the introductory membership of the Emerald Palace. That is, to pay $3.5 million in dues first, which is considered to be a ticket to enter the Emerald Palace. Next is the rules of the membership upgrade. The Jade Palace has a total of 26 floors. In addition to 25 and 26 is the office floor. The higher the number of floors, the higher the level, but also the more luxurious. 1 to 8 floors is the basic membership. The Jade Palace is the basic membership. 1 to 8 layers is the basic membership. That is, paid the ticket can be booked, but want to ensure that your membership does not lapse, but also need to come once a month to consume. Level 9 to 16 is platinum membership, which requires a recharge of $10 million per year, and you need to come and spend money 3 times per month to retain your membership. Tiers 17 to 24 are purple gold memberships, which require a recharge of $50 million per year and coming to spend 7 times per month to retain the membership. In a nutshell, those who can come here to consume, no matter how many tiers, are all non-rich or noble existences, and as this is the largest information center in Huadu, the higher your tier, the more valuable the information you can get. Yi Tong nodded. This Emerald Palace, was almost a condensed model of a luxurious family, directly dividing those who entered here into 3, 6, 9 classes. The private room that Sophie ordered was on the 6th floor. Seeing the two come, Sophie handed the menu to the two. Tong, who saw the menu, even though he had already eaten so many high-priced dishes, he also sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 22. Jade Palace also have to pay me rent. The high-priced dishes in other houses are at least 3-digit. The menu here, villa dishes now. Even a bottle of mountain spring water is 4-digit to start with. What? There's gold in this mountain spring water? No wonder retaining members, but also need to have a limit on the number of times to consume this meal to eat down, not more than 100,000. Seeing Tong hesitating, Sophie knew that Tong was embarrassed to order. Tong, don't worry, you can't eat poorly, your sister Faye's. That's right, Sister Faye. Now every month is $1 million income. A meal, just the 3 of us, openly eat also more than 100,000. Rest assured. Su Fei looked at Ming Chang, although she herself also meant this, but how does it feel weird to say this out of Ming Chang's mouth? The 3 of them ordered a few dishes one after another. Tong roughly calculated. This is almost 100,000. Really extravagant. To know this 100,000. Ordinary working people may not be able to save so much a year. When the door of the private room was open to serve the food, only then did Sophie see the man in black standing at the door. Which one of you two is this bodyguard? Quite imposing? It looks very powerful. Oh, it's Tong's. When I saw these bodyguards of his yesterday, even I was startled. Sophie sked a few times, her eyes full of envy. Although it is said that my family also has bodyguards, but I feel that it is completely incomparable to Tong's bodyguards. Tong, from which bodyguard company did you hire these? I will also ask my dad to hire a few to protect him. Tong awkwardly pulled the corner of her mouth. Which is what she hired? This I don't know. It's that elder who lent it to me, saying that he was worried that I would be in danger alone, so he sent it to protect me. Hearing Tong's words, Sophie became even more curious about Tong's elder. Tong, how did you find this elder of yours? And what does this elder of yours do? Tell me, I'm so curious. Actually, I haven't met this elder. It was his agent who came to me, saying that this elder doesn't have any direct descendants of his own, and I'm a collateral relative. So this elder made a will, leaving all of his property to me, and now it's a test for me, and if I can fulfill his test, I'll have to pay him back. If I can complete his test, I will be eligible to receive his entire estate. Sophie and Ming Chang listened in awe. In other words, yesterday, when you robbed the manor with Big Brother Gu, it was that mysterious elder's mission? Tong nodded awkwardly, and in her heart, she kept praying that you guys would stop asking. If she asked any more, she was going to make up a story to wear out. But fortunately, Sophie's few people were still measured and didn't ask too much. This private room has a full range of entertainment facilities. KTV, billiards, or there are chess and cards are available. The 3 people eat and play, and soon arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding! System prompt. The host's spending task today. The remaining time is 2 hours. The remaining amount is 3 million. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Hearing the system prompt, Tong looked at the situation inside the box. I'm afraid that it would still take an hour or 2 to finish. Wouldn't that mean that he wouldn't be able to complete the task? Suddenly, Tong thought of what Ming Chang said earlier, about the members of the Emerald Palace. I'm going to the bathroom to fix my makeup. I'll be back in a while. Wait for me. Luckily, the private rooms on the 1-8th floor did not have a bathroom, so Tong was able to use this excuse to get away. Walking out of the box, Tong left Shin Wu behind to take care of Sophie and Name's safety. Then she took Shin Air to the front desk on the 1st floor. Hello MS. The bill for the box you are in has already been signed and paid by MS. Sophie, may I ask what else I need to serve? I want to apply for your membership here. Okay MS. To handle the membership, the entry needs 3.5 million, and this 3.5 million will not be refunded, nor will it be income into the stored value card. May I ask if you still want to handle it? Tong nodded, then handed the black card to the receptionist. The receptionist swiped the card without changing her face and handed the black card and small ticket back to Tong. Honorable member. Hello, please let me introduce you to the Emerald Palace's membership upgrade system. The basic upgrade conditions must already be known to you, but this month's freshly initiated members who want to upgrade to Platinum or Purple Gold membership still need to reach the same membership level of consumption times in this month before they can apply for an upgrade the following month. Tong nodded. I'm not in a hurry to upgrade for now. If you're not in a hurry to upgrade, the introductory membership takes effect immediately and gives you membership retention for this month, which means that your membership won't be cancelled even if you don't consume this month. But starting next month, The introductory membership needs to be consumed at least once a month in order to retain the membership. Yi Tong nodded, indicating that he was clear, and then returned to the private room. Before he even entered the private room, Yi Tong received a task prompt from the system. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 5 times rebate 15 million yuan. 15 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. An additional reward wealth points 2 points, as well as the Emerald Palace land property rights. The relevant documents and information has been sent to the system backpack. Please pay attention to check. Now wealth points accumulated 7 points. Yi Tong, who was ready to push the door, immediately withdrew his hand and hurriedly asked the system anxiously. Wait a moment. System, what's the situation? I've become the boss of the Emerald Palace? No, host. You are currently only the owner of this piece of land that the Emerald Palace belongs to. The Emerald Palace does not belong to your assets. That is to say, you are currently only the landlord of the Emerald Palace. That's it. Currently. What about later? Later things will be said later. Yi Tong was speechless. Every time he asked about things other than those related to the current mission, the system would not give an answer. However, it was better this way. If he really gave her the Emerald Palace to run, Yi Tong was worried that within a month, the Emerald Palace would have to close down. Anyway, the relevant information is already in the system backpack. Wait for the end of the party. Go back and then slowly look at it. Feeling comfortable, Yi Tong returned to the private room. Immediately with Sophie, 2 people played. When the trio dispersed, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lunch with afternoon tea. 3 people spent 200,000. If not now some of their own family. Yi Tong is afraid to have been shocked legs soft. Yi Tong originally wanted to go directly back to the villa, but at that time because of moving away too quickly, or some things did not move away, and now they have a bodyguard. Yi Tong will swing back to their own small apartment. Sure enough, this packed out a lot of things, was about to pack things to leave. The door was knocked. Opening the door, it was a few people he didn't recognize. Looking at the dress of these people, they should also be from one of Huadu's powerful families. Sister. Chapter 23, Long Lost Brother. Hearing the man surrounded by assistants in the center open his mouth and call out for his sister, Yi Tong was baffled. No, she said that she had a lost relative solely to cover up the existence of the system. Could this system not really create a relative out of thin air for her? System, did you arrange this? Back to the host. No. Hearing that it wasn't arranged by the system, Yi Tong was even more confused. May I ask who you are? I'm your real brother, a true relative by blood. You are the lost daughter of our family. Yi Tong did not know the purpose of the other party. Full of vigilance, looked at the man. Shinny also did not move to block Yi Tong behind. I know you don't believe me. My parents and I have been looking for you. We can go to the hospital now to do a paternity test. There were a few moments of heartache on the man's face, as if he was really excited because he had found her. In fact, Yi Tong hadn't even thought about searching for her real parents, even when she knew her birth, even when her adoptive parents died and she strayed into an orphanage. Yi Tong did not even think about searching for them, because he was abandoned, not lost as the person in front of him said. Since it was abandonment, it meant that her biological parents did not want her, and since she did not want them, she would not want such biological parents. There's no need. You guys recognized the wrong person. Yi Tong coldly waved her hand, signaling Shin Yi to close the door, but was blocked by the man's side. I investigated your information. Your birthday, blood type, lost location, all match perfectly with my sister. Even if you don't believe it, or if you don't recognize it, you have to go with me to do a paternity test. If after the test you are not the daughter of our Xiao family, I will apologize for my recklessness and pay you compensation for the moral damage. If you are, then you have to return to the Xiao family. Your parents are very eager to you. Hearing the man's change his just warm tone, instantly becoming cold, or commanding himself in a commanding tone, Yi Tong became even more impatient. I said you recognized the wrong person. Are you still finished? Shin Yi, ask them to go out. Seeing how tough Yi Tong's attitude was, the man seemed to have reached the limit of his patience. Originally he didn't want to come to pick up this rural-born sister and take her home. Moreover, this Yi Tong wasn't necessarily the daughter of the Xiao family, but thinking of the old man's explanation at home, the man still endured. Sister, I still call you a sister. I hope you can agree to go with me to do the paternity test. Mom and dad really want a mother-lost daughter in the beginning. Even if you just give them a psychological comfort, even if the final appraisal results that you are not the daughter of our Xiao family is also counted. Please, the last 3 words, is almost a man from the teeth squeeze out. Even if Yi Tong again stupid, also can see that this so-called brother is not sincere to find their own, also was forced to come. This made Yi Tong also a little curious as to whether he was related to the Xia family by blood or not. I agree with the paternity test, but I won't go to the hospital. After Yitong finished speaking, he touched his hair, then gritted his teeth and pulled out a small handful. That's right, it's a handful. Yitong pulled out more. Yitong handed the hair to the man. What do you mean by this? The man looked at the hair handed by Yitong and was very unhappy. Hair is also capable of doing paternity tests, don't you know? Seeing that the man didn't pick it up, Yitong spread her hands indifferently. Since you don't genuinely want to do a paternity test, then please go back and pretend that you didn't find me. At this moment, the man's anger value was about to reach its peak, reaching out to yank Yitong, but fortunately was stopped by the quick-eyed Shani. I'm your brother, don't you even listen to your brother, and let your people treat me like this? The man yelled at Yitong somewhat furiously. His voice was so loud that I'm afraid the entire floor heard it. Yitong frowned with some annoyance. This place really doesn't let her live anymore, does it? Give you hair to take to appraisal, you refuse. Must I go to the hospital to draw blood? I don't think you're here to find me for a paternity test. You have ulterior motives. Yitong put the hair into a sealed bag and threw it out the door. Then let Shani close the door. Seeing Yitong's determined attitude, the man stomped his foot in anger, but could only pick up Yitong's hair and leave. After listening to the cat's eye to make sure the man left, Yitong hurriedly urged Shani to pack up and quickly slip away. On the way back to the villa, Yitong then inquired about the situation of the Xia family and Sophie and Ming Cheng's small group of 3. The Xia family was the 13th ranked family in Huadu, although it did not squeeze into the top 10, but because of the rapid growth of assets over the years, in just 2 years, it had climbed from being a small, silent company to ranking 13th in Huadu, so it could be said to be the newest of the powerful families. The Xia family has a son and a daughter. The eldest son, Xia Jicheng, is now the general manager of the Xia group. Out of the thunder and lightning, the temper is notoriously bad. The youngest daughter, Xia Mingru, is not the Xia family's biological daughter. It is said that the biological daughter was lost shortly after birth. The Xia family couple is very sad, then from the orphanage adopted a child with the same birthday as the biological daughter. As a biological daughter is spoiled, they also subsidized a number of orphanages, and the industry claimed that the couple had a good heart, and as a result, they had made a lot of business. After reading the information provided by the two Sophies, Yitong was silent for a long time. According to this, the Xia couple still seemed to be good people, but Xia Jicheng always gave her a strange feeling. If a family's tutelage was excellent, then the children that were educated wouldn't be that bad either. It was like Sophie, who knew she was an orphan and still managed to be sincere. Yitong always felt that this time Xia came to find herself, or with another purpose. Either way, Yitong had her own opinions. Before his adoptive parents died, they had been thinking about him, hoping that he would find his real parents and not become an orphan. If really found, also can be regarded as fulfill the adoptive parents' last wish. Only recognize this biological parents. That is Yitong's own decision. Shani, several people were worried about Yitong's emotions. After hesitating for a long time, Shani still opened his mouth to ask, Miss, what if that person is really your brother? What to do? What does it have to do with me? Yitong did think this way. Since the Xia family was so rich and powerful, why did they find themselves only now, in the same city? Yitong's heart is resentful. If the other party is the same as the adoptive parents, poor or ordinary family, even if they don't do the paternity test, Yitong will also support them. But now, since it is a rich family, it must not need their own support. Yitong will not ask them to owe their own alimony. Just knowing each other's identity without disturbing each other is the best choice. It was just that the Xia family didn't seem to think so. Chapter 24, Xia Family's Purpose? Xia Jiming arrived at the hospital and met Xia Guosheng, who was waiting in the appraisal section. Although his age was already running to 5, the man's handsome demeanor was still eye-catching. Seeing only Xia Jiming alone, Xia Guosheng asked Xia Jiming with some anxiety, "Where is your sister? How come you didn't bring him?" Xia Jiming frowned. She didn't want to come, just gave hair. Xia Jiming pulled out the sealing bag from his pocket. How rude. Xia Guosheng sniffed and his aura became cold. Xia Guosheng grabbed Yitong's hair, then pulled off a few of his own hair and threw it to the doctor. The doctor was also very observant. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, he immediately took the hair and drilled into the lab. Xia Guosheng was originally an impatient person. If it wasn't for Yitong, Xia Guosheng wouldn't even be waiting here. Dad, why are you so sure that she's our Xia family's lost daughter? Xia Guosheng narrowed his eyes at the words. Because I know that your task now is to find a way to convince Yitong to return to the Xia family, how important he is to us. There shouldn't be a need for me to explain it to you. But, I see her attitude. I'm afraid it's hard to make her return to the Xia family. Xia Guosheng glared at Xia Jiming. If you can't even do this point well, how can I rest assured that I will hand over Xia clan to you? In short, within 3 months, she must return to the Xia clan. After saying that, Xia Guosheng twisted his head and left. Xia Jiming looked back at the door of the testing department, without a trace of temperature in his eyes. Good morning, honorable host. The divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption of 5 million yen. 5 million. Task requirements, can only buy clothing, accessories and other luxury goods. Task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task. Tong had basically adapted to the system's 6 o'clock alarm clock by now, and even got up at 5:50 in the morning after sleeping earlier the night before. Originally, Tong thought that it was the system that was jerking around and had to wake her up so early, so she spit it out to Sophie, only to say it as the schedule set for her by that elder. Unexpectedly, Sophie praised Tong's elder. Tong, this elder of yours is training you according to the standards of a luxury family celebrity. Sophie's words puzzled Tong. Only later did he realize that Sophie basically wouldn't stay up late. And before that, if he didn't have an appointment after work, Sophie wouldn't go out by herself. The normal schedule was to come home from work, eat dinner at 6 o'clock, and then an hour later, take a shower, put on a face mask, and take care of your skin. When this set was completed, it was basically time to go to bed. Listening to Sophie's words, Tong was stunned. That is to say, the magnates all went to bed at 8 or 9 in the evening. Where is this not staying up late? This is simply too early to go to bed, okay? Out of curiosity, Tong asked about Sophie's schedule every morning. According to Sophie's timetable, she wakes up at 6:30 in the morning, and then it's wash, breakfast, and then practice yoga with a mask on. After all, as a rich family Tianjin, physical appearance is very important. Then it was makeup for work, because most of them were working inside their own companies. The working hours were more flexible. Those like Sophie who worked in other companies had a tighter schedule, and the morning yoga would be cancelled. After listening to Sophie's schedule, Tong awkwardly touched his nose. This system did indeed wake her up according to Jin's wake-up time, but she could guarantee that the system was in no way trying to cultivate her in the direction of a $1,000 celebrity, because if it wasn't for the fact that she had asked Sophie, she wouldn't even know what a true magnate's daughter did in a day. This broken system didn't tell her either. When Sophie saw that Tong's elders were interested in cultivating Tong into a real millennial, she said that she could also contribute to the development of Tong. Sophie said she could also contribute, so she asked Tong to go shopping this morning, saying that it was to help Tong adapt to the life of $1,000 as soon as possible. So after eating breakfast and putting on makeup, the two of them made an appointment to meet at 9:30 at the Lida Mall, which was under the name of the Su family, and then Su Fei led Tong to shop in the luxury goods section of the mall. It was just that the 5 bodyguards following behind Tong were really a bit eye-catching. That, Tong, this going out, there's no need to bring so many bodyguards, right? Actually, one person is enough to protect you. Even Sophie, who had seen a lot of big world, felt a little uncomfortable. Tong gave a bitter laugh. Do you think I didn't tell them? But they said they were just ordered to protect me and just refused to leave. Sophie looked at Xinyi's few people, then looked at Tong again. It seems that this elder of yours is really afraid of something happening to his heir. Okay, just follow them. Let's just pretend they don't exist. Sophie pulled Tong through the mall's luxury counters. Every time they came out, the two of them would be carrying hundreds of thousands of dollars of goods in their hands. Before long, they had already spent $2 million. Okay, Tong, bought almost. These things, almost can replace wearing 2 months. I usually just buy 1 to 2 months of jewelry clothes at once, and then replace it. You have to know that the real magnate Tianjin, the jewelry and clothes on the body, just like the dress, will not be reused too many times. Daily clothes are generally not worn more than 3 times. Jewelry life longer, but not more than 5 times wear. Out of the clothes jewelry, you can use them as prizes, give them to the servants who serve you, or let your assistants sell them on second-hand platforms. But of course, if you can afford to do so, you will have to pay a lot of money. This is indeed very wasteful and extravagant, but we are the face of a family. When we are shining, it means that the family is still brilliant. In fact, I am also quite resistant. Sophie looked at Tong's frowning appearance, thinking that Tong was unable to accept the extravagant life of a rich family's daughter, and was about to comfort a few words. However, he did not expect Tong to point to a store with Swedish characters and asked Sophie what this store was. Sophie looked at it. This is a Swedish clothing brand. This store will come out 30 high-end boutique women's clothing every month, and every month will be all new. The price is very expensive. Even when I go to buy, sometimes I have to hesitate. After all, price can buy a dress, but it's just this brand. It only designs everyday clothes. Go, let's go take a look. After saying that, Tong pulled Sophie towards the store. No, haven't you bought enough? It's all 2 million. Just kidding. She still had 3 million left to fulfill. Walking into the store, Tong was attracted by the store's clothing design style. Of course there were still a few pieces she didn't like. Chapter 25, Rounding Up the Luxury Store. Sophie walked into the store and also immediately looked at one of the latest dresses. Seeing that Sophie liked it, Tong said without hesitation, "This one. Wrap it up." By this young lady's size. Hearing that Tong wanted to send his own clothes, Sophie immediately refused. "It's expensive, but it's not like I can't afford it. Just take it as the tuition fee I paid if you really can't. You can just treat me for the lunch." Hearing Tong's words, Sophie smiled. "Why do I feel that you don't suffer at all?" Tong spat her tongue out playfully at Sophie. "It's not like I'm going to rip you off." After Sophie's skirt was wrapped up, Tong began to pick out his favorite ones. "This one, and this one don't want it. The others, M size, each want one. Check out." Tong didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, then walked to the cashier and pulled out his black card. Seeing the black card, Sophie wasn't much surprised. What was surprised was the way Tong shopped. Tong, I really haven't seen you shopping like this, hey, but it's cool to look at. This can't also be that elder of yours who gave you the task, right?" Tong nodded helplessly. "You don't say. It's really true. Every day there's a different task, so every day I'm on tenterhooks." Sophie looked at Tong with a complicated expression. Why did he feel like he was being shown off by someone else? "Hello miss, you have spent a total of 3.1 million. This is your card and small ticket, please keep it. Also, because you have spent 3 million at one time, you have reached our brand's VIP membership qualification. This is your VIP card. VIP will have a VIP customer-specific dress every month. When your yearly consumption reaches a total of 30 million, it will be a special offer every month of 2 seasonal dresses. The price will also be more favorable than the store. You can buy according to your intention." Tong took the membership card and put it into her bag without a ripple. Only after walking out of the hall did Sophie tell Tong with slight excitement. This brand was specialized in the daily clothing of the Swedish royal family, and special clothing like this that was no longer sold on the market could often fetch a high price and was precious. Tong blinked. "But isn't this something you can have after you apply for membership? It's not that rare." Sophie shrugged. "At least in Hwadu's circle. I haven't heard of anyone who has handled his family's VIP, mainly because his family's VIP is a hidden rule. If it wasn't for the fact that you just triggered it unintentionally, I wouldn't even know that his family still has a VIP. So far, Hwadu should only have you with this. His house only has 30 models of clothes every month. If you want to spend 3 million at one time, unless you buy every dress once, the same as you just did, but everyone's aesthetics are different. Like me, I only looked at that dress." Tong then nodded. "In this way, this VIP is still some gold. Well, didn't I promise to treat you to lunch? What do you want to eat?" Tong thought about it, then his eyes lit up. "Roast duck. I haven't eaten roast duck for a long time." Tong pouted and pulled Sophie's hand and kept shaking it. "Okay, roast duck then. Let's go." The two had just gotten into their own cars separately when Tong received a mission reminder from the system. It looked like this system would only jump out to remind when there were no bystanders beside him. This was quite good. In case it gave any extraordinary rewards, there was no need to worry about not being able to collect his expression to be seen as abnormal. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 5 times the rebate of 25 million yen. 25 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. And an additional award of God's Hero system of special clothing brand. The relevant contract as well as the qualification has been sent to the system backpack. Please pay attention to check receipt. Tong stared round with some surprise. It was a clothing brand, not clothing. What was the meaning of this? Before Tong could ask more, the car had already stopped in front of the biggest roast duck restaurant in Hwadu. Tong sighed. It's better to wait to go back to the villa to study it properly. The roast duck in Hwadu, Tong had been craving for a long time, but he had the money. But he didn't have the time to come and eat it, so Tong intended to eat all at once. One person ate half of a 4-catty roast duck, until it was too strong to stand up. Originally, Sophie was still wanting to drag Tong to a beauty treatment and then have afternoon tea, but seeing how Tong was struggling to walk, it was better to forget about it. Returning to the villa, Tong walked around the garden for half an hour before he was barely comfortable. Tong swore that next time, absolutely do not be so unrestrained. It felt like her stomach was going to explode. After removing her makeup and taking a bath, Tong remembered the reward given by the system today. Opening the system backpack, there was indeed a branded clothing inside, as well as an instruction manual. This God-ho brand of clothing, from accessories to bags to clothes and shoes, there were hundreds of models. By clicking on the brand, one could shop for clothes and accessories online, and the key thing was that it was free and unlimited. Tong is very excited to look at the clothes inside. All are not on the market style. And, every Sunday, when the system upgrade, the clothes will also be on the new models. It was simply a mobile closet. However, Yi Tong suddenly reacted to one thing. In this case, he still buy what clothes luxury, but do not buy clothes luxury. The way to spend money is one less. Wasn't this a disguised way of making it more difficult for himself to complete the task? Old cunning. Yi Tong angrily spat at the system, but fortunately the system didn't stipulate that she couldn't buy clothes. A gift was a gift. A purchase was still a purchase. Because she was too full at noon, Yi Tong asked Shani and a few others to make their favorite food by themselves and not to mind her. That, miss, there aren't many ingredients left in the house, and there aren't enough various condiments and daily necessities either. Yi Tong then remembered that before, she had stocked herself with the amount she had, and now that there were 5 more people, of course it wasn't enough. Is today still enough? If it's enough, we'll buy more tomorrow. Enough? Probably enough for 2 more days. That's fine. From now on, tell me if you're short of anything, including your own stuff. Okay, miss. After the explanation, Yi Tong lazily lay down on the bed. Only just after lying down, an unfamiliar number called. Yi Tong wanted to hang up, but thinking that it might be someone he knew, he still connected. Hello, it's me, Xia Jiming. After saying these few words, Xia Jiming stopped talking. Yi Tong was a bit confused. Was this waiting for her to give a reaction? Xia Jiming always comes to tell me the results of the paternity test? Well, that's right, the results of the paternity test came out. You are indeed the lost daughter of our Xia family. Xia Jiming sat in his office, looking at the paternity test in his hand. Although he hated to admit it, Yi Tong was indeed his sister. Chapter 26, I just won't go home. So, Dad asked me to pick you up and bring you home. Last time I saw you were moving, so give me your current address and I'll pick you up after work. No need, Yi Tong rebuffed dryly. What? Xia Jiming all suspected that he had heard wrong. I said, no need, I won't go back to the Xia family. Not going back to the Xia family, then why did you agree to do a paternity test? Xia Jiming's backpedaling attitude truly left Yi Tong somewhat speechless. Little Mr. Xia, please make it clear. It was you who came to block the door and demanded that I go for a paternity test. I clearly refused at first, but with your look like you won't let me go unless I do the paternity test, I had no choice. The hair I gave, the appraisal I did, that was forced. I never wanted to search for my biological parents. Hearing Xia Tong's emotionless words, Xia Jiming's frown tightened. He had said that no one could compare to Xia Mingro, even if Xia Mingro wasn't biological, but that was still the pearl that their Xia family had raised in their hearts. But since Yi Tong was the Xia family's lost daughter, as Xia's heir, he still had to handle this matter properly. No, you are the daughter of the Xia family. How can you be independent from the family before you are married? If this spreads out, won't it be a loss of face for the Xia family? Mom and Dad both miss you, even if it's for the sake of their 2 elders. You should come back to live. Seeing Xia Jiming's strong attitude, Yi Tong no longer gave Xia Jiming any more face. Letting me go back isn't because I'm the daughter of the Xia family's bloodline. It's because I'm worried that if this matter gets out, I'll be made fun of by people in the industry, right? That's simple. You guys have the hospital delete the identification records, and pretend that this didn't happen. As for me, I'm living a very cozy life now, and will never go back to you guys. If you're not sure, we can sign an agreement. What do you think? After hearing Yi Tong's words, Xia Jiming was silent for a while. Little Xia always doesn't say anything. I'll take it as your default. No way. Before Yi Tong's words fell, Xia Jiming directly refused. You must go home. You are alone now. We are all uneasy. Since we know that you are the daughter of the Xia family, we can't leave you alone. Yi Tong frowned with impatience. This person really wasn't finished. I'm sorry, I'm an adult now. According to the law, I'm qualified to make decisions about my life and choices. You guys don't have the right to demand me. What's more, don't you still have a sister? With my temperament, if I really go back, aren't you worried that I'll bully her? How about this? I'll go home and you guys send Xia Mingru away. How about it? Hearing Yi Tong mention Xia Mingru, Xia Jiming was completely silent. So, if you're worried that I'll bully her, don't be bothering me. After saying that, Yi Tong directly hung up the phone. Just after Yi Tong's side of the phone hung up, Xia Guosheng called Xia Jiming and asked when Yi Tong would be coming home. Hearing Xia Jiming repeat what Yi Tong had just said, Xia Guosheng also frowned. Dad, Ro is our family's beloved pet. I must not let Ro suffer. Hearing Xia Jiming's words, Xia Guosheng also nodded. Ro will definitely not be sent away, and your mother and I will not let Ro suffer. But Yi Tong, too, must be picked up. Xia Jiming understood what Xia Guosheng meant, but, right now Yi Tong is soft and hard, and the emotional card is useless. Then keep in touch. You are his brother. Be nice to her. Girls are easy to be soft. After a long time, they will agree to come back. Xia hung up the phone, then leaned back in his chair tiredly. Xia Guosheng's meaning was for him to care and coax Yitong to come back, but Xia Ziming really didn't have any good feelings towards this sister that came out of nowhere. But Xia still called his assistant. Go check all of Yitong's information. The more detailed the better. Good morning, honorable host. The divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption 20 million yen. 20 million. Task requirements, need to buy any one property, and only buy a set, or else it will be judged as a failure of the task. The task rewards, unlocked after completing the task. Yitong rolled his eyes. Just directly say that today's mission needs to buy a suite in order to complete it. Just beat around the bush. After eating breakfast, Yitong downloaded a house buying app and started to pick out what suitable house on the app. While searching for the target, Yitong's mouth wasn't idle, and kept spitting out the system. Just this villa. The annual expenses are almost tens of millions, but also want me to buy a house, or 20 million a house. This is to think that the money in my card is too much. Want to help me spend a little? Host, today's reward for completing the mission is 5 times O. Okay system dad, I've already found the house. The neighborhood Yitong chose was located in a location inside the third ring. The location could be said to be quite good. Naturally, the price was also very good. The most crucial thing was that this neighborhood was a veritable school district house, surrounded by 2 universities and 3 high schools. The smallest area of the neighborhood, which was also 150 square feet, was worth 20 million. Yitong's choice was of course the smallest area of this neighborhood. See, Tong is driving a Porsche, behind $1 million worth of business cars. The sales office of the sales also do not dare to be slow, and soon signed the purchase contract, because it is the existing house. So after signing the contract, the payment will be able to get the keys. As for the property rights transfer, it is by the developer and the property is solely responsible for. There is no need to worry about Yitong. Yitong got the key, just opened the door of the house. The system voice at the same time rang. Congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 5 times the rebate of 100 million yen. 100 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional bonus wealth points 3 points. The famous capital of all the buildings real estate property rights and plots of real estate. The relevant documents have been sent to the system backpack. Please pay attention to check receipt. Famous gate capital, isn't this where he is now? Just by buying a house, the entire neighborhood was given to him? Sure enough it's still the system. It's just Hoa. Yitong silently bowed at the system in his heart. I apologize for my previous rudeness. System. Famous mansion capital is all superfine decoration. Basically do not need any changes to move in. Yitong satisfied standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking at their own Jiangshan, the cell phone vibrated. Yitong looked at it. Another unfamiliar number. Could there be a Xia Jiming? Chapter 27 Harvesting Real Estate +1. When he picked up the phone, Yitong asked without any good humor. Who is it? Hearing Yitong's tone, the person on the other side came down in a cold sweat. Yes, I'm sorry Mr. Yi, I'm Dong Chang. The person in charge of the property of famous mansion capital, including the sale of the building, is in my charge. I also just learned that the company has changed hands. That's why I rushed to give you a call. When Dong Chang heard Yitong's tone, he immediately brainstormed a scene where he was fired. Hearing that it wasn't Xia Ziming, Yitong also sensed that the other party was intimidated by himself. After all, now that he was the new boss of famous mansion capital, he was worried that he would be fired by himself. Right? It's manager Dong Ah. It's okay, your call came at the right time. I just bought a house in the sales office of Mingmen Shofu. The attitude of the staff in the sales office are all very good. You manage well. Yitong wasn't the type of person who was a new official and wasn't willing to get himself into trouble. If Dong Chang was a reliable person, it would naturally be best to continue using him. Dong Chang looked at the purchase contract in his hands. His hands were already sweating. Thank you for your compliments, Mr. Yi. This is the most basic professional requirement as a salesman. Mr. Yi, you shouldn't have left famous mansion yet, right? There is some work I still need to report to you, including the subsequent sales issues of famous gate capital. Yes, I'm in the house I just purchased. Come over and talk. Hanging up the phone, Dong Chang hurriedly rushed to the house that Yitong had purchased. Only as soon as he entered, he saw 4 bodyguards standing neatly at the door. And beside Yitong, there was also a bodyguard standing. At a glance, he was the head of several 5 people. Dong Chang immediately confused. Finished? This must be rushing me. This job cannot be kept. Mr. Yi, this is all the accounts from the completion of the famous mansion to the present, as well as about the sales plan planning book. Yitong looked at the thick pile of documents in Dong Chang's hands, then waved his hand, and Shinsan took over the documents and flipped through them. Yitong, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and leaned on the backrest in a very relaxed manner. It was just comfortable to have someone reviewing the information for himself. Accounts. My assistant will help me review them. So you'll start with the question about the sale of the capital. How come I see that the occupancy rate isn't high? Dong Chang wiped his sweat. It's like this. Famous mansion capital is only on sale from yesterday. According to the sales plan set by the previous boss, the capital is divided into two kinds of occupancy. One is for sale, but it must be fully paid. Full payment? That's a lot less money to earn than a loan. Dong Chang nodded. That's right. First of all, it will earn a lot less, and the price of the famous mansion is very high, so if you can take out a loan, I believe it will all be sold out very quickly. But the full payment is tens of millions of dollars. But if you pay in full, it's tens of millions of dollars for the house price. The upper class gentry, instead of tens of millions of dollars to buy a neighborhood building, they'd rather add money to buy a detached villa. So from yesterday's sale, to consult the purchase of a lot of people, but the real full payment to buy the house, only you, Mr. Yi Tong didn't say anything. It seemed that the previous boss didn't want to sell the house of famous gate capital. Yi Tong nodded, signaling Dong Chang to continue. The second type of occupancy, on the other hand, is renting, although the rent is also not low, and you need to pay a high deposit. But because of the geographical advantage, there are still many people who choose to rent and move in. How much is the rent? 30,000 per month, one deposit for half a year, and a security deposit of 300,000 per year. Yi Tong smiled at his words. It seemed that the previous owner was very fond of this neighborhood that he had built. It was trying to hold the property rights firmly in his own hands, but because of the legal restrictions and having to sell it to the public, he had made such a harsh request. Actually, I share the same idea as the former boss. The famous gate capital will only be rented out in the future, not sold. But isn't this a violation of? It doesn't matter. The regulation is that the district rental and sales ratio should not exceed 7:3. That is to say, at least 30% of the houses should be sold. The capital has a total of 27 houses with 2 families on one floor, and 1 house with 1 family on the first floor, totaling 650 households. 30% is 495. If you really come to check, it's also to check the tax payment. You finished the math. These 495 houses paid in full. How much tax do you need to pay? Just report it to me. Hearing Yi Tong's words, Dong Chang immediately understood what Yi Tong meant. It's too deliberate to pay the taxes for these 495 households all at once. It's better to spread it out over a number of times. Yi Tong looked at Dong Chang approvingly. Then remove all the signs hanging for sale from the sales office, and all the sales information on the various apps, and replace them all with rentals, and the rest, all as usual. Go and do it. Hearing all as usual, Dong Chang knew that he had kept his job, and immediately got up to go to work. Miss, there's no problem with the accounts. Yi Tong nodded, then let Dong Chang take the books and leave. Compared to a one-shot deal like selling, Yi Tong also preferred renting. After all, who could resist the temptation of being a chartered house? In a good mood today, Yi Tong brought his bodyguards to the Emerald Palace. Sitting in the box, Yi Tong threw the menu to several people. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat, but you guys are still working. No drinking. In fact, the last time they followed Yi Tong to the Emerald Palace, it had already aroused a few people's cravings, but after all, they still had professional ethics. Although they didn't have a bite to eat, a few people didn't have any ideas. Then, Miss, we'll order all. The one who spoke was Shenwu, also the youngest among the 5. Shani slapped Shenwu, signaling Shenwu to be more restrained. His harangues were all over the menu, but even though it was a random order, the few people still tried to save Yi Tong as much money as possible, and everyone ate a 7-minute full. Although they still spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, Yi Tong swore that this hundreds of thousands of dollars was the least heartbreaking time Yi Tong had ever spent. Miss, we still need to purchase some daily necessities. Hearing Shin Yi's reminder, Yi Tong then remembered. However, the problem of being sleepy after eating made Yi Tong not want to go shopping in the supermarket at all. Moreover, having Shin Yi followed by a few people was also too eye-catching. Yi Tong simply transferred 200,000 to Shin Yi's cell phone. I'm sleepy. I won't go. You guys go and see what you need by yourselves. Just buy it back. Shin Yi assured with a serious face that he would fulfill the task, then sent Yi Tong back to the villa. Left 2 people to protect Yi Tong. Shin Yi then drove the commercial car straight to the supermarket. After a beautiful beauty sleep, as soon as he woke up, Yi Tong received a call from Dean's mom. Little Tong, can you do Dean's mom a favor? Hearing Dean's mom's stuttering voice, Yi Tong instantly sobered up. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Dean seemed to be having a hard time speaking. Chapter 28 Orphanage Accident. Last time, didn't you say, you met a nobleman? the nobleman gave the orphanage a large sum of sponsorship. Can you help the dean's mom to build a bridge? Contact that nobleman. The institution. It may not be able to run soon. Hearing the dean's mom's words, Yi-tong immediately frowned. The dean wasn't a person who couldn't plan the use of charity funds. To use up the previous $2 million so quickly, something big must have happened to the hospital. Mother Dean, is something wrong? It's the two sisters, Xiaotao and Xiaoying, who have been diagnosed with acute leukemia. Xiaotao and Xiaoying are twin sisters who were abandoned in front of the orphanage. 2 days ago, the two sisters were playing on the slide. Xiaotao accidentally fell and knocked her nose. Xiaoying went to help her sister, and her palms were rubbed and skinned. Originally thought it was just a minor abrasion. Disinfection and stop bleeding can be fixed, but found that the two sisters' wounds can not stop bleeding. The dean realized the seriousness. Immediately sent the two sisters to the hospital for examination. It was diagnosed with acute leukemia. Transplantation of hematopoietic stem cells alone will cost 600,000 a person, as well as the high cost of follow-up treatment, $2 million, so hitching a ride. The dean also opened a crowdfunding, but the effect is very little. Now there are too many under the guise of a serious illness to save treatment. Cheating everyone's charity abound. Everyone's love has been gradually worn down. But the good news is that the two sisters were lucky enough to find compatible hematopoietic stem cells, and the transplant will take place next Wednesday. But because all the money has been paid for the two sisters' treatment, the orphanage is now stretched to the limit. The dean had no choice but to dial Yi-tong's phone number, hoping to meet with that precious person. Even if it was just a few tens of thousands of dollars, it would be enough for the orphanage to meet its urgent needs. Yi-tong wanted to tell the dean's mom that he was the man of honor, and that he was now rich, very rich, but now does not seem to be the time to say this, so he pretended to agree, so that the dean's mom do not be anxious. Hanging up the phone, Yi-tong then wanted to call 1 million first, but because it was already past the bank's closing time, the large amount of public transfers could not arrive in real time. Yi-tong can only first in the cell phone to the dean transferred to 100,000, which is the highest amount of money transferred on a single day on the phone. Yi-tong received the transfer of the dean, immediately called. Words are full of worry. Little child, how did you raise the money so quickly? Is that nobleman raised any request? Is that nobleman a man or a woman? I didn't receive this money. You'd better take it back. It's all my fault. I was in too much of a hurry. I didn't take you into consideration. You're also my child. You can't have an accident either. Obviously, the dean was worried that something would happen to Yi-tong. No, this nobleman is my colleague at work. His family is very rich. In Huadu are ranked. Usually also do charity. You can rest assured to accept it. The main thing is that the bank is now closed. Large amount of public transfers can't be done. Tomorrow we'll also earn a sum of money on the public account of the hospital. Don't worry about the treatment cost of Xiaotao and Xiaoying. Hearing Yi-tong's words, the dean's mom only felt that for so many days, the stone pressed on her heart instantly fell to the ground, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Little Tong, really thank you. Can you ask that colleague of yours? Mom wants to meet her and thank her in person. What's so hard about it? No problem. Hanging up the phone, Yi-tong is in his heart chanting, really sorry for the Fei sister. If he told the dean mom the truth of the matter, not only the dean mom is difficult to accept, I'm afraid that he is still educating himself for a few sentences, but this is also normal. Half a month ago, they are still a difficult-to-eat orphans, now turned into a billionaire, to who believe Therefore, Yi-tong called over to Sophie, and told Sophie what just happened. One by one. Small matter, just that this credit are letting me take the risk. I really feel bad. Otherwise, I also donate 1 million. At that time, my heart also feel better. Then, thank you Big Boss Sue for your financial support. Making fun of me, huh? Then when do you think you'll let me step in? Yi-tong thought about it. During this period of time, the dean must have been taking care of the sisters in the ward every day. It was time for the dean to take a break. I will find caregivers for the Xiaotao sisters tomorrow. The orphanage can't be run without the dean's mom. Why don't we do it tomorrow? Let's go to the orphanage. Although the orphanage is not large or luxurious, the meals cooked in our institution's cafeteria are very tasty, something you can't eat in any big restaurant. Hearing Yi-tong praise the orphanage's cafeteria so much, Sophie also became interested. How can it be so troublesome to find a caregiver? Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to go over. You don't have to care about this. Alright, I'm grateful for Big Boss Sue's outpouring of help. You're making fun of me again. Respected host, the system warmly reminds that there are no tasks to be issued today and tomorrow for the time being. When Yi-tong woke up in the morning, he heard the system's reminder, and it just so happened that he was afraid that he wouldn't have the time to complete a mission today. However, since there is no task, can you not wake people up at 6 o'clock? Hello? Yi-tong had just finished washing up and transferred 3 million to Sophie. Sophie, in turn, replied with an okay expression. The appointment with the dean's mom was at 11 p.m. Because the orphanage was on the outskirts of the city, both of them had to leave an hour earlier. On the way, Sophie sent a message to Yitong. Tong, this is the first time I'm going to the orphanage. What if I'm a little excited? Don't worry, the orphanage isn't a place that eats people. Just think of it as a kindergarten. By the way, I've already arranged for the caregivers. They should have gone to the hospital by now. Thanks a lot. You stop. The two just flirted with each other and arrived at the orphanage. The director was already waiting at the door early to greet Sufei, and the orphanage's front door was even more exaggerated with a banner. When Sophie got off the bus, she was shocked by the scene. Some children came up to give Sophie a garland, but this garland is all origami coloring after the flowers. But Sophie still loved it. Only the dean was a little hesitant and didn't dare to go forward. Sister Fei, this is the director of the orphanage, Ms. Zhang Xiaoping. Yitong introduced the dean's mom very formally. Hearing Yitong introduce herself, the dean's mom somewhat awkwardly stretched out her hand wrapped in adhesive tape. Hello, Ms. Su. Fei was shocked as she looked at the dean's hand. She had seen her father and brother go to comfort the orphanage on the news before, but none of the orphanages were like the one in front of her eyes. This real, especially these hands. Sophie hurriedly reached out to shake it. I'm not any Mr. Su, you can just call me Sophie. I'm Tong's good sister. Auntie doesn't need to be so formal. When Su Fei said this, she also knew that she was taking credit for Yitong's work, so naturally she couldn't be so deserving. Most importantly, Sophie also truly wanted to help this orphanage. Chapter 29, Bringing a Rich Woman to Fund the Orphanage. When the dean heard Sophie say this, he was a bit overwhelmed and looked at Yitong. Seeing Yitong nodding his head, before he laughed out in excitement, and as he laughed, his eyes moistened. Good, Ms. Sophie. Sophie knew that this had already made it difficult for the dean. If she didn't let the dean add the suffix of Miss, she was afraid that she wouldn't know how to speak. Are you hungry? Did you have enough to eat in the morning? How about we start eating first? Sophie hadn't been to the orphanage before and didn't know the opening time of the orphanage, so she twisted her head to ask Yitong's opinion. The orphanage usually opens at 12 o'clock. If you're hungry, it's fine for us to eat first. That's not necessary. It's better to wait for the children to eat together. I like to be lively. Then, let's go sit in the office. Sophie originally wanted to agree, but seeing the children playing with the teachers not far away, Sophie changed her mind. I see the children playing quite happily. I'll also accompany the children to play for a while, just in time to eat together later. After saying that, Sophie took off the flower garland, explaining to her assistant to keep it safe, and ran over to the children. The children in the orphanage were all from pitiful backgrounds, and having been abandoned before, they ran behind the teachers in fear at the sight of strangers. Children. Seeing that the children were scared of Sophie, Yitong hurried over to relieve them. It's Sister Little Child. Sister Little Child, you came back to see us. Seeing Yitong, the children came out from behind the teachers. Sister Fei, don't mind. These children are aware of their origins and how they came here, so they are scared when they see strangers. Sophie nodded. It's okay, I know. Sophie didn't mind. She just felt even more heartbroken for these children. The teachers also knew that Sophie was rich, and this time she came to donate money to the orphanage. Worrying that it would make Sophie unhappy, the teachers rushed to explain to the children. An older little girl hesitantly took a few steps towards Sophie. Sister Su, is it really here to help us? Hearing the little girl's words, Sophie keenly grasped the point. Really? Could there be a fake? Yitong nodded. There are some small businesses. In order to create momentum for their company and make a good name for themselves, they will come over with great fanfare, claiming to donate, but they also just take a few pictures and leave. There are no donations to donate. We've all seen it before. Yitong's words simply overturned Sophie's three views. Surprisingly, there are still such people. Yitong sighed helplessly. Look at this orphanage. It's neither beautiful nor famous. There's no benefit of funding it at all. And if you can't get the benefit, naturally there won't be anyone to fund it. Hey, let's not talk about this. Yitong smiled and looked at the children. This beautiful sister is really here to help us? We'll buy new clothes, new school bags, new stationery for everyone. Each person has a share. Oh. Hearing Yitong's words, the children ran out to gather around Sophie. Big sister is really beautiful and kind-hearted. I learned this word in class O. Big sister is so nice. She will definitely live a long life, and never grow old and always be pretty. Sophie gradually got lost in the children's compliments, although she knew that the children were trying their best to please, in order for her to really help fund the orphanage. In addition to being happy, Sophie was also a little heartbroken. After playing with the children for a while, the dining bell rang. The children pulled Yi Tong and Sophie's hands and ran towards the dining room. Even Sophie's assistants, and Yi Tong's bodyguards, all had children surrounding them heading towards the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, Sophie realized that the children in the orphanage were far more than the ones who had just played together. There were almost any age group. Tong, at what age did you leave the orphanage? 18. The orphanage stipulates that after reaching adulthood, children have to leave the orphanage to make a living on their own. Right now inside the orphanage, there are still 6 17-year-olds who are attending public high school, and there are still 25 children between the ages of 14 to 16. Sophie nodded with a serious expression. One could imagine how much pressure this orphanage was under. All the children knew that Su Fei was here to sponsor. When they saw Su Fei, they would actively greet each other, and would also actively move aside to allow Su Fei to hit the food first. Looking at the food, colorful and fragrant meals, Sophie was shocked that the orphanage, which is about to be unable to open the pot, still did not withhold the slightest bit on the children's meals. Sophie's mixed feelings with the end of the dinner plate to sit down. The children see Sophie seems not too happy, are a bit at a loss. A little girl somewhat nervously peeled the hard-boiled eggs in her own dinner plate, then somewhat timidly put them into Sophie's dinner plate. Sister, you eat a little more. Uncle Chen's cooking, it's very delicious. You'll know if you taste it. Only then did Sophie come back to her senses. It turned out that her expression just now had made the children think that she was like this because she didn't like the food. Thank you, little sister. Sister likes to eat it very much. Saying this, Sophie picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and sent it into her mouth. Just after entering the mouth, Sophie's eyes lit up. Tong, this is too delicious, right? After saying these words, Sophie didn't say anything else, and although she still dined elegantly, the chopsticks in her hands didn't stop. It was just that the more Sophie ate, the more the children saw that Sophie really liked to eat, and they all gave the meat on their plates to Sophie. Seeing the children's bright eyes, Sophie only felt that the more she ate, the more bitter her heart became. She could be said to have been born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and grew up with her parents holding her in their hands, and had never suffered much at all. Never thought that there are children in the world who are so young and have to look at other people's eyes to make a living. After dinner, Sophie is going to the office to discuss the issue of financial assistance. Sophie also decided to embellish the truth to tell the dean. After all, Sophie was unwilling to risk Yi Tong's credit. Dean, I funded the orphanage. However, it's not my funding alone. There's also Tong's. Tong is also making a name for herself now. There's a big opportunity that she seized. As long as she does a good job, she'll be able to earn a lot of money. The reason why I said that I funded it is on behalf of me personally. Sophie hit the 3 million that Yi Tong transferred to her and her own 1 million. A total of 4 million to the orphanage's public account. This 4 million, 3 million is Tong's and only 1 million is mine. We will help the orphanage together in the future. If the institution runs out of money, as long as it's used for the children, I'm willing to contribute. The dean's mom looked at the money she had just received in the public account. Tears came out at once. She was so excited that she didn't know how to express her gratitude. She just looked at Yi Tong and Sophie with red eyes. Chapter 30, Dog Skin Paste Xia Jiming. Because Sophie had an appointment in the afternoon, the two didn't stay long and left. Anyway, the most important thing had already been resolved. On the way, Sophie also sent a message to Yi Tong, telling Yi Tong that if anything happens in the orphanage in the future, she must be the first to tell her. The dean's mom also sent a message, kept saying thank you, and said that she would not let the children know about Yi Tong and Sophie being rich. Yi Tong also agreed. In itself, letting the children know the importance of money too early would affect their values. The dean was also worried that the children who were about to walk out of the orphanage would develop bad ideas. When Ben wanted to catch up on his sleep, his cell phone rang again. Looking at the name on the caller ID, Yi Tong raised an eyebrow. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to call me. What a surprise. Gu Siming smiled. Then the usual pleasantries. You're so busy at work, Mr. Gu, you wouldn't just be calling to exchange pleasantries, right? Gu Siming hooked the corner of his mouth. I just like talking to smart people. In fact, I want to be concerned about the use of that manner. Is Yi going to live on her own, or develop it? Yi Tong smiled. She knew that Gu Smin was still thinking about that manner, but it was also true. From what Ming Cheng said, if this manner was utilized well, tens of billions of income per year would not be a dream. I haven't thought about it yet. I don't know if Mr. Gu has any suggestions? Of course there is, but this can't be said clearly over the phone. Why don't I invite Miss Yi to dinner tomorrow at noon, and we'll meet to discuss it in detail? I'm free. Of course there's no problem. Then I'll trouble Mr. Gu to let me know the address when he's set. I'll be on time. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tong received a message from Gu Siming. It was a high-class Western restaurant located in the city center, but Yi Tong was speechless when she saw the Western restaurant now. The dishes inside, The flavor was just like that. How come all these rich people like to eat so much? But anyway, there was no harm in having a treat. Then Yi Tong threw his cell phone aside and drilled into the bathroom for a beautiful bath. Just waiting for Yi Tong to come out, he saw his cell phone vibrating madly. Why is it a strange number again? But this number looks a bit familiar. Yi Tong saw the 4 8s and the digits before he remembered. Wasn't this Xia Ziming's cell phone number? Yi Tong had just picked it up when Xia Ziming's slightly angry voice came out. Why are you only picking up the phone now? Do you know how many calls I've made to you? The head-splitting reprimand made Yi Tong a little speechless. His great mood was just ruined. Xia Ziming just wanted to say a few words in, but heard a busy tone coming from the phone. The call over is unable to connect the state. Xia Ziming incredibly looked at the cell phone. He was Yi Tong pulled black? Yi Tong will be Xia Ziming pulled black after. Out of breath like clap hands. Such a good day. Not to listen to you counting down. Besides, who are you? Why should I listen to you count down? Just a few minutes. Yi Tong phone rang again. Still a strange number. Hey, little mister. Xia, are you still finished? Did you guys kick Xia Mingru out? Just come to contact me? Hearing Yi Tong's words, Xia Ziming took a few deep breaths before he barely managed to keep the fire down. Ro's matter. Let's talk about it later. Right now you immediately come to Kongda Hospital. Mom is sick and hospitalized. As a daughter, you should come to do your filial piety in front of the bed. Moreover, Mom is sick and hospitalized because she knows that you are unwilling to come back. You should come over to make amends and then return to the Xia family. Hearing these words from Xia Ziming, Yi Tong was confused. It seemed that this was a moral abduction that was unsuccessful before and started to use the bitter meat trick to tie up the moral abduction. This combination of punches was used wonderfully. But unfortunately, Yi Tong, was born with a hardened heart, so it's not useful at all. Yi Tong sneered. I was just born. When I was waiting to be fed, I was left to fend for myself, and now that I'm sick and need to be waited on, I remember me as a daughter? Am I an escort? Or a special medicine? If you're sick, you should take care of yourself. If you don't have anyone to take care of you, you should hire an escort. Why are you looking for me? And I repeat, I'm not the daughter of the Xia family. I'm not going back, so don't bother me. In the future, I'll pull the plug on one of your calls. After saying that, Yi Tong hung up the phone, and then pulled black with fire. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Xia Ziming angrily slammed the phone to pieces before ordering his men to buy another phone back. Seeing her son in this state, Xia Ziming's mother, Yu Shuya, rushed over to inquire, is it because that girl refuses to come? Xia Ziming nodded his head and told Yu Shuya exactly what had just happened. Even Xia Guoshang, who was listening from the side, had a face as dark as a pot. I didn't expect this girl to be so crazy. It's not just because she got lucky and got a windfall. She even doesn't even put the Xia family in her eyes anymore. And she still wants to send Ro away. Never. Xia Mingro had a pitiful look as she snuggled beside Yu Shuya. Mom, Dad, brother, otherwise, I'd better move out, so that my sister can come back and reunite with you. Mom and Dad had a hard time finding my sister. I can't hinder you from recognizing each other because of me. Xia Mingro said and buried her head into Yu Shuya's arms, looking at Yu Shuya very distressed. No, how could I drive you away? Even if Mom doesn't want that uneducated girl, she won't not want you. Hearing Yu Shuya's counterintuitive statement, Xia Ziming frowned slightly, not wanting her own daughter, but also wanting to keep her adopted daughter. Was this still a real mother? Could it be that Yi Tong had anticipated this situation and refused to come back? If this was in her place, she definitely wouldn't come back either. Dad, Xia Ziming was now looking at Xia Guoshang somewhat helplessly. Yi Tong is the daughter of the Xia family, and must recognize her ancestor. But Ro, who grew up in the Xia family, naturally, we can't kick out Ro, who we have cultivated with great care, just because of Yi Tong's words. Ziming, you still play a good image of a big brother. In the future, don't talk so nonchalantly. Try to coax Yi Tong to let her go home. Xia Ziming nodded his head, claiming that he was busy in the company, and went back to the company. Looking at Yi Tong's information in his hand, Xia Ziming frowned fiercely. For the sake of the Xia family, I still have to apologize to you, sister. The next day, Yi Tong beautiful sleep to 10 o'clock, before lazily get up. If it is not with Gu Siming has an appointment, Yi Tong will also be in bed to rely on a long time before willing to get up. Simply put on a makeup, with a fresh and competent line, tied up a high ponytail, and went out the door. After all, it is the first family of Huadu, or to arrive early. Only Yi Tong did not expect. Gu Siming has already arrived at the restaurant. Chapter 31, forced to sell before it's even warmed up. Mr. Gu, I'm so sorry, I still made you wait for me. Yi Tong politely extended her hand. It's okay, it just so happens that I had a rare free day today, so I came a little early. For me, waiting for someone is also a rare kind of relaxation. Hearing Gu Siming's words, Gu Siming's special assistant Li Tae, who was beside him, shivered in his heart. I don't know who it was, but yesterday, when he was waiting for a partner, his face was so dark that even the bottom of a pot looked ashamed of itself. Today, he said that waiting for someone is also relaxing. That is, MS. Yi doesn't know you. Just this. Even the ghosts don't believe it when they hear it. After the two of them were seated, Gu Siming pushed the menu to Yi Tong. Miss Yi, see what you want to eat. Feel free to order. Yi Tong smiled awkwardly, then pushed the menu back. She was really annoyed with ordering food. Dyslexia plus price phobia. Just looking at the menu could make her heart vomit for half a century. I'm not very good at ordering Western food. It's better for Mr. Gu to come. I'm casual and not picky. Gu Siming raised an eyebrow at the words. Was this a question for himself? Interesting. He hadn't come across such a bold person in a long time. Yi Tong didn't know Gu Smin's inner drama, but Li knew. Li Tae rolled his eyes in his heart. It's over. The boss is thinking blindly again. It's clear that the other Miss Yi looks like she doesn't come to Western restaurants often, so she won't be able to order food. He, the boss, just loves to add drama to himself. Fortunately, although Gu Siming misunderstood, but did not get angry, still ordered the dishes. After the menu was handed over to Li Tae exited the private room. Only when Li Tae desperately gave Shin Yi a wink, Shin Yi stood firm. Shin Yi, you go out first. I have something important to discuss with Mr. Gu. Only when he heard Yi Tong give the word, Shin Yi nodded before exiting the private room. These few bodyguards of yours, at a glance, are not unusual bodyguards. MS. Yi has a good eye. Yi Tong smiled. This is what an elder arranged for me, to protect my safety. I also think that the elder's eye for picking people is very good. Let's talk about that manner. Yi Tong didn't like to beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. Seeing Yi Tong being so direct, Gu Siming also understood that Yi Tong was a fastidious one. Good. I want to acquire the emerald manor from MS. Yi. Hearing Gu Sming's words, Yi Tong raised an eyebrow. Originally thought Gu Sming was here to talk about cooperation, but didn't realize that he wanted to come to acquire it. How many $1 million does Mr. Gu intend to acquire it? Gu Siming stretched out his palm. I'll add 500 million more, 7 billion to recover. Yi Tong smiled, then leaned back and leaned against the seat backrest. I know the Gu family is rich, but since they can take out 7 billion, why did they let me have 5 billion in the first place? Moreover, by adding only 500 million, wouldn't I be too much of a loss? Gu Siming seemed to have expected that Yi Tong would not agree, and an appreciative expression appeared on his face. Then how much does MS. Yi think is appropriate? Why don't you make an offer? Upon hearing this, Yi Tong wrinkled her eyebrows and lowered her head, as if she was really considering this issue. Not for sale. If I wanted to resell it, I wouldn't have auctioned it in the first place. We can talk about other ways of cooperation. Gu Siming raised his eyebrows. MS. Yi, please speak. Renting. I know that the Gu family wants to use this manor as a breakthrough into Shanghai, but this manor, I have no intention of wanting to resell it, but I won't be living in it, either. Why don't you rent it to Mr. Gu, so that you don't have to worry about purchasing it and spending a large sum of money, leading to difficulties in the later development of the funds, and I, too, have a stable income, a win-win situation for each other. What does Mr. Gu think? What makes you think that I will agree? It's always been the Gu family that asks others for money. There's never been a Gu family that pays rent to others. Yi Tong looked at Gu Siming, then cocked her head. It doesn't matter if Mr. Gu doesn't agree. I cannot rent it. Gu Siming hooked his lips and still shook his head. He didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others. 10 billion. I'm willing to offer 10 billion to buy the manor in MS. Yes, hands. Is that sincere enough? Hearing Gu Siming's offer, Yi Tong nearly choked on a mouthful of tea. It seemed that this manor was really very important to Gu, preferring to raise the price by almost double to take it. Yi Tong was also very skillful. With Gu's status, there were many ways to get himself to give up the manor, but Gu Siming chose to personally find himself to talk about it, which was already quite a big face. Yi Tong skimmed his lips, not expecting that this manor would not be his own before it was even warmed up. Deal. Gu Siming smiled and nodded. He could see that Yi Tong was very reluctant to give up. That was true. If he rented it out, the gains would be long-term, and he would make more than $10 billion by then. The reason why Yi Tong agreed should be because she was afraid of Gu's background. Gu Siming snapped his fingers, and Li Tae walked in with a folder and placed it in front of Yi Tong. This is the transfer contract. MS. Yi only needs to sign it. I'll take care of the rest of the transfer procedures. Gu Siming paused. The amount of 10 billion is too big. Truth be told, although Gu's liquidity can pay for this 10 billion, but it may lead to Gu's financial constraints, and the later remodeling costs are also a big expense, so I can only pay MS. Yi 2 billion first. and the remaining 8 billion in 10 installments. Yi Tong naturally knew the importance of 10 billion in liquidity for a company, but the unwilling Yi Tong still wanted to make things difficult for Gu Siming. In installments so General Manager Gu didn't raise the price with me at the auction because the auction can't be in installments Hearing that Yi Tong was shading himself, Gu Siming laughed. Then Hadley take out another document. This is the share agreement, which I gifted to Miss Yi as compensation for the staging. Emerald Manor Resort, 10% dry shares? Yi Tong raised her eyes to look at Gu Siming suspiciously. That's right, I voluntarily gave Miss Yi 10% shares, and every year, I will give Miss Yi dividends of the corresponding shares. According to the plan, the manor will be profitable in the second year. For the first 3 years, the annual dividend that can be given to Miss Yi is about $10 million, and it will double from the 4th year onwards. Yi Tong raised an eyebrow. How much to share? It's not up to you. Alright, I agree to your conditions. Yi Tong let the system check the contract and signed her name after making sure there were no problems. I'm glad to be friends with Ms. Yi. I don't know where Ms. Yi is now in her senior position, previously a hobo, now a creditor of Gu's manor. Yi Tong answered Gu Siming's words very playfully. Gu Siming froze for a second, then burst out laughing. Our Gu clan is in great need of a bold and courageous one like Ms. Yi. Why don't you? Is Mr. Gu digging for someone? It's just that I don't have a good physique. I'm a bit calcium deficient, and I need to bask in the sun every day. Hearing Yi Tong's refusal, Gu Siming then didn't say anything else. Although the information found out so far, Yi Tong didn't have any background family. Gu Siming wanted to keep Yi Tong in his company, but it was just a thought. Yi Tong can afford billions of dollars to buy a manor. Why return to the office to work? The two just separated. Yi Tong's cell phone rang. Again, unfamiliar number. Do not even need to think. Must be Xia Jiming. Chapter 32. Xia Mingru left home to rely on me? Yi Tong directly hung up and then pulled black. Inside the general manager's office of Xia's group, Xia Jiming heard the tone that could not be connected in his cell phone. Xia Jiming knew that he had been pulled black again, or pulled black without connecting. Xia Jiming only felt that this task was even more difficult than his previous acquisition of the company. Good morning, honorable host. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption 10 million yen. 10 million. Task reward, unlocked after completing the task. New points redemption commodities have been put on the shelves. Hosts can redeem according to their needs. Hearing that there were new redemption commodities, Yi Tong immediately opened the points mall. A housekeeper consumed 12 points, and an assistant consumed 15 points. Then Yi Tong looked at his own points. 10 points. Well, nothing could be exchanged. Moreover, according to the previous rewards, wealth points were not available every day. So if he wanted to get enough to exchange for a housekeeper and an assistant, he didn't know when he would have to do it. In fact, Yi Tong had thought about recruiting himself, but Yi Tong was worried that his poor vision would invite trouble for himself. While eating breakfast, Yi Tong was thinking about how to accomplish today's task. Then he glanced at Shin's several people. It seems that since they came to themselves, they have always been in this set of clothes, and every time they go out, they are in this oppressive black suit, which is always a little inconvenient. It was decided that he would take Shin and the others to buy clothes today. He, the one who was the boss, can't treat his men badly. After eating, Yi Tong followed the video and practiced yoga for a while, then packed up and prepared to go out. Arriving at Oriental's Intiandi, Yi Tong went straight to the 3rd floor for men's clothing. First, he purchased a few sets of casual wear and sportswear for Shin and a few others. Only when he checked out, he didn't even spend $1 million. Yi Tong was a bit discouraged. Was men's clothing so cheap? While fretting, Yi Tong's cell phone rang again. Still an unfamiliar number. Yi Tong sighed. This Xia Jiming still listened to persistence. Something is wrong. Just say it. Xia Jiming subconsciously wanted to question Yi Tong why he didn't answer his phone, but to prevent the last time when he was hung up halfway through his sentence, Xia Jiming pressed the anger in his heart. Zoe ran away from home. Yi Tong sniffed with a face full of questions. And then, Ro is your sister. Aren't you worried about her running away from home? Don't you have any responsibility? She ran away from home because she knew that you didn't like her after she found you. Yi Tong was completely confused this time. No, this can also be blamed on me. I heard that Xiaming Ro was born in the same year and month as me, and is also an adult, right? Is he crippled or retarded? The leg is long in their own body, and it's not me who encouraged and directed her to run away from home. Moreover, I said I won't go back to the Xia family. It's your inappropriate appeasement of poor care, which led to her running away from home. She didn't have any abnormalities before leaving home. Wasn't there anything unusual before she ran away? Didn't you notice? Now that she's lost, you don't call the police to find her, but you blame me instead. Are you really worried or are you just pretending to be worried? I doubt it. And after you guys find Xia Mingru, please tell her that I won't go back to the Xia family and won't affect her position as the jewel in her palm, so she can rest assured. Goodbye. After saying that, Yi Tong hung up the phone. She was already annoyed. Now she is even more annoyed. Only bye can make her happy. Then Yi Tong looked up and saw the Swiss suit customization across the street, and the men's shoes advertisement upstairs. Yes, you can also buy shoes and customized suits. Then Yi Tong dove headfirst into the suit store. Only there were so many different styles, fabrics, and even threads used. Yi Tong did not know anything about suits, and was confused in no time. Yi Tong simply did not pick. Pointing to Shinyi, several people said, "Just do it for them. One person first, make a set." How much? The designer's eyes lit up when he saw Shinyi's few people. He hadn't seen people with such an aura or a golden proportion body, even if it was just a bodyguard. "Miss, our brand's customized suits are more expensive. 1 million a set. But if your bodyguard is willing to take a few photos for us and stow them in the display album, I can make the decision to give you a 50% discount. 500,000 a set?" The store manager and designer nodded. "Then I'll have to order 2 sets for each of them. Still at a 50% discount, and I'll agree." The store manager gritted his teeth at that. "Okay, deal. Then MS, ye please come pick it up in half a month." Walking out of the suit store, today's task successfully completed 60%. Yi Tong hoofed it to the men's shoes area, once again opening the sweeping mode. Crocodile shoes, 2 pairs for 1 person. There must be a replacement. This pair of sneakers, also quite expensive. A person to 2 pairs, but so a meal sweeping, or 1 million short of the task to complete. But this is good to do. Shopping for so long, surely hungry, then finish eating. Just after walking out of the specialty store, Yi Tong bumped into Xia Jiming head-on. Seeing Yi Tong leading a few men in the mall with his hands full of shopping bags, Xia Jiming's anger surged. "You don't care about Ro's safety. Instead you ran here to shop. Do you even have a heart?" Hearing Xia Jiming's accusation, Yi Tong glanced at her assistant who was following behind Xia Jiming, also carrying a large bag, and rolled her eyes. "I thought how anxious little Mr. Xia is. He must be teared up looking for his sister. I didn't think that while looking for someone, he still has time to come to the mall to buy things." Hearing Yi Tong's mockery, Xia Jiming's frown tightened. "This is my business. I am discussing my marriage with the Su family. Once it succeeds, Xia will be able to rank among the top 10 of Huadu's luxury family ranking, and I have already mobilized my men to look for Ro. But what about you? You are still fooling around with these unsavory people. If this is spread out, how do you want outsiders to look at our Xia family?" Yi Tong rubbed his brows impatiently. "Xia Jiming, how many times do I have to tell you before you can hear me? I don't recognize the Xia family, and I'm only biologically related to the Xia family. That's all. I don't covet your Xia family's assets either. I don't care about it. So what do you care what people I associate with? If you have this time, why don't you go find your baby sister and buy things to please others? You speak righteously on your lips, but in your bones you are extremely selfish. How can you still have the heart to go shopping when your sister is lost? The Xia family's tutelage. It's really strange." Chapter 33, System, you return my points. After saying that, Yi Tong glared at Xia Jiming and brushed against him to leave. While brushing past, Yi Tong didn't forget to bump into Xia Jiming. As for Xia Jiming, where had he received such anger? He wanted to chase after Yi Tong to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by his assistant. "Little Mr. Xia, we still have to rush to the Su family. This matter determines the life and death of the Xia clan. We can't be slow." Only after hearing the assistant's words, Xia was willing to stop. Arriving at the Hong Kong-style tea house upstairs, Yi Tong brainlessly charged the remaining 1 million all on her card, and was immediately led by the waiter to the senior VIP box. "Miss, just now Xia Jiming said that he wants to discuss marriage with the Su family." "This Su family? It won't be Miss Sophie's family, right?" Xingyi's words made Yi Tong instantly react, and hurriedly called Sophie, but Sophie seemed to be in a bad mood, and only said that she would call Yi Tong when she was done with her work, and then hung up. Yi Tong froze. It can't be that Sophie is really on a blind date, right? It can't be that the blind date is really Xia Jiming, right? No way. I waited until after dinner before Yi Dong received a video call from Sophie. On the other end of the phone, Sophie was lying on the bed with a tired face. "Hi little Tong." This breathless greeting from Sophie made Yi Tong Jude a bit amused, and there was no more tension from just waiting for the news. "Let me guess, did you go on a blind date today?" Hearing Yi Tong's words, Sophie sat up from the bed in a flash. "How do you know? Then let me guess again. Is your blind date the son of the Xia family, Xia Jiming?" After hearing this, Sophie's eyes went wide. "God, how do you know everything? Then guess, did I succeed in my blind date?" "No, how could you look at Xia Jiming?" Yi Tong rolled his eyes. Bingo! Worthy of being my real-life BFF, not to mention fancying him. I'm sick of him. Then why did you agree to a blind date? I remember you said that your family's old man won't force you to do things you don't like or force you to join a marriage, right? Sophie changed her position and leaned against the bed. Of course I won't. But because the Xia family's current upsurge is very strong, and they have close cooperation with our family, that's why the old man arranged this. I hope to make the cooperation between the two families even closer. Of course, if I don't want to, it won't force me. After all, the Xia family still can't be compared to our family. Even if I'm willing to, it's still the Xia family that is high up on the ladder. But I heard my old man said, the Xia family seems to have a financial crisis, is now borrowing money from the bank to turn over. I am mainly because of this reason, not willing to Xia Jiming. This is a hidden danger. If this hidden danger is not solved, then it is equivalent to finding a vampire for my family. This kind of money-losing business I will not do. After listening to Su Fei's words, Yi Tong was silent. Could it be that the Xia family was forcing themselves to go back, just to use her money, to fill the whole of the Xia family, and then to beg to marry the Su family's eldest young lady and advance to the top 10 of the mansion list? It really was a big move. Seeing that Yi Tong didn't say anything, just frowning down, Su Fei was a bit puzzled. Say, how did you know that I had a blind date today? The blind date was still Xia Jiming. Someone told on you? Yi Tong shook his head. This matter, it's complicated to say. Why don't we make an appointment tomorrow? I'll talk to you, but you have to be psychologically prepared. I'm worried that you won't be able to accept it. Yi Tong slightly beamed with some helplessness. Hearing that there were melons to eat, Sophie immediately came into the spirit. Which is what can't accept. Then let's meet at 12 noon tomorrow at Huadu Chinese restaurant. I see that you don't seem to like Western food too much. Let's eat Chinese food tomorrow. After agreeing on a time with Sophie, the two of them hung up the phone after chatting for a couple more sentences. Congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly selected 3 times the rebate 30 million yen. 30 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. And an additional award of wealth points 3 points. Now accumulated wealth points 13 points. Please pay attention to check receipt. Enough. The wealth points were finally enough. Yi Tong immediately opened the system backpack. Assistant. In that is, temporarily cannot be used. After all, there is only the Sunshine Mansion and the Emerald Palace land. These two profitable places. They are also able to manage. Now the most important thing is that the villa can't no one to take care of. Can't let Shin eat them. And do bodyguards, but also do servants. The key is not to give wages. This is not pure landlord oppression? Yi Tong immediately clicked on the exchange housekeeper. I thought it would be the same as the bodyguard. There will be a large group of servants to knock on the door. Just did not expect. Yi Tong waited for a night. There is no movement. System, I seriously doubt that you are trying to swallow my points. System, honorable host, good morning. The divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption 15 million yen. 15 million. The task reward, unlocked after completing the task. Yi Tong, who was brushing his teeth, rolled his eyes. Cheated me out of 12 points yesterday. And today's task also upgraded and doubled me. I just won't complete it. What can you do to me? If the host refuses to complete the task, the system will have the right to take back all the assets gifted to the host. Does the host refuse to complete the task? Finish. I was just talking in anger. How could I not finish the mission just for those few points? The host's attitude is sincere. The mission continues. Yi Tong, beep, percent and hashtag asterisk beep. At, hashtag star. Yi Tong's heart sent a round of telegrams before he slightly relieved a little bit of his anger. After eating breakfast, Yi Tong lay on the hammock on the terrace and brushed the news. Suddenly on the hot list, he saw a news of a request for help. A single mother, in order to save her sick child, initiated a fundraising news. But because there are so many of these money scamming schemes, people either just posted comments under the video praying for blessings or saying that it's a scam. And in any case, not a single person donated money. This video was posted last night, and so far, there are only a few $100s on the donation account. But the little girl's surgery is going to cost at least $300,000, as well as the follow-up treatment costs. In fact, Yi Tong also does not believe. But anyway, the money spent is not their own money, and it does not hurt to be cheated. Yi Tong directly large sums of money to hit the past 1 million, because the woman through the network to open the account. The most only accept 1 million donations. Yi Tong's 1 million hit the past, the account directly full closed. Yi Tong did not continue to pay attention to this news, and directly rode away to watch the live broadcast. At the appointed time, Yi Tong came down from his own iceberry powder, and Sophie was already waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 34, the Xia family recognizes another purpose. No need to think. This restaurant must also be a membership system. Just by the gate of this Champs-Élysées, you can see it. Originally, I wanted to ask you to go eat a private dining room. That private dining room only receives 15 tables of guests per day, but you have to make a reservation, and you have to be a member to make a reservation. Yesterday was too rushed. Even though my brother is a senior member, he didn't get an appointment, so I can only bring you here to eat for the time being. Tong awkwardly draws the corners of his mouth. Looking at the door, standing sign wrote, one-time recharge full of 3 million, can reserve seats. Such a high threshold. Dare Sophie still think it's not upscale enough? Tong worshipped. Over this period of time, Tong had been able to perfectly immunize himself against all kinds of high-priced menus, and the secret was not to look at the price. After ordering a few of her favorite dishes, Sophie couldn't wait to ask Tong, Tong, what kind of melon? Say it out and I'll taste it. Tong wasn't ambiguous and directly opened the door. Actually, right, I'm the Xia family's lost 1,000 gold, and Xia Ziming is my brother by blood. Tong finished for a good half a day. Sophie had been in a state of downtime. It wasn't until Tong reached out and shook Sophie that Sophie came back to her senses. What? You're the Qian Jin that the Xia family has been searching for years? Sophie paused. You let me wisp. Then these money of yours won't be. Of course not. These properties of mine have half a penny to do with the Xia family. Then Tong told Sophie about what happened during this period of time, and how Xia Ziming had forced himself to return to the Xia family several times. Sure enough, Sophie realized the problem as soon as she heard it. According to the Xia family's current power, they should have been able to find you a long time ago, but on the contrary, they didn't recognize you earlier or later. You just became famous in the circle and auctioned a multi-billion-dollar manor, immediately found you. Say they don't have a plan. The ghost won't believe it. You are right to refuse to go back to the Xia family. Not to mention, on that Xia Mingru, I don't like hard eyes especially much. Also love to pretend to be weak. Typical green tea. But it's just that the boys like this tone. For example, my brother, can't. Hearing what Sophie said, Tong was baffled. This Xia family is not too shameless. First trying to find a way to marry Sophie, then having a little sister to charm her brother. This family is staring at the Su family. Then you have to advise your brother not to fall in love. Brain. Be careful of being counted. Su Fei sighed helplessly. It can't be helped. My brother is just like that. He's thunderous at work and extremely business-minded. But on the contrary, he's an idiot in high love. I heard that yesterday Xia Mingru left home to head out. My brother drove out that night to look for it, but it seems like he found it. My brother also said to find out the person who made Xia Mingru sad, to give him a good look. I really have to laugh. Who can make Xia Mingru sad? It's all about her Xia Mingru bullying others. Tong sniffed and twitched the corner of her mouth. There is a sentence that I don't know whether to speak or not. Speak. Actually, the one who made Xia Mingru angry and left home was me, because I said that if you want me to go back to the Xia family, unless you kick Xia Mingru out. Hearing Tong's words, Sophie first froze for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are also too good. Before you return to the Xia family, you gave Xia Mingru a downward spiral. The key is that Xia Mingru still can't find you, and this gas can't be taken out. Hiya. No, don't laugh. Didn't your brother say he wants to teach a lesson? He won't want to beat me up? Tong was really a bit of a wimp. What are you afraid of? There is me. My brother loves me the most. Even if he is brainwashed by Xia Mingru, he still listens to me. I protect you. Besides, you have these 5 tiger generals. Who can get close to you? If Sophie didn't say anything, Tong had forgotten that he was the one who had bodyguards, and he suddenly had a bottom line. But Tong, you still need to be careful. You also need to be firm in your determination not to go back to the Xia family. I heard that the Xia family has a big funding gap right now, and they are recognizing you at this time right now. They should be wanting your property. In fact, Tong had already thought of it. She naturally would not give away her wealth. During the meal, Tong saw that Sophie had been looking at stocks. Sophie, you still play stocks? Didn't you say that the stock market is not doing well right now? Aren't you afraid of losing money? It's true that the big market is bad right now, but when you buy the right industry, you can still make money. Half of my billion-dollar fortune was earned through this. Seeing Tong's interest, Sophie taught Tong the basic rules and terminology of stocks. In fact, stock speculation is the most taboo to pull friends and relatives into the game. If you earn, it's all good. In case if you lose, I'm afraid that it's going to turn against you. So Sophie especially explained to Tong, do not speculate in the stock addiction. To have their own judgment, cannot follow the wind to buy. Knowing that Su Fei was worried that she would lose money and blame her, she quickly reassured Su Fei. Don't worry, I'll just casually buy a few million for fun. I won't smash my entire fortune into it. Hearing Tong's light-hearted words, Sophie twitched the corners of her mouth. A few million at random. really not treating money as money. Because the stock market was closed at 3 o'clock, Yi Tong immediately arranged for Shinsan to open his account, then picked a stock and bought 14 million. This meal operation down, even less than half an hour. Of course, this is Yi Tong to go to the bathroom as an excuse to arrange. After all, if Sophie knew, she would probably be blindsided. Completing the task, Yi Tong and Sophie enjoyed their time together as good girlfriends. Afternoon tea, beauty treatments, and hair care. Just after returning to the villa, Yi Tong received a prompt from the system. Spread flowers. Congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn double rebate 30 million yen. 30 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. And an additional award of wealth points 3 points. Now accumulated wealth points 4 points. Please pay attention to check receipt. After Yi Tong beautifully appreciated his account balance, an unfamiliar phone call came over. Yi Tong frowned, but still picked up the phone. On the opposite side of the phone was a gentle female voice. I'm sorry, miss. Very abrupt to call you. The woman paused. I don't know if you still remember that you had donated $1 million to me this morning. I'm the mother who sent the video asking for help. Thank you very much for your kind act. Really, thank you. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Tong then remembered. It seemed that his one time of beating a dead horse had really saved a child's life. It's okay, a show of hands, but how did you find out my information? Hearing Yi Tong's question, the woman hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to find out your information, because the amount you donated was too much. So the transfer information on the account was in real names. My husband, who was in uniform when he was alive. It wasn't hard to find out your phone number. I know this offends your privacy. I swear I just asked for your contact info. I don't know anything else. I just want to repay my benefactor. Let me at least say thank you. And, you gave too much. The most we can use is 600,000. I want to return the rest. Chapter 35, The Butler Reports. So it's the hero's widow. The woman choked out a sob. Yes, I believe your words, but the child's follow-up treatment, as well as the living expenses for you widows and orphans, is a considerable expense. Keep it for yourselves. It's also considered a token of my appreciation. The woman paused without speaking, but Yi Tong vaguely heard the woman sobbing. Big sister, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you. It may not be good for me to say this now. It's only right that you think I have something up my sleeve. Ms. Yi, when my child is done with the surgery, I'm willing to work for you to pay off the debt. Maid, cook, I'm fine with it. I don't want any money for the work. Yi Tong lowered her eyes. The hero's widow. She believed in the other party's character. Suddenly Yi Tong's eyes lit up. The housekeeper she had redeemed before. It couldn't be this big sister, right? Big sister. Have you ever been a maid housekeeper or something like that before? Hearing Yi Tong's words, the woman froze, even forgetting to cry. My husband still went before the child was born, so I've done quite a few jobs over the years. Nannies, maids for rich people's homes. I've been doing it for several years. That's right. Yi Tong was enlightened. Big sister. Then take good care of your child. Tell me which hospital you are in. I'll go and see the child tomorrow. And what you said about working for me. I agree. I happen to be short of a housekeeper. Hearing that Yi Tong was coming to see the child and promised herself, the woman heavily wiped her tears. Good. I will definitely work hard. The two exchanged names and hung up the phone as the system's beep sounded. Ding. The butler redeemed by the host has 3 more days to report. Please pay attention to checking. 3 days? That means Yuan Xinyan will be on duty in 3 days? Also, listening to Yuan Xin Yen. Tomorrow is the day of the girl's surgery. Not only to prevent it from being my own mistake, I still need to ask Yuan Xin Yen sideways tomorrow when she can arrive at her post. Honorable host, good morning. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption 5 million yen. 5 million. The task reward, unlocked after the completion of the task. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tong arrived at the hospital to meet Yuan Xinyan. Not quite the same as imagined. Originally thought Yuan Xinyan should be a woman around 40, but Yuan Xinyan was much younger. The girl lying on the bed beside her was also about 11 or 12 years old, and at their ages, they looked more like sisters than mothers and daughters. Seemingly seeing Yi Tong's doubts, Yuan Xinyan took the initiative to explain. As Yi Tong guessed, the girl is not her daughter, but the child of Yuan Xinyan's husband's comrade-in-arms. Husband and comrade-in-arms were both killed in the mission, and the wife of the comrade-in-arms heard the bad news and not only went through the divorce procedure, but also left her daughter, who was only 7 years old at that time, in the orphanage. The orphanage found out that the girl's identity is a martyr's orphan, and then put the story on the news, looking for the girl's relatives, but the girl's grandparents had already died, and the girl had been abandoned by her own mother. so no matter how hot the news got, the girl's mother never showed up. At that time, Yuan Xinyan had just come out of the pain of losing her father when she saw the news. Yuan Xinyan had met the girl a few times. Perhaps because of the sympathy of the same disease, Yuan Xinyan adopted the child. The girl knew what she was going through from the beginning, so she was very understanding and obedient, and never gave Yuan Xinyan any trouble. The girl has long been aware of her own physical abnormalities, but seeing Yuan Xinyan alone with her, the girl has been delayed not to tell Yuan Xinyan, until one time in physical education class, the girl fell down while running and didn't get up. Yuan Xinyan realized that the girl was sick. So, is the illness serious? Yi Tong was very distressed by this special mother and daughter. Even normal inquiries about the condition were cautious. Sister, don't worry, it's not serious. The doctor said that it only needs an operation and then regular rechecks. The girl's brittle voice answered Yi Tong's question. Yi Tong looked at the girl and then at Yuan Xinyan. So, she knew about her condition all along? As a rule, one should conceal a child's condition. Yuan Xinyan nodded, then wiped her tears. Xiaotong knew all along. She said she didn't want me to face it alone. Yi Tong walked over to the girl's bedside and sat down. Despite suffering from the disease, the girl's eyes were still bright. Yi Tong wanted to reach out and hold the girl's hand, but seeing that both of the girl's hands were infusion ports, Yi Tong's outstretched hand shrunk back. On the contrary, it was the girl, who saw Yi Tong's careful appearance, snorted out a laugh, and then took the initiative to reach out and pull Yi Tong's hand. Sister is not afraid. I don't hurt. Oh. Yi Tong's eyes reddened. Little Tong is a brave child, but what a coincidence. I also have a Tong in my name. Only it's the Tong of fairy tale. Which one is your Tong? Tong is in red. I'm now taking my mom's last name, Yuan Xiaotong. Yi Tong and Xiaotong chatted a lot more until lunchtime when Yi Tong made an excuse to get out of the ward. Yi Tong went to look for Xiaotong's attending doctor before learning about the girl's condition. Bone cancer. A 4x5. 5 irregular tumor. Because it grew in the location of the femur of the thigh bone, even if it was successfully removed, it would still affect the girl's movement. But thankfully, the cancer did not erode inside the bone, so there is no risk of amputation. Although the surgery would affect the girl's movement, normal walking and trotting would still be fine, just not strenuous exercise or dancing. Yi Tong sighed. Fortunately, Xiaotong and Yuan Xinyan both said that Xiaotong didn't like dancing. If that was the case, then how painful Xiaotong must be. Back in the ward, Xiaotong began to do pre-operation preparations, because the surgery was scheduled for 1:30 p.m., so Xiaotong had not eaten since yesterday noon. The whole person looked a little breathless. The whole body looks a bit tired. Looking at Xiaotong's body is covered with all sorts of detectors. Yuan Xinyan's heart takes straight to the tears. Yi Tong patted Yuan Xinyan's shoulder. It's okay, the doctor said that the surgery has a high success rate. Yuan Xinyan nodded. She was also clear that it would be successful. But Yuan Xinyan had long treated Xiaotong as her own daughter, her spiritual pillar. The kind of fear that came out from her bones still made her shiver. Chapter 36 Redeeming a Personal Assistant. Yi Tong and Yuan Xinyan stood on both sides of Xiaotong's hospital bed on the left and right, sending Xiaotong into the operating room. The moment the operating light came on, Yuan Xinyan's heart clenched. I don't know how long it took before Yuan Xinyan remembered that Yi Tong had already come to the hospital to accompany their mother and daughter for the whole day. Ms. Yi, thank you for coming to see Xiaotong and helping her relax. I know you are very busy, so go ahead and go about your business. I will call you when Xiaotong comes out of the operating room. After saying that, Yuan Xinyan suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the attending doctor said that as long as the surgery is successful, Xiaotong will be able to be transferred to the general ward after 1 day of observation in the ICU. So when Xiaotong is transferred to the general ward, I'll go find you to report for work. Hearing Yuan Xinyan's words, Yi Tong was sure that Yuan Xinyan was the housekeeper she had exchanged. It's just that Xiaotong just finished her surgery, and she let Yuan Xinyan come to work. It's a bit too inhumane, isn't it? It's okay, it's not too late for you to come back when Xiaotong recovers from her recovery. There's no rush in these few days. But Yuan Xinyan disagreed. Miss Yi, you helped me and saved Xiaotong. I deserve to honor my promise. And you said that the 1 million donated to me doesn't have to be paid back. It's at my disposal. So I'm going to hire a caregiver for Xiaotong. So you can always rest assured that I'll come to work. Seeing Yuan Xinyan being so firm and frowning all the time while speaking, it seemed that Yuan Xinyan would get angry as long as he disagreed. It seemed that what the system had arranged still could not be disobeyed. Yi Tong nodded and agreed that Yuan Xinyan would arrive at her post the day after tomorrow, then left the hospital. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Yi Tong left the hospital. Shin-san, has the matter explained to you been done yet? Yi Tong spoke with rare seriousness. It's done. Now we only need to pay the first installment of funds to the account. and the account of the charitable foundation will be activated for use. Establishing a charitable foundation was something Tong had wanted to do since he left the orphanage last time. Nowadays, most charitable foundations were all hanging on to the money donated by the public, and a large portion of the money donated by the people was divided among the founders and shareholders of the foundation. Moreover, the procedures for applying for assistance from the foundation are extremely cumbersome, and it is the foundation's decision whether or not to give you an approval. The orphanage had applied to almost all the foundations at that time. Either the orphanage has its own qualifications to raise funds, or the foundation does not have enough funds to support, or the stone has been dropped into the sea has not read back. In short, none of the applications were successful. So founding his own charitable foundation is the most important thing Tong wants to do when he has money. Tong opened the cell phone bank. Directly to the account of your foundation transferred 5 million. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn times rebate 25 million yen. 25 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. Due to the success of the host to create a charitable foundation, the system in order to thank the host's good deeds, an additional reward of 11 points of wealth points. The current cumulative wealth points of 15 points. Please pay attention to check receipt. The host's wealth points have accumulated to 15 points. It is recommended that the host immediately exchange for a personal assistant. Hearing the system's words, Tong's eyes went round. Is this the legendary hidden mission? Another reminder. The number of times the host can complete a mission by transferring money each week has been increased to 2, and it has already been used once this week. Tong was very excited to open the exchange interface and immediately exchanged his personal assistant. After all, about the charity fund, he himself does not understand although Shinsan understands, but Shinsan's original job is a bodyguard, so professional things should be given to professionals. After the exchange, Tong quietly sat in the car and waited, and did not let Shinny drive back to the villa. But after waiting for almost half an hour, neither did anyone come to her, nor did she receive a call. Tong seemed speechless. This system will not be playing him again. This assistant is also need to go to the chance encounter? Tong simply do not care. Let Shinny drive back to the villa. Just arrived at the entrance of the villa area, Tong saw a woman, dressed in competent professional attire standing in front of the villa area. The security guard saw Tong's car and hurriedly walked up to ask Tong, "Hello Ms. This lady said she is your personal assistant." Without identifying her identity, "We can't let her enter. It just so happens that you are back. May I ask if she is your personal assistant?" Tong looked at the woman. Dare I say that the system directly sent the assistant to the villa, causing himself to wait in the parking lot for half a day. "Yes, she is my personal assistant." After saying that, Tong then gestured at the woman to get into the car. Confirming his identity, the security guard then backed up his car to release the car. After returning to the villa, before Tong could ask, the woman took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello Ms. I am Ning Xia, the special assistant of Huadu Jisheng Assistant Limited Company. You signed a contract in our company a month ago, to ask us to send the best personal assistant to help you take care of your industry. I am one of the partners of the company. You can fully trust my ability. These are the certificates I hold: Advanced BEC, MBA, CFA, CPA, ACCA, PMP, including Business Etiquette Certificate, E-commerce Certificate, etc. You can rest assured that your property is in good hands. You can rest assured that your industry will be handed over to me to take care of. Being organized is the foundation, and it's no problem to turn over your assets." Ning Xia spoke with the same sharpness as his big half. Tong looked at the thick information and nodded. "What about the salary? My salary is relatively high, 50,000 a month, but I have the certainty that your monthly profit will be dozens of times 50,000. After saying that, Ning Xia took out the contract. "Ms. This is the employment contract. Unless you voluntarily terminate the contract, or there is a major breach of contract, I will always be your assistant." Tong let the system scan the contract and signed it without any problems. "Give me your account. I'll pay the assistant fee for 1 year first according to the contract." Hearing what Tong said, Ning Xia froze. "Ms. You've already paid for 10 years at a time. Have you forgotten?" Hearing what Ning Xia said, Tong also froze. What do you mean she forgot? It was that she didn't do this at all, okay? It was all arranged by the system. Originally Tong was still spitting on the system being stingy. The assistant she exchanged actually had to pay out money. It turned out to be her own misunderstanding. Tong smiled awkwardly. "I've been too busy lately. I forgot. So did I say at that time, what to do after 10 years? Because, it's impossible for me to hire you for only 10 years. Hearing Tong's words, Ning Xia was also a bit shocked. Tong was their biggest client since they started the company. As soon as he came, He set a big order for 10 years. That was why Ning Xia personally came to be Yitong's assistant. You only said at that time that you would sign for 10 years first, and after the 10 years expired, you would be negotiating the renewal of the contract. After all, it's uncertain what variables will come between these 10 years. Chapter 37, Xia Mingru found. Yitong nodded, then asked Shinsan to hand over the foundation's information to Ning Xia. This is the charitable foundation that I just finished going through the formalities to set up today, so I'll give you full authority to take care of it. I need you to perfect the regulations related to the approval and distribution of the fund in the shortest possible time, and if the foundation needs to recruit, you'll need to solve that as well. After saying that, Yitong handed over the information of the Sunshine Mansion, as well as the information of the Emerald Palace land, to Ning Xia. Even though she had been the special assistant to many corporate presidents, Ning Xia was still taken aback when she saw the Jade Palace land. Okay, Ms. Yi, I won't let you down. As for the foundation's system improvement, within 2 days, I will give you a complete plan. Yitong was satisfied with Ning Xia's style of doing things. Since you're now my personal assistant, you'll be living here from now on. Is that okay? Ning Xia looked at what could be said to be the #1 luxurious villa in Huadu, and was surprisingly a little excited in her heart. Yes, as your personal special assistant, being with you 24 hours a day is the most basic. My luggage has also been brought over. Miss, you just need to tell me which room I'm staying in. Yitong looked at the tiny suitcase beside Ning Xia. Luggage? Just this much? You'll stay in the room on the second floor #1 first. Go and organize your room first. I'm late for dinner. You'll just eat with me in a while. Okay, miss. Ning Xia bowed slightly at Yitong, then carried the small suitcase upstairs. Looking at Ning Xia's back, Yitong still didn't hold back from opening her mouth to ask Shani several people. Do you guys think this Ning Xia is okay? She's only 29. She's not a few years older than me. Yitong didn't disbelieve Ning Xia. She just somewhat sighed. Only 29 years old. Is a partner of the company. It is also considered young and promising. Miss, I believe that the system will not send waste to assist you. I think that since the system shows Miss Ning Xia, it must be that Miss Ning Xia has absolute ability. Yitong nodded at his words. I feel the same way. Just as he finished speaking, Yitong's cell phone rang. Another unfamiliar number. Picking up the phone, unsurprisingly, Xia Jiming's voice rang out. Tong Tong, Ro has been found. She is now in Kongda Hospital. Come over here. Hearing Xia Jiming ordering himself over as if commanding his men, Yitong rubbed his ears in some disbelief. Little mister, Xia is sure he didn't make a wrong call, right? What's the point of calling me over? Seeing that Yitong's words were filled with indifference, Xia Jiming frowned. Ro ran away from home because of your words. She thinks it's because of her existence that you don't want to come home. It was hard for us to find it, and you didn't contribute to the search. You should at least come and take a look at your sister. She has been pampered since she was a child. How has she spent the past 2 days? Don't you care at all? Ro has emaciated a lot. Listening to Xia Jiming's brain to put all the blame on himself, Yitong's white eyes were about to roll up in cramps. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? I have no relationship with your Xia family, other than having a biological relationship. There's no relationship anymore. Xia Mingru heard something she shouldn't have heard, and was stimulated to leave home. It's your fault for letting him know about it. Even if you want to be blamed, you have to examine yourselves why you let her know about it. Also, running away from home for a few days is true. Just look not emaciated is not necessarily. As far as I know, Xia Mingru was found the night before yesterday, but why only today to go home? Hearing what Yitong said, Xia Jiming fell silent. Xia Mingru was sent back this morning by Sophie's brother, Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi only said that he rushed to send Zuozua back as soon as he found her, but Yitong said that Zuozua was found the night before. Then where was Zoe in the past 2 days? At Su Tianyi's place? Seeing that Xia Jiming didn't say anything, Yitong yawned lazily. It seems that there's nothing wrong now. I hope that in the future, little mister, Xia won't harass me again. Don't think that if you find me, I'll go back on my ass. The Xia family didn't fulfill their responsibility of raising me, and I won't fulfill my obligation of support and filial piety either. After saying that, Yitong snatched the phone and hung up. Hearing the busy tone coming from the cell phone, Xia Jiming didn't call back. Don't even have to think about it. Must have been pulled black. Xia Jiming pulled out the cell phone card and threw it into the trash can. Seeing Xia Jiming's ugly expression, Xia Mingru immediately aggravated. Brother, is it that my sister doesn't want to come? I know, my sister doesn't want to see me. It's my fault. It's me who robbed my sister's identity and, taking the place of her to accept the love of mom, dad and brother for so many years. Sister doesn't want to see me. Don't want to see me. I can understand, but you don't want to be angry with your sister. Okay. Originally Xia Jiming wanted to question Xia Mingru, obviously has been found. Why still refuse to contact home? But hearing Xia Mingru's pitiful tone, still excusing Yitong, Xia Ziming's heart instantly softened. When Yushuya saw Xia Mingrua in this state, she was even more heartbroken, and put Xia Mingrua in her arms and kept comforting her. Ro, don't be sad, you're so understanding, so well-behaved and kind. Your sister won't not want to see you. Xia Mingru then cried in a small voice. I really just want to apologize to my sister in person, and I didn't mean to intentionally run away from home. I just want to go look for my sister and want to pick her up and bring her home. Hearing Xia Mingru's words, Yushuya hated Yitong even more in her heart. Apologize for what? Ro didn't do anything wrong. No need to apologize. Don't you want to see Yitong? It's fine. Let your brother send someone. Just bring Yitong over. How can you go out and look for yourself? Hearing what Yushuya said, Xia Ziming didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Sending someone to bring over. Yitong has a few powerful bodyguards around him. Not to mention whether the person sent can get close to Yitong. Let's just say that if this kind of behavior is sued by Yitong, the Xia family will not be able to eat. Mom, I heard Tong's meaning. It seems to be complaining about our absence during her growing up process. Why don't we hold an acknowledgement banquet and disclose Yitong's identity to the public? And Yitong should come back. Hearing that Xia Ziming wanted to publicize Yitong's identity, Xia Mingru's body violently trembled. Although she was the adopted daughter of the Xia family, because of the Xia family's favor, it still allowed her to hold her head high in the circle of young ladies. If Yitong were to recognize Yitong back and disclose her identity, the identity of the true 1,000 gold would always be something that she, the adopted daughter, could not compare to. With Yitong pressurizing her, her own existence would only get lower and lower. Chapter 38, Crisis gradually revealed. At that time, she might become a victim of a business marriage just like the young ladies of other small families. Therefore, in order to stop Yitong from returning to the Xia family, Xia Mingru had directed herself to stage this runaway from home. However, she did not expect that Xia Ziming would propose to hold a marriage recognition banquet. Xia Mingru grabbed Yushuya's clothes and looked at Yushuya very aggrieved. Mom, originally, Yushuya was still hesitant about Xia Ziming's proposal. After all, Yitong is her own daughter who was conceived in October. But she looked down and saw Xia Mingru. Hearing Xia Mingru call out to her mom with a crying voice, Yushuya immediately rejected Xia Ziming's proposal. What kind of recognition banquet? She is the daughter of our Xia family. Without a recognition banquet she has to go home, if not always thinking about her, hoping to find her one day. When he adopted Ro back then, it was not an adopted daughter status, but a biological daughter. The Xia family's true daughter's status has been reserved for her for so many years. What is there for him to be dissatisfied with? Xia Ziming frowned. In fact, he didn't want to do this, but now the Xia group had problems. If Yitong could return to the Xia family, it might be able to help the Xia family through this crisis. It was just that the crisis of Xia's group, Yushuya and Xia Mingru did not know about it. Xia Guoshang also urged Xia Ziming not to tell his mother and sister, so he had no choice but to say that he still had work at the company and left the hospital. Walking out of the hospital door, Xia Ziming told Xia Guoshang what had just happened. Real hair is long and short. Don't listen to your mother, no matter what. Find a way to make Yitong come back with her property. I've already made sure it's clear that $5 billion manor in Shanghai is what Yitong auctioned off. If we had that manor, our Xia clan would be able to leapfrog and even break bread with the Gu family. So, are we going to publicize Yitong's identity to the public? For something like publicizing his identity, Xia still had to go through Xia Guoshang's consent. Xia Guoshang paused. Don't publicize Yitong's identity first. Right now Xia can't afford a little turbulence. And Zuozua just came back. We can't be letting Zuozua be irritated. You first promise, if Yitong's attitude has loosened, as soon as possible to let Yitong first return to the Xia family. As for what to organize the public, wait for later. After saying that, Xia Guoshang arranged a few more jobs, then hung up the phone. Xia Ziming was Xia Guoshang's son. How could Xia Ziming not see that Xia Guoshang also did not want to publicize Yitong's identity? The only thing Xia Guoshang wanted was Yitong's current huge fortune. I asked you to investigate how Yitong suddenly got such assets. Did you investigate clearly? Xia leaned wearily against the back seat of the car and asked his assistant. I'm sorry little mister. Xia, we didn't find out. A month ago, Miss Yitong was just an ordinary wage earner. Then why she suddenly had so many assets? We couldn't find out the reason. However, Miss Yitong and the Su family's daughter, Sophie, have a very good relationship, often shopping and eating together. Miss Su is also very business-minded, and has quite a few industries under her own name. Could it be from Miss Su? Xia Ziming sniffed without saying a word and lowered his head to consider the possibilities. Just no matter what they needed Yitong's assets. Inside the villa, Ningxia had just finished tidying up her room when she heard the sound of pots and pans crashing downstairs. Thinking that she was a personal assistant and also needed to take care of Yi Tong's food and living, Ningxia thought to go downstairs to see if there was anything she could do to help, and she knew a little bit about things like cooking. When she walked into the kitchen, she saw Yi Tong standing in front of the stove, spooning. Ningxia rushed over and took the frying spoon from Yi Tong. "My big miss, how can you stir-fry by yourself?" After saying that, Ningxia pushed Yi Tong to safety and turned around to take over and continue frying. Yi Tong looked at Ningxia's very fluent movements with some surprise. "You know how to cook, huh? Is this also a skill that a personal assistant needs to have?" Ningxia smiled. "Personal assistant? Besides helping the employer to take care of assets, taking care of the employer's food and living is also necessary. Cooking? I don't do it very well. When there is a nanny or maid who is not around, it is still possible to cook a meal once in a while. Miss, this kind of thing is not something you should do. In the future, just give it to the maid, or let me do it." In fact, Ningxia just came to the villa, and realized that, in such a big villa, there were just Yi Tong and a few bodyguards, and did not see a single maid, so she guessed that Yi Tong might not have hired a maid yet. "Miss, do you need me to help you recruit a maid?" Yi Tong watched Ningxia's flowing stir-fry movements with unblinking eyes. "A maid must be hired. I have already identified a housekeeper. The housekeeper will report for duty the day after tomorrow. At that time, you can discuss it." "Okay." After explaining the business, Yi Tong had wanted to watch how Ningxia cooked, and sneak in a master in the meantime, but he was driven out by Ningxia. Although today was Ningxia's first day with Yi Tong, Ningxia could feel that Yi Tong was a very good person to get along with. She herself gradually relaxed. Unlike when she first arrived, she was not as tight and serious. Yi Tong was also very facetious, and gave extremely high ratings to every dish that Ningxia made. Yi Tong ate while somewhat embarrassed again. Fortunately Ningxia took over in time. "If you really let yourself finish, I guess Ningxia may not even be able to go down the chopsticks." "Honorable host, good morning. The God host system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption 6 million yen, 6 million. No specific consumption rules. Task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task." Yi Tong pulled open the curtains, bathed in the sunlight and stretched. It was so good. Another new day had begun. Normally, since only a few people lived with himself and Shen Yi and the others were bodyguards who had gone through brutal training, they didn't have such high requirements for the living environment. But now that Ningxia had come, and there was going to be a maid recruitment in a couple of days, so at a glance, the villa looked a bit empty, not to mention the two nanny villas at the back. While eating breakfast, Yi Tong had already figured out how to accomplish today's task, which was to buy soft furnishings. It just so happened that Lisa sent a message saying that Hermes was new. Yi Tong remembered that Hermes also had soft furnishings for the home, so let's stop by and take a look. Arriving at Hermes, the SAs welcomed Yi Tong to Hermes again with an extremely high welcome. All the SAs stood on both sides of the front door, and the moment Yi Tong entered, they all bowed 90 degrees. "Welcome to Hermes." The loud and clear voice startled Yi Tong, and if he hadn't heard the SAs say the name of the brand, Yi Tong would have thought he had come to the wrong place. Lisa smiled and greeted them. Chapter 39. What? Do you guys know each other? Don't be offended. MS. Yi, this is the welcome we would only give to an important VIP customer. While saying that, Lisa guided Yi Tong towards the bag area. "You bought a lot of matching goods before, but not many bags were purchased, so I have stored all the matching goods for you. It just so happens that we have 2 new arrivals. The matching goods that you have stored before are just enough for these 2 bags. Do you want to see if you want to try our new products?" Yi Tong sniffed and waved his hand directly. "Trying something is the most troublesome. Wrap it up for me directly. And accessories, shoes and whatnot. Are there on new models?" "Yes." Lisa took out all the new models of accessories and shoes and placed them in front of Yi Tong, letting Yi Tong pick. Yi Tong swept a glance and excluded a few that she didn't like, and packed all the others. Lisa was once again shocked at Yi Tong's spending power. Just in these few minutes, she had already spent nearly $2 million. Today she might break a new record. After purchasing shoes, bags and accessories, Yi Tong asked if there was any furniture soft furnishings. "There is, just," Lisa sniffed with some difficulty. Because of the problem of the store area, most of the furniture soft furnishings are in the district warehouse. There is no physical object in the store. MS. Yi, you can first look at your favorite models on the flat panel. I can contact the warehouse and take you to the warehouse to see the goods. Hearing that you can only go to the warehouse to see the physical object, Yi Tong frowned. Why so troublesome? Then Yi Tong began to look through the photos on the tablet. This cowhide sofa. Order a set. This wool carpet in the largest size. Ask for 1 piece. This solid wood side table. 1. Leather bed bench. 1. Floor lamps. 3. Floor reading lamps. 1. Bathroom floor mats. 5. This cushion. 8. Yi Tong is like reporting the running account, one after another. Lisa is on the side of the calculator constantly tapping, until Lisa reported the price to 6.23 million. Yi Tong only stopped, okay that's all, or the original address, send it to where I live. Lisa closed her hand slightly trembling as she wrote down Yi Tong's request, then led Yi Tong to the cashier to pay. Even when she was walking, Lisa felt that her legs were a bit weak, as if she was walking on cotton. Under the attention of all, Yi Tong smoothly swiped her card, once again setting a new shopping record for Orientals in Tiandi. Ms. Yi, the accessories and bags you purchased will be delivered at 4 p.m. today, but the soft furnishing sofa will not be delivered until tomorrow. I'm really sorry. Yi Tong didn't feel indifferent. Walking out of the mall, the system popped out. Congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly selected 2 times the rebate of 18 million yuan. 18 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional reward of 10,000 cordgrass seeds, and wealth points 3 points. Now the wealth points accumulated 3 points. Please pay attention to receive. Corduroy seeds? What's that? Does it have any special effects? Answer host. There is no special effect, just a kind of super rare ornamental plant that emits fluorescence at night. Yi Tong rolled his eyes. He thought it was some kind of elixir spirit grass. System, host, those words are not nutritious, or read less. However, since it was a super rare ornamental plant, Yi Tong was still curious about what it looked like, so he planned to take a few and plant them in the vacant pots on the balcony. Although Ning Xia was an assistant assigned by the system, Ning Xia did not know about the system's existence. Originally, as Yi Tong's assistant, she was supposed to record and help her employer plan the spending budget. At first, Ning Xia was still persuading Yi Tong to be moderate, but seeing Yi Tong shopping like money was dirt, Ning Xia simply didn't care. Until now when she walked out of the shopping mall, Ning Xia still hadn't come back to her senses. In just one morning, she had spent $6 million. What kind of family was this? It seems that he has to make good use of his ability to help Yi Tong earn money. Ding ding ding. Ning Xia had just calmed her highly irritated little mood when her cell phone received a text message. Ning Xia just glanced at it and her expression became ugly, quickly replying to the message before muting her phone and storing it in her pocket. Yi Tong sighed, because into the task completed too smoothly, resulting in there is still most of the day without something to do, is worried about what to do. Yi Tong's cell phone called. Recently, he was harassed by Xia Ziming a bit too hard, resulting in Yi Tong subconsciously frowning as soon as he heard his cell phone ring. But fortunately, this time it was Sophie who called. Picking up the phone, Yi Tong heard the noise from the opposite side, and after a while, it seemed that Sophie had gone to a quiet place, and the noise was only a little smaller. Tong, are you free now? Hearing Sophie's words, Yi Tong immediately came to the spirit. This is not just doze off and scent a pillow. Free? Why? Looking for you to save your life. Just you have to be mentally prepared. Sophie briefly told the events of today. Originally, it was Sophie who wanted to run to the racecourse to guess the horses on a whim, which was one of the daily pastimes of the rich second generation. But I don't know how Xia Jiming knew about Su Fei's itinerary, and even had a chance encounter with Su Fei at the racecourse, and now he had to invite Su Fei to have lunch together. If it was before, Sophie would have thought it was nothing, just have a meal, but since learning about Yi Tong's life, Sophie is now extremely repulsed by Xia Jiming. But in the way of the two families still had many big projects to cooperate on, Sophie didn't want the relationship to get too stiff, so she could only call Yi Tong to the rescue. What rescue? You're trying to find Naja for Xia Jiming, right? It's not as good as just rejecting it. Sophie hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. I said my good sister and I have arranged to have lunch at noon. In the afternoon we also have to go shopping together. It's Xia Jiming who said that he is willing to help us as a laborer to carry the bags. He is so positive. How can I refuse it? Think of him following behind the two of us, with a face of pain to carry the bags. I feel excited, and it just so happens that I can help you to get out of the way. Hearing what Sophie said, Yi Tong also felt that this was a good idea. Okay, which restaurant did you guys book? Xia Jiming said he's treating at the Emerald Palace. Yi Tong raised her eyebrows. This is trying to play cup in front of Sophie. Then don't blame her for not being polite. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tong rushed to the Emerald Palace at fire speed. Just don't know what kind of transportation Sophie and Xia Jiming are using, so quickly already arrived at the Emerald Palace. Flying? Arriving at the entrance of the private room, Yi Tong pushed open the door of the private room, and the moment he met Xia Jiming's eyes, Xia Jiming stood up violently. Yi Tong, on the other hand, hooked the corner of his mouth at Xia Jiming. Seeing Yi Tong walk into the private room, Xia Jiming finally couldn't hold back his words. What are you doing here? This is not the place for you to come. Go out and wait for me first. Hearing Xia Jiming's words, Yi Tong looked at Xia Jiming somewhat strangely, and Sophie also had a puzzled expression. Little mister. Xia, what do you mean by that? Didn't you say you were going to invite my little sister and I for dinner? How come my little sister came and you want to let her out? You know each other? Chapter 40 Sisters join forces to pit the scummy man. Su Fei pretended to know nothing and looked at Yi Tong and Xia Jiming. That puzzled little expression was almost as if she really didn't know. Yi Tong silently gave a nod to Sophie's acting skills in his heart, then also pretended to be innocent as he looked at Xia Jiming. Brother, can't I come here? Or do you think I'm not worthy of being friends with Sophie? Brother? Hearing Yi Tong zero frame up his hand, Sophie could barely tense up, coming up to explode his identity? Then Sophie frowned and looked at Xia Jiming. Xia Jiming was looked at by the two people's gaze back straight cold sweat, more certain that Yi Tong is here to find trouble. Hurriedly pulled Yi Tong out of the private room. Are you deliberately giving me a hard time? Only after making sure that Sophie couldn't hear the sound. Xia Jiming angrily scolded Yi Tong. Yi Tong shook off Xia Jiming's hand and sneered. You really are a strange person. When you were checking my information, didn't you know that Sophie and I are good sisters? Also, I didn't want to recognize the Xia family before. You were the one who kept harassing me to go back to the Xia family. Now that I called out to your brother, you're not happy about it again. You guys are in such a hurry to make me go back. There can't be any conspiracy waiting for me, right? Yi Tong tilted his head, narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Jiming. Xia Jiming, who was already a little alarmed by seeing Yi Tong here, now hearing Yi Tong's suspicions, he couldn't say a word. What are you guys chatting about? So long. Sophie suddenly appeared, interrupting the two's conversation. Yi Tong walked over and affectionately held Sophie's arm. Nothing, it's just that my brother was too surprised to see me. Once again, Su Fei looked at the two with surprise. Brother, you guys. Yi Tong is a poor student subsidized by our Xia family, because he is younger than me, so he has always been addressed as brother. Xia Jiming was worried that Yi Tong would tell Sophie about her relationship with the Xia family and hurriedly opened his mouth to cover it up. Hearing that Xia Jiming was so eager to clear his relationship and lied about her being a poor student subsidized by the Xia family, Yi Tong pretended to look at Xia Jiming incredulously. Xia Jiming, on the other hand, was nervously avoiding Yi Tong's line of sight. Now was the time he needed to raise his favor in front of Sophie. If Su Fei knew that Yi Tong was the Xia family's lost true daughter, not to mention that he couldn't marry Su Fei into his family. If such a big news broke out, maybe the Su family would even break their cooperation with the Xia family. This kind of critical time must not let Yi Tong stir up trouble. When Su Fei heard Xia Jiming deny their relationship so directly, although she could expect it, she was still a bit unbelievable, and now she hated Xia Jiming even more. But since she had come to give Xia Jiming a hard time, naturally, Sophie would not pretend to be innocent to turn this matter over so simply. Tong, so you and the Xia family still have this kind of fate. Ah, hey, Tong, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Saying this, Sophie pinched Yi Tong's waist. Yi Tong's eyes instantly turned red. Yi Tong somewhat stiffly turned his head to look at Sophie. Yi Tong, Sophie, your hand is quite strong. Looking at Sophie making eyes at herself, Yi Tong instantly recalled all the saddest things in her life. Tears were falling even more. Yes, I'm a poor student sponsored by the Xia family. Xia Jiming is not my brother. I'm sad because I'm an orphan whose parents died early. I've always dreamed of having a complete family. The brother I imagine should be like little Mr. Xia. I'm sorry for being rude. Looking at Yi Tong's tearful appearance, and Xia Jiming's face of guilt, Su Fei was worried that she might not be able to hold herself together, and hurriedly pulled Yi Tong towards the box. Tong, are you really sad? No, acting. Well, acting is really good. There is an acting company under my company. Why don't you go and audition? I don't want to. Oh, after the two of them took their seats, Sophie kept wiping Yi Tong's tears, her face full of heartache. It's okay, although you're an orphan, but you have me as a good sister. In the future, whoever bullies you, is against me, is against the Su family. Whoever bullies you, you tell me. Saying that, Su Fei also pretended to glance at Xia Jiming without realizing it. Even though Xia Jiming had seen many big scenes, this was the first time he had experienced this kind of situation. The day before yesterday he had called to ask Yi Tong to come home, and now he was denying Yi Tong's identity in front of Yi Tong. Now Xia Jiming was even more on pins and needles. Sophie pushed the menu in front of Yi Tong. Today is Xiao Xiao's treat. You see what you want to eat, casually ordered. Don't be polite. The Xia family is recognized by everyone in the circle as a family that is passionate about philanthropy. You have been subsidized by the Xia family, and now you have a lot of your own assets at such a young age. I believe that little Mr. Xia is also very pleased with your success. This meal is considered as a celebration of your reunion. Eat a little more. Mr. Xia won't mind, right? After saying that, Sophie looked at Xia Jiming. What else could Xia Jiming say? He could only nod his head stiffly. completely ignoring the feeling of impending danger. Tong gently wiped the teardrops from the corner of her eyes, then picked up the menu. Well then the 82 years of red wine. Come a bottle of it. To celebrate, how can there be no red wine? And also, I see on TV, when those people celebrate, they will spray champagne, then another gemstone champagne to use for spraying it. There is also Pacific Deep Sea King Crab come 1, and wild black gold abalone. Want 2 heads, come 12, we each have 4, and, listening to Yi Tong's order, Xia Jiming only felt that his balance was rapidly draining. Sophie, on the other hand, was desperately trying to hold back her laughter, holding her chin with her hand, trying to give the back of Xia Jiming's head as much as possible, avoiding Xia Jiming from seeing the corners of her mouth that were madly rising. Sophie only knew that Yi Tong usually shopped and spent money without mercy, not realizing that this was actually still restrained. If today's pitiful attitude was taken to consumption, I'm afraid that spending tens of millions of dollars a day would be easy. Sophie roughly calculated. Just these things that Yi Tong ordered so far, it's already more than 3 million. Sophie didn't even dare to look back at Xia Jiming's face, worried that she wouldn't be able to hold back her laughter. At this time, Xia Jiming was a bit unable to hold back. Ms. Yi, there are only 3 of us. You can't finish ordering so much. Although we can afford such a high-class club, wasting food is not a virtue. Sophie pursed her lips tightly. What virtue? You are heartbroken for money. But Yi Tong looked at Xia Jiming with an innocent face. Much? But I'm a big eater. When I was in the orphanage in the past, even though I ate the first meal, I didn't have the next meal. So every time as long as there was a meal, I would desperately eat a lot of it, because I didn't know when the next meal would be, so I got used to ordering so much, said the man, tears overflowing his eyes once again. Chapter 41, People are more exasperating than people. Suddenly, Yi Tong raised his head and looked at Xia Jiming very seriously. Brother, no, little Xia always, are you out of money? No, I mean, did you not bring so much money? It doesn't matter, I have it, I can pay. Hearing Yi Tong so bluntly pointing out that Xia Jiming was heartbroken about the meal money, Sophie almost didn't tense up, holding back her laughter to the point where her face was red. It's alright, you don't need to worry about this. Xia family is now the 12th in the Huadu asset ranking. Your little assets in front of Xia family is not enough to look at all. Although I've heard that the Xia family has a strict discipline and doesn't like extravagance, but eating a meal at the Emerald Palace is still a breeze. Besides, what kind of treats a guest to a meal and lets the guest pay for it? Right. After saying this, Sophie turned her head to look at Xia Jiming, whose face at this moment was simply better than the neon lights at night. The words had been said here. Xia Jiming had to finish this meal even if he was hardened. That's right, the Xia family still doesn't like this meal. Eat as much as you can. Yi Tong, on the other hand, hesitantly glanced at Sophie and Xia Jiming before reluctantly ordering a few more dishes, and the final bill for this meal was set at 3.66 million. It was a very auspicious number. It was just that Xia Jiming didn't seem to like this number. Yi Tong was also, as she said, indeed a huge eater, and Sophie felt fragrant just watching Yi Tong eat. Tong, with this amount of food, you can even be the king of big appetite eating broadcast. Su Fei looked at Yi Tong with eyes full of admiration. Hearing what Sophie said, Yi Tong immediately became anxious again, because in the past, I always couldn't eat enough. That's why I'm like this. I also did Big Appetite King, opened a live broadcast, but no one watched, no one swiped the gift, and so many ingredients and so much money, I can't afford it, so, I just gave up. Hearing Yi Tong's words, Sophie again revealed a heartbroken expression. Tong, you never told me this. It's fine, eat more, not enough to order more. Saying that, Su Fei was about to reach out for the menu. Xia Jiming looked at Su Fei's action, and felt that what Su Fei was holding was not the menu, it was his life. Right now, Xia's funds were already tight. If Xia Guosheng knew that he had eaten more than $3 million in one meal today, he still didn't know how angry he would be. Xia's reaction was naturally seen by Yi Tong. Yi Tong put the menu aside and didn't order any food. If Xia Jiming got angry and did the thing of skipping the bill, then wouldn't they have to pay for the meal? It's fine, I can eat enough. If it's not possible, you can just accompany me to have an afternoon tea again in the afternoon. No problem. The two of them ate and drank their fill, waited for Xia Jiming to finish settling the bill, and then went out of the Emerald Palace together. Sophie told Xia Jiming about her and Yi Tong's afternoon schedule, then looked at Xia Jiming with an innocent face. Didn't Mr. Xia say that he is willing to be my little sister and I's laborer today and help carry the bags? Then let's go shopping together this afternoon. It just so happens that I don't have any clothes to wear anymore. Go buy a few. Hearing that Sophie and Yi Tong want to go shopping to buy clothes, the shadow of having just been eaten 3,660 000 instantly struck. Xia Jiming is now in a dilemma, but in order to be able to chase Sophie to her hand, and also in order to prevent Yi Tong from saying anything that should not be said, Xia Jiming still gritted his teeth and agreed to go together. Sophie's shopping usually only went to her own Lita, so 20 minutes later, the three of them appeared at Lita's in Tiandi. In fact, Yi Tong had just blood-splashed a few $1 million in the morning, and now if he spent any more money, he would have to spend his own money. Yi Tong was still heartbroken, but after thinking about it, he earns so much money, isn't it for spending? Come on, spend it and be done with it. So as soon as Yi Tong entered the mall, he pulled Sophie into the Patek Philippe counter. Because of the task, Yi Tong is to buy a lot of accessories jewelry, but has not bought a watch. Today, he saw that the watch on Sophie's wrist was very nice, so Yi Tong also wanted to buy a few pieces. While on the road, Yi Tong searched a few brands of women's watches, and the one she liked the most was Patek Philippe. Yi Tong pointed to a crushed diamond watch labeled as new and looked up to ask SA how many more pieces were in stock. SA obviously didn't expect Yi Tong to ask this, and answered with some confusion. We still have 2 pieces of this watch in the store. That's just right. Wrap both pieces for me. One for me. One for you. This is our sister model watch. Hearing what Yi Tong said, Sophie happily gave Yi Tong a big hug. This wristwatch is this month's new model, or limited edition. The whole of China is limited to 500 pieces. Sophie had long had her eye on it, but because it was a limited edition, the price was very expensive. Although there was still no pressure to buy a watch, Sophie was still a little hesitant. Because of a watch, spent nearly 1/3 of the living expenses, more or less still too extravagant point. As for Xia Jiming, who was standing behind the 2 men, although he didn't need to pay for it, but looking at Yi Tong's eyes without blinking as he took down a watch that was close to $2 million apiece, more or less there was still some resentment. Just 2 watches, already more than the lunch money. Xia Jiming knew that Yi Tong is now rich, but did not expect Yi Tong is now so rich. But obviously Yi Tong is already so rich, why can't she help out the family? As long as she returned to the Xia family and took out her own property, Xia would definitely survive this crisis. Thinking this way, Xia Jiming's eyes became sharper and sharper as he looked at Yi Tong. Even Sophie felt it. Tong, this Xia Jiming seems to be very unconvinced. The way he is looking at you is itching to eat you up. Yi Tong laughed. Her purpose today was to be angry with Xia Jiming. Naturally, how to poke her lungs, how to come. Since the Xia family misses her property, he is going to spend it in front of the Xia family, but not to the Xia family. Then the 2 of them went on shopping. Just the number of steps in Lita, to say the least, there have been 10,000 steps. The shopping bags in Xia Jiming's hands were also carrying more and more. Little Mr. Xia, don't get confused. The left hand is mine. The right hand is Tong's. Xia Jiming, who had already followed the 2 for an afternoon of shopping, now needed to breathe through his mouth, where there was still air to speak. Although Xia Jiming would often go to the gym to jerk iron, but that was only to maintain his figure. Xia Jiming, who needed his assistant to hold even a piece of A4 paper when he went out. Where had he carried something so heavy? Because it was Xia Jiming who took the initiative to carry the bag. So even though Xia Jiming was already tired and out of breath, the bodyguards and assistants, there was no one to help. In the end, it was Yi Tong and Sophie who were kind enough to let the bodyguards and assistants take the shopping bag from Xia Jiming's hands, and only then did Xia Jiming breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 42 Private Restaurant. This afternoon's shopping allowed Xia to see the gap between the gentry. Sophie could spend a month of Xia Mingru's living expenses in a single day. Such a huge gap made Xia even more determined to be among the top 10 in Huadu. Su Fei didn't care what Xia Jiming thought. She directly started to give her expulsion order. Little Mr. Xia, it's really hard for you today, treating us to dinner and accompanying us to go shopping. I know you're the general manager of Xia Group now, so you must be very busy. As it happens, Tong and I got better at going to eat a private restaurant, so we booked a seat for 2 people, all booked in advance. I didn't expect that you would be there today, so I'm sorry, I can't dine with you at night. Sophie's meaning to drive people away was obvious. It would be very shameless if she didn't leave again, but it just so happened that Xia Jiming also wanted to leave, so that he wouldn't have to pay for the evening meal again. Seeing Xia Jiming leave, only then did Ji Tong poke Sophie with a smile. If you don't say it's still you who's ruthless. After working as a laborer for an afternoon, you still don't have a meal to eat. Sophie looked at Yi Tong with the same bad smile. Still talking about me? You're the most powerful. This tears fall when you say so, staring Xia Jiming to the point where his face is white. Yi Tong movie queen. Yi Tong shrugged. But it's just right. I'm still being upset that the Xia family is always yelling at me to return to the Xia family. Now I have a legitimate reason. It's not that I don't return it's that you guys don't recognize Sophie raised an eyebrow. What? You recorded it all? Yi Tong nodded and pulled out a recorder from his pocket. Although this can't be used as evidence when used to go through the law, it's still very powerful when used to break bread with them. Sophie gave Yitong a thumbs up. Let's go. I'll treat you to that private dining place I mentioned last time. Sophie cheerfully brought Yitong to a villa area, and after showing her private cuisine reservation card to the security guard at the entrance, she arrived in front of an exquisite small house. It was the first time Yitong had heard of a cuisine restaurant opening inside a villa area. In that case, wouldn't it be inconvenient for guests to come in and out? Sophie smiled. Actually, there are many of these private dining halls. Many people who like to be quiet and don't want to be disturbed will choose to come to this kind of private dining hall. Although it's the same as the Emerald Palace, it's a membership system, but the Emerald Palace is mostly of the social nature of socializing. Relatively speaking, the private dining hall is more like a casual and relaxing place to eat. Yitong seemed to understand, nodded. Anyway, it is rich people have more money, no place to spend, so only to get out of these. Followed Sophie into the villa. The entire villa's decoration is very elaborate, semi-Chinese style, rockery and flowing water. It really makes people feel peaceful and relaxed inside. Originally thought that the price of food in this kind of place should also be ridiculously expensive, but Yitong looked at it, is more expensive than the usual restaurant, but compared to the Western restaurant where a plate of lettuce costs several hundred, it is already quite affordable. The two casually ordered a few dishes, and it was only a few $1,000s. This was the cheapest restaurant Yitong had eaten since he bound the system. Hearing that it was Sophie who came, the owner of the private dining room took the initiative to come out to greet her, only to pause when he saw the raw face beside Sophie. Uncle Fong, this is my good friend. She hasn't been here before. I brought her here to try your handiwork. Fong Hui nodded. This young lady seems to be a good girl with 3 upright views. Little Fei, you've made a good friend. After saying that, Fong Hui smiled and returned to the kitchen. It seems that Uncle Fong likes you a lot. I haven't seen him praise anyone. Yitong was a little confused by Fong Hui's words. Is this liking? It always felt weird. However, when the dishes were all served, Yitong was completely attracted by the food. This selling appearance. I don't know how much better than those Tire Man store. Even the flavor is also absolute son, not accidentally. Yitong eaten to support. When the two of them were leaving, Fong Hui also handed Yitong the business card of private cuisine. Although our place is limited to 30 tables of guests per day, but unlike those restaurants that don't move and require you to recharge your membership, as long as you book early enough, you can reserve a seat. Okay, I know you little girls want to get your beauty sleep. Go back. Look, I told you that Uncle Fong likes you, and even took the initiative to give you a business card. I followed my brother here several times, and only got acquainted with Uncle Fong. Maybe it's easier for you to locate the sub than it is for me. If I want to eat in the future, you'll help me locate it. Yitong looked at the business card in his hand somewhat inexplicably, and then nodded. Returning to the villa, Yitong fell head over heels on the sofa in the hall. After strolling around for a whole day, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't tired. Ningxia was very perceptive and hurriedly went to put the bath water for Yitong. Miss, today a person called Yuan Xinyan called and said that she will report to work tomorrow at 8 a.m. Yitong nodded her head. That's good. It will be easier for you if she comes, but her situation is special. There is a seriously ill child at home, so you two need to discuss about recruiting a maid as soon as possible. My requirements are simple. Work well and have an eye, and just be loyal to the main family. Okay, miss. Good morning, honorable host. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption 3 million yen. 3 million. Task requirements, only online consumption. Task rewards, unlocked after completing the task. Listening to the system's task requirements. Only online consumption. That can be much simpler. Buy stocks, financial management, online shopping. This all counts. Yitong is a little puzzled. Today's consumption amount is so small, and so simple. The system has changed its nature? Or did you see that I was too tired yesterday, so you feel sorry for me? Although the inner crickets half a day, but Yitong is still very happy. Originally worried about today, also go out to complete the consumption task. After all, when I woke up in the morning, my whole body was still sore, because there was no maid yet. Ningxia took on Yitong's 3 meals a day at home. Just after breakfast, the prize redemption phone in the villa's foyer rang. After answering it, Ningxia told Jidong that it was Yuan Xinyan who contacted him yesterday, and she had already told the security guards to let him in. Yuan Xinyan was also very honest, directly loaded his gifts in 2 big suitcases, and dragged them over together. When she saw Yitong, she was also full of determination. Ms. Yi, I've come to report. From today onwards I can take care of you 24 hours a day. Looking at the luggage around Yuan Xinyan, Yitong knew that Yuan Xinyan was serious about helping herself with the villa. but Yi Tong was still worried about Xiaotong's physical condition. You just come here, and you don't go back at night. What if Xiaotong is alone? Why don't you just do a half day for now? Just come in the morning, and go back to take care of Xiaotong in the afternoon. And I'll count the salary as a full day for you. Chapter 43 Refuge for Furry Children. Ivory Tower Courtyard. Hearing what Yi Tong said, Yuan Xinyan quickly waved her hand. That's not good. I said I'm here to work and pay back the money. How can I still get paid? Moreover, actually, I'm reporting for duty today. It's Xiaotong who told me to come. That child is very grateful to Miss. She doesn't want to hold me back because of her health. In case it makes Miss think we don't mean what we say, it's not good. It doesn't matter. I've hired an escort, who will take good care of Xiaotong, and I'll also call Xiaotong every night. Hearing what Yuan Xinyan said, Yi Tong was still a bit relieved. Ning Xia, you go find a more reliable caregiver. Xiaotong just had surgery. She can't be sloppy. Okay, miss. Seeing Yuan Xinyan's persistence, Yi Tong also stopped saying anything. Yi Tong was actually moved to want to take Xiaotong over to live with her, but there was still more or less a bit of a grudge against a servant's family living in the master's house. But since he chose to help, then he would help to the end. The small apartment that the system rewarded himself with is now empty, so when Xiaotong is discharged from the hospital, he will move to live there, which is also convenient to take care of. Yi Tong let Yuan Xinyan sit down, then began to explain his work. Sister Yuan, although you said that you came to do the work to pay back the money, don't want to pay for the work, but Xiaotong is still small, and has just finished the surgery. The late recovery, and schooling, are not a small expense. You can't have no income. I have already let my assistant check the salary of the family housekeeper yesterday. I will pay you half of the highest salary, 10,000 per month. The half that is deducted, it will be considered that you pay me back, so it's always okay, right? Yuan Xin was prepared to sign the sellout. Now suddenly she can receive 10,000 salary per month. Yuan Xin nodded excitedly. She still did not know what was enough. As long as Yi Tong needed her, she was willing to be a maid for Yi Tong for the rest of her life. Then Yi Tong left the matter of recruiting maids to Ning Xia and Yuan Xin to discuss, and he himself went back to his room to study today's task. It was only when he returned to his room that Yi Tong remembered that Yuan Xin was the housekeeper that he had exchanged. Right? Now why did he still need to pay his own salary out of his own pocket? System, that's still not your own pleasure. The housekeeper's salary. The system can't reimburse all. Yi Tong, finished. I feel I am so lost, but Yuan Xinyan also really needs a salary to support her daughter. Yi Tong just regretted not pitting the system, and did not regret her decision. Lying on the soft big bed, Yi Tong began to study what to buy online to spend the 3 million. Originally wanted to look at the shopping app, but the cheap ones can't be spent, and the expensive ones have to worry about whether they are real or not. Yi Tong looked at half a day. Not a dime spent, but also a waste of time. Yi Tong sighed, or brushed the video to relax his brain. Just opened the video app. The first recommended video is the Young Lady Hot Dance Live. Yi Tong looked at the anchorwoman and rolled her eyes. What is good to see in the anchorwoman? Said as if the anchorwoman has something that she does not have. But listening to the anchor keep thanking the fans for sending the sports car, Yi Tong suddenly had an idea. Since it was said that it was online spending money, then live streaming rewards was also considered online. Yi Tong hurriedly rummaged through her followers and found an animal rescue account. This animal rescue station was completely non-profit in nature. Ivory Tower's small yard, created by a retired big sister, had already taken in more than 100 stray animals in just 1 year. Compared to those for-profit rescues, adopting an animal not only requires a huge deposit, but also a monthly maintenance fee to be paid to the rescue station. The Ivory Tower home, on the other hand, is required to examine the adopter's job, living environment and other factors that will affect the life of the furry child. Although a deposit is required, a contract will be signed and the deposit will be refunded in full after 1 year as long as the adopter treats the child with sincerity and does not abandon or abuse it. Because this rescue station is located in Huadu, Yi Tong, who has always loved small animals, even went to do volunteer work, just because his own money were donated to the orphanage. There is really no spare money to buy rations for the furry children. Now the Ivory Tower small hospital funds have been stretched to the limit. No choice but to open a live broadcast, hoping to earn some fur children's rations. When Yi Tong opened the live broadcast, he saw the simple courtyard, and lying on the ground sunbathing fur children, as well as the busy big sisterly. Yi Tong didn't even think about it, directly opened the recharge interface. Without saying anything, he recharged all 3 million into the account, and then he brushed 300 spaceships over. Because of Yi Tong's rocket, the popularity of the Ivory Tower courtyard was instantly topped to number 1 on the live broadcast list. All the people who watched the live broadcast were guessing who this list number 1 who had angrily swiped 3 million was, and Yi Tong had long since retired from the meritocracy and exited the live broadcast room to watch outside. Perhaps it was because she heard the prompts from her cell phone. Big Sister Lee came to check the live broadcast. It was better if she didn't look. This look directly gave Big Sister Lee a shock. There is a mysterious person, actually a breath of brush 3 million. Although with the platform to 37%, but this is also a huge sum of money. The hairy children of the Ivory Tower courtyard can live here in peace and quiet. Watching Big Sister Lee keep thanking the screen, Yi Tong also smiled along with her, and then exited the app. Although Yi Tong had been to the Ivory Tower home just once, Big Sister Lee's love for the fur children was from the bottom of her heart. There were too many furry children in there who had been abandoned due to illness, and the treatment costs alone were a considerable amount. Big Sister Lee should be able to relax for a while. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 5 times the rebate of 15 million yen. 15 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional award of wealth points 2 points. Now the wealth points accumulated 5 points. Please pay attention to the receipt of the. Yi Tong sniffs and the corner of his mouth rises. Today's task, easy peasy. Then Yi Tong started the salty fish state, lying on the hammock on the balcony, sunbathing on the front side, sunbathing on the back side, and sunbathing again after lunch. Seeing Yi Tong in a good mood, Ning Xia put on a professional smile in advance and walked over. Just about every step was a little tough. Miss, regarding the recruitment of maids, it has already been posted on all the major recruitment websites. According to my prediction, and the high salary you gave, you will be able to recruit all of them within 3 days. Yi Tong nodded with her eyes closed. I believe you can handle these small matters. And, Ning Xia touched her forehead somewhat sheepishly. Miss, the stocks you purchased earlier have dropped. Hearing Ning Xia's words, Yi Tong remembered that she had also bought stocks. Dropped? How much did you lose? 3 million, now there's 11 million left. Chapter 44, Compensation? Good ah. After saying that, Ning Xia quickly lowered her head. In fact, Ning Xia also wanted to say that this was not her fault. After all, this stock was given to her by Yi Tong only yesterday. Moreover, Ning Xia had checked the direction of this stock, and it had already started to fall since 4 days ago. But after all, it was handed over to her. As Yi Tong's assistant, she still had to tell Yi Tong the bad news. She just didn't expect that Yi Tong seemed to be very excited and didn't look like she had lost any money at all. There's still so much Hearing Yi Tong's excited tone, Ning Xia was a bit confused. What do you mean there's still so much left? Do you still want to finish losing money? It just so happened that Yi Tong still wanted to hand over a sum of money to Ning Xia, to see Ning Xia's financial management ability. Now it's good. There's no need to allocate money from his own account. Yi Tong looked at the time. There was still an hour before the stock market closed. Yi Tong then asked Ning Xia to dump the stocks, and this remaining $11 million would be treated as a financial management money for Ning Xia to take. Hearing that she was finally going to use her specialty, Ning Xia was overjoyed and hurriedly explained to Yi Tong. Miss, in fact, you want to make money through the stock is also possible, but to consider a lot of factors, to look at the stock's price-earnings ratio and price-net ratio, but also to examine the company's financial situation, industry prospects, is not a leading stock, and, stop. Yi Tong was dizzy from listening and hurriedly rubbed his somewhat confused head. At a glance you are a professional. I really didn't choose the wrong person. Go, take this money, go have fun. With that, Yi Tong pushed Ning Xia out of the room. Stocks and stuff. She couldn't figure it out the most. And even more so, how did those people manage to become stock gods? Originally, she thought it was luck, but now, looking at it, just the subject of stocks alone, she could write a 1,000,000-word thesis. With the addition of Yuan Xinyan, the villa seemed more homely, and every day there was no need to worry about not being able to eat on time. Only Yuan Xin suggested that after the maids were all recruited, except for Lu's 2 bodyguards who were around for protection, and the assistant, everyone else would move to the nanny building at the back. Yi Tong thought about it. The nanny building was empty. It should be utilized, so she agreed to Yuan Xinyan's proposal. Miss, do you want to buy a few dogs to accompany you to relieve your boredom? Dogs? Yuan Xinyan's proposal made Yi Tong's eyes light up. Yes, such a big villa. It was possible to keep a few pets. Then let's raise 2. Tomorrow I'll go to the pet market to take a look. It's just that letting the dogs live in the villa, I'm afraid that it will increase the workload for you guys. Or you need to build a kennel in the yard. No need. Miss, no need? Yi Tong looked at Yuan Xinyan with some doubt. The 4-story nanny building at the back is for the servants to live in, and the other 3-story one is actually for keeping pets. Hearing Yuan Xinyan's explanation, Yi Tong froze. Taking villas to keep pets. Pets have villas themselves? Miss, did you not notice that the first floor of that villa is higher than the nanny building? It is because some rich people love to ride horses. The first floor of that building is a small stable. is able to keep horses. Yi Tong thought about it, and it was true. Except for the entrance door, the first floor was completely separated, and it was also designed with a full solid wood frame. Earlier Yi Tong was wondering, is this a garage? How could it be so strangely designed? Now I understand. In a sense, it is indeed a garage, only it is used to park the horse. In the past, when I was not a rich man, I only felt that there was a huge difference between my standard of living and that of a rich man. Now that you are a rich person, you realize that you are not only a huge difference from the rich, but also a huge difference from the rich people's pets. People's pets can have their own villa. Do you? Yi Tong mechanically stuffed food into his mouth. His face full of rawness, suddenly felt a little hard on his heart. Honorable host, good morning. The God host system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait a moment. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete consumption 5 million yen. 5 million. The task reward, unlocked after the completion of the task. Warm reminder, the host should buy a car. Oh, I woke up early in the morning and heard the system urging myself to buy a car. Obviously already enough to drive. How to buy a car? The host, because the rich second generation people like to buy a car, so you also need to learn the skill of not moving to buy a car. Yi Tong rolls his eyes, since the system had already reminded. Let's do what the system said. According to Yi Tong's experience, listening to the system would lead to surprises. After eating breakfast, Yi Tong was ready to go to the Beiying Automobile Trading Center. The 4S stores all opened earlier. It should be just right to go over now. Before leaving the door, Ning Xia told Yi Tong that there will be a maid door-to-door interview today, and Ning Xia set the interview location at the office of Sunshine Mansion, so she can't stay with Yi Tong this morning, and will rush over as soon as she finishes her work. Beiying Auto Trading Center. Yi Tong found a low-profile corner to park his car, and as soon as he entered the automobile building, Yi Tong felt that the atmosphere was strange. Those responsible for welcoming the guests, in addition to the sales of the 4S store, there were also the staff of the automobile center. The sales were all in high spirits, while on the contrary, the staff were a bit distracted. Hello Ms. Yi, so happy to see you again. A sales saw Yi Tong and happily walked over. You are BWM's Xiaomei, right? Seeing Yi Tong rush herself, Xiaomei was happy. Yes, you have a good memory. Who do you want to see today? I'll help you recommend the car. I want to see Masha. Okay, please follow me. Walking with Xiaomei, Yi Tong still couldn't hold back his curiosity and opened his mouth to ask Xiaomei. Xiaomei, what's wrong with these staff? The auto center owes them wages? How could it be? The auto center's annual sales are tens of billions of dollars. We all rush to pay the rent to renew the contract. How could it be possible that they can't pay their wages? I've only heard about it from hearsay. I heard that the auto center has changed bosses, but the bosses haven't come out. So people are probably worried that they won't be able to keep their jobs, right? But you don't have to worry. This won't affect our 4S store. You can rest assured to purchase a car. Xiaomei led Yi Tong to the Masha store, handed over to the sales and left. Hello Ms. Yi, I am the sales Xiaosong from Masha. Do you already have a favorite model, or shall I come and recommend it to you? Yes, show me the MC20. Hearing that Yi Tong was going to look at the high-end sports cars in the store as soon as he came, Xiaosong was simply in awe. Such a customer, please give him a bunch of them. Chapter 45, the person who puts everyone on edge is actually myself. Leading Yi Tong to the center booth, Xiaosong was about to introduce the performance differences between the different configurations of this car, when Yi Tong directly opened his mouth and interrupted Xiaosong. This is it. Model 2024. Legenda configuration. Go open the contract. Xiaosong froze for a few seconds, transforming all his surprise into an O. Then he twisted his head and ran into the office to prepare the contract. From the moment Yi Tong entered the store to the signing of the contract, the whole process did not take more than 15 minutes. Xiaosong handed Yi Tong the formalities and his business card. Ms. Yi, your license plate will be delivered in an hour. Will you pick up the car yourself or will we deliver it to your door? Yi Tong looked at her less than 2 million tasks left, and after thinking about it, she still chose to deliver it to her door. After all, according to this speed of his, it was not certain if he would still be at the car center in an hour. Okay Ms. Yi, we will send the car to the door on time according to the time you gave us. Masha still has a lot of limited edition models for sale. This type of vehicle will not be displayed in the 4S store. You can add my contact information. If there is a limited edition model, I will send it to you the first time. Limited models, generally only sent to high-end VIP with the ability to purchase a car. After all, limited edition cars, the price is very expensive. After Yi Tong's crisp and clean car purchasing pattern, Xiaosong concluded that Yi Tong definitely had the ability to take down a limited edition car, and would definitely be interested in a limited edition car. Sure enough, when Yi Tong heard the word limited edition, he knew that it must be very expensive. There were ways to spend money that could accomplish the task quickly. Yi Tong was all for it. Of course, if you asked her to be the wrongdoer, that was impossible. Having spent more than $3 million in a single breath at Marks & Spencer, these remaining balances were now not enough to support Yi Tong in acquiring a supercar. After 2 or 3 consecutive shopping trips, the sports cars that caught her eye all started at $3 million. Yi Tong didn't want to subsidize himself. Walking to the door, Yi Tong saw Xiaomei still welcoming guests at the door. Why don't we just go to the BMW to take a look? After all, he is going to be 3 times over the BMW and not enter. Xiaomei is still warmly greeting himself. Xiaomei. Yi Tong walked towards Xiaomei. Ms. Yi, have you picked your favorite car? Is this the time to go? Xiaomei still greeted Yi Tong enthusiastically. I got it, but I still want to come and see the BMW. Hearing that Yi Tong wanted to buy a BMW, Xiaomei hurriedly led Yi Tong towards the 4S store. Yi Tong's car buying style, Xiaomei had already heard about it. As long as Yi Tong wanted to see, there was nothing that he wouldn't buy. Of course, except for the 2 stores after Marks & Spencer today. Ms. Yi, you first drink a cup of ginger tea. It's good for our women's body. Do you want to look at the sedan, or SUV? Yi Tong took a sip of ginger tea. It was sweet. SUV it is. I'm missing an SUV right now. Xiaomei led Yi Tong to the X7. Ms. Yi, now there is this year's new model with the best performance. It's our family's X7, the space of a large SUV, not to mention daily rides. Even if you want to go on a camping trip and load camping tools, it's able to satisfy. Okay, that's it. Make a bill. Okay, I'll take you to the VIP lounge for a short rest first. I'll go prepare the contract. After signing the bill and completing the card swipe, Yi Tong then lamented that he was spending money more and more smoothly. Again, leaving the address and delivery time, Yi Tong left the car center. Just as he was sitting on the car, he received a message from Ning Xia that the interviews over there had already ended, and 3 maids that met the requirements had been interviewed, and would be able to come to work tomorrow. Ning Xia then asked Yi Tong if she was still at the automobile center. At that moment, the system then sounded a prompt to complete the task. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn double rebate 10 million yuan. 10 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. And additional rewards for the North Camp Automobile Center all real estate rights. The relevant documents have been sent to the system backpack. Please pay attention to check receipt. Yi Tong was a bit confused at the words. No, wait a minute. Dare I say that the new boss who has been keeping everyone on edge and worried about their jobs is himself? Yes, host. Surprised or not? Unexpected or not? In addition, because the host has completed the task actively, tomorrow the system will be updated with a new version, and the new version will add the business opportunity recognition function, so please look forward to it. Another reminder, from this week onwards, the system will be updated every Sunday. During the update period, no tasks will be issued, and the exclusive card will be suspended. After saying that, the system disappeared. Yi Tong sighed, that's just right. Let Ning Xia handle the handover of the automobile center. Yi Tong sent his location to Ning Xia to arrive as fast as possible, and handed Ning Xia all the documents that the system had just rewarded him with. After briefly explaining the situation, he left by car. Just when he left, remembering that Ning Xia came by taxi, Yi Tong wanted to give Ning Xia a car. After all, Ning Xia would be needed to take care of the industry in the future. Wait for Monday. On Monday, buy a car for Ning Xia. As for Ning Xia, she was staring blankly at the direction Yi Tong left. His own boss unexpectedly acquired the largest automobile city in Huadu. When Yi Tong returned to the villa in a beautiful manner, he smelled the sweet smell of cake. Sister Yuan, what are you cooking again? Yi Tong happily ran to the kitchen, but was whisked out by Yuan Xinyan again. Miss, if you want to eat, wait outside. I'll send it out to you when I'm done baking. This kitchen, it's not a place you should come in. The fumes will accelerate skin aging. I'm just taking a look. Look at you. You're getting more and more nagging. Although Yi Tong complained about Yuan Xinyan's nagging, but in his heart, he was very happy, and then he ran to the restaurant and waited obediently. Originally, Yi Tong wanted to ask Sophie to go out together tomorrow, but Sophie said that she was not in Huadu right now, and went to Mongolia to eat roasted whole sheep. Yi Tong complained a few times, complaining that Sophie was not righteous, and went to eat delicious food without telling herself. After Sophie guaranteed that she would bring 2 sheep for Yi Tong when she returned, Yi Tong let Sophie off the hook. But this is good, can sleep well at home. After all, even every morning at 6 o'clock to get up, she is really cannot carry. It's just that ideals are always beautiful, but reality will always disrupt your entire plan. While savoring the cake made by Yuan Xinyan, an uninvited guest called. Hello? Yi Tong impatiently picked up the phone, knowing full well that Xia Jiming's calls were always bad and would make her angry. But curiosity drove him. After all, Xia Jiming had been quiet for a few days since he was slaughtered last time, so Yitong always wanted to hear what other farts Xia Jiming could let out. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, come to the Xia family's old mansion. I'll send you the address in a while. Tomorrow is the day of the Xia family's ancestor sacrifice. Don't be late. Xia Jiming spoke succinctly and concisely. What remained unchanged was the same tone of command. Not going. Chapter 46, Ancestor Worship? Not going. What? Do you know what is the significance of attending the Xia family's ancestral ceremony? I don't know. And I don't care. Didn't Chief Xia say last time, in front of Ms. Su, that I'm just a poor student who receives funding from the Xia family? How can a poor student be qualified to participate in the Xia family's ancestor festival? Hearing Yitong pull out what happened last time, Xia Jiming was instantly dumbfounded. Last time that was a compulsion. I was negotiating with the Su family. The Su family attaches the most importance to the family's discipline. With the support of the Su family, the Xia family can only leap up. I can't tolerate any blunders. Last time I didn't recognize your identity. You must understand that. That's why this time the Ancestor Festival is to bring you along. It's also precisely to restore your identity as the Xia family's daughter. You have to understand the importance of this matter. Sorry, this matter is the least important thing to me. Yitong was not willing to give Xia the slightest bit of face. I won't lie to you. Last time when you didn't recognize my identity and said that I was just a poor student sponsored by the Xia family, I was so happy that I didn't sleep for a whole night. It's not easy to hear you personally deny my identity. It's really a relief, so that you don't have to worry about Xia Mingru leaving home. So, I'm not going. I don't care. Bye-bye Yuna. After saying that, Yitong hung up the phone. Hearing Xia Jiming's words, Yitong even made up his mind to stay at home tomorrow, lest he would be caught by Xia Jiming to sacrifice to his ancestors if he ran out to play. Only, it seemed that the heavens didn't want to see Yitong being idle. Ding ding ding. Not even 2 minutes after hanging up the phone, Yitong's phone rang again. It was just that Yitong looked at the caller ID, Gu Siming's name, and was a little hesitant to answer it. But maybe it was just telling her about the manor? Hello, Mr. Gu, may I ask what's up? Nothing, just want to ask Ms. Yi to have a meal together tomorrow at noon, just to report to the shareholders about the progress of the manor renovation. Yitong was a bit speechless. She knew that she wouldn't be able to rest at home tomorrow. After making an appointment with the time and place, Yitong plopped down on the dining table and started sighing. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu still owed money, she wouldn't have gone to the meeting. But fortunately it is tomorrow at noon. The Xia family ancestor sacrifice is at 9 o'clock in the morning. Should be able to avoid. Ning Xia was busy until dinner time before coming back to the villa. As soon as she came back, she excitedly ran to Yitong. Miss, when did you acquire the automobile center? It's so awesome. Yitong didn't answer Ning Xiao's words. After all, it wasn't like she was the one who acquired the auto center. You tighten up a bit. You're an assistant. This makes you look fussy and not calm enough. Hearing Yitong's words, Ning Xia realized that she was too excited, then hurriedly adjusted her emotions and began to report to Yitong. Miss, I've already docked with the general manager of the automobile center. The general manager's name is Lu Fuqiang. He's a very solid and capable manager. The people under his command, I have also met them today. I think we can continue to employ them. A big change in personnel will validate the impact on the company's reputation and work progress. Yitong nodded. Since there's no problem with the people, it's just business as usual. What else? Ning Xia handed Yitong the simplified accounts. This is all the stores in the automobile center. Currently there are 78 stores in the automobile building. All of them are fully rented. The most recent contracts have been signed until the end of next year. There are also 3 used car companies. The lease contracts have all been signed until 26 years. For now, you just need to sit back and wait to collect the rent. The rent of the automobile center is paid semi-annually, and needs to be paid 20 days in advance, and it will all be collected by the end of June, and the total rent is $158. 35 million. Yitong was obviously a little flustered when he heard this huge amount of rent and tactically rubbed his chin to cover himself. This was different from the feeling of the system rebate. The system, even if the rebate was more, Yitong was mentally prepared. But this is different. This is truly his own industry. Is his own earned money? That kind of excitement is very difficult to describe. Of course, this is also the system rebate reward. Miss, there is also the Sunshine Mansion. Today I also went to meet with manager Mi, who said that 90% of the rent could be collected before June 20th, and 99% before the 25th. Because of the strict adherence to the payment schedule in the contract, many companies are quite critical, but because it is written in black and white in the contract, we are still very cooperative. It's just that it will take a few months to get used to the fact that it's fully corrected to be fully collected by June 15th, and it should be fine for the next quarter. And what happened to that other 1%? Manager Mi said. That company is the company you used to work for, because it's an old rascal, and it's the one you worked for before, so manager me still needs your instructions. Yi Tong shook his head helplessly. He knew that dogs can't change their ways. No need to ask for instructions. Act according to the contract. As long as this time he can pay the rent before the end of the month, and next quarter he can pay the rent according to the time specified in the contract. Then continue to rent to him. If you can't act according to the contract, the security deposit will not be returned. Just clear it directly. Ning Xia nodded. Yes, miss, there's also famous house. According to your explanation, we've already paid the purchase tax of 20% of the total number of households in the neighborhood one after another, and now 60% of the houses have been rented out. The remaining 10% of the tax will be paid before the end of June, and the rent will be paid to your account one after another. Yi Tong listened to Ning Xia's report, nodded his head very cozily. The feeling of being a hands-off is really good. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Yi Tong, who originally wanted to take a nap, was still woken up by the cell phone alarm, and turned off the alarm clock before Yi Tong remembered. Previously, in order to prevent himself from being woken up by the system in the morning, he continued to fall back to sleep, so he set an alarm for 7:30, but yesterday he forgot to turn it off. Yi Tong woke up with a head full of black lines, and had the feeling of having to be called up to work overtime on a big weekend. After Yi Tong washed up, she realized that she hadn't paid too much attention to skincare in the past few days, and her face was dry and flaky. Then, after dinner, hurry before noon, go to do a skincare. Anyway, after 9 o'clock to go out on the right. Yuan Xinyan asked about Yi Tong's work and rest time as soon as she arrived, knowing that Yi Tong would not get up at 6 o'clock on weekends, so she went into the kitchen at 7 o'clock to prepare breakfast. Just as Yi Tong walked out of her room, breakfast was just being served. Miss, the 3 maids that were recruited yesterday will report to work at 8:30 today. See if they're okay. If they're not to your liking, then they'll be recruited again. How many people in total will be recruited? As you discussed with Ningxia, a total of 7 people. 1 chef, 5 maids, and 1 gardener. Yi Tong nodded. The 2 of them were quite considerate. It just so happened that the plants in the garden were gradually having a tendency to grow wild and crazy, and it was time to trim and prune them. Chapter 47, Getting Angry Early in the Morning. Okay, I'll meet them in a while, but I still trust your vision. Being able to be trusted by an employer is a very happy thing. Yuan Xianyan's eyes were all smiles. At 8:30, 3 maids came to the villa on time. 2 of them were a bit older and looked very stable. There was also one that looked no older than Yi Tong. Good day, miss. The 3 maids respectfully saluted Yi Tong. Good day to you all. I think my recruitment requirements are clear to you all. How much you get paid should be how much work you do. From now on, your work arrangements will be handled by Sister Yuan Xinyan Yuan. The probationary period is 2 months. The probationary wage is issued according to 80% of the official wage, and those who work seriously and excellently can be converted in advance. Yes, the salary set by Yi Tong was 10% higher than the market price. Even if the probationary period was paid according to 80%, it was still similar to the market price. Yi Tong handed the 3 people over to Yuan Xinyan, who then led the few people to the nanny building at the back. Yi Tong was also ready to go out, but just as he reached the underground garage, his cell phone rang again. Still an unfamiliar number. Yi Tong, why haven't you arrived yet? The ancestor sacrifice ceremony is about to start. Xia Clan's group of dozens of people are waiting for you. Hurry up and come over. Yi Tong at this moment didn't even know what words to use to describe his mood, and this retard across the phone. In the end, all the emotions evolved into anger and dislike. No, big brother, do you not understand human language or selective amnesia? Did I explicitly tell you yesterday? I'm not going. If you don't use your ears, you can donate them. If you don't use your brain, you donate them to do experiments. Early in the morning, looking for curses you? After saying that, Yi Tong hung up the phone, and then twisted his head to walk back to the villa. Shani several people is also the first time to see Yi Tong's so big temper. Everyone dares not speak, can only silently follow behind Yi Tong. Seeing Yi Tong turn back again, Yuan Xianyan, who was not clear about the reason, hurriedly asked Yi Tong, why did Miss come back? Didn't she say she was going to the beauty salon? Don't go. Got in a bad mood by a brainless fool in the morning. Don't want to go out. Only then did Yuan Xianyan smell the anger emanating from Yi Tong's body, then looked at the trembling bodyguards following Yi Tong. Then Miss want to drink some bird's nest milk tea. I just made it. Put more sugar. It can not only soothe the mood, but also beauty. Hearing what Yuan Xinyan said, Yi Tong's expression instantly loosened. Good. Then, have some. Good. Wait a moment, miss. I'll go and bring it to you. Then Yuan Xianyan looked at Shani, while Shani looked at Yuan Xianyan with a grateful face. As for Xia Jiming, who was scolded and hung up on, he was even more furious. What's wrong? Yi Tong hasn't come yet? Our section went through a lot of effort to add Yi Tong's name to the family tree on this date. This is something that even Ro didn't get. How can she be so contemptuous? Hearing Xia Guoxing's words, Xia Jiming could only tell the truth about Yi Tong's unwillingness to come, and also added fuel to the fire by repeating what Yi Tong had just scolded him. Seeing that Yi Tong was so unbuying and made them lose face in front of the clan, Xia Guoxing was also furious. I've already asked you to tell her 3 days in advance and prepare early. Isn't she nagging because we don't disclose her identity? Not even satisfied with that? Fine. Then as she wishes. If she is willing to be an orphan, then go be an orphan for the rest of her life. Xia Guoxing angrily scolded Yi Tong, but glanced at Xia Jiming with a somewhat different expression. What's with that expression? What else is going on? Hearing Xia Guoxing pursuing the question, Xia Jiming knew that if he didn't say anything, Xia Guoxing would also find out, and could only answer somewhat sheepishly. Dad. In fact, I didn't tell Yi Tong 3 days in advance. It was only last night that I told her. Then Xia Jiming put 3 days ago. That is, the day Xia Guoxing instructed Xia Jiming to notify Yi Tong to come to the Ancestor Festival. He himself had made an appointment to meet Sophie, but accidentally ran into Yi Tong and told Xia Guoxing in front of Sophie that Yi Tong was just a poor student sponsored by the Xia family. Hearing that it was his own son who messed up the matter, Xia Guoxing raised his hand and slapped Xia Jiming. Just a little bit short of Yi Tong being able to be recorded into the family tree. As long as Yi Tong was in the family tree, Yi Tong's property would be owned by the Xia clan. It all turned out to be because Xia Jiming messed up everything for the sake of face. Seeing her son being beaten, Yushuya rushed over to protect in front of Xia Jiming, just because of a girl who can only talk back. You're going to hit your son so hard? Yushuya painfully looks at Xia Jiming's already red and swollen cheeks from the beating. Son, you ask your good son what he did? Yushuya didn't know about Xia's group's current financial crisis, and looked at the two with some doubt, but still decisively chose to believe her son. It must be that girl who doesn't want to come. That's her own ungratefulness. Since she doesn't care, let's add Ro's name to the family tree. Ever since adopting Xia Ming Ro, Yushuya had always wanted Xia Ming Ro's name to be able to enter the Xia clan genealogy, but because the Xia clan genealogy could only allow those who were related by blood, or husband and wife, to enter the genealogy, Xia Ming Ro was announced as an adopted daughter from the beginning, so naturally she wasn't qualified enough, and even though Yushuya had mentioned it many times, it was all rejected by Xia Guoxing. No way. Why not? That girl refuses to return to the Xia family, then we'll fulfill her. From now on, the Xia family only has one daughter, Ro. We only need to make it public, claiming that the adopted daughter back then, inside is the biological daughter. Xia Guoxing frowned. If Yi Tong was just an ordinary person, then of course there was nothing wrong with doing this. It was just that right now, Yi Tong was befriending the Su family's daughter, and also had cooperation with the Gu family, and the Xia family also needed Yi Tong's financial support. The position of the Xia family's true daughter must be reserved for Yi Tong. Seeing Xia Guoxing's resolute attitude, Yushuya could only give up. After Yuan Xin Yan's delicious milk tea, coupled with Yuan Xin Yan's superb massage technique, Yi Tong, who was still furious just now, was instantly pacified. Sister Yuan, you are really too good. How come you know everything? Small matter, since Xiaotong got sick. These skills are uneducated. They are just means of coaxing children. Hearing Yuan Xinyan mention Xiaotong, Yi Tong sat up violently from the bed. Sister Yuan, how has Xiaotong been these 2 days? It just so happens that I have something to do today. Why don't I ask Shanair to drive you back so you can take a look at Xiaotong? In fact, Yuan Xinyan also missed Xiaotong, but Yi Tong's side was recruiting new maids, and she was responsible for assessing and supervising them, so she really couldn't rest assured. Chapter 48, The First Head-to-Head Encounter. It's okay, miss. The caregiver you found is especially responsible and patient. Xiaotong has been taken care of and gained a pound. Besides, you just got a new person here. And Assistant Ning often has to run out to manage the company. Assistant Ning and often have to run out to manage the company. I have to help you watch. Wait for the servants to pass the examination. You then let me have a day off. I'll just go back to take a look. Yi Tong nodded. Now the villa really can't leave the people. It can only be planned this way. Then I'll finish my work today and go to see Xiaotong. But it'll have to be in the afternoon. Isn't that not good? Which is not good. Besides, Xiaotong is now discharged from the hospital. At home, there is no such thing. Xiaotong knows that you are going over to see her. She must be very happy. That's good. Yi Tong looked at the time. While the time is still early, then it's just the right time to go shopping and buy some nutrients and food for Xiaotong. Then she went out happily. The restaurant that Gu Siming had booked was in Oriental's in Tiandi, and he had originally thought that after buying something, he could go directly to his appointment, but he didn't expect to be recognized. Yi Tong carried the bird's nest out of the store. and ran head-on into a girl. The girl was about to get angry when she saw the person in front of her, who was none other than Yi Tong, and immediately changed her face. Sister? Your sister? Seeing a stranger approaching, Shinny dodged in front of Yi Tong. Sister, why are you letting this person stop me? I'm Ro Roa, Xia Mingrua? Originally, Yi Tong was still a bit confused, thinking that it was a child who went out of the orphanage, and only when she heard the girl announce herself did Yi Tong react. Yes, I'm Ro Ro. Yi Tong patted Shinyi's shoulder, signaling Shinyi to get out of the way. Shinyi's tall body moved a step to the side, but his sight was still vigilant as he looked at Xia Mingru. Seeing that there was no obstruction, Xia Mingru was very excited and ran to Yi Tong, pulling Yi Tong's hand. Sister, as soon as I heard that Mom and Dad had found you, I've always wanted to meet you, but Mom and Dad and brother, they wouldn't let me come to see you, saying that they were afraid that I would be in danger. Last time it was because I sneaked out, and was thought by Mom and Dad that I had run away from home. Saying that, Xia Mingru was aggrieved. If people who were not clear about the situation saw it, they thought that Yi Tong had bullied Xia Mingru. Dangerous? Are you saying that I'm dangerous? Or are you saying that I will let you be in danger? Xia Mingru, each of your words, seemingly complaining about the Xia clan, are actually saying bad things about me. Hearing that Yi Tong didn't buy her account at all, Xia Mingru didn't look the least bit flustered. The sister I don't have. It's Mom and Dad who said that if you want to go back to the Xia family, you have to drive me away. And also said that this condition was raised by you. I don't believe it. My sister seems to be a very good person. How could she drive Ro away? It's what I said. Your parents didn't lie to you. And also, your vision is really not very good. How can you be sure that I'm the good guy? Hearing Yi Tong's undisguised acknowledgement, as well as his unceremonious dislike, completely out of the box, made the expression on Xia Mingru's face crack. But after all, she was a veteran actress, so of course Xia Mingru would not be defeated. It's okay sis, if you really don't want to see me, I'll just move out. After all, Mom and Dad have been looking for you for so many years, looking for you with a broken heart. I've often seen them hugging the little quilt that covered you when you were first born and crying. I also know that I have always been your double, and now that you're back, it's okay for me to leave. Also, sister, you are the face of the Xia family, you can't go out with so many boys. If others see you, what will they think of you? Xia Mingru while saying, tears quickly in the eyes pile up. Finished the last sentence, tears also fell. The timing is just right. Quite I see the poor feeling. Yi Tong really know a big language. Shinyi the clear color black suit. Anyone who looked no is bodyguard. This can be rumor? Xia Mingru tearfully glanced at Yi Tong, then quickly turned around, just in time to be seen by a person. Ro, so you're here. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Who made you cry? A handsome-looking man nervously asked Xia Mingru, but Xia Mingru just shook her head vigorously, and also glanced at Yi Tong inadvertently. Yi Tong's eyes popped out twice, then rolled his eyes, still refusing to say it. What's the difference between this look in your eyes, and roaring angrily that it's me who's bullying you? As expected, the man also placed his gaze on Yi Tong, and the expression of worry and heartache he had just shown turned into anger in an instant. Apologize to Ro. Yi Tong? If I'm not mistaken, sir, you're Su Fei's brother Su Tianyi, right? Seeing that he was recognized by Yi Tong, Su Tianyi was also a bit puzzled. Who are you? Yi Tong snorted coldly. You don't even know who I am, and let me apologize to Xia Mingru? Brains can be donated. The ones Su Tianyi usually encountered were all gentle and polite people, never encountering someone like Yi Tong, where one sentence was a seemingly friendly inquiry, and the next was dislike to the extreme. So in the face of Yi Tong like this, Su Tianyi was a bit furious, but couldn't say a word. Brother Tianyi, she is Yi Tong. Yi Tong looked at just a mouthful of a sister. Now that there are outsiders, they call her by her first name? It's really not a family that doesn't enter a door. This scene is deja vu. Isn't this what Xia Ziming had used before? Technically speaking, I should be Xia Mingru's sister, the one that the Xia family lost. Yi Tong wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Xia Mingru with a mocking smile on her face. As expected, the expression on her face instantly became ugly when she heard Yi Tong say that she was the real Qian Jin that the Xia family had lost. So you are Yi Tong, my sister's good friend. I really didn't expect to be such a person with a bad character. When my sister comes back from Mongolia, I will definitely let her cut off her relationship with you. A person like you who doesn't even recognize her parents will only bring down my sister. Su Tianyi scolded like this without any strength. Yi Tong was a little embarrassed to open her mouth to dislike him back. After all, it was the brother of a good girlfriend. It was better to leave some face. Yi Tong blankly glanced at Su Tianyi, waiting for Sophie to come back. I also want to tell Sophie, take you to do a brain CT it. I doubt you have a long brain. Do big business people? The most taboo to listen to people one-sided words, after all, often seem to be the closest, the most harmless people, stabbing at you the sharpest sharp knife. After saying that, Yi Tong looked at Xiaoming Ro if he had a point, and Xiaoming Ro's body violently trembled when she met Yi Tong's eyes. Chapter 49, Sophie's brother is a love brain. Su Tianyi, who was standing beside Xia Mingru, naturally noticed Xia Mingru's abnormality. As for what you said, I disowned the Xia family, this I admit, but it's been more than a week since I did the paternity test with the Xia family. Have you heard the rumors that it was the Xia family that found their daughter? Because I come from an orphanage, so the Xia family simply cannot see me, but also worried that I will go around talking about it. Guess let me quietly home as soon as possible. So, in fact, they do not want to recognize, including just now. How did Xia Mingru introduce me? Yi Tong said, then walked towards Xia Mingru. Every step of Yi Tong seemed to have stepped on Xia Mingru's fear. Every time Yi Tong took a step closer, Xia Mingru shivered a little. Before Mr. Su came, Xia Mingru was calling me sister in every breath, but once you came, she only addressed me by my name, without saying anything about my relationship with the Xia family. I also chose not to go back to the Xia family for the sake of my mental health and personal safety. In fact, it's best for Xia Mingru if I don't go back, so that she's the only pearl of the Xia family, isn't it? When Su Tianyi heard Yi Tong's words, he looked at Xia Mingru with a slight frown. He also couldn't understand the Xia family's approach. According to reason, having found their own daughter, they should happily announce it to the world, and then receive their daughter back home in splendor. Indeed, it shouldn't be like this. There was no news at all. Looking at Su Tianyi's reaction, Yi Tong smiled. Looks like there's nothing else. I happen to have a dinner party, so I won't accompany you guys to chat. Yi Tong walked 2 steps, then suddenly turned back and looked at Xia Mingru with a smile. Right, I heard that today is the day of the Xia family's ancestor sacrifice. Xia Jiming informed me yesterday to let me go back to pay homage to my ancestors, saying that he wanted to add my name to the genealogy. But Xia Mingru, why are you still here? Could it be that they went back to the old mansion to pay tribute to their ancestors and forgot to bring you? Yi Tong's words were the knife that broke Xia Mingru's last line of defense. Ever since Xia Mingru understood, she had wanted very much to become a real daughter of the Xia family. That is, to add her name to the genealogy. However, because she was an adopted daughter, she was not qualified to enter the genealogy. And even for the family ancestor festival, she was not qualified to participate. So this had always been a thorn in Xia Mingru's heart. Even after being spoiled by the Xia family, Xia Mingru still felt like an outsider. Xia Mingru looked at Yi Tong viciously, as if her eyes could tear Yi Tong apart. It was only when Yi Tong saw Xia Mingru's reaction that he realized, it can't be, because you're an adopted daughter, so you're not qualified to participate, right? I'm sorry I really didn't know. Big deal. I'll talk to Mr. Xia, change my name to yours, not just fine. After saying that, Yi Tong was about to leave, but was shouted at by Su Tianyi. Stop! Su Tianyi saw Xia Mingru's tears, falling down like a broken thread. Even if there were some doubts and dissatisfaction just now, they had now been washed away by Xia Mingru's tears. What you just said is too much. I want you to apologize to Ro immediately. Excessive? If there was no such person as Su Tianyi, Yi Tong admitted that what he said was indeed a bit solid. After all, he didn't know Xia Mingru's character, but last time, from what I heard from Su Fei, Xia Mingru was used to using pretending to be soft and playing the victim to gain benefits. Su Tianyi is so by Xia Mingru pinch, just with Xia Mingru's simple a few words, can also prove that Xia Mingru was an extremely deep city people. Therefore, Yi Tong thought that he was right to dislike her, but at the same time, he also felt very speechless. How could Su Fei have such a love-brained brother? Could it be that when Sophie has a favorite in the future, she will also become like this? Sophie, I won't. Don't slander me. Yi Tong frowned and looked at Su Tianyi with some impatience. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Tianyi was the brother of his best friend, and his character was certified by Su Fei, Yi Tong really wanted to curse Su Tianyi along with him. When Su Tianyi saw Yi Tong's disdainful eyes, he wanted to go forward to grab Yi Tong, but was blocked by Shani. Because of the commotion of the few of them, they also attracted quite a few people to gather around at this time. Mr. Su, even if you're not afraid of being humiliated, I'm still too humiliated. What? Is it that in this world, whoever cries is justified? Then I'll cry a little bit too to show you? Seeing Yi Tong's bad attitude, Su Tianyi also couldn't help but open his mouth to scold angrily. On your character like this, no wonder the Xia family doesn't want to disclose it to the public. Everything is for a reason. Don't think that you have some industries now, with the cooperation of the Gu family, but I can still make you lose everything with one sentence, and continue to roll back to the orphanage to live. Mr. Su's words are more or less a bit graceless. Yi Tong was just about to return the favor when a nice male voice came from behind her. When Xia Mingru saw the visitor clearly, An excited smile instantly hung on her face before she ran towards the man. Brother Smin, why are you here? Is it an inspection? Xia Mingru, who had just been crying like a pear, was simply a different person when she saw Gu Smin. Yi Tong looked at Su Tianyi with some desire to speak, and Su Tianyi was also very lost at this time. Xia Mingru likes Gu Siming, he is aware of it. If it were someone else, Su Tianyi would not feel the crisis, but if that person is Gu Siming, Su Tianyi still has a sense of self-awareness. Mr. Gu Sming asked his assistant to disperse the surrounding customers who were watching, then skipped over Xia Mingru and walked over to Yi Tong. Tianyi, you're still so easily gullible to the one-sided words of onlookers. And, did you just say that you want Miss Yi to lose everything? Su Tianyi and Gu Sming grew up together as children. Gu Sming had always been the big brother's presence among the few children they had grown up with, and was also, literally, someone else's child. Hearing Gu Smin ask himself, Su Tianyi somewhat dared not look at Gu Smin's eyes. Miss Yi spoke out of turn. I just want Miss Yi to apologize. I didn't want to deliberately make things difficult. Miss Yi, I apologize for my attitude just now. I'm sorry, but I also want you to apologize to Xia Mingru for your outburst just now. Yi Tong looked at Su Tianyi inside. I don't think I said anything wrong. Mr. Su, you don't even know the cause and effect, so you just put the blame on me. Have you ever thought about whether it's fair or not? Yi Tong's words caused Su Tianyi to freeze. Xia Mingru saw that Su Tianyi was about to be spoken to, and hurriedly ran to Gu Sming. Brother Smin, sister, don't blame Brother Tianyi, he's just concerned about me. That's why he wrongly blames sister. It's all my fault. Yi Tong looked at Xia Mingru with interest. So you also know that it's wrong, blame then you just stand aside and watch me. The sister in your mouth being wrongly blamed, and then not a word of explanation, or mediation. Hearing Yi Tong's words, Xia Mingru's face went white. I'm just sad that my sister refuses to recognize me, refuses to return to the Xia family, so I'm worried that the more I say the more wrong I am. Yi Tong sighed. It seemed that this Xia Mingru really liked acting, so why not accompany her for a while? Chapter 50, a tawdry hero rescuing a beautiful girl. Sister, this is wrong to blame me. The reason why I am determined not to return to the Xia family is not because of you. Xia Mingru looked at Yi Tong a little stunned. These words, why did she feel so familiar? Yi Tong walked in front of Xia Mingru and looked at Xia Mingru very gently. Don't you understand? If I go back, what will you do? You are just the adopted daughter of the Xia family. These years, you can be sought after in the circle of 1,000 gold. In addition to the fact that the Xia family is the newest of the rich and powerful, it's also because I'm not here. So even if you're just an adopted daughter, you're still the only daughter of the Xia family. I don't want to break your dream of becoming a millennial. I'm worried that if I'm around, you'll become dull in the future. Silly sister, you're just a foster daughter. How can you compare to your own daughter? Although Yi Tong's words are concerned, but every sentence is poking Xia Mingru's lungs. Xia Mingru hates it when people say she is a foster daughter. Yi Tong's words have a knife. Xia Mingru naturally heard it, that face white and white. Gu Siming, on the other hand, watched with interest as Yi Tong stabbed someone's lungs. Only Su Tianyi, this stupid fool, was actually moved to look at Yi Tong. I'm sorry Miss Yi, it's really me who misjudged you. You actually endured your grief and didn't go back to the Xia family in order to let Roro stay in the Xia family in name only. This is something that ordinary people can't do. Roro having an elder sister like you is really Roro's blessing. Yi Tong smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he was extremely speechless. Listening to Su Fei, Su Tianyi was very capable at work, a proper domineering president. But how did he become a fool once he left the company? Unable to distinguish between good and bad words? Similarly speechless is also Xia Mingru. Obviously he was bullied into this. This Su Tianyi even thanked Yi Tong. Alright, since the misunderstanding has been solved, let's disperse. Each of us will be busy with our own business. Xia Mingru saw Gu Sming and Yi Tong about to leave, the two of them walking in the same direction surprisingly. Xia Mingru was a bit flustered and ran over to pull Gu Sming's hand. Brother Smin, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Can I treat you to a meal? After all, you've also helped our Xia clan. It's just that sis, I see you carrying a lot of tonic. You should be going to visit a patient, right? It's unlucky to visit a patient too late. It's better for sister to go quickly. Then Xia Mingru squeezed Yi Tong out of the way and looked at Gu Siming with an infatuated look. Sister's observation is really great. It's such a great observation that she was able to recognize my bodyguard as an unsavory person just now. It's also really rare, so I guess it's a misplay. Seeing that she couldn't say anything to Yi Tong, Xia Mingru also didn't intend to continue to talk more with Yi Tong, and even directly took Gu Siming's arm. Xia Mingru's actions made Su Tianyi, who was watching from the side, break into a cold sweat. Gu Siming had a cleanliness fetish. Even their brothers who had grown up since childhood would usually not touch their skin directly. How did Xia Mingru dare? Not to mention, Gu Sming hated the opposite sex offering their attentions the most. As expected, although Gu Sming didn't shake off Xia Ming-ro's hand at first, his face was already ugly. Yi Tong, who sensed the danger, silently took 2 steps backward, and seeing Yi Tong retreat, Su Tianyi also took 2 steps backward. It's really not that he didn't want to save the beauty, it's just that in just a few minutes, Xia Mingru accurately guessed Gu Siming's 2 thunderspots. The greatest immortal couldn't save it even if he came. Seemingly seeing Yi Tong's retreat, Xia Mingru thought that she had won the battle, and the smile on her face grew more and more complacent. Brother Smin, have you been very busy lately? You didn't even come to Sister Cheng's birthday a few days ago, so will I be able to see you on my birthday? It seemed that Gu Smin had already reached the limit of his patience. Gu Smin took a deep breath, then gently brushed away Xia Mingru's hand. Then he took off his dress jacket and handed it over to his assistant, who also had the good sense to pass a clean handkerchief to Gu Siming's hand. Xia Mingru looked at Gu Siming with some doubt and wiped her hand over and over again. After wiping it clean, Gu Siming handed the handkerchief to his assistant as well. Throw this all away. Hearing Gu Smin's dark face, instructing his assistant to throw away both the clothes and the handkerchief, Yi Tong didn't hold back her laughter. After this period of time of badgering about luxury goods, Yi Tong knew that the suit on Gu Sming's body was a high-end handsewn suit from Ruegwa. It was several times more expensive than the suits she bought for Shen. Just because of her cleanliness fetish, she had to throw it away after being touched by the attentive Xia Mingru. Gu Smin's heart must be dripping with pain. Gu Smin moved a few steps to the side, and after keeping a safe distance from Xia Mingru, he ordered his assistant, invite Ms. Xia out. In the future, Oriental Zintiandi, Ms. Xia is not allowed to enter. The assistant got Gu Siming's order, and immediately had the security guard set up Xia Ming-ro on the left and right, then dragged Xia Ming-ro towards the front door. Big brother Gu, Ro didn't do it on purpose. She probably didn't know that you have a cleanliness fetish. Seeing that Xia Ming-ro was about to be kicked out, Su Tianyi hurriedly walked up to help Xia Ming-ro plead for mercy, but was glared back by Gu Smin with a glare. I don't know. Miss Xia sent someone to investigate my preferences. Would she not know that I have a cleanliness fetish and don't like women touching me? Touching my bottom line again and again. Just kicking her out is already giving Miss Xia face. After saying that, Gu Siming glanced at Su Tianyi. Intelligence quotient is spare. Emotional quotient is 0. You should know what kind of thoughts Xia Ming-ro has stored in her heart towards me, the general manager of the Su group. But to be a spare tire for someone, you let me down too much. Gu Siming's last words to Su Tianyi were also concerned about Su Tianyi. As for whether or not Su Tianyi could come to his senses, that was up to him. After saying that, Gu Siming then said to Yi Tong, Ms. Yi, letting you be harassed for no reason. It's my mismanagement. I'll send you a VIP discount card for Oriental Zintiandi later. All brands in the entire Oriental Zintiandi. You can enjoy a 15% discount. Yi Tong nodded. This gift is really good. Then Gu Siming gave Yi Tong a please gesture, and the two of them headed to the restaurant together. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Su Tianyi was a little sad. How could he not know that Xia Ming-ro was close to himself and just liked the fact that he was at his beck and call? But she just likes Xia Mingru, and liking is the most insoluble poison. Yi Tong and Gu Siming came to the restaurant before Yi Tong opened her mouth curiously. That suit, do you really want to throw it away? It's expensive, hey, what a waste. Hearing Yi Tong's words, Gu Siming also looked at his own suit. This was his favorite suit. Unless there was an important occasion to attend, he usually would not wear it. It was indeed a bit of a pity to just throw it away, but he really disliked it. Why don't we take it to be finely cleaned and then properly decontaminated? It's also possible. Gu Siming sniffed and thought seriously. Chapter 51, A New Home for Xiaotong. Then do as Miss Yi said. Sterilize it properly, but the handkerchief should be thrown away. The assistant's eyes went round when she saw that Yi Tong had made Gu Siming compromise in a few words, so she hurriedly hugged the suit and went to sterilize it. Gu Siming didn't get down to business right off the bat, and the two of them just chatted as they ate. It wasn't until Yi Tong had eaten almost as much as he wanted that Gu Smin took over the computer and let Yi Tong see the latest progress of the manners remodeling. In fact, Gu Siming had a small mind. Just holding 10% of the shares was not enough for Gu Siming to rush to report on the work. It was just that Yi Tong was really a little hard of hearing. Alright, I believe that Mr. Gu will not pit me. The minimum trust must still be there. With that, Yi Tong slowly closed the notebook. Gu Siming also smiled when he saw this. Then thank you for the trust of the shareholders. Gu Siming held his coffee and elegantly leaned back in his chair, taking small sips of coffee while glancing at Yi Tong from time to time. Yi Tong finished the last bite of steak and wiped her mouth clean with a napkin. Mr. Gu, don't keep looking at me with that look of wanting to say something. If there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Seeing that Yi Tong had taken the initiative to speak, Gu Siming slowly put down his coffee cup and sat up straight. You, MS. Yi, are really the lost daughter of the Xia family? Yi Tong stared blankly at Gu Sming, then snorted out a laugh. So, Mr. Gu would also be curious to gossip? I'm also a human being, an authentic Chinese. This should be a gene engraved in the bones of every Chinese. Yi Tong nodded. Non-committal. I am indeed, but only just realized it. My mom and dad, that is, my adoptive parents. They were the ones who told me before they passed away that I wasn't their biological, and they also wanted me to find my biological parents. But I don't think so. Whether my real parents were poor or rich, I didn't want to find them. So, you went to the orphanage? Yi Tong nodded. Originally, I was indeed poor. A month ago I was still a small wage earner. But I was lucky. I met a nobleman, and with the help of the nobleman, I got my own assets. But it happened to be at this time, the Xia family found me, and was also very sure that I was their daughter. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? Or maybe I'm thinking too much. Yi Tong shook his head helplessly, then took a sip of orange juice. I don't think so. According to you, it's indeed too much of a coincidence. It's normal to be a bit defensive. But is it true that you don't want to go back to the Xia family? That's right. I'm living well on my own now. I don't want to find constraints for myself, and I don't think there's anything wrong with me not going back to the Xia family. If they are genuinely wanting to recognize me and make up for the guilt of losing me, they wouldn't be wanting to be like this right now, and not disclose my identity. Gu Siming nodded approvingly. But I'm not that hard-hearted. After all, they are my real parents, and when they need support in their old age, I'll still do my part. Gu Siming smiled and did not say anything. In the face of parents who obviously carried an agenda and were still too biased in favor of their adopted daughter, Yi Tong's decision to do so was indeed not excessive. When the two left the mall, it was already 3 p.m. Gu Siming and Yi Tong talked a lot, and even Gu Siming felt surprised. Usually, whenever there was a member of the opposite sex close to him, Guzman was so repulsed that even Guzman wondered if his sexual orientation was abnormal. But today, he was able to talk to Yi Tong for hours, or some small talk that had nothing to do with business. Gu Simeon had a pleasant expression on his face until he sat in the car. The assistant kept observing Guzman's reaction through the rearview mirror before asking Guzman in a low voice if he was going back to the villa or to the company. Go back to the villa. It's a rare day to relax, so I won't go to the company. The assistant's mouth opened so wide at the words that he could swallow an egg. Fearing that Guzman would change his mind and drag himself to work overtime, the assistant was so anxious that she couldn't wait to put her foot into the gas tank and fly directly to the Gu family villa. The same happy Yi Tong originally thought that Gu Siming should be the kind of people who do not smile. A serious person. I didn't expect that he could even talk about celebrity variety shows. If it wasn't for the fact that he still wanted to see Xiaotong, Yi Tong really couldn't leave. Yi Tong asked Shani to follow the positioning to Yuan Xinyan's home. Yi Tong had thought that it would be very simple, but he didn't expect it to be this simple. Originally thought that before binding the system, his life was like endless darkness, but at least he had a bright and clean nest. The place where Yuan Xinyan and Xiaotong lived, on the other hand, was in a very old residential building close to the outskirts of the city. Because there was no property management, creepers climbed all over the walls, and the walls that weren't covered in creepers were also dusty. Open corridors. 7 or 8 households lived on the first floor, and the rusty windows looked rickety. It was hard for Yi Tong to imagine how a child who had just been discharged from the hospital with a serious illness would be able to recuperate his body in such an environment. Yi Tong heard Yuan Xinyan say that they were allocated resettlement housing, but because of Xiaotong's illness, Yuan Xinyan sold the house and moved here. The reason was simple. Because it was cheaper, and compared to living in the basement, this place at least had access to sunlight. Yi Tong knocked on the door, the caregiver opened the door, and the tiny house could be seen to the bottom at a glance. Xiaotong saw Yi Tong came, also very happy, but also very anxious inferiority complex. After all, this kind of environment, Xiaotong is very worried that Yi Tong will be disliked. Yi Tong saw the caregiver take good care of Xiaotong, at least compared to the last time. Xiaotong has gained some weight. After chatting with Xiaotong for a while, the caregiver called Yi Tong to the side, frowned and told Yi Tong that this place is not suitable for patients. Yi Tong then wanted to ask Xiaotong's opinion first. Xiaotong, sister wants to ask you. Sister wants to help you find a clean house to live in that's closer to your mom. Are you willing to go? Hearing that she could be closer to her mom, Xiaotong subconsciously wanted to say yes, but thinking that she had already received too much help from Yi Tong, her smile instantly froze on her face as well. Xiaotong shook her head with some hesitation. No need. It's quite good here. It's just that Auntie Sun is aggrieved that she's taking care of me here. Yi Tong sighed. Are you worried about spending money again? This you can rest assured. The new house I'm talking about is the house I used to live in at work. If you want to recover your health as soon as possible, you need to change to a healthy environment. Otherwise mom will be worried about you all the time, and won't be able to work properly. Xiaotong sniffed and lowered her head and thought, she couldn't drag her mom down. Then mom, does she know? Knows. Good. Then I'll move. Yitong touched Xiaotong's hair with relief. There was no way. If she didn't say that Xiaotong's physical condition would affect Yuan Xinyan's work, with Xiaotong's temperament, she would definitely be unwilling to trouble Yitong. Yitong couldn't force her to take Xiaotong to move. The good thing is that mothers and daughters do not have a lot of things. Two worn-out things are not necessary to take away. Yitong asked Shani to rent a van, just a car to take away. After placing Xiaotong in the apartment and accompanying Xiaotong for dinner, Yitong returned to the villa. Yuan Xinyan learned that Yitong had found a new house for Xiaotong, and tears kept rolling in her eyes. Yuan Xinyan clenched her hands, not even knowing what to say, and finally only said, I'll go and cook red date milk for Miss, before running into the kitchen. Only the conversation between the two was carefully heard by the maid who was cleaning at the side. The maid clutched the rag in her hand and carefully stole a glance at Yitong. Chapter 52. Come on. I'll just ask one more time. Honorable host, good morning. The God host system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption of 50 million yen. 5 million. Suggest that the host to go to the Bell Tower Street Antique City. The task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task. Suggestion? Yitong rinsed the foam off his face. The suggestion means that one can complete the entire mission without having to be at the Antique City, right? Yes, host. But after going to the Antique City, what would she buy? There is no one around who knows about antiques. Yitong sat on the edge of the bed with some frowns. Host, the system has a recognition function. The host only needs to follow the system prompts to complete the task. Yitong then reacted. On Saturday, the system said that it would be updated with a business opportunity recognition. It should be talking about this. Anyway, he had never been to the antique street, so it was not bad to go shopping. Yitong pushed open the bedroom door and saw two maids standing at the door of the room. Seeing Yitong waking up, the two maids respectfully greeted Yitong in the morning. Good morning, miss. We are here to help you clean up your bedroom and skin care grooming. The maid, whose age was similar to Yitong's, walked up and helped Yitong sit in front of the dresser, carefully selecting the skincare products on the dresser. Then it was earnestly applied to Yitong's face over and over again, with an accompanying face massage. With this operation, Yitong was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. Could it be that all those rich and powerful ladies were enjoying themselves like this? Miss, your skin is a bit dry. You need to apply more masks. After you finish your breakfast, if it's not time for you to get busy with your work, I'll give you a complete face care. The maid bowed slightly and asked Yitong for instructions. And you're going to do a face care? It's not. I mean, it's fine. I won't be going out until 9. It was no wonder Yitong was surprised. After all, Yitong had never imagined that he would one day be able to hire a maid, nor did he know that the maid would still have this skill. What's your name? Hearing Yitong ask her name, the maid blushed a little. Miss, my name isn't very nice. You'll forgive me. My name is Yao Tao. You can call me Little Peach. Yao Peach. Nectarine? It was indeed a veritable peach, but there was an inexplicable cuteness going on. Yitong nodded, then turned to look at the maid who was making the bed. Yitong wanted to ask directly, but except for Peach, who was similar in age to himself, the other two maids were both in their 30s. Yitong was a bit unsure of how to address them. Calling you directly seemed a bit impolite. Miss, my name is Yu Fong. You can call me by my name, or Auntie Yu. Sister Fong is fine. The one who helps in the kitchen downstairs is called Xiaotingting. Okay, Sister Fong. After breakfast, Yuan Xinyan reported to Yitong that all the personnel would be recruited today, except for the chef, who would report at noon. The gardeners and maids would all report at 8 a.m. Yitong nodded, letting Yuan Xinyan make the arrangements herself, still with the same requirements. After the explanation, Yitong returned to his room to enjoy the Little Peach facial spa. During the period of doing facial care, Yitong learned that Xiao Tao was professionally trained by the maid organization. Facial care, makeup, hair styling, clothing matching, which are the most basic. Yitong sniffed, his eyes brightened, so he handed over his daily traveling makeup matching to Xiao Tao. Yitong came to the antique city, then asked the system what to buy. Can't let himself buy blindly. The money of the mission is also money. Please ask the host to find Zhengji Antique Store. Zhengji Curio Shop. Good. Found it. Then what? Please go inside the store. Yitong just raised his foot and prepared to go inside the store, then realized that the system did not say the next step. System, can we not play the newbie tips that trick? I don't know anything about antiques. Not that I don't understand the language, so just say by that? An iron bowl on the bottom floor of the No. 5, Barriogu shelf. Following what the system said, Yitong entered the curio store, and on the recliner next to the counter lay a middle-aged man. Hearing the bell at the door, the man just glanced towards Yitong and without even getting up, he let Yi Tong make his own selection. Welcome, our store is clearly labeled and priced for children and old men, so please make your own selection. Customer. Yi Tong swept a circle, about 50 to 60 square meters of small store, compactly placed 5 or 6 bogu shelf. Each piece of antique also affixed a price tag. If it wasn't for the fact that what was placed on top were all antique vases, Yi Tong thought he had come into a convenience store. Looking at those discount sign, explosion sign, Yi Tong is somewhat speechless. It is really clearly marked price. The shelf where the iron bowl that the system let Yi Tong purchase was located happened to be a discount promotion shelf. The entire shelf was filled with small items that were all on clearance sale. Looking at the antiques in the store, Yi Tong was a little curious. System: are these all real goods? Answer to the host. Zhengji Antique Store. There are no real goods, except for that iron bowl. Yi Tong turned his back to the boss. His mouth was open enough to stuff a light bulb. The curio store sells fake goods? Who told you that antique stores are absolutely all genuine? Yi Tong was dumbfounded by the system. As if it was right, Yi Tong pretended to look over the things on the shelves before picking up the iron bowl and walking over to the boss. Boss, I want this bowl. The boss lifted the folding fan covering his face and glanced at it. $500,000. Yi Tong was a little confused when he heard the offer. No, boss, this iron bowl price tag is labeled at 350,000. Why did the price go up all of a sudden? Aren't you clearly labeling the price? If you asked me, it's at the price I said. If you didn't ask me, then if you scan the code to pay, it's $350,000. Yi Tong was numb. There was such a sitting price? Swipe. Hearing what Yi Tong said, the boss all but nearly fell off the stool. Seeing Yi Tong frowned and took out the black card, the boss was a bit speechless. Is this person really rich in money, or is it an ingrate? But the boss did not intend to be soft, took the black card handed over by Yi Tong and directly swiped $500,000. In fact, Yi Tong also do not want to be treated as an ingrate slaughter, but the system has been urging Yi Tong to pay quickly. Yi Tong can only pay. Chapter 53 500,000 bought a treasure bowl? Then Yi Tong followed the system's instructions and bought several pieces of antiques, as well as 2 jade bracelets of good color. However, the antiques that the system told to buy were basically pick-up prices, and after buying 5 or 6 pieces, he only spent $2 million. Back in the car, Yi Tong put all the other antiques firmly, flutter through that iron bowl casually, and his mouth kept complaining. Even if it is genuine, but just such an iron bowl, want 500,000. She bought 2 full of yellow jadeite bracelet, did not spend 500,000. Why? Because the iron outer layer is just his protective color, wrapped inside. But the end of the yuan rich merchants, Shenwansan's treasure bowl. Hearing the system, Yi Tong immediately lying on the floor of the car, will just rolled to the car seat under the pot of treasure to pick back in the arms. The treasure bowl. The legend Shenwansan is to get this treasure bowl. Only will business road straight road. Just a few years to become the richest man in Jiangnan. Even the change of dynasties have not affected Shenwansan's fortune. Is all businessmen dream of things? Just after Shenwansan's death, this treasure bowl lost its whereabouts. And I didn't expect that it was wrapped in a shell and turned into an inconspicuous iron bowl. So this iron bowl, it's worth a lot of money? Priceless. Hearing the system's words, Yi Tong smiled with the corners of his mouth grinning to the root behind his ears. Miss, where are we going next? Yi Tong carefully put the treasure pot away. To the automobile center. Last week, Yi Tong had planned to give Ningxia a car, originally thinking of letting Ningxia drive her own existing car. But when Ningxia saw all the multi-million-dollar cars, she went weak in the knees and repeatedly said that it was fine for her to take a taxi, and that Yi Tong would reimburse the taxi fare anyway. So Yi Tong planned to buy a cheaper car for Ningxia to drive. Yi Tong thought about it for a long time. So let's buy the Grand Ben. Walking out from the car center, Yi Tong instructed Shanair to drive the car back to the villa, explaining that Ningxia should not travel in the future and drive to deal with work. Also give Ningxia $10,000 of gas money and vehicle maintenance fees every month. Ningxia looked at the cell phone. Yi Tong's earthy speech, as well as in front of more than 1 million Big Ben, the whole person fell into a deep thought. If this is cut off, it will cost a lot of money, right? As for Yi Tong's side, once again in a tangle, there is still nearly $2 million of tasks. How to complete it? Ding ding ding. Yi Tong was fretting when someone called. It was Ming Cheng, who had disappeared for a long time. Yi Tong picked up the phone, and heard the opposite side of the twisted voice. Schoolgirl. That. Me. You. That. Cut the crap. Where's the money? You shut up. I'm trying to figure it out. Yi Tong was a bit baffled as he listened to the noisy bickering inside the cell phone. Senior, is that you? What's wrong? Hearing Yi Tong inquire, Ming Cheng took a deep breath. Schoolmate, I know it's bad to talk to you like this, and you might be disappointed in me, but can you lend me $2 million? Ming Chang's voice was getting smaller and smaller as he spoke, and could feel that opening his mouth to ask Yi Tong to borrow money was something that made him lose face. Where? Hearing Yi Tong ask for the address, Ming Chung hurriedly told Yi Tong his location. A racing club. The rich second-generation people in Huadu loved to meet up and race together when they had nothing else to do, and over time, Huadu had spawned many racing clubs. In the beginning, it was just a matter of paying the entrance fee, and the car was self-provided, so you could come in and race. But like the excitement of the rich second generation, more and more do not meet no colorful racing. They add their own in the racing before the bet. Some are real money, some are famous cars and watches, and some will take the company's project to bet. On the way, Yi Tong listened to Ming Chang's introduction and understood the rules of the racing club. The reason why Ming Chang borrowed money was because he lost the race with the other party, and wanted to swipe his card, but realized that all the cards under his name were frozen. That's why he borrowed money from Yi Tong. Yi Tong rushed to the club at high speed and advanced Ming Chang the $2 million for the lottery. Just after paying, the system beep jumped out as if no one else was there. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn double rebate 10 yen. 000, 000, 00, 10 million. The prize money has been transferred successfully. And additional rewards for advanced racing skills. The host can choose the personnel to receive this skill. Anyone? Yes, host, please choose. Shin Yi is fine then. After Yi Tong had finished choosing, Shin Yi also received a prompt from the system, and as soon as Shin glanced at Yi Tong, he understood what Yi Tong was thinking. The person who won Ming Chang was also the second son of the Hu family in the Huadu family ranking, Hu Hongyuan. Hu Hongyuan looked at the arrival reminder in his cell phone and teasingly looked at Ming Chang. I didn't expect that the youngest master of the Ming family couldn't even get $2 million and had to find a woman to borrow it. It seems that the Ming family is going to lose. Let's go. Stand still. At Yi Tong's command, Shin Yi and a few others stopped the person. You want to leave now? Yi Tong looked at the several people with a smile. Then what do you want? Willing to gamble? Is it hard to believe that you still want to snatch it back? That wouldn't be the case. I heard Ming Chang say that your racing skills are very good. Hu Hongyuan looked at Yi Tong seriously. He had just put all his attention on ridiculing Ming Chang, and hadn't realized that the girl Ming Chang had called was so good looking. Little beauty. I haven't seen you before. You wouldn't be trying to stand up for Ming Chang, right? Yi Tong didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Good. I see that you're a female driver, so I won't do it myself. I'll let my fleet's little brother to compete with you. Yi Tong let out a laugh and looked at Hu Hongyuan somewhat like a fool. You think wrong. I'm a girl. How can I race cars? But coincidentally, my bodyguard can race cars. And since I'm helping Ming Chang out, I'll have to declare war on you. Hu Gongzi. When Yi Tong finished speaking, Shin Yi stood out. It was just that Hu Hongyuan didn't put Shin Yi in his eyes at all. The bodyguards would all be tested on their car skills, so it wasn't surprising that they knew how to race cars. But he himself was a talented competitor who had won several racing championships overseas. How could he lose to a bodyguard? Good. If you want me to step in, it'll be more than a $2 million lottery. Yi Tong didn't say anything, just slowly stretched out two fingers. Seeing Yi Tong being so persistent, Hu Hongyuan was a bit impatient. I said, the jackpot has to be doubled. 20 million. What Our Lady said is, 20 million. Mr. Hu, can you afford to keep up? Hearing Yi Tong take out 20 million as the racing jackpot, even Hu Hongyuan swallowed a little awkwardly. It's only 20 million. Of course I can afford to keep up. Both of them put the jackpot into the club's account, and when the results of the race came out, the club would put the jackpot into the winner's account. Shin Yi didn't say anything, nor did he have any words of assurance. He just walked over to Ming Chang. Mr. Ming, can I borrow your car? The powerful aura made Ming Chang's brain go down directly, and he handed over the keys to his supercar in a dumbfounded manner. With the order of the starter, the two men's cars rushed out. Hu Hongyuan's racing style is more aggressive, coupled with Hu Hongyuan's sports car is modified according to the professional racing car. All aspects of performance than Ming Chang's performance is higher than a cut. Just the first lap, Hu Hongyuan shook off Shun by 1 or 2 lengths. Chapter 54, Furious $20 million. Ming Chan walked somewhat nervously to Yi Tong's side. Little Tong, it's me who's sorry. I didn't stop you just now. This 20 million is on me, and the 2 million you borrowed from me, I'll return it to you. Yi Tong sniffing then looked at Ming Chan with some disgust. What do you mean counted as yours? I win money, you still want to rob it? Ming Chung froze slightly and looked at Yi Tong and blinked. No, this is set to lose. Not to mention Hu Hongyuan's car skills. Is his car? The performance is much higher than my Ferrari. The defeat is set. Yi Tong smiled without saying anything. The reason why she dared to challenge Hu Hongyuan is because of Hu Hongyuan's conceit. There are also today Hu Hongyuan 3 consecutive races. Modified race car. after each race, have to change parts greatly. But Hu Hongyuan did not overhaul his car because he won the race easily. If nothing else, Hu Hongyuan's car was going to have an accident soon. Coupled with Shin Yi's advanced racing skills, as long as he could hold on to Hu Hongyuan and not widen the gap beyond 2 lengths, the victory would belong to Yi Tong. Sure enough, just after the 3rd lap, Hu Hongyuan's car started to slow down inexplicably, and no matter how much Hu Hongyuan fueled the car, the speed was slowly decreasing. Even the water temperature alarm went off. Hu Hongyuan, who has been drilling racing for years, naturally understands what this is caused by. Even if he is not willing, he can only watch Shun Yi overtake himself. Finally, with the advantage of leading half a lap, the first to cross the finish line, Yi Tong applauded and walked to Hu Hongyuan. Originally thought that Hu Hongyuan would renege on his debt, but did not expect. Hu Hongyuan very simply admitted that he lost. I lost 20 million. It's yours. I'm convinced. Yi Tong took the remittance bill from the club staff, raised it at Hu Hongyuan, and left the club with Ming Chang. Boss, you just admitted defeat. You had 3 matches today. Your energy is not good. They won. You could have called it quits and had another match. Hu Hongyuan sniffed while glaring at the person who spoke. I didn't lose at their hands. I lost at my own ego. If there is a next time, I will never lose. This time, I admit it. Leaving the club, Ming Chang was dead set on riding in the same car as Yi Tong. Helpless, Yi Tong could only let Shin Yi arrange for someone to drive Ming Chang's Ferrari. Little Tong, you really are a god. It's just like you said. Hu Hongyuan's car really went out of business. Tonight, let's not celebrate properly? Yi Tong looked at the time. Also okay, just in time. Sophie also came back from Mongolia. Call Sophie together. Emerald Palace go up. Arriving at the appointed time, Sophie was already waiting at the entrance of Emerald Palace. Didn't I book a private room? Why don't you go in and wait? Sophie affectionately took Yi Tong's arm. Boss, yes treat. How can I go in first? I have to wait outside to show my respect to the boss. Yi Tong breathlessly rolled his eyes. Where's my sheep? Remember, it's in the trunk of my car. I'm using my sports car to carry your sheep. I have to eat something good tonight. Yi Tong spread his hands. Count your conscience. Tonight, you guys feel free. Then Yi Tong asked Shin Yi and the others to take the sheep back and put it in the cold storage. In this hot day, if they wait for them to eat it before picking it up, I'm afraid it will stink. Actually, I also bought a gift for you. Just I'm not convenient to bring it out. Give me the address when you're done. I'll ask someone to send it to you. For the gift, Yi Tong was the one who came, and immediately sent the address to Sophie. At the dinner table, Sophie looked at Ming Chang and couldn't help but snicker. I heard that young Master Ming has been living a tough life lately. How does it feel to have no money to spend? Ming Chang blankly glanced at Sophie. It's not because of my family's old man. You guys are also, knowing that I'm having a hard time right now. You didn't say anything to help me out. For her part, Su Fei plucked out a glance at Ming Chang. Your family's old man has greeted several of our families. Whoever dares to lend you money, whoever has no pocket money, who dares to lend it to you? I still want to enjoy my life. Don't you dare hit me. Yi Tong listened to the conversation between the two men in a bewildered manner. What are you guys talking about? What, no money? It was only when Sophie heard Yi Tong ask this that she reacted to the fact that although Yi Tong had made a name for himself in the circle, he didn't know about this news because Yi Tong didn't move around in the circle. To put it simply, it's that Uncle Ming felt that after graduating for a year, Ming Chang should have had enough fun, and wanted Ming Chang to enter the company and learn how to manage the company, so that he could take over Ming's with Big Brother Ming in the future. As a result, Ming Chang was unwilling to do so he fought hard with Uncle Ming. At first he deducted Ming Chang's pocket money, and now he's been frozen by Uncle Ming on all the cards under his name, and he doesn't have a single penny left. Sophie took a sip of fruit tea and gloated as she looked at Ming Chang. So, you guys were ordered not to lend Ming Chang any money, causing Ming Chang to lose the car race today, and with no money to pay for it, he came to borrow money from me? Right, that's right. Ming Chang lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. I originally wanted to win 2 car races to earn some money, but I didn't realize that I was unlucky and ran into Hu Hanyuan today, because Sophie and the others can't lend me money. I can only find you. You're not in the circle of luxury families. Even my family's old man can't threaten you. He. Yi Tong coldly looked at Ming Chang, real without a big word. Why don't you want to go back to the company? There is a mine at home and still don't want to inherit. Are you brain hit by a car? Ming Chang was a little lost leaning on the chair. My family is doing real estate, construction industry. I'm not interested in this. I also don't have that business acumen. I want to open a dining club. It's similar to the Emerald Palace like this, but my old man thinks it's a bad business, and also thinks that I can't do it. So it came to this, a clubhouse like the Jade Palace? After listening to Ming Chang's account, Yi Tong looked at Ming Chang with some doubt, and Ming Chang nodded. The reason why the Emerald Palace can be based on high society and become the largest center of money and power convergence in Huadu. Do you think it's the high extravagance of the Emerald Palace? Chapter 55 Investing in Mingchang. The most fundamental thing is the news that can make money. The Emerald Palace can be said to be the biggest interchange for the upper class in Huadu. Plus the level of secrecy in the Emerald Palace is very high. That's why it has achieved its current status. Of course it's impossible for me to be that big now. And since the Emerald Palace basically monopolizes Huadu, I wouldn't be stupid enough to steal business from the Emerald Palace. But next door, Jin City, is now also a key place for development. Many companies are now migrating to Jin City, including my family, Sophie's family, and the Gu family, all of which have opened branches in Jin City, which is going to be the next business center. So, you want to open an Emerald Palace in Jin City? Mingchang nodded. I went to high school and graduate school in Jin City, so I still understand Jin City's business and future development. And as far as I know, Jin City doesn't have a clubhouse like the Emerald Palace, so I want to seize the first opportunity. Yi Tong nodded in agreement. Even Sophie couldn't help but sigh. Are you saying that you don't have business acumen? Isn't this brain of yours spinning quite fast now? Mingchang blankly glanced at Sophie. I am not good at managing a company, and the real estate industry. Looking at it gives me a headache. It's just that right now I want to prove myself, but I don't have any money. You are at least the son of the Ming family. Raising some startup capital should still be no problem, right? Mingchang sighed. It's because I'm the son of the Ming family that I'm in trouble. Sophie and the others can't lend me money right now. Investing is even more impossible. If I were to find another investment, there would be a lot of companies that would be willing to invest, but they don't see me as a good investor. But what they see is not my project, but the Ming family behind me. They will think that cooperating with me is cooperating with the Ming family, which is not pulling my company down. No way, no way. After saying that, Mingchang sighed several times in a row, only for his eyes to glance at Yi Tong, and then he instantly became excited. Yi Tong sensed Mingchang's eyes gradually becoming burning, and only felt hairy on her body. What are you looking at me for? You don't want me to invest, do you? Mingchang nodded. Really, the only one who can save me now is you, schoolmate. I know. I just borrowed $2 million from you today, and now I'm asking you to invest again. It's really too much, but I can only ask you. Yi Tong looked at Mingchang with some one-liners, suddenly feeling like the wrongdoer. Investing in you is not a no-no, but investing means having a return. How can you guarantee that I won't lose money and can still make money? Seeing that Yi Tong was persuaded, Mingchang immediately gave a serious assurance. Honestly, it's my first time to contact this industry, and my first time to start a business. If I guarantee right now, I will be able to make money. It must be a lie, but I can guarantee that I won't let you lose any money. If I'm really not this piece of material, I'll go back to the company, honestly with my father to learn to manage the company. As for the money you invested, I'll be able to return to you when I return to the company. We can sign an agreement to go to the notary. Fairness is not so much. The agreement is still necessary to sign. How much money do you probably need? Initial capital of 20 million. Follow-up capital, probably about 40 million more. Put. Yi Tong sprayed out a mouthful of water. Good guy. A mouth is 60 million. Host. After the system's evaluation just now, Mingchang's project scores 8 points. It can be invested. Yi Tong just wanted to refuse. When he heard the system's business opportunity assessment, Yi Tong awkwardly wiped the corners of his mouth, and stiffly turned back the rejection that was about to be exported. Okay, I'll invest. Tomorrow at noon, I'll draw up an agreement. Or here, we'll discuss specifically. You also make a plan for your plan. No problem? Mingchang looked at Yi Tong dumbfounded, not expecting the investment to pull off so smoothly. Since Yi Tong had agreed, what time was wasted? Mingchang toasted Yi Tong with tea instead of wine, and then rushed back to make a plan. Only after Mingchang left did Sophie open her mouth to ask Yi Tong, do you really want to invest in Mingchang? In fact, Yi Tong had already been a little unsure about Mingchang's business venture, and when she heard Sophie ask this, she became even more vain. What do you mean by that? Are you thinking it won't work? Sophie shook her head. On the contrary, I do think that Mingchang will succeed. Don't look at it. Mingchang seems to be very brainless, but Mingchang's interpersonal relationship is very wide. Both Black and White have his contacts. Like this kind of clubhouse that emphasizes on news. This kind of contacts is very crucial. Plus Mingchang has lived in Jin City for 7 or 8 years. He knows Jin City better. If it wasn't for my dad threatening me with pocket money, I would have wanted to get into a share. Hearing what Sophie said, Yi Tong was relieved, and thought she was going to step on a mine. However, you investing in Mingchang might attract the attention of the Ming family. Yi Tong's heart that had just been put down hung again. What will happen if I attract the attention of the Ming family? Will they kidnap me? Or will they bankrupt me? Just like your brother? Sophie waved her hand. You're thinking too seriously. You're helping Ming Chang after all. What I said about attracting the attention of the Ming family is that Uncle Ming and Big Brother Ming might be curious about Mr. Yuan might want to meet you. Don't worry too much about it. But, you just said, like my brother? What do you mean? Seeing that Sophie was a bit confused, Yi Tong reacted that Sophie did not know what happened yesterday. Yi Tong was not the kind of person who was willing to eat a dumb loss, so he told Sophie what happened yesterday in detail, especially the part where Su Tianyi threatened to make Yi Tong lose everything and roll back to the orphanage. Pa! After hearing what Yi Tong said, Su Fei heavily slapped towards the table. My brother is actually such an asshole. I'm going to go back today and break his brain open to see if he has a closed cerebral atrophy cerebellum. After saying that, Sophie grabbed her bag and rushed out of the private room. Yi Tong, on the other hand, looked at the back of Sophie's departure and shrunk his neck somewhat awkwardly. Ha, did I say something wrong? Yi Tong looked at the table full of only less than 1/3 of the meal, so he greeted Shani and they sat down to eat together, which is several $100,000 it. Good morning, honorable host. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption 10 million yen. 10 million. The task reward, unlocked after the completion of the task. Listening to the task issued by the system, Yi Tong was a bit lost. Also thought that the system will be atmospheric to reimburse himself for the first 20 million investment. Did not expect to give only 10 million of the amount. Real stingy. Special reminder. Today's task cannot be used for investment, purchase of stocks and futures and other purposes. Good. More stingy. Yi Tong suspected to lose all the strength and means. It seems that this investment is to have to use their own money. Fine. Who let her have money now? Just after breakfast, Yi Tong received a phone call from Ming Chang. Although his voice was still excited, the continuous yawning revealed his exhaustion. You didn't stay up all night to catch up on the planning, did you? Ming Chang yawned. I didn't have time to sleep when you wanted it so urgently. Yi Tong was speechless. Dare I say it's all my fault? The two set a time to meet and hung up. There were still several hours before 12 o'clock, so Yi Tong ran to the terrace to get some sunshine. Chapter 56, I want to build a road. While basking in the sun beautifully, Yuan Xin Yen led Xiao Tao to Yi Tong. Miss, this child, said there is something she wants to ask for your help. She was too embarrassed to say it herself, so she let me bring her here. Yi Tong looked at the very nervous Xiao Tao with some doubt. What is it? Seeing Yi Tong inquiring, Xiao Tao flopped down and knelt on the ground, giving Yi Tong a fright. Get up. If you have something to say, you come up here and kowtow. Are you trying to morally kidnap me? Seeing that Yi Tong was a bit angry, Yuan Xin Yen hurriedly dragged Xiao Tao up. If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have been soft-hearted enough to come with you to see Miss. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. Xiao Tao seemed to be very afraid that Yi Tong would reject her. Tears poured down her face. Miss, I heard that you have set up a charity foundation. Can you help our village? Xiao Tao had flown out from the mountains, and although she was a girl, Xiao Tao's village did not prioritize boys over girls. The village chief would pay attention to every child in the village, and whenever there was a chance to get out of the mountains, the village chief would mobilize the whole village to send the children out as well. There are thousands of acres of fields in the village, which are rich in peaches, but because there are no roads, the peaches can't be shipped out. Even if a fruit merchant comes to buy them, the price of the peaches will be very low because of the lack of transportation. Or, it was the village people who relied on manpower to carry the peaches out, basket by basket. That's why you named it Yao Peach? Peach nodded. Then how do you want me to help you? Is it to subsidize your village's children to go to school, or to purchase your village's peach? Peach pursed her lips and shook her head. Miss, I want to beg you, to help us build the road. So that day, the one who had been sneaking glances at me, it was you, wasn't it? Xiao Tao froze, then lowered her head. I'm sorry, miss. Yi Tong took a sip of coffee. There should be a unified arrangement for things like road repair. Why wasn't there a road for your village? Originally, our village also had the opportunity to get unified road repair, but because our village is too remote to reach the target for road repair, the people above said that we can only find business owners to invest in road repair and they approve it. So that's why I wanted to look for the lady and take our chances. We looked for many foundations. All of them said that in our case, we are not in the scope of applying for the fund. Xiao Tao paused. Miss, if you are really willing to help us, I cannot want to be paid. You just take care of my food and shelter. Yi Tong didn't directly agree to Little Peach's request. She just called Ning Xia over. Miss, you have something to find me? Yi Tong raised his chin at Little Peach. Little Peach's hometown needs to build a road. You find out about the situation with Little Peach, then discuss it with Shen Yi and the others, and ask them to send someone to go with you to inspect the area, and if what Little Peach said is true, you calculate how much money is needed, and then I'll contact the construction company. Ning Xia nodded. Okay miss. Then she turned to look at little Peach. Then why don't we go have a detailed chat? Peachy froze a little when she heard Yi-tong's words. Miss, is this a promise to help us build the road? Miss hasn't promised yet. Building a road is a big deal. It requires heavy approval. The approval is much more difficult than real estate. And we have to verify the authenticity of what you're saying before we can determine whether or not you're eligible for funding. Hearing Ning Xiao's words, Xiao Tao didn't lose heart. Even if in the end, he couldn't build a road for the village, then this was still a start of hope. Okay, I know. It's good to have hope. After the two left, Yi-tong looked at Yuan Xinyan. Sister Yuan, you should have brought Xiao Tao here after hearing about her experience, right? Yuan Xinyan bowed slightly. In fact, I know I shouldn't get involved in this matter. No matter if it's donating a road or subsidizing schooling, it's all about shelling out money. It's all about shelling out money from you. Miss, no one's money comes from the wind, but I see that this child listens to the truthfulness of the matter, and I've said that there will be a possibility of failure. Peachy also guaranteed that she wouldn't have a problem with you, so I agreed to come with her, and I think there's a business opportunity in their village. Miss, the peach oolong tea that you recently drank was made with the peaches from Peach's hometown. The flavor is very good. If you can acquire their peaches, you don't need to open a store. You don't need to set up a company. You just resell it. You can earn quite a bit of difference in price. Yi-tong raised an eyebrow at that. The reason why he had agreed to Peach was because the system had reminded her that there was a huge business opportunity in that village, and he had never thought that Yuan Xinyan, who was not good at business, would have the same idea. In fact, regardless of whether there was a business opportunity or not, Yi-tong set up the foundation because he wanted to help those in need. As long as what Xiao Tao said was true, even if it cost a lot of money, so what? A road was the lifeblood of a village. A road that would allow those with dreams to fly out of the village. Ning Xia's action is very nimble. Soon booked the air ticket. Shinyi also arranged Shenwu to go with him. With Shenwu's protection, Yi-tong was also much more at ease. If the situation is true, Ningxia will apply directly with the local authorities to repair the road procedures. Back as long as the tender construction company can start. Ningxia said that according to the plan, the fastest 5 days, the slowest 7 days will be able to come back, because Ningxia was not by Yi-tong's side these days. Ningxia also specially transferred her apprentice to help Yi-tong take care of the affairs. Hello miss, my name is Lu Wenwen. During these days when master is away, you can order me to do anything. Yi-tong nodded as she looked at the young but very stable Lu Wenwen. Then you will come out with me in a while. There is a business to talk about. Okay miss. In front of the Emerald Palace, Ming Cheng sat in the car excitedly looking at the plan in his hands. Just looking at it, he started yawning. Just as Ming Cheng was about to fall asleep, Yi-tong appeared. Little Tong, you're finally here. If you don't come, I'm going to fall asleep. Yi-tong looked at the thick business plan in Ming Cheng's hand and instantly had a bit of a headache. It was good that he had brought Lu Wenwen with him. A few people followed the waiter and came to the box that Yi-tong had booked in advance. Yi-tong then snatched the plan in Ming Cheng's hand and handed it over to Lu Wenwen. Chapter 57, 49% of Jade Palace. Lu Wenwen immediately understood Yi-tong's meaning and retreated to the side to carefully look at Ming Cheng's business plan. Ming Cheng, on the other hand, surrounded Yi-tong, dictating his plan. As for Yi-tong, she simply put her left ear in and her right ear out, just focusing on ordering food with her head down. Just as the dishes were served and Ming Cheng finished, Lu Wenwen also finished reading the plan and walked over to Yi-tong. Assistant Lu, tell us your opinion. Miss, I think Mr. Ming's plan for this project is still very promising. Jin City is really in the middle of vigorous development. It's only a matter of time before it becomes the next commercial center. But there is a problem in this business plan. Hearing Lu Wenwen say that there was a problem, Ming Cheng instantly tensed up. What problem? The title. Mr. Ming said that you need to get the title of the Emerald Palace. This is a big problem. The status of the Emerald Palace in Huadu is known to all. Wanting to get the title is by no means an easy task, even though you are not opening a clubhouse in Huadu. But can you guarantee that the Emerald Palace will definitely be able to give you the title? Authorization? Why do you need authorization? You can't open it directly by yourself? Hearing what Lu Wenwen said, Yi-tong was also a bit puzzled. In fact, I directly open a clubhouse with the same as the Emerald Palace is also okay, but because the Emerald Palace's fame in Jin City is also famous, many of the bosses of Jin City's groups of enterprises will also come to the Emerald Palace to discuss business. If you can have the Emerald Palace's title, although you need to pay the title fee every year, but the start can take off. Have you understood the title fee of the Emerald Palace? $10 million a month. So the 60 million you said, did it include this title fee? Ming Cheng nodded. It's included. But the question is it good to get the title of the Emerald Palace? Not good to take. Yi-tong almost didn't spit out a mouthful of water when she heard this. Saying such a righteous thing without certainty, Yi-tong viciously gouged out Ming Cheng. Don't stare at me although it's not good to take, but I still have a way. Big Brother Gu has some personal relationships with the manager of the Emerald Palace. As long as I convince Big Brother Gu, the title should not be a problem. But, didn't you say that your family's old man has greeted all the powerful families that he has made friends with and won't allow to help you? That's what I said. But it's a matter of my life and death. I think Big Brother Gu will still help with this small favor. It's not like he's borrowing money, right? Yi Tong glanced at his mouth with some mixed feelings. Then I hope you succeed. Then my investment? I'll invest when you negotiate the title. A deal? It's a deal. Because he was remembering to talk about the title. Ming Cheng ate the entire meal absent-mindedly, looking at his cell phone from time to time. Suddenly, Ming Cheng stared at his cell phone excitedly, and before he could swallow the rice in his mouth, his fingers were typing rapidly. Xiao Tong, I'm going to Goose Trip. You continue to eat I'll let you know when I've negotiated this side. After saying that, Ming Cheng pulled off a duck leg and nibbled on it for a few bites, then brusquely wiped his hands and mouth and ran away. Yi Tong froze inside as she looked at Ming Cheng, who didn't even close the door tightly before running away. Alright, the person in the way is gone. Let's continue eating. Seeing that there were no more outsiders in the private room, it was only then that Shen Yi's few people came over somewhat idly to inquire about Yi Tong. Miss, can we sit down and eat together? Of course. Yi Tong nodded. After eating, Yi Tong looked at the bill. This Emerald Palace is also too extravagant. Every meal is 1 million. This is not a system. A peanut rice she cannot afford to eat. Just return to the villa. Yi Tong received a call from Sophie. Tong, I've avenged you. My brother said, he will never mess with you again. He will go around when he sees you in the future. Yi Tong was somewhat speechless. Are you sure what your brother said is not cursing me? No. I think it's very strange. This time when I said Xiaming Rose bad, my brother actually didn't refute me. He also said that he would seriously consider this relationship. It gave me all a fright. My brother has been following you Xiaming Rose since he was a child. Since childhood? Or a childhood friend? Harm. This is a long story. Hey right, my brother said to make up for you. Asked me what gifts you like. They boys pick the gift of the eye. I think about it or forget it. You are not set up a charity fund? I let my brother donated $10 million to your charity fund. This is his own pocket money. Yi Tong sniffed and opened his mouth. Good guy. This robbery is 10 million. Or pocket money. Suddenly some heartache. System, host please take a look at your balance. You are heartbroken. Be careful of the readers to put their hands in and beat you. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tong then transferred all the balance that was not spent today into the fund account. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn double rebate 20 million yen. 20 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. And an additional award of 49% equity in the Emerald Palace. Please pay attention to check receipt. Bam! Hearing the system's reward for completing the mission, Yi Tong's hand didn't hold steady and directly fell to the ground. No! Jade Palace That black and white have to give face to the Jade Palace She is so watery to become a major shareholder? She can run a good business? Host please don't worry. I'll be relieved if you say so. System, you're not even acting. At this time, an unfamiliar number called. Yi Tong picked up the phone, and on the opposite side was an extremely calm man. Hello Mr. Yi, I am the general manager of Jade Palace. Zhong Hongfu, I just received the news of Jade Palace's equity transfer, so I'm calling you. I don't know if I've disturbed Mr. Ye's work? No, your call came at the right time. I was just about to give you a call. Hearing Yi Tong's words, Zhong Hongfu seemed very happy. Mr. Yi don't have to be polite. You are the successor that the boss is looking at. I believe in the boss's vision. You will definitely be able to run the Emerald Palace. I don't know if you have time. Mr. Yi, there is some work that I still need to report to you face to face. Listening to Zhong Hongfu's words, successor or something, Yi Tong was a bit confused. He could only promise first, then ask the system slowly. Tomorrow morning, I have time for both. Good. Then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Does Mr. Yi see okay? I will wait for you at the entrance of the Emerald Palace. Let's go to the office together. Good. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tong rolled his eyes at the system. System, host, this is the identity I created for you. The owner of the Jade Palace is a mysterious businessman who is over 50 years old, has not been married and does not have any heirs. So, it is rumored that the owner of the Jade Palace is looking for an heir to inherit his estate, and I just finalized this fact by making this heir you. Isn't that reasonable? Just because the Jade Palace water is very deep, to the host's ability now, can only first give the host half of the equity, if the later host ability to improve, and then discretionary consideration of whether to give the host complete Jade Palace operating rights. I did not expect that this system is quite thoughtful. Yi Tong do not know what to say, can only silently thumbs up. Awesome. Ding ding ding. Who is this again? Yi-tong was practically scared to death by the ringing of her cell phone today, and seeing that the caller was Ming Chang, she sighed and picked it up. Little child, what's wrong? The general manager of the Emerald Palace said that there's a big event in the Emerald Palace recently, and that he's refusing all foreign cooperation. TT. Chapter 58. Question. How can you spend $500 million in one day? Yi-tong touched her nose in embarrassment. To say that before today, this was a problem she really couldn't solve. But today, Yi-tong could really solve this matter. Don't be anxious. Maybe tomorrow it will be fine and we can talk about the title. Not tomorrow. People said that the Emerald Palace's business policy may change drastically in the future. It's not certain if there will still be a title. Yi-tong didn't know how to explain to Ming Chang. Anyway, he definitely couldn't tell Ming Chang that he was now the new owner of the Emerald Palace. It could only fool Ming Chang without going out of his way. Don't be afraid. I'll go help you think of a way. What way do you have? TT. Listening to the sound of Ming Chang sniffling, it seems to be really anxious to cry. Don't you care? I have a way anyway. After saying that, Yi-tong hung up the phone. Say it again. Not to mention whether he can keep the secret. He himself won't even make it up even if he is making it up. Honorable host, good morning. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption 500 million yen. 500 million. The task reward, unlocked after the completion of the task. Put. Yi-tong was blinded. 500 million. What do you have to do to have spent 500 million? System, are you looking at my recent mission completion is quite smooth. Deliberately looking for things? Host, you will spend it all. Listening to the system's headless sentence, Yi-tong was somewhat speechless. Then if I don't finish it, is it that I won't be pursued? If you don't finish, all the balance in your tail number 2549 savings card will be deducted. Bam! Yi-tong's hand shook, and the brushing cup fell into the sink. Xiao Tao, who heard the commotion, rushed to knock on the door. Miss, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Can I come in and take a look? It's fine. It's just that my hands didn't hold things steady. After pacifying Peach who wanted to rush in, Yi-tong then viciously rushed at the system and said, count on you. Because of the huge amount of tasks today, Yi-tong didn't even eat breakfast in her heart. The whole time it was Yuan Xinyan who ate whatever she was served. If Yuan Xinyan didn't give her something on her plate, she would stare at her chopsticks. Suddenly, Yi-tong came in coldly. Sister Yuan, do you know how to spend $500 million in one day? Hearing Yi-tong's question, not only Yuan Xinyan, all the people who heard Yi-tong's question froze. No, miss, this question you asked, it's a bit solid. Miss, let alone 500 million. 5 million we don't know how to spend. Can't we save it? Yi-tong held his forehead with a lifeless face. Can't buy stocks. The system said that such a large amount of money rushing into the stock market will cause an abnormal elevation of stock prices and will affect the stock market economy. Ditto for futures and such. As for transferring money into the foundation, it was possible, but the system also restricted the amount of money that could be transferred to a single day to not be greater than 50 million. This directly blocked all of Yi-tong's paths. In the end, how to complete this task? This problem has been plaguing until it was almost time for the appointment with Zhong Hongfu. Miss, the time you agreed with manager Zhong is almost here. We should leave. Yi-tong nodded in a daze and was about to go out when her cell phone suddenly rang. It was Sophie's calling. Tong, are you free tonight? There's a cruise ship party tonight. Do you want to go play together? Cruise ship party? Does it cost money? Can it cost $500 million? Hearing Yi-tong's words, Sophie was a bit confused. Are you having a fever? Even if you buy a cruise ship, you can't spend 500 million, but there will be a small auction at the party tonight. If you really have too much money, you can auction more. Auction? Okay, I can wrap her up. Send me the time and address, and dress up requirements. Sophie opened her mouth, froze half a day, did not say a word. This girl is serious? Sending the time, address, and party requirements to Yi-tong. Yi-tong went out the door. It was a good thing that today's task was in sight. Docking with Zhong Hongfu went very smoothly. With the equity Yi-tong now holds, can only make suggestions on the operation of the Emerald Palace, and cannot directly command the Emerald Palace's business policy. It was a good thing that Yi-tong did not want to participate in any operational guidance either. By the way, Uncle Zhong, regarding the title of the Emerald Palace, what are the general requirements? It must be the top 10 of the regional mansion list of the mansion enterprises, and someone guarantees, in order to get the title of our Emerald Palace, is Mr. Yes friend wants the title of the Emerald Palace? Just say the word. Yi-tong told Zhong Hongfu about his desire to subsidize Ming Chang's meeting place in Jin City. Mr. Ming, I was contacted yesterday. His project is really worth a try. But since you are now the major shareholder of the Emerald Palace, and the boss has said that there is something to report to you, so I rejected him for the time being. If you think it's okay, I agreed to his cooperation. Yi Tong nodded, but you should not take the initiative to contact him. Uncle Zhong, your prestige is very weighty in Huadu. I will let him contact you. As for the process, just follow the normal process. And also, don't reveal my identity. Okay, Mr. Yi. Leaving from the Emerald Palace, Yi Tong came to the famous styling studio. Because the evening party was swimsuit style, Yi Tong had bought all the clothes, just no swimsuit, so he could only run to the styling studio to take a look. Yo, MS. Yi, you still remember me as your stylist. Lei Mang started to roll his eyes as soon as he came in, and was also grimacing. Isn't it just that I haven't come to do my styling for about 10 days? I don't have that many parties to attend either. But don't worry, I definitely won't forget about you. I'll hold your picture even when I go into my coffin. Blah, 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 blah. 3 times with me. You dare to say anything nonsense. Blah blah blah. Yi Tong looked at Lei Mang and giggled after he finished poo-pooing. The smile also made Lei Mang laugh. Yi Tong told the requirements of today's cruise party, and Ramon ran out to carry a swimsuit with the tag still on it. Chapter 59, Cruise Ship Party. Yi baby, this swimsuit not like a dress, can be rented, swimsuit or have to use a new one. But the good thing is that the swimsuit this kind of clothing are not expensive. This set of swimsuit fabric is skin friendly, or I personally designed it. Cheaper for you. $1,000 for you. Yi Tong received the swimsuit with surprise. You still know how to design a swimsuit or a 3-piece suit. Can be sexy, can be subtle, also cheap. Are you sure $1,000 you still earn money? Do you want me to add some for you? Lei Mang blanked Yi Tong. I am putting that 1,000 or 800 in my eyes. It's too underestimating me, but if you voluntarily add money, that's fine. Yi Tong ha-ha'd twice, then add an extra 0. Thank you boss for the favor. Lei Mang sniffed and made an exaggerated kowtowing gesture of thanks. This gave the assistants on the side were blinded. Mr. Lei Mang never stinks of disliking people. When has he ever been so nice, and smiled so happily? This swimsuit is designed by Mr. Raymond for a month. From the selection of materials to cutting and production, all completed by Mr. Raymond alone. Not to mention 10, 000, 100, 000 are all people rob. As a result, Mr. Raymond only offered a price of 1,000. The makeup of the cruise party was very simple, just more than an hour. It was completed. Yi Tong carrying a swimsuit after sitting on the car is still thinking. Originally thought it was just like a dress, to change out. As a result, as soon as his own words came out, he was gouged out by Lei Mang. If you want to walk out dressed like this and have to take an airplane, it's not impossible. Yi Tong, it seems like it's a bit inappropriate. The cruise party was on the beach and needed to take an airplane. Yi Tong originally also complained, just to participate in a party, time this rush, but also to run so far. If she herself, she would not bother to go. However, when Yi Tong came to the airport and saw Sophie running towards Yi Tong excitedly, Yi Tong suddenly realized the difference between herself and these real $1,000. People were the ones who could literally fly to Paris for a glass of Parisian water, and this kind of rushing was just enjoying life for them. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Whether or not Paris water is produced in Paris, Yi Tong does not know, omitting a series of process of traveling to the destination in the middle. In short, the two arrived at the beach and boarded the cruise ship. Just when the party started, Yi Tong and Sophie changed into their swimsuits and walked onto the deck. Most of the people who came to the party were either good friends with the owner of the cruise ship or daughters of good friends, such as Sophie. Fifi, you're here too. It's really getting prettier and prettier. Uncle Song, you're also getting more and more imposing. Hearing Sophie's compliments, Uncle Song also smiled brightly. Play yourself well. There are all kinds of food in the hall. Even if you pay attention to your figure again, only then you can't treat your stomach poorly. Okay, Uncle Song. Only after the people left did Sophie explain to Yi Tong. That person just now is the owner of this cruise ship. It's the 4th family of the former ranking, but because Uncle Song and Auntie Zhang didn't want to have a child, the two of them retired, so they withdrew from inside the ranking, and now the old couple of people, they can go wherever they want to play. Don't mention how comfortable they are. Yi Tong and Sophie toured around the cruise ship, then ran to the first floor hall to eat. This ship had 3 floors. The first floor, connected to the plywood, could be interpreted as a living room where parties could be held. The second floor was the entertainment floor, with a gym, KTV room, chess and billiards, everything. The third floor is the bedrooms for the guests. It was said that this cruise ship was bought by Elder Song at a cost of $400 million, and the decoration style was all very luxurious. The two of them ate and drank for a while before Elder Song appeared in the center of the hall. Thank you for being invited to my cruise party. Today's most popular auction now officially start. I invited Huadu Hungtong Auction House to preside over this auction. All the lots. Are these yours, I and my wife? From the north and south of the river to collect some knickknacks. Everyone is just to figure out a fun time. The auction starts now. Mr. Song walked out of the crowd, and the auctioneer walked onto the auction stage. Much under Mr. Song's invitation. Let us Hungtong Auction House to preside over this auction. First come to have our first Nanjing brocade red background fuck luck luck show joy picture wallpaper. A set of 4. Nanjing brocade. The first of the 4 brocade. In the Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties are the royal tribute. Intangible cultural heritage. Until now cannot be mass-produced by machine. Can only be purely hand-woven. Is our own luxury goods. Now the starting price of 200,000 yuan. Each bid shall not be less than 10,000, 220,000, 250,000, 260,000. Yitong looked at the glittering cloud brocade wall painting on the stage and was close to writing "want" on his face. 350,000. As soon as Yitong raised her hand, the price jumped directly to $350,000. This young lady is asking for 350,000. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? 400,000. Sophie nonchalantly raised her hand and raised the price to $400,000. Hey, I'm sorry Tong, it's my grandpa's birthday in 2 days. This fortune, longevity and happiness is just right for his old man. Since Sophie had said that it was to be sent to her grandfather, then naturally Yitong had no reason to grab it. 400,000. There is still no increase in price. 400,000 once. 400,000 second time. 400,000 third time. 400,000. Sold. Congratulations to this young lady. Next please the second collection. Double-sided 3 different embroidery desktop ornaments. 3 different embroidery is in the double-sided embroidery on the basis of the development of new varieties. Because of the different drafts, different needles, different colors, so the name of the double-sided 3 different embroidery is the embroidery in the very best. This collection of the front of the flower is a rich and noble. The back of the 100 fruits symbolizes very auspicious. Starting price of $660,000. Each call shall not be less than 20,000. 1 million. Yitong a hammer, directly called to 1 million. Looking at the vivid 3 different embroidery, Yitong really like very much. Maybe Yitong called the price too high. Even if someone likes, will not continue to raise the price. Maybe no Yitong like, people are not willing to raise the price. Anyway, this double-sided 3 different embroidery was successfully pocketed by Yitong. Sophie, that Uncle Song, isn't he a big fan of national style type objects? Yeah, Uncle Song especially likes our own non-heritage, and this auction, too, is basically all non-heritage artwork. As expected, tonight's auction was not only a visual feast, but also the inculcation of traditional culture. Filigree inlaid vases, white porcelain as thin as paper, bamboo woven screens. So, you guys also like this kind of traditional handicrafts? I also thought that you guys only like gold, silver, real estate and land. Hearing Yitong look at herself as this superficial, Sophie was immediately unhappy. Real estate land, that's business. It's for earning money. These handicrafts are for collecting. Don't talk nonsense. Fine. I'm wrong. It's me who's shallow. As the auctioneer's small hammer fell, the last lot was sent to the auction table. The finale of today's auction, the Ride the Wind cruise ship, with a starting price of $200 million. Each increase shall not be less than $5 million. Bidding begins. Hearing the last lot, everyone present froze, asking Elder Song if he was really going to auction this cruise ship. After receiving an affirmative answer, everyone also came in the spirit to participate in the bidding. Chapter 60, the first cruise ship in life. $210 million, $250 million, $280 million, $300 million. Watching the bidding intensify, Yitong looked dumbfounded. Tong, it can't be. You just spent more than $6 billion to auction the manor in Shanghai not long ago. You still have money to auction a cruise ship? Yitong's large eyes were full of doubt. Am I supposed to have no money? Sophie sniffed and stopped looking at Yitong. Forget it, when I didn't say it. Obviously I'm also the top 4 magnates in Huadu. But how do I feel that compared to Yitong, it's still so incomparable. 360 million. Seeing that the bidding had been called up to almost 400 million, Yitong was a bit anxious. 400 million. Yitong once again made a bid to pull the price to 400 million. 420 million. 450 million. It could be seen that Yitong really liked this cruise ship. Tong, don't Don't get too excited. When this cruise ship was bought by Uncle Song at that time, it only cost 400 million. You've already exceeded 50 million, 455 million. Just with Yi Tong bidding. People obviously also want to shoot this cruise ship, but because Yi Tong even price called some high, that person hesitation half a day, also added 5 million, 470 million, just in case. Yi Tong simply handed over his entire reserve price. Sure enough, with Yi Tong's 470 million, there was no more bidding with Yi Tong. 470 million for the last time. Sold. Congratulations to this young lady for auctioning to ride the wind. Thank you all for your support and enthusiastic participation. Hangtong Auction House wishes you all prosperity. Today's auction ends here. Yi Tong pulled Sophie to pay the bill. Along the way both of them received a lot of attention. Sophie really had a moment of embarrassment. Yi Tong is really too much of a loser. In the future, it seems that she is a good girlfriend to persuade more. Just after paying the money, Yi Tong was ready to pull Sophie to enjoy the leisure time tonight, but was stopped by Mr. and Mrs. Song Tianyuan. Congratulations, you've captured my ride of the wind. Yi Tong also greeted the couple very politely before asking Song Tianyuan with some confusion. Thank you Uncle Song for cutting me off, but I have a question. Song Tianyuan put away his smile and looked at Yi Tong with a serious face. If Ms. Yi has something to say, you can ask directly. I have photographed this cruise ship, but where am I going to put it? My villa shouldn't be able to fit it. When the Song Tianyuan couple heard Yi Tong's question, both of them froze for a moment, and then glanced at each other. Su Fei, on the other hand, was directly confused. Tong, so you're going to shoot without even thinking about where to park the cruise ship? Yi Tong shook her head dully. She was only thinking about the fact that she still had $470 million to accomplish. Where was she thinking about where to park it? Ha ha ha. It seems that little friend you really likes this cruise ship of mine. Good, so I'm relieved to leave it to you. As for where to dock the ride the wind, you don't have to worry about that. I have a permanent docking qualification in this harbor. You can always dock the ride the wind here, but you'll have to hire someone every month. But you have to hire someone to maintain it every month. After all, it's something that floats on the sea. Safety first. Thank you Uncle Song. Seeing that the docking problem was solved, Yi Tong happily bowed at Mr. and Mrs. Song Tianyuan. As long as there was a place to dock, she wouldn't use it several times anyway. Seeing that Yi Tong didn't know anything about cruise ships, Song Tianyuan pushed all the knowledge related to cruise ships and the contact information of all the people in charge, including those who cared for the refueling, to Yi Tong. Seeing Song Tianyuan chatting happily with Yi Tong, Mrs. Song stood with Sophie, looking at her husband with a pleased expression. Your Uncle Song hasn't been this happy for a long time. In the future, you should bring this little sister of yours to chat with us more often. What do you mean, Auntie Song? Are you guys coming back? Not roaming around outside anymore? Hearing Mrs. Song's words, Sophie was very excited. After all, the villas of the two families were adjacent to each other. Sophie had always run to the Song family villa when she was a child. Not going out. I've been to all the places I wanted to go once. I can't run anymore, so I'll come back and stay honestly. Good. I will definitely call on Tong to go to Auntie Song often to play. Song Tianyuan except for his own wife would say a few more words. With the others, even if they were more familiar, it was all settled in 2 or 3 sentences. But with Yi Tong's short 20 minutes, Song Tianyuan felt that he had overdrawn a year's worth of words with outsiders. No matter what Song Tianyuan said, Yi Tong was able to catch it and still chat about it, and that feeling of soundness made Song Tianyuan very happy. If it wasn't for the fear of delaying the two little girls' tour, Song Tianyuan felt like he could chat with Yi Tong all night. After letting Yi Tong go, Sophie hurriedly pulled Yi Tong back. Half an hour. Hey, what did you chat with Uncle Song? Uncle Song was so happy. Nothing, it's just cruises, non-fiction handicrafts and such. You still understand this? I don't know about cruises, but I still know something about non-heritage handicrafts. Sophie gave Yi Tong a thumbs up, because those who came to participate in this cruise party were all the close friends of Mr. and Mrs. Song Tianyuan, so they all arranged to stay on the cruise ship. Yi Tong held onto the railing of the cruise ship and closed his eyes to enjoy the slight coolness brought by the sea breeze brushing across his cheeks. The waves gently lapped at the beach, and the rustling sound made the noisy heart instantly calm down. A tranquility and relaxation that could not be felt in the metropolis. Suddenly, the system popped out very unseasonably. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's task. Rewarded 10 wealth points. Now the wealth points accumulated 15 points. Yi Tong waited for a long time, but did not hear what the system was saying. No, system, do you feel that something is missing? Answer host, there is nothing missing. Rebate. You're a spending rebate system. I spent money. Where's your rebate? There is no rebate for this mission. Host, you have gotten the first cruise ship in your life. It's still not your own spending money. You have to know how to be contented. In addition, in view of the host's active completion of the mission this time, tomorrow's wake-up call service will be delayed by 2 hours. Chapter 61, Let's split the money 40/60ths. Tong completely blinded. She was actually educated on the system, but how to feel the system said, but also a little right? Okay, did not spend their own money, got a cruise ship so luxurious. Do not be greedy. Good morning, honorable host. The divine magnate system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete the consumption 5 million yen. 5 million. The task reward, unlocked after the completion of the task. Tong looked at the time, 8 o'clock. Not more than a second, not less than a second. It is really saying what time it is what time it is. Walking to the first floor of the cruise ship, he found the long dining table filled with all kinds of breakfast. Only the number of people was much less compared to last night. Where is everyone? Have they all left? Yes, because last night was Uncle Song and Auntie Song's reception banquet. That's why everyone came to celebrate, and took the airplane to leave early this morning, which is like the two of us, who have nothing to do all day long. Sophie explained to Tong while pinching the breakfast she wanted to eat. Then when are we leaving? When you finish handing over with the cruise ship hosting company, we'll go back. Didn't you say that Uncle Song will call the cruise ship hosting company to dock with you to sign the contract this morning? Tong nodded. After dinner, as the new owners of the cruise ship, Tong and Sophie followed the Song couple to send the partygoers to the car. Not long after, the people from the cruise ship hosting company came to the cruise ship. Hello Miss Yi, I'm the person in charge of the hosting company's arrangement to host the Ride Wind. Michael, Mr. Song informed us that the Ride Wind has changed owners. We've specially come over to hand over to you. I wonder if you're still willing to hand over the Ride Wind to us for management, since Uncle Song trusts you, and I also believe in Uncle Song's vision. In the future, the Ride Wind will still be handed over to your company to manage. I hope that you will take good care of the Ride Wind. Thank you for your trust. Then you can take a look at this trusteeship agreement, and if there are no problems, you can sign it to take effect. Because he knew it would involve signing the agreement, Tong called Lu Wunwen to the cruise ship in advance. Lu Wunwen checked the agreement and nodded that there were no problems with the agreement. After signing, it was time to pay the escrow fee, because Mr. Song's escrow still has half a year to expire. According to Mr. Song's intention, he will transfer this half a year's escrow time to you, just in accordance with the requirements of our company. To re-sign the hosting agreement, you need to pay a one-time payment of 1 year's hosting fee. Now you also need to pay half a year's fee. That is, 5 million. This hosting fee includes all costs except for large overhaul parts, including but not limited to, cleaning costs, caretaking costs, daily maintenance labor costs, wear parts costs and fuel costs. After listening to Michael's words, Tong suddenly understood why today's task was 5 million. So the system had anticipated and prepared for it. Since the system has made things to this point, then he will accept it without politeness. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 3 times the rebate 15 million yen. 15 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. Please pay attention to check receipt. At the same time as the card was swiped, the system prompt popped up. The contract also officially came into effect. So Tong and Sophie prepared to go to the airport to return to Huadu. Tong, you know, you're the only one in the circle of luxury families, in our generation, other than Gu Siming, who has his own cruise ship. See, we're so close. So when it's my birthday, is it possible to have a birthday party on your cruise ship? To borrow my cruise ship? Tong heard what Sophie said and cupped his chin with one hand and thought seriously. Then I won't send a birthday gift. Hearing what Tong said, Sophie was amused and laughed out. You have to know, renting a cruise ship of this level like the Ride the Wind for a one-day party, the rent is less than $1 million or more at a time. You've saved me $1 million. How can I still want you to send a gift? I'll make a banner and hang it on the Ride the Wind, with the title Thank you Ms. Tong for providing the qualification to use the Ride the Wind for free. How about that? You'd better not disgrace me, because docking with the hosting company took some time. The two could only take an afternoon flight back to Huadu. By the time they landed, it was already 4 p.m. When they got off the plane and just opened their cell phones, Ming Chang's call came over. Xiao Tong, it's done. The title is down. Ha 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 ha. The deafening laughter made Tong quickly evacuate her cell phone from her ears, lest her ears be hurt by Ming Chang's roar. Oh, then, congratulations. So, are we able to sign the investment contract? I've got someone to draw it up. Originally, this kind of big happy event should be my treat for dinner, but I'm really penniless right now. So, can I owe it first? Listening to Ming Chang's words, Tong inexplicably felt a trace of heartache. So it was this feeling for the former rich son to become penniless overnight. Where are you broke? Don't you still have $7 or $8 million luxury cars? Sell any one of them, it's enough for a meal, right? If not for the Emerald Palace, it's enough for many meals. Sophie heard what Ming Chang said and unflinchingly exposed the truth of Ming Chang's poverty. Yi Tong, did I just say heartbroken? I take back all my sympathy for Ming Chang. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Understood. Is it too late to slap myself twice? Then you guys wait. I'm going to sell the car. Let the two people did not expect. Ming Chang is still real in. Said let's sell the car is really ready to sell the car. You save it. This meal is on me. Even if it is to celebrate the success of your cooperation, just have a request in the future. After you open the little Emerald Palace, I go to dinner you have to give me a discount. No problem. Give you 60% discount. Any lower, there is no profit. Okay, then it's still Emerald Palace. See you in an hour. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tong looked at Sophie with a smile. Thanks for the treat, Boss Sue. Where am I the boss? You are the boss. The two of them arrived at the Emerald Palace, and Ming Chang had been waiting for a long time. When the receptionist saw that it was her own little boss coming for dinner, the whole person was nervous as hell. After all, Yi Tong is the appointed successor of the big boss. There is a great chance that he will inherit the Emerald Palace. Everyone is a little more vigilant or to keep their rice bowls. Yi Tong's several people handed over to the waiter. The front desk immediately took out his cell phone, sent a message in the floor group. Notify Yi Tong's floor all the waiters on guard. So much so that even Sophie, who didn't often come to Emerald Palace, noticed the abnormality. Is there some big shot coming today? Why does it feel like the waiters are all very serious? I don't know. Yi Tong smiled awkwardly. Could I say they were like this because I came? The moment Yi Tong walked into the private room and closed the door to the private room, the waiters on the entire floor breathed a sigh of relief. Once inside the private room, Ming Chang couldn't wait to take the contract out. 4 or 6. You take 4? So generous? Of course, you are the only investor. Of course you have more shares than me. Hearing what Ming Chang said, Sophie thought it was rare. It's rare to see you being so honest. Ming Chang sniffed and blankly glanced at Sophie. In advance, I am only responsible for injecting capital into Tianyi Palace. I am not involved in any management. From the beginning of the renovation to the later operation, you alone are responsible for this split. Do you want to think about it? Hearing what Yi Tong said, Ming Chang froze. You're not going to manage Tianyi Palace with me? Chapter 62. Is it too late to regret? Yi Tong nodded. Then, is it still okay to change it to 50-50 now? Hearing what Ming Chang said, Sophie couldn't hold it in completely. Ha ha ha. Look at the original form, still generous. Where is the generosity? Seeing being said by Sophie, Ming Chang instantly read temperature, as if it does appear that he is a bit stingy. Alright, don't laugh at him. Yi Tong let Lu Wenwen change the contract. After the profit was set at 50-50, she signed her name, pushing the contract in front of Ming Chang. Ming Chang was still a bit dazed. Really 50-50? I'm actually not that petty. 46 I'll work well too. Really? Really? Then it's 46 Yi Tong pretended to reach for the contract, but was shielded by Ming Chang. It's silly not to make money. I'll sign. Yi Tong of course believed that even if it was a 46 split and she didn't care about anything, Ming Chang wouldn't do those sneaky things behind her back. Originally, she was the one who put up the money and Ming Chang put up the effort. 50-50 split was very reasonable. Your account receives $20 million. Ming Chang had just finished signing the contract when Yi Tong credited the first amount of funds to Ming Chang's account. Watching the funds in place, Ming Chang very exaggeratedly got up and bowed 90 degrees at Yi Tong. Thank you for Mr. Yes capital injection. I, Ming Chang, will not dishonor my mission. The three of them talked and laughed until 8 o'clock before leaving from the Emerald Palace. Although Yi Tong said he didn't care about anything, as a major shareholder, Ming Chang still planned to report everything. Tomorrow I'm going to Jin City to inspect the lot. It may take more than a month to come back. During this time, if you guys eat anything good or play anything good, don't tell me so as not to affect my work. Then do you have a pre-selected location? Yes, it's just that it still needs to be carefully examined. Manager Zhong of Emerald Palace said that he will send someone to examine the location with me piece by piece. No problem. Yi Tong nodded his head, then patted Ming Chang's shoulder and came with a serious tone. Young man, work hard. Then he turned around and got into the car. Ming Chang looked at Yi Tong with some confusion. No, I seem to be older than her. Is this something that will become this tone no matter who becomes the old boss? Sophie, on the other hand, looked at Ming Chang as if she was looking at a fool, then shrugged her shoulders and turned to leave as well. Good morning esteemed host, the Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption 3 million yen. 3 million. The task reward, unlocked after completing the task. Yi Tong showed an I knew it expression while washing up. Generally speaking, As long as the amount of the task was high the day before, the amount of the task would decrease the next day. There was also the day before or 2 days before the system update near Sunday. The amount of quests would decrease. Yi Tong had figured it all out. Yi Tong went downstairs triumphantly. Today was the first time he tasted the new chef's handiwork. The chef clutched his towel and stood nervously at Yi Tong's side, his eyes unblinking as he watched Yi Tong's reaction. Delicious. Only after hearing Yi Tong's comment did the chef breathe a sigh of relief, then nervously wiped his cold sweat. Miss, Master Su was a senior chef. Before, were for star hotels as a chef, and then resigned. It was me who looked for Master Su and said many times, before Master Su was willing to come over. Yuan Xin kept winking at Yi Tong. Yi Tong smiled, then started to tease Master Su. Ayo, so Master Su is so hard to invite, it's a big show. Hearing Yi Tong talking about himself, Master Su's cold sweat that had just dried up broke out again. What hard to invite? I don't know how to communicate with people. Before in the hotel, I don't need to face the customers, and I don't need to be so nervous to see the diners eating my cooking. Whichever thought that seeing the diners eating my cooking is such a heart-scratching thing. Hearing Master Su's words, Yi Tong didn't hold back his laughter. So this senior chef was still a sociopath. Then why did Master Su resign? The chef of a star hotel. The salary should not be low. That's not as high as what you're offering. Miss. After saying that, Master Su realized that he said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered his mouth. His face instantly turned red. Yi Tong, however, felt nothing. The wages he offered were set according to the normal market price. It was just that Yi Tong didn't realize that this wage would be higher than that of a hotel chef. Seeing that Yi Tong was not angry, Master Su then said why he resigned. I resigned because, which hotel has engaged in some kind of final elimination system? One chef for each cuisine. Every month will count the customer feedback. Whoever has the lowest rating will have their salary deducted, and if they have the lowest rating for 2 consecutive months, they will be dismissed. So, Chef Su, you got the lowest score twice? How could that be? My cooking skills are there for all to see. Even if I can't get the first, the second is still secure. But this is very mind-screwing. Cooking. It's all about being fully concentrated. Seriously pouring all of one's mind into the dishes in front of you. With this system of his, he can't concentrate on cooking at all. Looking at Master Su's chagrined face, Yi Tong nodded with a sudden realization. Not only is he sociopathic, he's also not very resistant to stress. It's fine, my mouth copes well. I used to be an orphan. When it was hardest, white water-soaked rice was delicious. As long as it wasn't that kind of salty rice, I'd eat anything. Hearing Yi Tong tell his former hardships as if he was telling a joke, Master Su didn't even know what he should say. Even Yuan Xinyan was hearing Yi Tong talk about his past for the first time, and there was heartache in his eyes. Don't look at me with such eyes. I'm all better now. This life, isn't it beautiful? Yuan Xin and Master Su coincidentally looked up at the luxurious villa. No more heartache, but there is a little bit of heart. Chapter 63, I'm going to pick you. No, I want to talk business with you. Although Yi Tong's requirements weren't high, his pride as a senior chef didn't allow him to slack off on his work. Master Su could also certainly hear that Yi Tong was comforting himself. It was a rare day when there were fewer tasks, so Yi Tong planned to go out later to finish the task. While he was leisurely lying on the hammock on the terrace and faking sleep, Lu Wenwen then knocked on the door and came in. Miss, there's news from Master's side. This is Master's phone call. Yi Tong took the call, and Ningxia then told Yi Tong about the situation in the small mountain village. What Xiao Tao said was all true, and it should be said that the situation that was seen was even more serious than what was heard. It was said that poor mountains produce unruly people, but green mountains and green water could also raise simple people. This village was such simplicity. The village chief heard that they were here to inspect the village and maybe even fund it. Immediately, he let out the best house in the village for Ningxia and Shenwu to live in. Worried that the two were not used to living there, he even took out the village's stock of cotton and popped up 2 new quilts for the two. At night, they also arranged for the villagers to patrol the village, and there was meat and eggs at all times, but the villagers themselves could not afford to eat. There were 102 families in the village, and it was called Yao Village because the Yao surname dominated the village. Although Yao Village is remote, the people in the village are very open-minded and do not emphasize sons over daughters, sending both boys and girls to the town to study. They said that this is what a former teacher told them, that knowledge changes the destiny, and learning is the only way to fly out of the mountains. That's why the village committee has been carrying out this saying, writing it in red paint all over the conspicuous places. In fact, Yao Village is not far from the town in a straight line, but because of the lack of roads, every time you go to the town, you can only take the muddy paths. Such paths, even bicycles, are difficult to pass. It takes 2 hours to go back and forth on foot, but if the road is repaired, even on foot, the time can be shortened by almost half, so building the road is really a top priority. However, because the village was poor and remote. Even if there was money for bidding, it would be difficult to find a company willing to take on this project. After Yi Tong heard this, she asked Ning Xia to calculate the approximate amount of money needed to repair this road. Miss, because Yao village doesn't have a large population, after the road is repaired, the population might still lose some of it outwards, so just repairing a 2-lane road will be enough to reach their needs. If it's an asphalt road, the normal price per square meter should be 300, but this place is too remote. The price might have to be increased by about 20%. In that case, this road will cost at least 6 million or more. Xiao Tao also followed Lu Wenwen in. Hearing that repairing a road would cost more than 6 million, Xiao Tao only felt her legs trembling. I'll contact the construction company. You grab the formalities first. Okay, miss, I have understood the procedure flow clearly, but I need to pay a deposit of $1 million, and when the acceptance is successful the original way will be returned. Go directly to the foundation's account. Okay, miss. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tao bowed deeply at Yi Tong. The last time she had rushed Yi Tong and knelt down, Xiao Tao could see that Yi Tong was annoying, but little Tao, who had nothing to return to Yi Tong, now apart from thanking and bowing, she really couldn't think of any way to express her gratitude. You don't have to be like this. I set up the charity fund to give help to people in need. You should be thankful that the people in your village are simple and honest people. Otherwise I wouldn't have helped. Xiao Tao didn't say anything, pursing her lips tightly to keep the tears from falling, then nodded. Anyway, no matter what, even if Yi Tong drove himself away, he would not leave Yi Tong. Originally Yi Tong wanted to contact Sophie and ask Sophie's family's company if they would undertake a project like road repair, and was about to call Sophie when an unfamiliar number called in. Yi Tong frowned, then picked up the phone. Hello, may I ask who is this? Hello MS. Yi, I am Ming Cheng's brother Ming Jing. I wonder if MS. Yi is free to reward me with a meal together? Does Mr. Ming want to vet me as an investor for Ming Cheng? Yi Tong cozily shook her hammock. Miss Yi is joking. I just want to get to know the noble person who is still willing to give my brother a hand at this time. Yi Tong smiled at her words. She was indeed Ming Cheng's noble person. Good. When? I wonder if MS. Yi has time at noon? I can move out 2 hours of free time at noon. Good. Noon then. 12 o'clock noon. Century Western Restaurant. See you there. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tong hooked the corner of her mouth. She remembered that Ming Cheng had said that the Ming family specialized in construction and real estate, so it should be no problem to build a road. Yi Tong jumped down from the hammock and asked Xiao Tao to match herself with a refreshing ensemble. Then she prepared for her appointment. When Yi Tong arrived at Century Western Restaurant 15 minutes early, she was told by the waitress that Ming Jing had already arrived. The corner of Yi Tong's mouth twitched. No, these big brothers, they all like to wait for others, right? Next time she would arrive half an hour earlier. Just don't believe it. If you guys are capable of arriving an hour earlier. Yi Tong organized her expression, then walked to Ming Jing. Hello Mr. Ming, I'm Yi Tong. Ming Jing got up and extended his hand, gently shaking Yi Tong's fingertips. Hello MS. Yi, please have a seat. First see what you want to eat and order whatever you want. I'll be polite. I'm a very good eater. Ming Jing smiled. Won't let MS. Yi go hungry. Throughout the entire meal, Ming Jing did not interrogate Yi Tong, nor did he question whether Yi Tong had another purpose in investing in Ming Cheng. The two were like close friends who hadn't seen each other for years, and the atmosphere was very cordial. Mr. Ming, aren't you going to cross-examine me? Why did you invest in Ming Cheng? Hearing Yi Tong's question, Ming Jing smiled. MS. Yi is really like what Cheng said, a straightforward person, so I'm very relieved that Cheng is dealing with someone like MS. Yi. Yi Tong helplessly bristled. Fine, but I still thank you for being willing to help Ming Cheng and help him fulfill his ideals. In fact, father is not against it. He just hopes that we can inherit his mantle. Understood. Ming Jing picked up the napkin and elegantly wiped his hands. Then he was ready to get up and leave. I have the VIP of this restaurant. If MS. Yi still wants to eat, just put it on my tab. Mr. Ming, please wait. Seeing Ming Jing about to leave, Yi Tong hurriedly got up to stop Ming Jing. Is there anything else Miss Yi wants? Yes, I want to talk business with you. Ming Jing raised an eyebrow at his words. Business? Yi Tong nodded. Road repair. Ming Jing froze for a split second after hearing this, then glanced at the time. I have to go back to the company now. If MS. Yi doesn't mind, you can go to my office to talk. Following Ming Jing to the general manager's office of Ming Group, Yi Tong then told Ming Jing about her road repair plan. I didn't expect Miss Yi to be passionate about philanthropy. Building a road can cost much more than building a Hope Elementary School. Yi Tong nodded very calmly. I have already understood this cost. The cost is not a problem. I'm a businessman. I'll do any business that can make money, but I still have to remind Miss Yi that this village you're going to build a road to, apart from some local specialties, there is no benefit, and there is also the possibility that all these good things you are doing, apart from the villagers, there will be no one else who knows about the transmission. Do you still want to repair it? Yi Tong tilted his head doubtfully and looked at Ming Jing. Charity, isn't it just not asking for returns? Why do you have to have benefits to do it? And you can't go back on your word when you've promised someone something. Ming Jing didn't say anything. His gaze was deep as he looked at Yi Tong, and after a long time, Ming Jing nodded. Good. This project, I'll take it. Chapter 64. Is the competition so fierce? Yi Tong saw Ming Jing agreed, happily smiled at Ming Jing. The specifics? I'm not very clear right now. My assistant has already gone to the field survey. If it's fast, it should be back the day after tomorrow. When that time comes, I'll let my assistant write a project description of the specifics to you. We'll talk about the details at that time. Ming Point nodded, then pulled out a business card and handed it to Yi Tong. This is my business card. When Ms. Ye's side is clear about the inspection, you can send me a message and we'll make an appointment to talk in detail at that time. Yi Tong walked out of the Ming Group's building and stood in the sunlight and stretched. Then he sent a message to Serenity. Construction company done. Serenity looked at her cell phone and returned an OK gesture in seconds, then started booking the flight tickets to go back. The situation in Yao Village required the construction to start as early as possible, and if it was fixed one day earlier, the villagers would be able to get out of poverty sooner. Because of the good mood, Yi Tong asked Sophie to come out to do beauty treatment. The two of them applied a mud mask that was thick enough to rival the thickness of a city wall's corner and watched the movie projected on the wall and chatted. Tong, you're too great. You're actually going to build roads to remote mountain villages for free. This is something that only a large company might do. And you've done it all by yourself? Is there still enough money in the foundation? I can also help out. Enough is enough. Keep your money. In case I go bankrupt one day, I still count on you to support me. Sophie plucked out Yi Tong. Net say unlucky words. But, you are also really not enough. Our Suze also has a construction company. You didn't even think of me. Yi Tong froze at his words and looked at Su Fei with some surprise. No, isn't your family in the business system? A construction company. Isn't it linked to real estate? Sophie extended her index finger and waved it. TSK, as a businessman. Of course, what makes money is what to do. Which industry can better develop the company will lean towards which industry. Now the most profitable is real estate. So our family is now also in the transition to the real estate business. No, I'll give my brother a call. Tell my brother about this matter of yours. Just after saying that, Sophie took out her cell phone and dialed over to Su Tianyi. My brother said that he is very interested in this project of yours, and asked you to sit down together for dinner to talk about it. Although comparing goods is naturally good, but after all, he had already promised to give this project to the Ming clan, and now suddenly talking to someone else is more or less bad. Or forget it. After all, I have promised Ming Cheng's brother to give this project to him. If I let people know, what will they think of me? What's wrong with that? That's how the business world is. Whoever has the most reasonable price, whoever has the most sincerity will be chosen. As long as you haven't signed the contract, this business isn't necessarily yours. Maybe the appearance of our family can help you to suppress the price. Ming Jing but followed Uncle Ming to do business for many years. Old oil. Yi Tong tussled for a long time, but still agreed, as long as the final result is good. But your brother won't dislike me again when we meet, right? I have shadows. Have a shadow that's impossible. It's never just her Yi Tong giving others shadows. It's just that after the last time it's more or less awkward. It's fine. He already admitted his mistake. And there's still me. He wouldn't dare. The time that Su Fei told Su Tianyi was 6 p.m. and also asked Su Tianyi not to be late. It was only when Yi Tong and Su Fei arrived at the place that they realized that it wasn't just Su Tianyi, but also Gu Siming and Ming Jing. When Ming Jing saw Yi Tong, he smiled and complained to Yi Tong. It was only at noon that we just agreed that I would be in charge. But as a result, after only a few hours, Ms. Yi turned her head to look for a new partner. It seems that Ms. Yi doesn't quite believe in me. More or less it's a bit sad. Seeing that she was caught by Ming Jing and was also yin and yang by Ming Jing, Yi Tong's face instantly turned red. Okay, just don't say it. To build a road this kind of big project, should have talked to multiple companies? People miss Yi even if it's a public tender is supposed to be. You just see that people don't understand it, and you still have the nerve to say it. Seeing that he was admonished by Gu Smin, Ming Jing smiled and stopped talking. Yi Tong looked at Gu Sming gratefully, but unexpectedly Gu Sming himself started to complain. Ms. Yi, there is no problem for you to compare the goods, but why didn't you think of my Gu group? At least we have cooperated. We can't just have you collecting money and not give us Gu the chance to earn your money, right? Hearing Gu Siming's words, Yi Tong awkwardly opened her mouth to retort, but in the end, she could only quietly ask Sophie, isn't it just your brother? Why are these two here? Did you inform them? How could it be? I'm curious too. Sophie hurriedly denied, obviously just calling her brother. How could she think of inviting so many people? You guys don't need to be nervous. It's the two of us who both happen to be here at Tianyi, so we also heard that call of yours and came together. The two of them, Yi Tong and Sophie, blinked dumbly at Yen Siming. That's quite a coincidence. Yen Siming shrugged his shoulders. Who says it isn't? After Yi Tong and Sophie took their seats, Yen Siming then asked Yi Tong to tell him about the road repair again. It just so happened that Ning Xia had sent the information about the inspection, as well as the procedures to be followed, to Yi Tong's cell phone in the afternoon. Yi Tong simply pulled a group and sent all the information to the group. The formalities are done so fast. It seems that this road is a hot potato. See someone willing to fund, only so dry to do the formalities. Yes, if in normal circumstances, not to mention repairing the road, even if it is building a house. These formalities have to be handled for 10 days and half a month. Although there was no problem with the formalities, the difficulty of this section of the road caused the 3 family members in charge to make a mistake. Miss Yi, that assistant of yours, I don't know if she can participate in the meeting remotely. Some situations still need to be communicated clearly as soon as possible. Chapter 65 Finalize the program. We are spending money. Ning Xia said that the plane tomorrow afternoon has now arrived in the city. The network stabilized before sending the information over. Participating in a video conference should not be a problem. Yi Tong let Ning Xia find a quiet place to call the video phone. Ning Xia was Yi Tong's mouthpiece throughout, and since Ning Xia was on the line, there was no need for Yi Tong to open his mouth at all. Of course, Yi Tong didn't know anything about this. Even if you asked her, she couldn't answer. Similarly unable to understand the terminology, there was also Sophie. The two could only snuggle together, eating snacks with an extremely heavy sense of stealing. This road, although the straight line distance from the town, was only 2.8 kilometers, but because of the terrain, there was a small hill in the middle of the village and the town. The terrain of the village is again a little lower than the town. Usually in this case, want to build a straight distance road, either to build a tunnel, either that or split the hill down the middle, fix the earth on both sides, and build a road in the middle. But in that case, no matter which option, it was extremely costly. So after the 3 of them discussed it, they decided to go with the conservative approach and build a road around the hill. Although this would add an extra 1.5 kilometers to the distance, it was the most cost-effective and the fastest and safest. Yi Tong also felt that this was the most prudent after hearing this. Since they had decided on a plan, the 3 of them, Gu Siming, instructed the engineers standing behind them to compose the plan. It was only then that Yi Tong reacted to the fact that the person standing behind the trio was a road engineer. She thought it was an assistant. Since we are here in good faith to talk about project cooperation, naturally we should bring the engineers. Let's eat first. It should take some time for the engineers to draw out the plan. This private room had a total of 2 tables. One side was filled with a table of food, while the other side was holding a notebook and writing hard. Yi Tong looked so unappetizing that eating didn't even smell good anymore. Seeing Yi Tong's mind, Gu Siming then said to the engineers, all 3 of you will have your wages and meal allowances tripled today, and your boss has agreed. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The 3 said in unison when they heard Gu Smin's words. Let's eat. Although there was no subject in this sentence, Gu Smin was looking at Yi Tong to say it, and seeing that the engineers were genuinely happy, Yi Tong was also relieved. Just as a meal was finished, the engineers' sketches and programs also made a framework. Just because of the different programs, resulting in some differences in the quotes, Gu Siming asked the engineers to explain the advantages of their programs one by one. But since there was no field trip, the program was only a design based on information. Mr. Yi, road construction is something that has to change at any time depending on the situation. Soil quality, elevation, and angle, all directly affect the progress and difficulty of a project. So this is just our idealized plan in quote. If we encounter any unforeseen difficulties in the middle, the price may be a bit higher. After one engineer finished speaking, another engineer came out to add, originally, we thought that the hill separating the 2 places would be higher, but just now, Assistant Ning sent us the latest information about the hill, and it's smaller than we expected, so I think it's still possible to make a highway that goes through the hill. The villagers of Yao Village have always traveled over the mountain to the town. We can properly slow down the slope and build the road up to 2/3 of the hill, and then bulldoze the hill. The removed earth can still be used for the second half of the road to fill in. The 3 engineers took all their proposals and quotes to Yi Tong. Although there were some differences in the quotes, they were all basically between 550 and 600. Among them, although Gu's engineer had the highest quote, the proposal as well as the detail part was handled the best, and it was also the one Yi Tong was most inclined towards. It was just that Yi Tong glanced at Ming Jing and felt a little embarrassed. Ms. Yi, just say it, I can afford it. Mingjing smiled and urged Yitong to decide. That, I think, it's still Mr. Gu's proposal that is most suitable for Yao Village. Hearing that Yitong chose his own proposal, the expression on Gu Siming's face, like a blossom, brightened up to the naked eye. However, what Gu Siming admired most was Yitong's willingness to build a road for such a small remote mountain village regardless of the return. Thanks to Miss Ye's trust, I will arrange for the company's engineers to go to the field as soon as possible to investigate, and then determine the work schedule. After all, we have worked together before. I believe in Miss Ye's character, and then pay for the project when the start time is determined. Good. AI. A sudden sigh caused Yitong's body to instantly stiffen, and without looking, she knew that it was from Mingjing. When Gu Siming followed along, Su Tianyi knew that Su's fledgling construction company had no way to compete with Gu. Right now, he was gloating at Mingjing, who had also been eliminated. Yitong, who had gotten into the car after waiting for the several people to separate, was relieved. It was then that Yitong remembered that none of today's tasks had been completed yet. Fortunately, there was still a transfer opportunity that hadn't been used this week, so Yitong asked Lu Wenwen to transfer 3 million from the black card into the fund account. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 5 times rebate 15 million yen. 15 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. Please pay attention to check receipt. Sure enough, there is no extra reward today. But what the heck? There is no reward. Yitong just feels so tired today. Just want to go home and lie on the soft bed and have a good sleep. Just as soon as he returned to the villa, Yitong realized that there were 2 more very special floor table lamps at the entrance of the entrance hall. Sister Yuan, the light of this table lamp is so special. Where did you buy it from? Miss, it's not bought. It's made by me. This table lamp is the discarded glass lampshade used in the utility room. The glowing balls of light inside are those wick grasses that you let me plant. Yitong's eyes widened in surprise. Yuan Xinyan hurriedly brought a pot of cordgrass. When the wick grass matured, it would give birth to a bunch of flower buds just like the bell orchid, except that these buds all glowed with a warm yellow light, looking really like light bulbs. Miss, this corduroy has actually grown into a few days. I've tested it. If you take off the buds and don't do any storage, the buds can last for 3 days. But if you soak them into the nutrient solution specialized for flower raising, they can last for at least a week or more. The 2 lamps at the door are the earliest matured buds that I picked. It's already the 6th day today. They are still very full, and the light has not weakened. Miss, this kind of plant is really too rare. It really looks good. Yitong reached out and stroked the corduroy grass. His heart was also very surprised. Sure enough, the ones sent by the system were not ordinary stuff. Yitong took out 1,000 corduroy seeds and asked Yuan Xin Yen to give them to the horticulturist to plant these seeds in the garden of the villa. In fact, the gardener had long wanted to ask Yitong for seeds to add to his gardening creations after seeing Yitong had such rare plants. Now he finally got his wish. Good morning, honorable hosts. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 24 hours. Complete consumption 1 million yen. 1 million. The task reward, unlocked after the completion of the task. Yitong, who had just gotten up and was ready to change clothes, instantly froze. 1 million? System, you are not less right as 0? No. Oh, the system never makes mistakes. The system never makes mistakes. Then how come there is only 1 million today, when the newbie mission was to be 2 million? Suddenly so little, it is really a bit unaccustomed to it. Then may I ask the host if he wants to double today's quests? Forget about it. 1 million is quite a lot. It will take a long time. This person, how to double it at the drop of a hat. Chapter 66, how come I run into you everywhere? Anyway, today's tasks are few, so let's rest at home. These 2 days are really too tired. It's just that often the more this time, the more people will come looking for things. Ding ding ding, another unfamiliar number. Perhaps it had been too long since he had been harassed by the Xia family. Yitong had forgotten about the existence of the Xia family. Yitong picked up the phone in a happy mood and heard Xia Jiming's voice coming from the phone. Yitong, it's me. Yitong violently took the phone away from his ear and looked at the number. Careless, really careless. What is it? Tomorrow is my birthday. I'm here to invite you to come. Compared to last time, Xia Jiming's tone was really much milder. It seems that he was educated by Xia Guosheng. No go. I don't have money to buy a gift. I can't afford to attend. Hearing Yitong's words, the corner of Xia Jiming's mouth twitched. Someone who could spend billions of dollars in an auction actually said that he didn't have the money. Now even making up excuses were so thoughtless? I invited Sophie. She will also come. Hearing that Sophie was also going to attend Xia Jiming's birthday banquet, Yitong's heart became very sympathetic. Was Sophie so thoughtless? That's fine. I'll go. But I hope you can manage Xia Mingru. Don't come to my trouble. It's best to pretend you don't know me. Good. I'll explain Ro well. In fact, Xia Jiming didn't want Yi Tong to come. After all, he would definitely meet up with Ro. At that time, in case the scene was uncontrollable, the one who would be disgraced would be himself. It was only after Xia Guosheng gave the order that Yi Tong must attend, and that he must draw closer to Yi Tong, that Xia Jiming reluctantly called Yi Tong. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tong made a video call to Sophie. Sister Fei, why can't you figure it out again? Going to Xia Jiming's birthday banquet? Hearing Yi Tong mention this, Sophie had a lifeless look on her face. What can I do? This birthday invitation was sent to my dad by Xia Guosheng a week ago, hoping that I could attend, so I can't refuse it. That is to say, you received the invitation a week ago, and I only just found out about it? It seems that this Xia Jiming still hasn't grown a memory. I also didn't know that the Xia family would invite you, and I didn't think that you would even want to go so I didn't tell you about it for fear that you would be upset if you heard it. I only agreed because Xia Jiming said you would also go. I said, could it be that they have something else planned? Yi Tong shrugged indifferently. I'm not afraid. As long as they're not afraid to lose face in front of the guests, don't mess with me. I believe in your ability. Then let's go pick out a dress this afternoon. Although this birthday banquet is not a big one, but the minimum etiquette is also necessary. Yi Tong hung up the phone and stretched a big lazy waist, then let Xiao Tao help herself with the match. Seeing Xiao Tao picking out the clothes very carefully, Yi Tong was suddenly a little curious. Little Peach, do you know how to do banquet makeup? Hearing Yi Tong inquire, Xiao Tao smiled somewhat awkwardly. Miss, I am not very good at it. It wouldn't be called banquet makeup at the time of learning. Yi Tong nodded, thinking that in the future, when there is an opportunity, he must let Xiao Tao go to learn banquet makeup, not for anything else. The key is to save money. Once can save hundreds of thousands of it. By the time the two agreed on a time, unlike usual, Sophie would choose her own mall. This time she chose Oriental's in Tiandi. Why didn't you go to your family's mall? When it comes to dresses, it's still Oriental's in Tiandi that has the most categories, so usually when buying a dress, everyone will prefer Oriental's in Tiandi's. When the two of them walked into the mall, all the SAs stared closely at the two of them. After all, Yi Tong hadn't come here to spend money for a long time. Everyone was looking forward to this god of wealth coming to patronize their stores, because Oriental's in Tiandi was the most famous for its dresses. There were scattered on every floor. The first and second floors were for women's dresses, and the third and fourth floors were for men's dresses. The two of them strolled through the first floor and each picked out a gown, but because the gowns were so good looking, both of them coincidentally thought that they were not worthy of this banquet, so they came back to the second floor, wanting to pick an ordinary one. Just as they walked into a store, they heard a familiar voice inside. Tong, the enemy is narrow. Your sister, don't curse, I don't have a sister. The person inside heard the voice and looked towards the door. Seeing that the person speaking was Yi Tong, Yushuya and Xia Mingru looked different. Yi Tong, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't see the two and walked straight into the store to select a dress. Xia Mingru, obviously because of the last conflict long memory, some fear shrink behind Yushuya. Yushuya, on the other hand, looked at Yi Tong with an angry face as he walked towards himself, waiting for Yi Tong to greet him, but never expected that Yi Tong simply didn't even look at the two of them and directly brushed past them. Yi Tong, where are your manners? How dare you not greet elders when you see them? Elder, do I know you? Yi Tong was a bit surprised and turned back to look at Yushuya. Sister, this is Mama. Xia Mingru weakly hides behind Yushuya and voices out. I know, she is your mom, but you are also mom's daughter. Yi Tong looked at Yushuya, who never gave herself a good face from the beginning to the end and never claimed to be her mother. Yi Tong then couldn't help but frown. Miss Xia, you've got it wrong. Tong's surname is Yi. Your surname is Xia. How could Tong be the daughter of the Xia family? Seeing Su Fei open her mouth, Xia Mingru didn't know how to explain. Fearing that she said the wrong thing, she could only look at Yushuya pitifully. Miss Su doesn't know. Yi Tong is the lost daughter of our Xia family, and was also recognized not long ago. Facing Su Fei, Yushuya was much kinder. Recognized back? I don't think so, right? How come I didn't know about this news? And Tong didn't change her surname to Xia. Chapter 67 Savage Mother and Daughter. Miss Su do not know. We have been wanting to pick up Yi Tong home, only this child is very savage. Have to drive Ro out of the Xia family before they are willing to come back. Ro after all, is the child we have raised from childhood to adulthood, the same as our own daughter, is no different. Isn't this kind of request too unreasonable? That's why he has been standing still and refusing to come home. Sophie nodded thoughtfully. I think there is nothing wrong with what Tong said. When the real Qianjin has returned home, the fake Qianjin will have to give way. If it were me, I would have demanded the same. There is nothing wrong with it. Looking at the mother-daughter duo's face, green for a while and white for a while, Yi Tong understood the feeling of having a mouth substitute. Just one word. Cool. Miss Sue. If you say this, if it spreads out, others are afraid to think that you are a petulant and capricious without empathy. In the future, I'm afraid that no one will dare to marry you. If it wasn't for Xining's fondness, even if your family is one of the 4 great families of Huadu, I wouldn't be able to look at it. In the future you should learn to be meek and respectful. Hearing Yu Shuya's anticlimactic statement, not only Su Fei, even Yi Tong was stunned with rounded eyes. This is not even the first step of the 8 characters, and you're setting up a mother-in-law's payment? Tong, I think there's something dirty here. Let's go to another house. Yu Shuya's face changed when she saw Su Fei say she was dirty. After all, the Xia family still needed Su's project. Although Yu Shuya didn't know anything about shopping malls, she still had a sense of proportion. It was just that she was still upset by Sophie saying this, so she turned her anger onto Yi Tong. Tomorrow at your brother's birthday banquet, follow us to receive the guests properly. Dress plainly, otherwise it's not convenient to walk around. Don't make a joke for our Xia family. If you behave decently, your father will re-explain the situation to the clan and add your name to the family tree. Yi Tong sniffed and really hated that she was deaf, so as not to be blown out of her third view by such remarks. Auntie, I call you auntie. This is already my greatest courtesy. I remember saying many times that I won't go back to the Xia family. Why can't you guys just understand? No, I go back to invoke your anger is not good? Are you all so fond of looking for anger? Seeing Yi Tong repeatedly contradicting herself, Yu Shuya couldn't help but want to rush forward to teach Yi Tong a lesson, but was stopped by Xia Mingru. Xia Mingru aggrievely walked to Yi Tong and bowed at him. Last time, I was meeting my sister for the first time. I said something I shouldn't have said to make my sister angry. I apologize to my sister. My sister can be angry with me, but she can't disown my parents. I can agree to all the requests made by elder sister. I am also an adult and able to be independent. As long as elder sister is willing to go home, I can move out of the Xia family today. Ro, you haven't left my side since you were a child. How can I let you go? Yu Shuya was very distressed when she heard Xia Mingru's words, and her eyes grew more and more disgusted as she looked at Yi Tong. Xia Mingru softly looked at Yu Shuya. Sister Sophie is right. The real daughter has come back. This adopted daughter of mine should leave. I only hope that sister can take care of mom for me. Mom, she has asthma and is allergic to milk. Any dairy product with milk in it can't be eaten. After saying that, Xia Mingru then bowed at Yi Tong with tears in her eyes. If Yi Tong didn't say anything, Xia Mingru wouldn't get up. Yi Tong was a bit helpless. He had said the words to kick Xia Mingru out at that time in order to refuse to go back to the Xia family. Now even though he had made it clear that he would not go back no matter what, they were still dragging this matter on and not letting go. Is this their intention to nail themselves to the pillar of shame? Yi Tong was just about to speak when she was tugged by Sophie's sleeve. Yi Tong looked up and realized that at some point, there were already a lot of gourmets gathered nearby. Yi Tong jolted awake, then looked at Xia Mingru, who bowed towards him, with an unfavorable expression. Although he had only met Xia Mingru twice, and Xia Mingru had only said some green tea quotes, Yi Tong didn't feel that Xia Mingru had much hostility towards him. However, because of this, Yi Tong was unknowingly placed in a spiteful and rude role by Xia Mingru on both occasions, and on this occasion, he attracted onlookers. This made it hard for Yi Tong not to suspect if this was all calculated by Xia Mingru. First letting others take the lead, letting the surrounding hear the commotion onlookers, and only then stepping out herself to play the role of a bullied weakling, letting herself be placed in the public opinion. Sure enough, the half-knowing passers-by, seeing Xia Mingru so earnestly look, have expressed heartache. Adopted daughters are also held in the heart and cared for, is the same as a real daughter. How can you drive people away as soon as you come back? The number of people who say such things is increasing. Yi Tong laughed coldly and looked at Xia Mingru in front of her with cold eyes. I'm a biological daughter who doesn't want to go home. You're an adopted daughter who is at risk of being kicked out. How can you be so uptight about letting me go back? So anxious to sweep yourself out of the door? Or is it that you are trying to use this matter to make me be loathed by my biological parents and make it more difficult for me to recognize my ancestors? Hearing Yi Tong's words, Xia Mingru's body shook violently, then slowly straightened up and looked at Yi Tong. I didn't. It was you, sister, who said that it was okay to want you to come back, but you had to let me leave home, and that there could only be one daughter in the family. You. So knowing that the consequences are like this, you still want to do this. Should I praise you for being filial and selfless? Hearing this, Sophie also chimed in. Indeed, if I were Xia Mingru, I would definitely not want you to come back. Knowing that you hate me, how could I sacrifice myself to fulfill your family? I'm stupid. Sure enough, hearing Sophie's words, the passers-by also looked at Xia Mingru with unbelievable eyes. Seeing that Xia Mingru was covered in designer labels, she must have been adopted by a wealthy family, and if she was kicked out, her standard of living would fall by the wayside. In this kind of situation, there were really few people who could be so selfless. Yiton looked at Xiaoming Ro and shook his head. And, I remember saying more than once that I won't kick you out of the Xia family, and I won't return to the Xia family, and that my life is just fine right now. But you guys don't seem to understand my words, and being so aggressive like this makes it hard for me not to wonder if you guys have other intentions. I won't go and ruin your cozy atmosphere, and you guys don't come and harass me, so that we can still get along decently. After saying that, Yitong pulled Sophie out of the crowd. When they passed by the passers-by, some of them began to speculate. You guys say, could it be that a sibling in the family is sick and waiting to find their own daughter to save their life? If so, I won't go. Yitong didn't care what the passers-by thought, just crush Xiaoming Ro's trick anyway. It's just that if you thought Yitong was just going to do that, it was even more unlikely. Yitong directly called Gu Siming. Mr. Gu is not strict, obviously has been banned from entering the Oriental Xintiandi shopping people, but still can come in disgusting people. It is difficult to not Mr. Gu you face punishment behind the back tolerance? Gu Siming was confused by Yitong's words. Hanging up the phone, he sent someone to find out what had happened. Not a moment later, the assistant came back and told Gu Siming what had just happened at Oriental Xintiandi. Gu Siming helplessly held his forehead. Call security and kick this mother and daughter out. A few minutes later, Xiaoming Ro had just come out of the fitting room when she saw the security guards who had long been waiting outside the door. Two of you are sorry. You are our mall's blacklisted customers. You have repeatedly gathered crowds to cause trouble, and you also have a credit amount of up to $1 million in the mall. Please go with us to the finance to settle your accounts, and then please leave the mall. The security guards threw their voices, all of them loud and clear, not to mention the customers inside the store. Even those outside the store could hear them clearly. It was only when the two were taken away that passers-by, who had just been watching the action, came to their senses. I just thought they were pitiful, and felt that the pro-daughter was overdoing it. Now it seems that I really want to slap myself. Luckily that girl didn't go home, and the shopping is still on credit. Who knows what kind of bottomless pit this family is. Chapter 68. I'm a vindictive person. Yitong and Sophie were standing on the third floor, opposite of that dress store, and saw clearly what had just happened inside the store. I still say it, why don't you have a seizure in the moment? If it were me, I would have thrown a slap over. So you like to shade people behind their backs. So ruthless. Yitong blankly glanced at Sophie. I also want to directly take out my anger, but at that time, that mother and daughter directly put me in the perspective of a bad guy. If I didn't hold back and move my hand, then wouldn't I be a real bad guy? But you want me to let them go. That will not be possible. I am vindictive. Looking at Yitong's triumphant look, Sophie pretended to tremble like she was afraid. Then after you drive them away. You can't drive me away yo. Yitong blankly glanced at the shifty Sophie. Let's go. We haven't picked out tomorrow's banquet dress yet. Let's go on and pick it out. No way. You still have to go? Aren't you afraid that they'll give you small shoes and embarrass you in front of the guests? Yitong snorted coldly. Embarrass me? It's not certain who will embarrass who when the time comes. Hearing Yitong's words, Sophie instantly became excited. Originally, I was feeling bombed out and wasn't going to go tomorrow, but if you say so, then I'm going to go and take a look. The two of them browsed through several stores before buying a dress suitable for tomorrow. Simple and atmospheric. The kind that wouldn't stand out from the crowd even if they walked into it. It gave face to the main family, but also made people feel less valued. After all, the two people also have status. Can not wear too simple, then they will really become a joke. The 1 million task was easily completed, but only 3 dresses were bought. Listening to Sophie say, this buy is still only entry-level dresses. Those high-fashion design models, hundreds of millions are possible. The key is, people still don't necessarily sell them, usually just rent them out. Just return to the villa. The system's task prompts will ring at the same time. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 6 times the rebate of 6 million yen. 6 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional award of wealth points 2 points. Now the wealth points accumulated 15 points. Please pay attention to check receipt. After tomorrow's update, the Points Exchange Mall will be updated with new goods. Welcome the host to exchange. In addition, in view of the host to complete the task well, from next week onwards the wake-up call service will be delayed by 1 hour, changed to 7 a.m. every day. Yitong sat on his butt on the sofa, somewhat speechless. I thank you hard to hold back a pile of big. I am the person who lacks that 1 hour? Can't you give some direct favorable upgrades? The system receives the desire of the host. Starting next week, the task can accumulate 2 days of tasks together. What does that mean? That is to say, if today's task is not completed, it can be postponed to the next day and completed together with the next day's task, right? Yes, but if it was not completed the day before, Then it must be accumulated and completed together with the next day's quest, otherwise it will be judged as a quest failure. Yi Tong mentally compared an OK gesture. This was indeed a very useful rule now. The next day, Yi Tong had a rare chance to sleep until noon before getting up, and just as he walked out of the bedroom door, Ning Xia rushed to Yi Tong before pulling him into the study. Yi Tong was a bit confused. No, I just woke up. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I'm a bit hungry. You could at least let me eat something. No big deal. Ning Xia was not moved in the slightest, just twisted her head and shouted downstairs, Sister Yuan, bring some pastries up. Then Ning Xia reported for a full hour, until Yuan Xian came to shout for the two to eat for the third time. Only then did Ning Xia let Yi Tong go to the restaurant. Before leaving, Yi Tong still didn't forget to pluck out Ning Xia. If you don't let the boss eat, I'll dock your pay. Miss, you've already paid your salary for 10 years. After eating, Yi Tong realized that Lu Wenwen, who had been following her around before, had disappeared. Where is Lu Wenwen? Miss, I've already returned. So Wenwen went back to the company. Let her assist you as well. In the future this kind of business trip will become more and more frequent. Ning Xia also did worry a bit about her absence. In case Miss was going to talk about cooperation, no one would be able to assist. You don't have to worry about the salary issue. It will be paid at 80% of your salary. Okay Miss, I'll go make arrangements. Xia Ziming's birthday banquet. It was 7 p.m. Because of the lack of attention, Yi Tong even let Xiao Tao do the makeup by hand. Right after finishing the makeup, Sophie's phone called, telling Yi Tong that she was already waiting at the entrance of the $1 Million Manor. The two of them met at the entrance. Sophie got down from her car, sat in Yi Tong's car, and went to the banquet together. Tong, what gift did you pick? Sleeve pin. Ha ha, so perfunctory? Because he doesn't deserve it. Sophie nodded. That's true. What did you send? I didn't prepare it, because Xia Jiming said that he didn't need me to send a gift, and that me being able to go to his birthday banquet was already the best gift, although it's very mealy-mouthed. But I obeyed so I didn't prepare a gift. Yi Tong pursed her lips when she heard this. This is not only obedient, but also very cheeky. The two came to the Xia family villa. This is still the first time Yi Tong came to the Xia family's villa, everywhere filled with the flavor of the Tycoon. Fearful that others would not know that they were the new nobles of the luxurious family. This villa was purchased by the Xia family only at the beginning of this year, saying that it was to celebrate the listing of Xia's. The relocation ceremony was still a big deal at that time. Yi Tong sighed. Not low-key at all. Hearing low profile from Yi Tong's mouth, Sophie was a bit speechless. In terms of high profile, who can compare to you? Xia Jiming saw Su Fei from afar, very attentive to leave the guests behind and ran to greet Su Fei, only to see Yi Tong standing beside Su Fei. The arc of his mouth instantly collapsed. Chapter 69, then I'll go? Seeing Xia Jiming's 180-degree face change, Yi Tong expressed his displeasure. Why is little Mr. Xia with this expression? Wasn't it you who invited me here? Seeing that I came and you're not happy, then I'll just leave. After saying that, Yi Tong turned around and walked out. Sophie also hurriedly chased after him. I'll go with you. Seeing that Sophie was also going to leave, only then did Xia Jiming rush to stop Yi Tong. The smile on his face was very stiff. How could it be unwelcome? I've reserved the quietest seat for you guys. I'll take you there. Yi Tong bristled, still following behind Xia Jiming. Sophie, on the other hand, was desperately trying to hold back her laughter. The two of them sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the hall, and Xia Jiming arranged for the servants to bring in champagne food, and also left the servants to serve at the side. Only then did he glance fondly at Sophie before getting up to entertain the guests. It was just that Xia Jiming had just left not a moment before Yushuya walked over. Why are you sitting here? Although Yi Tong was his own daughter, but how Yushuya looked at Yi Tong was not favorable. His daughter should be like Ro, gentle and kind, not aggressive and full of thorns like Yi Tong. Mrs. Xia. If I don't sit here, then where should I be? Yi Tong calmly looked at Yushuya, seeing Yi Tong address herself as madam instead of mother, and while she is still standing, Yi Tong is sitting and talking to herself. Yushuya hates this biological daughter more and more. Why is it that Zuozui is not her own biological daughter? Your brother has a birthday. Shouldn't you help your brother to greet the guests? Look at Ro, and look at you. Where is the appearance that 1,000 gold should have? Yi Tong turned slightly sideways and looked towards the doorway like a socialite, smiling and talking to the guests. Yi Tong eeped, then shook her head. I'm an orphan, originally not 1,000 gold. Naturally I don't know how 1,000 gold should be. And, how many times do I have to say it? I don't have any relationship with your Xia family. The fact that I came to the birthday banquet is entirely because your son forced me to come. You think I wanna come? Hearing Yi Tong's words, Yushuya only felt her blood rushing up, but because there were so many guests, Yushuya couldn't afford to snap. Anyway, you have to come with me now to receive the guests. There aren't enough maids in the villa. You have to fill in. Yi Tong raised his eyebrows, so he wanted to make himself a maid. Yi Tong put down the champagne in her hand, then got up and straightened her clothes. Alright, I'll go with you. Seeing Yi Tong compromise, Sophie hurriedly tried to stop Yi Tong, but was pressed down by Yi Tong. Fei, just sit here and rest. Then Yi Tong made a wink at Su Fei, and Su Fei understood, then looked at Yushuya with great sympathy. It was just that Yushuya didn't know how much trouble she was about to cause for the Xia family, saying that she wanted Yi Tong to entertain the guests. She was actually asking Yi Tong to act as a waiter and help serve the drinks. Yushuya was worried that Yi Tong would run around, so she had Yi Tong follow her with the drinks. You follow closely. In a moment I'll give you a wink and you'll go up and serve the drinks. Got it? Yi Tong nodded. Don't worry, ma'am. On the other side, Xia Mingro had just greeted the guests when she saw Yi Tong, who had her head lowered, carrying a wine tray and following Yushuya. Xia Mingro hooked the corner of her mouth, then walked towards Yi Tong. Sister, you are the true daughter of the Xia family. How can you do this kind of work? It's better for me to do it. Saying this, Xia Mingro stretched out her slender arm and was about to pick up the wine tray. Before Yi Tong could react, Yushuya reached out and stopped Xia Mingro. Ro, you're pampered. How can I let you do this kind of work? It's better to let your sister do it. After you're done, go to the bedroom and rest. Originally, Xia Mingro's purpose was obvious. That is, she wanted to intentionally touch over the wine when receiving the wine tray, so that Yi Tong would make a fool of himself. However, she was stopped by Yushuya, and although she knew that Yushuya was also trying to dabble with Yi Tong, Xia Mingru was still a bit unwilling. Yi Tong had embarrassed herself so many times. Xia Mingru really wanted to see Yi Tong turn into a soupy chicken. Yi Tong, on the other hand, pretended as if he didn't see Xia Mingru's mind, following Yushuya's words down. Yes, your thin arms and legs, wear and move. I'll do it. Yushuya was a little surprised that Yi Tong would be so obedient, but she just gave Yi Tong a puzzled look and didn't say anything. When Yi Tong left from Xia Mingro's side, Xia Mingro still wanted to step on Yi Tong's skirt, but unfortunately, Yi Tong's skirt was only up to her ankles, and Xia Mingro's framing plan failed again. Xia Mingru was a bit furious and watched Yi Tong leave, but Xia Mingru believed that Yushuya would not let go of Yi Tong, and her heart was still a bit more comfortable. Yushuya led Yi Tong to an obese middle-aged man. This man was full of horizontal meat, and already looked very greasy, plus he looked at Yi Tong's lewd eyes. More let Yi Tong concluded that this is not a good person. It seemed that Yushuya wanted to use this man to embarrass herself. Yushuya exchanged a few pleasantries with the man and then made a wink at Yi Tong, who nodded his head and walked towards the man with the wine in his hand. Then looking at the right moment, his feet stumbled, and all of the wine spilled impartially all over the greasy man and Yushuya. Yushuya was coldly splashed with wine and didn't control herself, instantly letting out a piercing scream. Ah, how did you serve wine, you stinky girl? The people in the hall heard Yushuya's voice and all looked over in that direction. Seeing that it wasn't the same as what she had tried to think, Xia Mingro also rushed over and took out a handkerchief to help Yushuya wipe the wine from her face. Yi Tong, on the other hand, was very panicked and bowed to apologize to Yushuya, but it's better if she doesn't apologize. As soon as she apologizes, the expression on Yushuya's face becomes even more difficult to see. Mom, I'm sorry, I've been living in an orphanage before I found you guys. I've never worn such good clothes, not to mention I don't know any etiquette rules. Just now I didn't stand still because I was too nervous. Sister, you help me to talk to Mama. Xia Mingro was a little alarmed when she saw Yi Tong calling her sister in front of everyone. Seeing that Yushuya and Xia Mingro didn't say anything and didn't stop themselves, Yi Tong hurriedly bowed at the man again. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm the real daughter that the Xia family just got back, because I don't know the rules of etiquette, so I just learned it from my mom's side. I blame it on me being too stupid. I'm really sorry. After saying that, Yi Tong then looked aggressively at Yushuya, who had frozen. It seems that mom is because I'm too stupid and only get into trouble. That's why she refuses to disclose my identity to the public. But it's good that my sister doesn't have to worry about me stealing the position of the Xia family's daughter-in-law. If what Yi Tong said just now was still just vague, then what came after was completely making his identity clear. So it's the Xia family's own daughter. How come I've never heard about it from Mr. Xia? Yes, some time ago I also asked old Xia, has the real daughter been found yet? He still had a lost face and said he hasn't found it yet. Yushuya was now neither admitting it nor denying it. Originally, the Xia family did not want to publicize Yi Tong's identity, but just wanted to quietly pick up Yi Tong. It just so happens that Yi Tong has also been refusing to return to the Xia family, and naturally won't publicize his identity, which is why the Xia family dared to repeatedly put pressure on Yi Tong. I didn't expect Yi Tong to dare to make his identity public in front of everyone, directly catching the mother and daughter off guard. Xia Guoxing's father and son, who had discovered the abnormality over here, had just walked over when they saw the crowd looking at them with strange eyes. Congratulations, Mr. Xia. Chapter 70, if you don't say it, then I'll do it. Xia Guosheng was a little confused by the man's congratulations. People automatically made a way for the father and son to walk into the center of the incident. Xia Guosheng looked to see the two of them, Yu Shuya and Xia Mingruo, hugging each other in shock, while Yu Shuya was in a sorry state with a large portion of her clothes wet. What's going on here? Seeing Xia Guosheng come, Yu Shuya instantly had a backbone and immediately ran to Xia Guosheng to complain. Hubby, you're finally here. It's all because of this girl. I brought her to teach her how to receive guests, but this girl clumsily spilled wine all over me. Hearing Yu Shuya's words, Xia Guosheng frowned and looked at Yi Tong. Dad, I was wrong. I know. I don't deserve to be the daughter of the Xia family. I will leave the Xia family. Yi Tong suddenly opened her mouth, blocking Xia Guosheng's words of reprimand. It was Xia Jiming who was the first to react. What are you babbling about? In front of so many guests. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Tong, on the other hand, sniffed with a hurt expression. Brother, do you think I've embarrassed you? Who is your brother? Xia Jiming was afraid that Yi Tong would mess up this banquet. After all, the birthday banquet of a luxurious family was not only a celebration of the birthday, but also a bond to maintain cooperation. Seeing Xia Jiming's denial, Yi Tong incredulously took a few steps backward, then looked at the four people with disappointment. Brother, you were the one who came to me in the first place, looking for me to do a paternity test. That test is still sitting at my place. Then you guys repeatedly tried to pick me up and take me home, yet you refused to disclose my identity. I thought that it was because you guys weren't ready yet, and wanted to surprise me, but it seems like it wasn't the case now. You guys don't even dare to admit it. You don't really want to recognize me at all. Then don't come looking for me in the future. After saying that, Yi Tong cried and ran out of the villa. Seeing Yi Tong retreating, Sophie knew it was time for her to go on. Su Fei directly rushed to Xia Jiming and gave him a resounding slap without saying a word. Little Mr. Xia, I really misjudged you. Last time I brought Tong Tong to meet with you, you said that Tong Tong was just a poor student subsidized by your Xia family, and Tong Tong even helped you to cover it up at that time, but later on, I realized that Tong Tong was the real daughter of your Xia family. Now just because Tong Tong broke into trouble, you have denied that she is your sister. You really let me down too much. I will tell my father about this matter. Cancel the marriage between our two families, and you should not appear in front of me again in the future. After saying that, Sophie also ran out of the villa, and just after leaving the gate, she saw that Yi Tong had already driven the car to the door. When the car drove away from the villa, the two of them looked at each other, then coincidentally burst out laughing. Tong Tong, didn't see it, you still have a green tea talent. Yi Tong skimmed her mouth in disgust. If it wasn't for their bullying, I wouldn't be like this. Annoying as hell. That's right, obviously just let the two of us sit quietly can be. On the contrary, want to come over to pick a fight? Asking for trouble cannot stop But Yi Tong looked at Sophie with a bad smile. Who says it's okay if you don't come and mess with me? Su Fei suddenly realized, then looked at Yi Tong with the expression that it really must still be you. Because of the evening's events, both of them left from the banquet without having enough to eat, so Yi Tong took Sophie to change a set of clothes, then came to the pedestrian street. This street, is Yi Tong is still a laborer, often come to the place, because the snacks of the stores on both sides of the cheap and tasty, can not only quench the craving, but also will not spend overspending. Sophie got out of the car, looked at the huge variety of food on both sides, and sighed with emotion. Finally, we're here to eat again. If you don't tell me, I've forgotten when the last time I came was. Sophie wasn't the stereotypical impression of a rich and powerful daughter. High-class places also went to, and affordable places weren't too bad either. The two of them shopped and ate for 2 hours, until they had to walk and help each other, before they were willing to go home. Sitting in the car, Yi Tong looked at the neon lights outside the window, suddenly a little lonely. Before, she didn't expect to find her real parents, because she was already used to being abandoned and being alone. So when she learned that her parents were still rich, Yi Tong was even more revolted. That revulsion was not hatred of the rich, but a sobering realization of herself. The rich family's daughter is not so good to be, not to mention that he has never been in contact with the rich family, and when the time comes, he does not even know how he will be used. So the best way, is not to go back, just know who his real parents are enough. When he learned that his biological parents came to find himself with other plans, Yi Tong didn't even feel anything, and even felt that it was normal. However, when the family of 4, all of whom had just denied their existence, Yi Tong felt some heartache. It was clearly their own home, and although they seemed to keep their place, they never wanted to accept themselves. Yi Tong sighed and turned his sight back to directly in front of him. There was no need to be sad for someone with this kind of character. What Yi Tong should be more sad about was how she could be the daughter of such a person. Hopefully, After this time, the Xia family would leave themselves alone. After all, tonight's incident should be enough for them to calm down for a while. Good morning, honorable host. The divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete the consumption 10 million yen. 10 million. The task reward, unlocked after the completion of the task. Yitong leaned against the bed with a speechless face, waiting for the system to finish releasing the task. Looking at the time, the system, as promised, delayed the wake-up service to 7 o'clock, but barring that, she still woke up at 6 a.m. Originally, she thought of going back to sleep, but in her heart, she was always worried that before she slept for more than a while, the system would suddenly pop up and announce the mission, and then wake herself up. So Yitong tossed and turned for half an hour, and simply got up and waited for the system. Host, the biological clock is a natural rhythmic regulation system within the organism. With the regularity of waking up and sleeping time will be gradually adjusted. You were used to waking up at 6 a.m. before, that's why you woke up automatically without anyone waking you up, and so on to adapt to another 3 to 7 days. You will be able to get used to the new biological clock. Chapter 71 Sophie went bankrupt? Yitong listened to the system's explanation with a black face. I want you to say? I still don't know? It's just that it still needs to adapt for 3 to 7 days. Thinking about it is a torture. Helpless, Yitong could only get up with his head hanging down. Yitong ate his breakfast while listening to Ning Xia's morning report on his work. Ning Xia had operated the foundation very well, and now there were already quite a few people applying for the fund. But of course there were some in there who had lied about the truth and swindled the fund. Yitong nodded at his words. This kind of people must be paid attention to. The money in the foundation is to be given to those who really need help. I believe that you can handle it. By the way, is Lu Wenwen willing to come and assist you? Willing, Wenwen will handle the work at hand and come over today. That's good. After all, you are a partner of the company. With Lu Wenwen coming, you can still take care of the company's operations. Ning Xia heard Yitong care about herself, then smiled somewhat shyly. Actually, it's okay. This company is opened by me and my boyfriend together. He is very good at operation and management. I am relieved to have him. We made an appointment. We will get married when we earn enough money to buy a house in Huadu. Okay, no more talking. Yitong made a shushing gesture at Ning Xia. Eating dog food early in the morning was really filling. Then Yitong went upstairs to sunbathe with a sad face. Sister Yuan, did I say something wrong? Yuan Xinyan smiled. It's fine. It should be that Miss is full. Why don't you help me send this plate of fruit upstairs to Miss? Ning Xia took the fruit plate before she violently remembered something. Right, the amount inside the foundation is almost at the alert line. I have to go ask the lady for money. Ning Xia then ran upstairs with the fruit plate. Yuan Xinyan looked at Ning Xia's anxious and roaring back and was a bit speechless. How could anyone ask someone for money early in the morning? Of course, Ning Xia naturally knew this. So after getting Yitong's permission to enter the door, Ning Xia were carefully observing Yitong's face. Miss, the initial account opening fund of the foundation is 5 million. This 5 million is the capital to let the foundation exist. Normally it can't be touched. You later transferred 9 million to the foundation, and handled the procedure of repairing the road in Yao village to pay 1 million deposit. Recently the number of people applying for the foundation has gradually increased, more than a few hundred thousand, less than a few thousand, so the foundation has already spent quite a lot. While listening to Ning Xia's stuttering report, Yitong took out his cell phone and directly transferred 10 million into the foundation account. Yitong then showed the transfer interface to Ning Xia. I transferred 10 million into the account first. If it's not enough then tell me. Ning Xia saw that Yitong did not have any impatience at all, and his entire body froze. He had worked in a foundation, and although many foundations were created by the rich only cared about creating them. As for the foundation's relief funds, they all relied on the people's donations. In this way, for the rich people, the name was also there, and the money didn't have to come out of their own pockets. But from the time Yitong had allowed himself to take over the foundation, Yitong had never said that he wanted to open up fundraising. Ning Xia wondered if Yitong didn't know that he could still fundraise, so he opened his mouth to propose that he could open up fundraising channels, in which case the financial pressure would also be less. Unexpectedly, Yitong waved his hand. Is it hard to believe that you can spend the $10 million in one day? Ning Xia hastily shook her head. The highest amount the foundation has allocated in a day so far is 1.5 million. That's not it. I can still afford it now. When I can't afford it later, I'll open a fundraiser. Ning Xia sniffed and bowed at Yitong. Alright, just do as the young lady says. I'm going to work. Ning Xia had just closed the door behind her when the system's quest prompt went off. Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 3x rebate 30 million yuan. 30 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully. and an additional reward of 3 points of wealth points. The current accumulation of wealth points is 18 points. Please pay attention to check. New points exchange commodities are now online. The host can exchange them at will. Hearing the system's reminder, Yi-tong remembered the points mall. Right, oh, updated with new commodities, then she would like to see what's there. Ping and Road Shopping Street operation rights. A random piece of land. A random real estate, except for land. Lampshade seeds. Limited edition supercar. Yi-tong fell into deep thought as she looked at the items that she couldn't afford to redeem a single one. The cheapest cordgrass needs 20 points. Not to mention what random land. That is simply the price of heaven. Yi-tong turned off the mall. Anyway, now he cannot use one. Later slowly exchange it. Ding ding ding. Yi-tong had just closed his eyes and was ready to recuperate when his cell phone rang. Tong Tong. I'm broke. Sophie cried and complained at Yi-tong. It turned out that because the stock market was all the way in the green, Sophie invested into the stock market inside the money lost a big half. Then you don't hurry to sell off. Be careful, in the end there is nothing left at all. But I'm losing too much by selling now. What if he's just making tactical adjustments? Yikes. It fell again. I lost another $500,000. TT. Yi-tong was speechless looking at Sophie. Counting now is considered to know. Those stockholders how to lose even pants are not left. Just for the stock market. Yi-tong is really do not understand at all. Yi-tong suddenly remembered. He seems to give back to Ningxia financial funds. Will not also lost in it. Yi-tong pacified Sophie for a while, and then pulled Ningxia into the video call as well. Fifi this is my assistant. She is a finance senior. You can ask his opinion. Ningxia, before I did not give you a few million financial management. Now the stock market is not good. How much have we lost? No loss, miss. I cashed out yesterday. Just not much profit. Only made 1 million. This money I put into your account yesterday. You did not receive it? Originally Yi-tong was trying to comfort Sophie, letting Sophie know that it was not only her who lost money. I didn't expect Ningxia didn't get what Yi-tong meant, and was still very excited to show off with Yi-tong how she was able to strategize and predict. As a result, Sophie was even more sad to know most of her assets are in the stock market, so a loss for her own part, indeed to go bankrupt. Then what do I do? Yi-tong could only let Ningxia give Sophie an idea, and also through Ningxia you caused trouble yourself. Deal with it yourself. Look, Ningxia was very difficult. After all, according to the current situation, the stock market could not warm up for a while, and could only stutter to give advice. Ms. Su, you'd better sell as early as possible. You can still lose less. Hearing what Ningxia said, Sophie howled out with a wow. After howling for a while, Sophie still obediently threw away all the stocks in her hands, or lowered the price before selling successfully. How much did you lose? Sophie huffed. 60 million. Yi-tong was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Although this money was a 9 cow and a hare for Su, but for Sophie personally, it was a big half of the assets shrinking. It was indeed quite a blow. Tong Tong, I'm broke. Can you help me earn money? Me? Yi-tong was a bit confused and pointed at herself. How is this still her business? Chapter 72, Cooperating to Open a Store. Ningxia gave Yi-tong a sympathetic look before silently hanging up the phone. Sophie choked while accusing Yi-tong of being biased. I'm your good sister. Even though you met Ming Chang first, but it was only a few faces with Ming Chang. But when Ming Chang was desperate, you took Ming Chang into business to make money. Do you know how jealous I am? Yi-tong froze and shook her head. But I know that Ming Chang needs help, so I understand. But I also need help now. TT. Seeing that Sophie was about to cry again, Yi-tong completely surrendered. Okay, it just so happens that I recently bought out a foreign niche brand of clothing, and thought about whether or not I could open a clothing store. But I don't know anything about this, and was thinking about discussing it with you. Hearing clothing, Sophie instantly came into the spirit. Clothing? I understand. My family's old business is to do shopping malls. I'm familiar with this job. Really? That's great. Yi-tong hurriedly acted like he was very excited. Then do you want to come to my place to look at this clothing? If it can make money, we will partner to open a store. Definitely okay. I'll go over right away. Seeing that Sophie was all out of just being lifeless, instead she was very excited. Wait a minute, did you plan this way a long time ago? You set me up. Sophie was weak for a moment, then admitted it. I did want to find a project to work with you a long time ago. It's not just losing money, it's just mentioning it in passing. The result is that you obviously have a project, but you don't tell me. You just want to make a fortune behind my back. In a muffled voice, Yi-tong blankly glanced at Sophie, then urged Sophie to hurry over. In fact, without Sophie's suggestion of doing business with herself, she would not have been able to remember the system rewarded clothing. At first, Yi-tong had thought about opening a store to sell clothes, but only because he was too lazy and didn't want to manage the store. Ningxia still had a lot of work on her hands, and really couldn't spare the energy to manage a clothing store. So Yi Tong gave up on this plan. Now it just so happened that Sophie was willing to manage it, so that would save the day. Yi Tong went so far as to take out a set of each style of clothing rewarded by the system and hung it on the hanger. Xiao Tao, who was helping to pack the clothes on the side, was still a little strange. The ladies' check room has always been packed by herself. How come she has never seen these clothes? New today? Didn't see anyone come to deliver. When the clothes were all hung up, Sophie also came, seeing dozens of styles that had never been seen on the market. Sophie's eyes lit up. Tong, these clothes can definitely lead the new fashion of Huadu celebrities. Trust me. Sophie's eyes didn't even move away from the clothing as she said these words. Tong, you've already acquired this brand, right? Will you still design new products? Yi Tong nodded her head. There will be 6 new models every month. Sophie carefully checked the details of each piece of clothing. The key of clothing is to keep updating. The rate of 6 new sets per month is not much, but it's enough. We can give away a batch of clothes before we open the store. To the circle of thousands of gold standing at the head of the fashion leader. To build up a word of mouth first. When the time comes, once the boutique opens, it will surely sweep through Huadu. It's just who do we find to do the publicity now? Sophie was looking down and thinking seriously. When she felt someone staring at her, she looked up and saw that it was Yi Tong. Why are you looking at me? Why do you need to find someone else to publicize? Can't you just do it? I've heard about it. Back then you led the fashion of the celebrity circle for 2 years, and at that time, from hairstyles to manicures, many people learned it. Sophie touched her cheeks in some embarrassment. If you think I can do it, then it's fine. It just so happens that Friday is Auntie Song's birthday. I'll wear this set of clothes to go. By the way, this is the invitation that Auntie Song asked me to pass on to you. People don't know your address, so they can only ask me to pass it on to you. Yi Tong took the invitation, somewhat speechless. Another birthday banquet? Sophie knew what Yi Tong was worried about. Don't worry, no one from the Xia family was invited. After yesterday's incident, now the circles are starting to question Xia's integrity. After all, who dares to do business with them if they don't even recognize their own daughter? So now they are in a state of anxiety. Where do they care about attending any birthday banquet? Hearing that there was no Xia family, Yi Tong was relieved. Let her slow down as well. Sophie picked out a few sets of clothes and was ready to go. I recently have to ask more of those little sisters. I have to come out and publicize with them. By then they will be our first batch of customers. I still have to choose a location for the store. I may not be able to shop with you in these few days, but I love you the most, believe me. Sophie fondly rushed at Yi Tong, comparing hearts. Yi Tong only felt goosebumps, hurriedly sent Sophie out of the villa. Yi Tong, who was lying on the terrace enjoying the sunbathing, greedily enjoyed the time when he didn't have to run around. After all, since binding the system, even the weekends might still be dominated by various banquets. It was hard to have a leisurely time. It was just that Yi Tong didn't expect that even at home, he still couldn't be leisurely. Suddenly the sound of an argument resounded outside the door, and Yi Tong took off his eyepiece to ask Peach what had happened. Peach shook her head. I don't know. I'll go out and take a look. Not long after, Xiao Tao, Yuan Xinyan, and a maid who looked no older than Xiao Tao walked in together. Seeing Yuan Xinyan's face full of anger, she was obviously infuriated by the maid. Sister Yuan, what's going on? Yuan Xinyan didn't say anything. She just grabbed the maid's wrist and rolled up the cuff, revealing the Cartier bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet, it looks a bit familiar. Miss, of course you look familiar. This is your bracelet. This girl stole it. Stealing is not a good thing. Yi Tong moved her gaze to that maid. I'll give you a chance to explain. Although I also have a Cartier bracelet, but it doesn't mean that you as a maid can't buy it. If you can take out a slip to prove that this bracelet is yours, I'll apologize to you on behalf of Sister Yuan and double this month's salary. Seeing that the maid kept her head down and didn't dare to look at Yi Tong had an answer in her heart. Miss, this is your bracelet. When I just found it, I didn't make a sound, and I was also worried about wrongly accusing someone, so I went to your check room to count your jewelry. Chapter 73 Home with a Thief. Xiao Tao came late. The clothes and accessories you purchased before she came. He may be a little unclear, but I have recorded all of them. Your jewelry is not only lost this bracelet, there are also 2 pairs of earrings, a silk scarf, and 3 rings. Yi Tong was a little surprised that they had only been here for a few days and had lost so many things. Yuan Xinyan did tell herself that the things in the check room would be counted once every Friday, and it was all counted by Yuan Xinyan herself. There was no abnormality last time. That means that so much was lost from Friday to today. If this was in a few more days, wouldn't the check room be emptied? All these, she took them alone? Yi Tong used to take them, already giving face to the maid, but the maid was not happy. It's me who took it. Who let miss your check room never locked? Why you can spend millions of dollars every day without any scruples to buy things for yourself? We do the job of serving people, but we can't even earn a fraction of what you do. So much jewelry, you can't wear it. Why can't you give it to us? Yi Tong had long known that in this society, there were quite a few people who hated the rich, so Yi Tong never treated them harshly just because they were servants. Even if she found that they were hiding in the utility room to play with cell phones in desert, as long as it did not affect the normal work, Yi Tong turned a blind eye. After all, in the past, when she was working, she would also occasionally touch the fish. It was because she herself had also worked as a laborer, so the wages given to the servants were 20% above the industry average. Together with the bonuses, the monthly income could also be around $20,000. But Yi Tong didn't count the greed of people in. People always want more, envious of people who have more. It's just that most people are kind-hearted and envious but not hateful, but some people don't think that way. He would only think, since you are so rich, what's wrong with spending some for me? Yi Tong sighed. That is to say, do you admit that the things that Sister Yuan just pointed out as missing were all taken by you? Since I was caught, I admit it. Yi Tong smiled helplessly. This person's shameless words were really invincible. Return the things you took to me. I'll let Sister Yuan settle your salary. Such a dishonorable thing. I won't say anything. You can still find a job at that time. I've sold it all. Hearing the maid say it was all sold, Yi Tong narrowed his eyes. What about the money from the sale? My brother is getting married and sent it home to my brother. Hearing what the maid said, Yi Tong's brows furrowed. Why did she smell a flavor of patriarchy plus the devil of supporting her brother? The maid took off the bracelet on her hand and handed it to Yi Tong. Because I like this bracelet so much, I only left it. I'll give it back to you. The rest can be deducted from my salary. Seeing that she was so righteous even after clearly making a mistake, Yuan Xin Yen couldn't help but to scold. Yi Tong, on the other hand, patted the back of Yuan Xin Yen's hand soothingly. This bracelet will be sent to you since you like it, but I don't keep those with unclean hands and feet, and I won't keep those who betray me. Sister Yuan, settle his salary according to normal. Let her go, and let Shinny watch him pack up his things. Yes, miss. Only after Yuan Xinyan and the maid left did Xiaotao doubtfully ask Yi Tong. Miss, she's stolen things and sold them for money. Why are you still paying her wages? Won't you let her pay for it? Xiaotao, do you have an older or younger brother? Xiaotao nodded uncertainly. Yes. Is your family patriarchal? Xiaotao thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, on the contrary, because my younger brother doesn't like to study. Mom and dad seem to value me a bit more. So you grew up in a family with a normal outlook on three things. While she was poisoned by the patriarchal mindset, reasoning doesn't make sense. Her outlook on three things is twisted. Instead of breaking bread with such a person, it would be better to settle it early and let her go early. I don't lack that anyway. Little Peach nodded at her words, then hurriedly raised three fingers. Miss, I swear, I definitely have not been unfaithful to Miss. Miss helped our village to build the road. I know it will cost several millions. Even if I don't want to be paid to do it for free for the rest of my life, I won't be able to pay it back. So I definitely won't betray Miss. This time is also my work error. The inventory of the check room has been me and Sister Yuan in charge. I am willing to take the responsibility. Yi Tong looked at Xiaotao's face that looked like she was ready to die, smiled and patted Xiaotao. This kind of thing can't be prevented. This is a wake-up call for me. The check room seems to need a security lock as well. At that time, the password and key will be given to you and Sister Yuan. At that time, if there is still a loss of things, I will take you two to be the one to ask. Good. The two were talking and laughing when Yuan Xinyan knocked on the door and came in. Miss, it's all taken care of. It's my negligence at work. I will strictly manage it in the future. I won't let this kind of thing happen again. In fact, I think it's very strange. This child wasn't like this before. Her work has always been very active. So just now, I asked her why she was stealing things. What did she say? She said, because their family applied for the fund you started, but it was rejected because of unqualified review. I didn't expect this girl to hold a grudge because of that, before she thought of stealing to make up for it. Yi Tong was a bit speechless, quite good at finding a remedy for herself. Yi Tong sent Ning Xia the maid's information, letting Ning Xia see why the application was not approved at that time. A few minutes later, Ning Xia called. Miss, I have a deep impression of this family. All three of their family members had applied for the fund on the grounds that their family members were seriously ill in bed and needed high medical expenses, and then when they were found to be a family by the reviewers, they felt that there was a problem, and when they wanted to send someone to their home to take a look at the family, they kept refusing, and then they found out by the reviewers that they were a family. Later on, they found their village committee and realized that their family only lived on the money earned by their daughter's part-time job, and the family was idle, so that's why they rejected their application. Hanging up the phone, Yi Tong and Yuan Xin and Xiaotao looked at each other and sighed in silent agreement. It was also really sad to be in such a family. Until the evening, Yi-tong lay on the bed and realized that there were so many things to do even if she stayed at home. She'd better go out from tomorrow. Honorable host, good morning. The divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host within 24 hours. Complete any consumption. Today there is no limit to the amount of consumption. The task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task. Yi-tong turned his cell phone off, then got up and walked into the bathroom to start washing up. That's right. Today Yi-tong still didn't reverse his biological clock. Yi-tong didn't ask the chef to prepare breakfast, because Yi-tong was determined to be outside from morning to night today. She just didn't believe it. Could this trouble still chase her? I heard that Cantonese morning tea is very famous. It just so happens that there is a new Cantonese tea restaurant in the center of the city, and it is said that it only opens this one in the morning. Want to eat? Although do not have to be like those VIP restaurant. Moving lets you recharge hundreds of W, but you have to be 1 to 2 days in advance. But you have to make a reservation 1 or 2 days in advance, and you must also arrive on time at the reserved time, or else the over number will be invalidated and you will have to queue up again. Accumulating 3 missed appointments. You will be blacklisted. Yi-tong was lucky and only made an appointment last night, but still managed to get an appointment. The appointment was at 8 a.m., so she had to hurry up and leave the house to avoid being late. But when Yi-tong sat in the car, he reacted. He obviously woke up at 6 o'clock. Why did he have to wait for the system to send out the task before washing up? Wasting an hour for nothing. Chapter 74, Teaching the Boss a Lesson. This caused Yi-tong, who was already a little less lucid, to shrivel up even more. Shinee drove the car to the place and turned around to see Yi-tong covered in black threads, then froze for a moment. That, miss, to the place. Yi-tong extremely slowly looked up at Shinee. His eyes were empty, even though the professionally trained Shinee, there was some coldness behind his back. No, miss won't be mutating, right? Arrived? Then let's get off the car. From getting off the bus to entering the restaurant, Yi-tong had been sighing. It wasn't until she sat down in her seat that Yi-tong slowed down a bit. Shinee was really a bit unable to watch, and could only whisper to remind Yi-tong. Miss, you can't be so downcast in the morning. It will lead to a loss of fortune. Shinee couldn't be considered a liar. After all, this was indeed unlucky. Sure enough, when Yi-tong heard this, she immediately straightened up, her eyes opening round. I seem to have heard of it too. No. Blah blah blah. Yi-tong gave himself a few slaps left and right. Of course, all gently. That fool would slap himself that hard. Seeing Yi-tong like this, Shinee and several people couldn't help but laugh. After such a long time of getting along, Yi-tong has long been treated as a friend and confidant of Shinee, except for going out to have business, or shopping and eating with friends. As long as there was only Yi-tong himself, Shinee and the others were all dining at the same table with Yi-tong. After the waiter brought up the tableware, he carefully rinsed all the tableware with boiling hot tea on the tableside dining cart next to the table. Only then did he set the tableware in front of Yi-tong. Only after the waiter responsible for setting the tableware left did Yi-tong nod his head in satisfaction. Washing the tableware with tea water before the meal is said to be a tradition of Cantonese-style tea houses. It's so good that we don't have to do it ourselves. People just wash it for us. Not long after, the steamed items Yi-tong ordered were sent up. Just by looking at the way Yi-tong ordered the steamed items, one could tell how casual Yi-tong was. 15 plates of emperor shrimp dumplings, 10 plates of hand-patted beef balls, 10 plates of steamed spare ribs, 20 plates of steamed phoenix claws with black bean sauce, 15 plates of steamed money belly, 10 plates of steamed cowboy bones with black pepper. Just the various steamed items alone can't be set up anymore. They all have to be plates stacked on top of each other. Do you think Yi-tong can eat a lot? Of course not. When he said that he was the king of big appetite before, it was because the amount of Western food was small, so he could eat many plates. As for these steamed items, Yi-tong could at most eat 20 or 30 plates, just 2 or 3 bites per plate. The rest, Shinee a few people can naturally clean up. After all, they are big men who are growing up. This point still can't be eaten? Shinee several people are also very strange. Mentioning money, their reaction is always light, but as soon as they see the rice, several people cannot control it. Yi-tong all suspected that they were caught by the system as laborers because they were too gluttonous. The steamed products just came up not even half an hour ago. It was swept away by several people. Helpless, Yi-tong could only scan the code in the order. Curry beef sticky rice chicken, fish dry steamed barbecue pork buns, dry fried beef river wonton noodles. Each type of intestinal noodles each 3 copies. Another large table altogether. Half an hour later, Shinee a few people put down chopsticks to say they are full. Simply look at this amount of food. Yi-tong somewhat embarrassed to ask a few people, is not in the villa has not eaten enough? Shinee shook his head. The ones who are full, it's just that in the face of better food, we can eat more. Yi-tong was somewhat speechless and bristled. This is afraid to have two stomachs. A breakfast. The crowd ate nonsense. Only ate $10,000. This is for the ordinary Canton-style tea house. The price has been doubled. But for in the Emerald Palace, can eat $1 million, has been extremely cheap. Although there is no limit to the amount of consumption is very easy. But instead, it makes Yi-Tong a little confused, do not know how to arrange the trip. Then, let's enjoy the life where someone pays the bill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi-Tong went to Ocean Park. For attractions, a lot of places that he could not afford to go before. Just a variety of cultural and creative products, bought a trunk. Enough to play the leaf child. Let Shani drive to the orphanage. We'll buy the cultural and creative souvenirs. Are given to the children of the orphanage. They were just like themselves. They could not enjoy the beautiful life outside. When Yi-Tong left, the children still grabbed Yi-Tong's hand, wanting Yi-Tong to play with them. Yi-Tong suddenly remembered that the system mission did not stipulate that the money had to be spent on himself. So isn't it okay to take the children out to play? Yi-Tong happily pulled the hook with the children. The older brothers and sisters inside the institution who are still going to school can't take a break during the week. In this case, I promise you that I will wait for the older brothers and sisters to take a break during the weekend and take you to the playground to play. Okay? Good. The children ran and jumped with excitement after hearing this, and only when the children were persuaded to go back, did the dean's mom come over with some concern. Tong, I'm very happy that you're earning money and making a fortune now, but I don't want the orphanage to turn into vampires lying on your back. You're their role model, and when they go out as adults, they'll also try to live and work hard, and that's enough. Yi-Tong smiled and shook his head. The orphanage is not a vampire, and the dean mom is not such a person. I just want to do my best. I want you and the teachers not to work so hard. Dean mom, if you need to recruit people, I'll pay for the salary. We have money now. Good, listen to you. Dean's mom's eyes flashed with tears when she heard Yi-Tong's words, but they didn't fall. When Yi-Tong was leaving, he also gave a packet of corduroy seeds to the dean. This plant is rare and beautiful. The flower buds that grow will look like lanterns when soaked in the nutrient solution. The flower beds in the courtyard have been empty for years. Decorate them, the kids will love it. Yi-Tong returned to the villa. Just as he entered the door, the system popped out. Reminder, as of 20 hours, the host has spent a total of 21,256 yuan. Is it the end of today's spending task? Yi-Tong froze. Even so, actually spent more than 20,000, and, given that today's spending has not reached the 50,000 amount, no rebate bonus will be rewarded. But the system remembers the host saving for the system, and hereby rewards 10 extra wealth points. And now the wealth points have accumulated to 28 points. Chapter 75. Can't you buy a house when you're so rich? 10 points? I can't believe that the reward is so much. This is worth much more than the rebate. After all, the system gives the rebate bonus. He didn't even spend much. Ding ding. Yi-Tong was about to call Sophie and ask how the location of the boutique was going, when he received a notice from the school about the start of the school year. When school started again, Yi-Tong would be a senior, and in the first semester of his senior year, classes would be scheduled from time to time. It could be one day, it could be half a day. Yi-Tong sighed. Starting school, for every student, it was a nightmare, right? Calling Sophie over, Yi-Tong started complaining. Fifi, I'm going to start school. Aren't you a senior in college? How come you still have to attend classes? Yi-Tong bristled. There are still credits that I haven't finished, but there shouldn't be too many classes scheduled. Then finish the credits properly. Now in this era, education is still very important. You don't want to give up your studies just because you live in a villa now and have money. Sophie educated Yi-Tong in a serious manner, while Yi-Tong kept nodding his head like a good baby. Don't worry, I understand this reasoning. Right, your store location. Do you have an eyebrow? Sophie nodded her head. There, Dad knows that I'm going to start my own business. Not playing with stocks anymore. Very supportive. So let me choose a random store in the A location inside my home shopping mall. The rent is completely free. Only need to bear the management fee. Choose at random. Then in case you fancy a location that already has a merchant, wouldn't you want people to move their place? Sophie smiled wryly. Are you also thinking it's too overbearing? Am I that kind of person? At least, I have kept our traditional virtues in mind. How could I drive people away based on my power? It just so happens that there is a location in Area A that will expire by the end of this month. I went and asked. Their boss does not intend to renew the contract in the original location, and wants to transfer it to a new location. It just so happens that this location will be taken by me, and it will be able to open at the beginning of next month. Yi-Tong hurriedly applauded. Fantastic. By the way, I want to make it clear to you in advance. I only provide the source of goods. As for the management, I know, just like Ming Chang, you don't participate in management, right? Clothing stores do not need how to manage. Then hire a few shoppers can be. The profit, 50 to 50, you see okay? I think so. By the way, what's the situation with Ming Cheng recently? Did he contact you? Yi Tong shook his head. No. Sophie's cheeks twitched. You have a big heart. You're not even afraid that this kid will pick your money and run out to spend his time? I don't think he will. Sophie nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ming Cheng's character is still really good. Seldom see him go in and out of entertainment venues. He just doesn't want to manage the family business. The two chatted a few more sentences and hung up the phone. Yi Tong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out of the window at the villa's night scene stretched out. Early to bed, early to rise, the body is good. Sleep. Honorable host, good morning. The divine hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Tasks have been updated. New rules announced. From today, will be fused with 2 days of tasks issued together. Today's task, please host in 48 hours. Consumption 15 million yen. 15 million. No specific consumption rules. Task rewards, unlocked after completing the task. 2 days 15 million. How does Yi Tong feel that this task is aggravated? System, does this mean that there will be no 7 a.m. alarm clock tomorrow? Yes, host. Then at least you can guarantee your sleep. In the morning, Yi Tong ate breakfast while looking at the course schedule on the school's official website. Although the course schedule was rather sparse, the dormitory would still be reserved. And Yi Tong thought about it. It would be more convenient to live in the dormitory. Miss, can't you live outside? How can we protect your safety if you live in the dormitory? Yi Tong had just proposed that she wanted to live in the dormitory when she was opposed by several people from Shani. Right, miss. If you live in the dormitory, what if we need to find you to report on any work? If you go to school, your sister, then who will I cook for? A few people, you a word and I a word. Yi Tong felt that his ears are listening out of the surround sound. Then what do you guys say? The villa is too far away from the UW. And the famous mansion doesn't work either. It's all rented out. I can't kick out the tenants. Hearing what Yi Tong said, several people looked at each other. Miss, can't you buy another house? Xiaotao looked at Yi Tong with a naive face at this moment. Miss is so rich, it should be no problem to buy another house. Yi Tong looked at Xiaotao dumbfounded and blinked. It seemed like it wasn't impossible. That's fine. Ning Xia, Lu Wenwen, you guys put down your handwork now and help me look for a house. There is still a week to go before school starts. With such a big family like us, it will take several days to move. It needs to be as soon as possible. At Yi Tong's order, Ning Xia called her friend who was an agent, while Lu Wenwen immediately downloaded a lot of house-buying apps to shop for a house. But after a while, the two came to Yi Tong with their heads hanging down. Miss, the lots near the University of China are all the best school district houses, and my friend who was an agent said that there are no vacant houses for sale. Yi Tong froze, then looked at Lu Wenwen. On my side as well, there are houses for rent, but none for sale. Yi Tong shrugged helplessly at his words. There's no way la, then I'll have to go live in a dormitory. Seeing the faces of the crowd with a look of parting, Yi Tong sighed. I'm going to school. It's not like I'm saying goodbye forever. You guys are not looking right, and it's only the first week that my classes are tight and I need to live on campus. I'll be able to go home and live there later. Ning Xia sniffed and looked at Yi Tong without saying anything, but in her heart she was calculating something. Not being able to purchase the house, the money wasn't spent. Yi Tong could only watch the movie and eat the fruit while thinking about how to complete the mission. This task, the further the more difficult to complete. After all, want to buy all buy, want to do all do. Hard to let her spend. Really do not know what to buy. So Yi Tong sent Sophie a sole question on how to complete the 15 million consumption task within 48 hours. It was a while before Sophie replied back. Play on the side. Yi Tong walked to the roof of the villa in boredom, overlooking the garden of his villa, always feeling as if this garden was missing something. Suddenly Yi Tong had a flash of inspiration. The swimming pool. That's right. Such a big villa. How come there's no pool? Poor review. Yi Tong called Ning Xia to the roof and pointed to the lawn between the main building and the two nanny buildings. Ning Xia, go contact someone. I'm going to build a pool here. Ning Xia nodded and immediately went to make the call. If it was placed in the past, Ning Xia would still advise Yi Tong not to spend money in such a big way. After all, life was still long and there were many places to spend money in the future. But since seeing Yi Tong's assets only increasing, Ning Xia dismissed this idea. Spend it. With so many assets, you can't spend them all in 3 more lifetimes. During dinner time, Ning Xia told Yi Dong that he had already contacted a company that specialized in building swimming pools for villas, but the price was a bit high. How high? $10 million. Chapter 76. The villa actually does not have a pool. Poor evaluation. Yi Tong's eyes immediately flashed with brilliance when he heard this, and he excitedly held Ning Xia's hand. Not high. Not high at all. Ning Xia, you really are my soul sister. Call them tomorrow. Sign the bill right away. Although Ningxia had gotten used to Yitong's startled nature, she was still a bit speechless, as if the lady was excited at the mention of spending money. The next day, Yitong was woken up by Ningxia. "Miss, the pool construction company is here." Yitong's eyes snapped open. "Tell them to wait. I'll be right there." Getting up, washing her face, brushing her teeth, taking care of her skin, changing her clothes. 20 minutes later, Yitong scrambled downstairs, which was the fastest she could go. Yitong took the engineer and the designer, and went to the back of the villa, and carved out a piece of lawn, which was the location of the pool. Yitong hoped that this wasn't just a single swimming pool, it would be best to have some water recreation facilities as well. "Understand, miss, we can deepen the depth of the deep water area, and then add a diving board on this side, and the budget you gave is very sufficient. We can also make a large slide, connecting from either floor of the villa, and when you pour time to change your clothes inside the villa, you can take the slide and go straight to the pool. You can also add a heating function to the pool, so that you can make your own hot springs in the winter, and also prevent the water from being frozen. Of course, the water purification function is also not missing, so that you can save a lot of water in a year." Yitong nodded. These programs, just by listening to them, he knew that they burned a lot of money. "I'll take all your suggestions. You guys figure out how much money is needed for this project. You can pay now." Hearing that Yitong wanted to pay the full amount to start the project, the person in charge immediately got excited. "Miss, you wait a moment. We need to account for the amount of work." 30 minutes later. "Miss, we've done the math. Because the area of the pool you want to build exceeds 50% of the normal area, and there are various equipment. I'm afraid the price won't be very low." Yitong nodded. "I know, just say how much." 15 million. "Of course, we are the package after sales. We can clean the pool and repair the fault for you for free." Yitong didn't listen to the person in charge finish. He directly pulled over the contract in the hands of the person in charge to check it. "Host, the contract is normal. No hidden clauses." Yitong looked up at the person in charge and asked, "This is the engineering contract, right?" "Yes." Yitong didn't care about the person in charge's surprised expression, and signed with a broad stroke. "Swipe the card." Yitong took out his black card and shook it, and the person in charge hurriedly took out the POS machine and swiped the card. Ding! Swipe card successful. "When can we start work?" "Work can start tomorrow." Hearing this, Yitong seriously while looking at the person in charge. "Good. Start work as soon as possible. I want to see my pool earlier." "Okay, miss." Yitong nodded, then turned around and left in a dashing manner, leaving behind the crowd full of admiration behind him. "Why do I feel that today's young lady is particularly handsome?" "I also feel the same." The person in charge shook off his head, hurriedly bid farewell to Ningxia, and went back with the engineers and designers to catch up with the engineering program. "Master, who will be arranged to keep an eye on this pool construction?" "With Sister Yuan around, there's no need for us to keep an eye on it, but I'm going to go to Yao Village tomorrow. So follow Miss and take care of the foundation, and report anything to Miss at any time." "Okay, master." "Don't worry." After Ningxia found Yitong and explained the situation, she booked a flight and left. In the evening, Gu Siming called, saying that the road survey in Yao Village had been completed, and that the construction would be done soon, only that there were still some details that needed to be aligned. Yitong told Gu Siming that Ningxia had already booked a ticket to Yao Village and would arrive there tomorrow, so she could represent her opinion fully. Of course, the final offer came out. A little less than expected. $6 million. How is this project paid for? Will it be paid in batches, or will it be settled in one go? Depends on Miss Ye's meaning. I believe Miss Ye will not default on the project payment. Even if she does, it's okay, it can be deducted from the rent I have to hand over to you. Yitong rolled her eyes. Indeed, she was a businessman who would not let herself suffer. I'll pay it all in one go. Otherwise there's always a feeling of owing money. Moreover, I also believe in Mr. Gu's character. He won't take the money for the project and run away. Gu Siming was amused by Yitong's eccentricity. "It's just that for this project money, I can't call you until tomorrow. I have a limit today." Gu Siming didn't question why the black card still had a limit, and agreed very quickly. Hanging up the phone, Yitong was in a great mood. Not only was today's task successfully completed, but tomorrow's new task had a place. It's like taking a cheat sheet to the exam room. Easy Sprinkle congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 3 times the rebate of 45 million yen. 45 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional award of 5 points of wealth points. Now the accumulated wealth points of 33 points. Please pay attention to check receipt. Yitong smugly opened the points exchange panel, just 12 points away from exchanging random land for himself. It was really curious where the land plot would be given. When he was ready to close the interface, Yitong unexpectedly realized that there were many more new exchange goods. Charisma +1. Business acumen +1. Lucky value +1. Reputation +1. Beginner's piano skill. Advanced piano skill. Horsemanship. 1 random top secret recipe. What's all this, system? All of them are things that the host can use in the future, or may use, so please also ask the host to be careful to exchange. In addition to the goods with the word random, and the ability value can be repeated to exchange, the rest of the goods can only be exchanged once. Tong carefully calculated. His current points are very few. This above, in addition to the ability value, is 10 points to redeem a point. The rest of the commodities were very expensive, but out of curiosity, Tong still redeemed a little bit of lucky value. Tong was hoping that this lucky value would allow him to successfully complete his spending mission. Good morning, honorable host. The Divine Hero system continues to serve you. The system is updating today's task. Please wait. Today's task, please host in 45 hours. Consumption 16 million yen. 16 million. No specific consumption rules. Task rewards, unlocked after the completion of the task. Chapter 77, Choosing a Gift. No, system, where's the promised luck? How come there's still 1 million more than yesterday's mission? Tong rolled her eyes and buried the system in her heart for half a day before going downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, Tong transferred the $6 million for the project to the account given by Gu Siming. Tong, transfer screenshot, transferred. Please check. Gu Siming, okay. Just as she put her phone to rest, someone else called. None other than Ming Chang, who had been missing for a few days. Xiao Tong, the location of the clubhouse is done. I sent you the photos, and I've signed the contract. The lease is for 20 years, and the rent is very cost-effective. Just pay the rent, and the 20 million you gave me will be spent with nothing left. So, you're here for the follow-up payment, are you? Well. Ming Chang on the other side of the phone had gone from blushing to his neck. This was the first time he had asked a girl for money. Even his own mother, Ming Chang, had never asked for money, let alone a schoolmate who was still a few years younger than himself. I'll give you $10 million first. Is that enough? Enough at this stage now. Good. If it's not enough, then you can ask me for it, but all the payments, where you spend them, must be reported to me. I'll have my assistant add you later. Just send it to her. Okay, I've recorded it all clearly. Hanging up the phone, Ming Chang received a transfer text message from Tong. Mr. Chang, you can sign the contract now. You guys have to take care of the clubhouse's decoration. On this side of the villa, Tong looked at the time. It was only 9:30 now, and he had already completed the task? 1-1. Tong shouted Lu Wenwen's name, but did not hear Lu Wenwen respond. Miss, Assistant Lu seems to have gone back to the company. Maybe there's something going on in the company. Should I call her back? Tong gave an O. No wonder she hasn't seen Lu Wenwen. No need. Small matter. I'll send her a message as well. Tong pushed Ming Chang's contact information to Lu Wenwen, and asked Lu Wenwen to check every expense of Ming Chang. It wasn't really that she would think that Ming Chang would cheat herself, but she was worried that Ming Chang would be cheated by someone else. After a long time, Lu Wenwen replied with an okay. Tong looked at Lu Wenwen's reply and had some strange feelings in her heart. Tong skimmed her mouth. How did she become nervous? Really? Tomorrow, he was going to attend Auntie Song's birthday banquet. Tong and Sophie had made an appointment to go shopping for a birthday gift for Auntie Song. This time it was going to be spending his own money, making Tong still a little excited. Auntie Song is a very typical Chinese classical beauty who likes to drink tea and enjoys the national style. So I want to go to the backstreet and pick out a set of gold-rimmed roux-kiln tea set for Auntie Song. Just what do you think? Tong nodded. Sent in accordance with preferences. There can't be a mistake. But where is Backstreet? Does Huadu have this place? Tong looked at Sophie with some doubt. Actually, it's not considered to be in Huadu. It should be said that it's the border between Huadu and River Province, because half of the street is in Huadu and half of the street is in River Province, so it's not easy to say exactly where it belongs to. Anyway, it's all on the line of our country of China. Right, sublimated Ah sister. Tong playfully winked at Sophie. No wonder you had to come and pick me up today. So what does the Backstreet sell? The Backstreet you can also take as an antique street, just that it sells a variety of things. Antique jade, silk brushes, everything, but only sells things that are in the style of our country of China. So if it's a gift for the elders in the family, most people will come to the Backstreet to shop. Tong nodded with a seeming understanding. The car traveled for more than 2 hours and finally arrived at Backstreet. Ancient colored street, clean stone road. If not saying that this was a commercial street, Tong thought that he had arrived at some scenic spot. In contrast to Tong's not knowing where to go, Sophie was very light on her feet. First accompany me to buy the roux-kiln tea set, then I will help you pick yours. Sophie pulled Tong into a small alley. This Backstreet seems to have only one main road, but in fact, it's all connected inside. Every alley, there are unexpected surprises. Uncle Lou, has my customized Rukiln tea set been delivered? I'll come over to pick it up. You customized it? Ah? Then you still ask me if it's okay. If I say no, then you didn't customize it for nothing. Sophie smiled at Tong. Not customized for nothing, because I like it too. If I can't, I'll keep it for myself and choose another set for Auntie Song. The boss handed the packed tea set to Sophie, who thanked her and then pulled Tong back to the main road. Sophie asked her assistant to send the porcelain back to the car, and then began to help Tong pick out a gift. I saw that Auntie Song seems to like Cheongsams, so I want to customize a Cheongsam. I don't know if it's possible or not, and I don't know if it's in time? In time, just that you may have to raise the price. It just so happens that the silk embroidery in this backstreet are all shipped from the Soviet province. Let's go and pick it out. The two of them came together to the largest Cheongsam customization workshop in the backstreet. As soon as they went in, the two of them were dazzled by the wall full of fabrics. I swear, this is the first time I've seen so many fabrics. Me too. Are the two of you here to customize your Cheongsams or purchase fabrics? A woman wearing a goose yellow embroidered Cheongsam with a graceful brow and posture walked towards the two. I am the owner of this store. Fui, welcome. Hello boss. We are here to customize a set of Cheongsams for our elders. Only we don't know how to pick fabrics. Can the boss recommend something? Sophie was not at all socialized. Her voice was light and fast as she expressed her request to Fui. That requires you to tell me the elder's age so I can recommend. 40. Once Fui was informed of the age, she took down a piece of fabric from one of the walls. This is Su embroidery, a favorite fabric of the mother's generation. Besides the one I'm holding, there are different embroidery samples, and if you have a good budget, you can also choose the ones laced with gold and silver threads. Fui introduced while laying out the different models of Su embroidery for Tong to choose from. In the end, Tong picked a beige background, embroidered with 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, to customize the Cheongsam. But then Tong remembered that he didn't even know Auntie Song's circumference data. How could he customize it? 85, 70, 87, neck circumference, let me think about it. Seeing Sophie report Auntie Song's measurements clearly, Tong was a little surprised. You're so familiar with Auntie Song? You know all the body dimensions? Auntie Song has been in fashion magazines. Her body information is public, so if you want to know, it's not difficult. After recording the dimensions, Fui then asked when the pickup time is. We are going to attend a birthday banquet tomorrow night, so it needs to be delivered at noon tomorrow. Fui agreed without even thinking about it. No problem. Our store has a specialized delivery person. It's just that the expedited production and delivery will require an extra 10,000 RMB. I don't know if you two can accept it. Yes. After paying the money, the big stone in his heart fell. After all, the time was too rush. Tong still had to go back in his own small treasury. Pick a gift alternative. Chapter 78. Nothing can stop my melon-eating soul. After tossing and turning all day long, returning to the villa, it was already 7 p.m. Tong, who got off the car, only felt that his energy had been emptied out. On the contrary, Sophie still looked lively, not the slightest bit tired. I say, why are you still so spirited? It's not that I'm spirited, it's that your body is too poor. Have time to go see a Chinese medicine practitioner and regulate it. Go see you tomorrow. Tong frowned and seriously thought about Sophie's suggestion. It was time to find a Chinese medicine practitioner to take a look. Returning to the villa, the reminder of the system completing the task popped up. Spreading flowers. Congratulations to the host. Today's task has been completed. Randomly drawn 2x rebate 320,000 yuan. 32 million. The bonus has been transferred successfully, and an additional reward of 4 points of wealth points. Now the accumulated wealth points of 27 points. Please pay attention to check receipt. Tong sniffed and rolled his eyes. How long have I completed the task before you jumped out to remind me? How is it like Lu Wenwen? Not active at all. Speaking of Lu Wenwen, Tong suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Lu Wenwen for a day. Open the cell phone. Even the most recent one of the message, or the morning when she was asked to add Ming Chang. Could something have happened to Ningxia's company? Tong hurriedly called Lu Wenwen, and it rang for a long time before she was connected. Wenwen, is something wrong with the company? I see you've been gone all day. Is there anything I can help you with? It's okay, miss. Today a customer came. The company couldn't spare any manpower, so they let me come back to help. I left too quickly, so I didn't have time to report to you. I'm sorry. Knowing that there is nothing wrong, Tong breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's okay. Then you first busy with the company's business. It's not too late to come back after you're done. Okay, miss, I'll be back tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Tong remembered that he hadn't received any rewards other than wealth points for several days. System, is there no other extra rewards in the future? Yes, host, the necessary assets have basically been given away. If the host has the need, he can redeem them from the Points Mall. Yi Tong nodded. This is also quite good. One cannot be too greedy. The next day, Yi Tong was woken up by the sound of construction. Yi Tong was woken up a little annoyed. This villa soundproofing is also not good. Walking downstairs, Yi Tong realized that it was the construction team came over to build the construction, because to dig the swimming pool, so the 2 days of movement will be relatively large. In fact, the construction team is also curious. The owner of this villa obviously know the construction noise. Why still live here? Is there no other place to live? But after all, they often take on villa projects. The construction team's people are still very discerning, and will avoid the time of lunch and lunch break. Just after lunch, the doorman called and said that someone at the door was delivering packages. Yi Tong was a little surprised, saying that it was delivered at noon, but it was really noon. Yi Tong asked Yuan Xinyan to bring a cigarette out. After all, people still have to go back empty-handed. More than 2 hours of traveling, comfort is still possible. Yi Tong sent a message to Lei Meng, asked Lei Meng today there is no slot to do their own makeup, but was greeted by Lei Meng cold grunt. Line, it seems that this is idle. Yi Tong from the check room picked a simple atmosphere of the dress. After all, is the birthday of the elders? Dress too flamboyant is not good. Then bring the gift and prepare to go out. Miss, Yi Tong turned around and saw Lu Wenwen looking at herself with a difficult face. What's wrong? Miss, I still have to go back to the company today. I'm going to be converted. There are some formalities to be done. Can I take a leave of absence? Of course you can, not counting your leave. After saying that, Yi Tong smiled at Lu Wenwen. Anyway, there is no serious business today. Lu Wenwen doesn't need to follow. Thank you, miss. Looking at Lu Wenwen's happy appearance, Yi Tong sighed. He was really a good boss. Yo, your old man finally came. Receiving Yi Tong's message, Lei Meng waited at the door early, and started to gloat as soon as he saw Yi Tong. Charge your exclusive card. $1 million. Boss inside please. Lei Meng immediately changed his face 180 degrees, bending down to help Yi Tong walk inside, giving the assistants and welcome guests a blindfolded look. Lei Meng who could scold and cry for 3 guests in a month. Even when there was a rich lady who wanted to recharge her 500 exclusive card, Lei Meng was able to point his nose at others and scold them for being ugly. When did he ever smile like this? If the customers who had been scolded by Lei Meng before saw this, I'm afraid they would all flip the store over. Esteemed Missy, what kind of styling do you need today? Elder's birthday, keep it simple. I brought the dress. Yi Tong pointed to the bag of clothes in Xingyi's hand. Obey, it will be done within 3 hours. Assistant serve fruit tea. Looking at Ramon's brush with treasure, Yi Tong snorted and laughed. The process was still